A mere ordinary time traveler, a Scion, relentlessly trains and, with the assistance of a system, ultimately becomes the strongest in the world. You are the emperor of the universe. You are that so-called god of destruction. Chapter 1. The Time Traveler. Ding, detecting the host of the Time Traveler. System initializing. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the system initialization task, successfully escaping from the planet Vegeta, creating the illusion of the host's demise. Reward. Instantaneous movement and perfect control of energy. A 1-year-old child stands before a vast dwelling, gazing at a distant, abandoned spaceship. A faint smile graces his lips, exuding a charming cuteness. Behind him, a small tail clutches a piece of wood, swinging up and down incessantly, akin to lifting dumbbells. Indeed, he is a Scion, one who has just emerged from the planet Vegeta. System, you seem to have mentioned that you are a sign-in system, correct? Yes, host. This system is called the Wanjia sign-in system. Since the host is currently in the Dragon Ball world and has not traversed to other realms, the system will prioritize signing in items from the Dragon Ball world, including battle power and so forth. The little Scion, upon hearing this, became immensely excited. For him, battle power was of utmost importance, especially since he was merely 1-year-old. He still had ample time, yet he yearned to grow stronger swiftly, aspiring to become a Super Saiyan at least before Frieza obliterated the planet Vegeta. Although he wouldn't concern himself with the planet, he could not guarantee that Frieza wouldn't locate his position, so he must become powerful. System, is there a sign-in today? My dear host, there is indeed a sign-in today. Would you like to proceed? System, sign in. System, signing in. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a heart of justice. The little Scion was utterly bewildered, failing to grasp the meaning. Host, this heart of justice can aid you in becoming a Super Saiyan. Collecting 6 will allow you to merge into a Super Saiyan God. As long as the battle power reaches the required standard, transformation is possible without any other factors. The little Scion suddenly recalled the battle between Beerus and Sun Wukong. It required 5 Scions, each possessing a heart of justice, to infuse their energy into another Scion with a heart of justice, thereby becoming a Super Saiyan God, barely able to compete with Beerus. Although it was said that Beerus had only used 70% of his strength, he still had 93% in reserve. Thus, the little Scion was exceedingly exhilarated. Haha, it seems today will be another joyful day. In that case, let's double the training intensity. The little Scion immediately resumed his training for the day. Our little Scion was once an ordinary human on Earth, but not the Earth within the Dragon Ball world. He hailed from Earth in the 20th century, named Xuan, a simple worker. He never imagined he would become one among the time travelers. Aware of the terrors of the Dragon Ball world, he did not wish to be easily made into cannon fodder. Fortunately, the system he had just awakened had issued a task for escape, naturally leading him away from the planet Vegeta, even though there were still 4 years remaining until its annihilation. Xuan still dared not slacken his efforts. Although he currently lacked training equipment, he crafted some rudimentary tools himself. The planet was vast, and the inhabitants were scattered, so he did not wish to venture far, instead scavenging for materials within his own town. Being born as a high-tier warrior with a battle power of 1,000, it is noteworthy that a newborn child with such power is indeed formidable. Thus, he was promptly dispatched by King Vegeta to a moderately developed planet. Upon arriving on this planet, Xuan discovered it had a sparse population, manageable for him. The dwelling he currently occupied was seized from those who attacked him upon discovering his arrival. He felt quite helpless. After all, he had once been an ordinary person. The sudden act of killing so many was something he struggled to adapt to. However, he understood that if he did not eliminate these individuals, he would not have a chance at survival. Thus, Xuan, under duress, had no choice but to kill them all. With the aid of a detector, Xuan eradicated everything on the planet possessing a power index. He gathered all the inhabitants together, took all their resources, and ultimately exterminated them. Perhaps this was a reflection of his aspirations. Although he was no longer in his original world, he had not forgotten his sentiments. This also explained why he was so indifferent towards the planet Vegeta. At that moment, Xuan found several heavy iron pieces, weighing approximately 30 kilograms, and placed them on his back. He proceeded to perform push-ups, 1, 2, 5, 50, 100, 200, continuously, taking quick breaks to replenish his energy with food. After a few minutes of rest, he resumed training, gradually increasing the weight. During these brief moments of respite, he also practiced energy cultivation. It can be said that aside from sleeping, Xuan did not pause for even a moment. Thus, a day passed in this manner. Another beautiful day has arrived. System, commence sign-in. Xuan stood outside, feeling the breeze as the rising sun stretched its rays. Very well, host. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 sins of beans, now stored in the system space for you to retrieve at any time. It seems I'm not particularly lucky, but acquiring sins of beans is still quite fortunate, Xuan remarked while gazing at the sins of beans in the system backpack. Forget about that for now. Let's continue with the training and save the food for later. Shortly thereafter, heavy panting sounds echoed from the training room. For Xuan, the concept of entertainment had vanished. He was determined to seize his destiny firmly within his grasp. System, can you check my combat power? Certainly, host. Ding, the system panel has been displayed. Name, Xuan. Gender, male. Age, 1.5 years. Combat power, 1,500 points. Skills, instantaneous movement, perfect utilization of chi. Items, 1 Heart of Justice, 10 Xiando. Ah, such a simple panel, yet I'm so weak at the moment, with only 1,500 points of combat power. Sigh, life is unpredictable, and I must strive harder. After Xuan replenished his hydration, he once again engaged in relentless training, neglecting all else. Chapter 2, The New Training Room. After signing in on the second day, Xuan set an alarm clock within the system to remind him to check in punctually every day. Although the rewards consisted of mere spirit beans and universal capsules containing an array of items, Xuan never missed a single day of check-in. After all, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. It's not the scarcity of food that one fears, but the absence of it entirely. System check-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in continuously for a month. Your luck has doubled. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Gravity Training Room. Unlimited version. Adjustable gravity values at will. Training puppets that can be retrieved into the system space with built-in shielding effects. What? A gravity room. And the rewards double for consecutive check-ins? Indeed, once the host achieve a year of continuous check-ins, the count will reset to 0 and calculations will commence anew. It appears that my decision to set the alarm was indeed wise. Xuan unleashed a ki blast to level the uneven ground adjacent to his house and retrieve the gravity room from the system space, placing it on the now even terrain. Xuan laughed with exhilaration as he stepped into the gravity room, commencing a new phase of training. With the resources of Zhongli City at his disposal, he no longer required anything else. As soon as he entered, he faced a gravity level of 30 times, instantly pinning him to the ground and rendering him powerless. Fortunately, his gravity room was equipped with a smart assistant. Otherwise, he might have been in dire straits. Little Bamboo. Deactivate the gravity device. Understood, Master. The immense weight that had been pressing down on Xuan vanished, leaving him feeling remarkably light. It seems I must take this step by step. Overextending could lead to dire consequences. Little Bamboo, adjust the gravity to 23 times. Yes, Master. Thus, Xuan immersed himself once again in training, relentlessly throwing punches, performing push-ups, sit-ups, and running within the gravity room. Simultaneously, he progressively increased the gravity levels as he fully adapted to the weight. Ultimately, within a single day, Xuan successfully raised the gravity to 35 times. Throughout that day, he scarcely paused for rest, neglecting even meals, and whenever hunger struck, he simply consumed a spirit bean. After all, one spirit bean could sustain an ordinary person for 10 days, replenishing their energy. For someone like Xuan, a Saiyan with high energy consumption, it could easily provide sustenance for 3 days and nights without respite. However, his current combat power was not particularly high, and his strength was moderate, leading to slower consumption rates. Otherwise, that single spirit bean would barely suffice for 5 days. System, check-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring time control technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the magic blade of 1,000 edges. Time flowed swiftly. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Xuan had grown significantly during this period. He now stood tall at 1.98 meters, boasting a muscular physique and striking features. 2 years without a single shower. Xuan walked out of the gravity chamber and into the bathroom. Standing before the mirror, he looked at his reflection. After 2 full years without bathing, layers of grime covered his body so thickly that his original appearance was barely recognizable. It took nearly an hour in the shower before he finally scrubbed himself clean. Standing in front of the mirror once more, his eyes swept up and down, examining himself. "Sai, how can there be someone this handsome in the world?" he said narcissistically. "Well, still a little inferior to all of you, of course. And this capital is pretty impressive too, but I don't really care about that now. My secret technique can change it however I want. Still, kind of shame. After getting dressed, he took out a senza bean, chewed it twice, and swallowed a whole. A vast surge of energy erupted within his body, excitement flashing across his face. Qing Xian instantly released his aura. The immense power inside him churned violently, causing the entire planet to tremble. Within a 10-kilometer radius beneath his feet, the land shattered completely. Feels so good without gravity pressing down on me, he said with a relaxed smile. So light, so free. System, bring up my status panel. Yes, host. As the system's voice faded, a long absent interface appeared before Qing Xian's eyes. Host, Qing Xian gender, male age, 40 power level, 9,000,000,000,000, base form, transformations, Super Saiyan I, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan God forms, Super Saiyan God Red, Super Saiyan God Blue, Super Saiyan God Deep Blue skills, instant transmission, perfect key control, flash time technique, time stop, time manipulation, solar flare, solar cannon, heavenly circle slash, heat ray, Gallic gun, final flash, Kamehameha, instant movement. Perfect mastery of ultra instinct items, gravity training chamber, mirror combat platform, 7 hearts of justice, 125, 964 sins of beans, demon blade, 1,000 edges, horse talismans 7, chicken talismans 4, rabbit talismans 6, dog talismans 10, dragon talismans 3, eternal Mangekyo Sharingan 5 pairs, Rinnegan 4 pairs, Tensigan 8 pairs, chakra fruits 167, ability locks 20. Infinity stones 2 sets. I didn't expect that I've accumulated this much already. Qing Xian stared in astonishment at the countless items stored within the system space. And these were only the ones listed. There were still endless others he couldn't even finish looking through. I'm still far from being invincible in Universe 7, he muttered. I've hit a bottleneck. I've been training nonstop for over 30 years, stuck here for 5 or 6 of them now. And there is still no sign of a breakthrough. No new transformation, yet is it because I need more hearts of justice? Or something else entirely? Back then, after collecting 6 hearts of justice, I became a Super Saiyan God. Through training, I eventually transformed into Super Saiyan God Blue. And Super Saiyan God Deep Blue that only happened after I obtained the 7th heart of justice, by converting the hearts into divine power and pushing my level even higher. Qing Xian gazed at the heart of justice nestled within his backpack, reminiscing about the journey that had once transformed him into a Super Saiyan God. He recalled the artificial moon he had crafted, which first enabled him to become a golden great ape, ultimately culminating in his ascension to Super Saiyan 4. It appeared that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges. Perhaps it was time to experiment with the fusion of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4, or alternatively, to develop a transformation independently. He pondered the intricacies of the deep azure state of Super Saiyan 4 and a Super Saiyan God, contemplating whether his current foundational combat prowess was insufficient to progress to the next stage. Chapter 3. The Battle. Planet Vegeta. Within a grand palace, a robust, middle-aged man donned in a crimson robe sat regally upon his throne, propping his head with one hand while the other held a goblet of red wine. His gaze fixed upon a subordinate who knelt before him. Report, King Vegeta. 2 years ago, we dispatched the newly ascended warrior Qing Xian to planet Gokira. And since losing contact with him, we've yet to send anyone to investigate. Now, Emperor Frieza has ordered all Saiyans to return to planet Vegeta within a year. Should we send someone to check on him? The kneeling man inquired. No need. Simply record him as deceased, King Vegeta replied, savoring a sip of his wine. By the way, how fares Bardock? Has he returned? Report, King Vegeta. Bardock's wife, Jine, is once again with child, so Bardock has remained on planet Vegeta. Very well. Gather some of our kin and send them forth, commanded the king. Yes, your majesty. After the Saiyan departed, the vast palace fell into a quiet stillness once more. Bardock, do you think our child will be remarkable in the future? Jine asked. Of course, who do you think I am? Bardock replied, a touch of vanity in his voice. Indeed, how could he not be, considering he is your child? Jine chuckled at Bardock's self-admiration. Noticing Jine's laughter, Bardock averted his gaze momentarily, then turned back, a thought crossing his mind. By the way, is Raditz still by Prince Vegeta's side? Yes, it seems so. Why do you ask? Jine responded. Nothing much. Only that Frieza has summoned all Saiyans, and I am uncertain of Raditz's fate, Bardock expressed. Do not worry. He is with Prince Vegeta. There is nothing to fear. Jine reassured him. Bardock gazed toward the entrance, hoping her words were true. On Frieza's spaceship, Dodoria, have all the Saiyans assembled? Frieza inquired, reclining in his small flying chair while sipping his wine. Report, Lord Frisia, most have returned, with only a few remaining due to the considerable distance of their mission sites from Planet Vegeta. According to the latest updates from Planet Vegeta, there are still some who have not reported in. Dodoria replied respectfully. Mr. Sabo. I recall issuing the summons for all Saiyans to return to Planet Vegeta about a year ago. Frisia chuckled, disregarding Dodoria and directing his inquiry toward Sabo. Indeed, Lord Frisia. It has been 1 year and 1 month since your decree was issued, Sabo affirmed. How swiftly time passes, Mr. Sabo. Please inform the Saiyans that, aside from the Vegeta squad, all others must return to Planet Vegeta within 6 months and ensure the Vegeta squad remains uninformed. Yes, Lord Frisia. I shall attend to it immediately, Sabo responded, before Frisia allowed him to depart. Lord Frisia, why not take this opportunity to eliminate all the Saiyans? Dodoria mused, observing Sabo as he exited the ship, yearning for Frisia's approval. I cannot remain idle. I must also serve Lord Frisia. Mr. Dodoria, do not be hasty. Do you not find it rather dull to eradicate all the Saiyans? Prince Vegeta is, after all, the most brilliant Saiyan of recent years. There is no rush. Let's see what he ultimately becomes. Frisia held no belief in the legends of Super Saiyans. To him, the fate of Vegeta was inconsequential. Yes, Lord Frisia. Dodoria fell silent, standing quietly to the side. On the planet where Qin Xian resided, he decided to give it another try. After uttering his intentions, he stepped onto a combat platform. In the mirrored space, there are no boundaries, yet the terrain within can be shattered like that of Earth. Restoring only after the battle concludes. Ding, please select a combatant. Choosing Black Goku for battle. Ding, character generation in progress. Character Black Goku has been created prior to merging with Zamasu during the battle with Son Goku and Vegeta. Gradually, a figure resembling Kakarot, clad in a black suit, materialized above the combat platform. Where is this? Wasn't I fighting Son Goku and Vegeta? Why am I here? And you, wretched human, why are you here as well? Black Goku scanned the surroundings, finally fixing his gaze on Qin Xian, who stood not far away. Zamasu, your words are excessive. Let's engage in battle. If you defeat me, I shall divulge my secrets. Should you fail, you shall perish. Qin Xian observed Zamasu with a slight upward curl of his lips. How dare this lowly mortal provoke me? Seeking death, are you? Black Goku chose not to transform, instead charging directly at Qin Xian with a punch. Qin Xian effortlessly dodged and, creating distance, spoke. Zamas, you must exert your utmost strength. Otherwise, you shall forfeit your chance. Dradfu Lumans. You seek your own demise. Black Goku was infuriated by Qin Xian's mockery. For him, the scorn of an unfamiliar mortal was a profound insult, and he vowed not to let Qin Xian escape unscathed. Indeed, this is more like it. Qin Xian laughed heartily at the furious transformation of Black Goku. In an instant, he too ascended to the form of Super Saiyan God, adorned in a resplendent blue hue. Black Goku concentrated his power into a knife-like hand and charged towards Qin Xian. Unfazed, Qin Xian gathered his own energy, forming a potent energy sphere without releasing it. As they clashed, Black Goku raised his hand to strike directly at Qin Xian's face. Qin Xian countered with his left hand, while simultaneously launching the energy sphere towards Black Goku's abdomen. However, Black Goku anticipated the attack, seizing Qin Xian's right hand with his left, halting his advance. In that fleeting moment, Qin Xian retaliated with a kick aimed at Black Goku's lower body. Black Goku swiftly evaded, retreating momentarily before lunging back into close combat with Qin Xian. This time, neither utilized their internal energy. Their fists collided with such force that the ground beneath them shattered into fragments, debris scattering in all directions. In an instant, they unleashed a flurry of punches, engaging in relentless strikes and kicks, the sounds of their fierce combat echoing through the air, resonating with a cacophony of impacts. Chapter 4. The Power of the Gods. Who are you, truly? I recall that the remaining Saiyans on Earth are but Goku, Vegeta, and a handful of others. Your presence among the Saiyans is non-existent. Thus, I ask again, who are you? Black Goku's mental state was on the brink of collapse, astonished by the sudden emergence of a Saiyan with such terrifying prowess. Initially, he felt he had the upper hand, but now he sensed that Qin Xian was his equal, with his strength continuously escalating. Such excessive chatter. Come forth and reveal your true power. Cease your games. I shall utilize my full strength to vanquish you. Qin Xian's impatience with Black Goku's incessant rambling was palpable. After all, He was no mere girl who might indulge in such banter. With that, Qin Xian raised his hand, unleashing a barrage of Kamehameha blasts. A quintessential strategy of a prince. The ground erupted into a cloud of dust and debris under the relentless assault of his countless energy blasts. Observing the swirling smoke, Qin Xian felt little efficacy in this approach, but noted the significant fluctuations in Black Goku's energy. Without uttering a word, he continued his onslaught. Each Kamehameha blast wielding a force of 1 to 10, bolstered by the presence of his Senzu beans. As Qin Xian once again harnessed his energy, he transformed into the Super Saiyan God, enveloped in a deep azure hue. In his hand, he concentrated a sphere of blue energy and surged towards the shadowy figure of Black Goku, concealed amidst the swirling dust. The swiftness of Qin Xian was such that Black Goku had no time to react before Qin Xian had already appeared before him, launching an assault aimed at his abdomen. This time, Black Goku could not evade. The energy sphere collided violently with his midsection, and upon contact, it morphed into a cylindrical beam of energy that pierced through him, creating a gaping wound from which torrents of blood flowed profusely. I have already warned you to unleash your full strength, yet unfortunately, I lack the time to indulge you, Qin Xian remarked, gripping Black Goku's head and observing his feeble state. Embrace your demise. With a final, devastating blow, Black Goku was rendered a headless corpse. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain Black Goku. Reward options are now available. Option 1. The Saiyan bloodline of Black Goku. Option 2. All skills possessed by Black Goku. Option 3. The entirety of Black Goku's divine power, including untapped abilities. Option 4. The soul power of Black Goku. As Qin Xian contemplated the choices presented by the system, he pondered deeply. The Saiyan bloodline he already possessed, and it surpassed that of Black Goku. Meanwhile, Black Goku's skills held no particular allure for him, and the full extent of his power was something he could cultivate on his own. Thus, it came down to divine power. Black Goku's rose-tinted energy was undoubtedly formidable, a result of the fusion between Super Saiyan transformation and divine power. As for why his transformation did not surpass the Super Saiyan blue of Goku and his comrades, it was merely an illusion. One must remember that after Zamasu exchanged bodies with Goku, his initial transformation was indeed pink, akin to the Super Saiyan of Goku and others. If Zamasu could fully assimilate this body as his own and wield it perfectly, he would become exponentially more powerful. System. I choose option 3, the entirety of Black Goku's divine power. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your selection has been successfully recorded. A low hum reverberated through Qin Xian's being. Following the system's announcement, a terrifying force erupted from within him, the combined power of the two reaching an astonishing zenith. Ha ha ha, Xian! Ha ha! What a fearsome power! With this, I might stand an equal chance against Beerus. Qin Xian unleashed his power, transforming into a deep crimson hue. Indeed, he had fulfilled all the prerequisites: immense strength, adequate divine power, and over a century's worth of soul energy. With all conditions met, he successfully transformed into this deep crimson state. Next, he resolved to solidify this power before continuing the battle, for only through such endeavors could he grow stronger and fully apply all his abilities in combat. Little Bamboo. Activate the gravity training mode, with gravity set to 100,000 times. After consuming a celestial being, Qin Xian resolutely resumed his training. Very well, my master. Do take care. Here it comes. A tremendous pressure bore down upon Qin Xian, engulfing him as he sensed immense strain on his internal organs. Bearing the weight of this pressure, Qin Xian underwent a division, akin to Bic, manifesting a true version of himself. Both entities possessed identical consciousness, skills, and bloodlines. Yet their strength was half compared to their original might. Each division redistributed power to the other half. The strength of the prior division remained unchanged until the next division occurred, at which point the power would be further disseminated. Aye, we shall train separately. I will cultivate my physical form, while you focus on refining divine power. All right, let us commence. In that moment of division, both Qin Xians were overwhelmed by a terrifying pressure, forcing them to transform into Super Saiyans to prevent themselves from collapsing. Nevertheless, their stamina dwindled at an alarming rate. After consuming another celestial being, their condition improved slightly. The first division focused on physical training, while the second concentrated on the cultivation of divine power. During the process, they had signed in to learn the methods of divine power cultivation, which was, of course, a result of their division. Though talismans existed to alleviate fatigue and restore strength. Their efficacy paled in comparison to that of the celestial beings. The beings could restore energy in a mere 0.0000001 seconds, whereas the talismans gradually replenished power, allowing for eternal revival. But the instantaneous depletion was far too significant for rapid recovery. In the midst of battle, one could continually engage the enemy without experiencing fatigue. The first division fervently performed squats, push-ups, and punches within the gravity chamber's main hall. The second division practiced in a smaller room, as each chamber in the gravity facility could alter its environment independently, even without training, as long as the talismans remained active to continuously restore them. They would perpetually grow stronger under the relentless pressure of gravity. In the following months, the first division experienced minimal progress, with only slight increases in strength, though substantial in comparison to ordinary individuals, whose combat power surged by hundreds of thousands in just a few short months. Chapter 5. The Mission. Zhongzi, what is happening to me? Why does it feel as if my strength is stagnating? Qing Xian inquired, frowning as he performed push-ups. Could it be you're doing? Seeking to suppress my combat power and hinder my growth? Ah, host, you are unjustly accusing me. How could I ever do such a thing? The host's current state is entirely attributable to the overwhelming power acquired in such a short span of time. This formidable combat prowess has yet to achieve complete integration. And reaching this level of understanding, even for Saiyan, is already a considerable challenge. After all, your strength has now combined with that of Sun Wukong at his peak, resulting in an exceptionally terrifying magnitude. While many assert that the potential of Saiyan knows no bounds, it can be said that a gradual cultivation indeed possesses infinite possibilities. However, for a host like you, who frantically exploits their potential, even incantations may prove insufficient for restoration. Upon hearing this, Qing Xian ceased his push-up exercise. The system indicated that in the short term, aside from fully integrating this power into oneself, there would be little room for further enhancement. The system confirmed this assertion. Indeed, host, unless you incorporate the bloodline of another or that of a different race. The system advised against such actions at this juncture, as you have yet to fully assimilate the strength of the previous Black Wukong. Any additional power would not yield significant improvement in such a brief time frame. Initially relieved by the prospect of resolution, Qing Xian's brow furrowed anew. Is there any method to expedite my integration time? He inquired of the system. The system presented two potential solutions. The first method involves emulating the combat techniques and lifestyle of Black Wukong, gradually transforming those attributes into one's own. The second method entails enduring immense pressure, relentlessly pushing oneself to achieve complete assimilation, albeit at an excruciating cost. Resigned to the circumstances, Qing Xian had no choice but to heed the system's guidance and continue augmenting his own strain. Xiao Zhu, increase the gravity by another 1,000-fold. The system cautioned, based on your recent performance, an increase of no more than 600-fold would be the utmost limit. It continued, in these 3 months, you have already raised the gravity to 150,000 times. Do you truly wish to increase it further? Yes, do it. Qing Xian gritted his teeth. Having never experienced such a drastic augmentation of gravity in one go, gravity at 1,510,000 times has been activated. The moment the gravity was unleashed, Qing Xian was immediately crushed to the ground, spitting blood. Having already reached his limit, this sudden increase rendered him unable to endure any longer. Thus, under the relentless pressure of gravity, he sustained grievous injuries, only to be mended by the effects of the incantation. In this dual state, Qing Xian oscillated between consciousness and unconsciousness, teetering perpetually between life and death. The second split entity sensed the anomaly of the first but chose to disregard it. Recognizing that both were within the gravity chamber, he too was assimilating divine power, and upon achieving complete integration, he would merge with the first entity, thereby becoming a deity on par with Beerus himself. He estimated that upon fusion, he would once again possess a transformation, one that transcends even the Super Saiyan God form, perhaps even achieving Super Saiyan 5 and possibly even more formidable transformations. However, he distinctly sensed an inability to surpass the Super Saiyan 5. He feared that his body would collapse under the immense power. How could it be? How did a parallel universe emerge? And he had not discerned any differences between this universe and a hyper-universe? For now, it would be prudent to observe. He must not allow that individual to discover this. Otherwise, complications would surely ensue. A young girl with pink skin, pink hair, and a pair of golden ears gazed at the scene before her, speaking curiously. It is peculiar that in this parallel universe, Zamasu is alone. Whereas the Zamasu who exchange bodies with Gokugan, a man with light blue skin, a slicked-back white hairstyle, and purple eyes and lips gazed into the void, a light blue halo floating above his head, and a large belt emblazoned with a symbol around his waist. It appears that after such a long period of monotony, I finally have something to occupy my time. I truly wonder what events may unfold, he remarked before turning back towards the palace behind him. Time passed swiftly, unnoticed by those who were earnest. And 6 months slipped by. Ding. The narrative has officially commenced. Please select a task. Host. Task option 1. Eliminate Frieza before he annihilates Planet Vegeta, ensuring that no Saiyan perishes at his hands. Reward. Perfect fusion of all Saiyan genes with the host's body, resulting in no adverse effects and alteration of the host appearance. Failure will result in the host's eternal inability to attain any other Saiyan genes. Task option 2. After Frieza has destroyed Planet Vegeta, eliminate him and eradicate the Frost Demon clan. Reward. Perfect fusion of all Frost Demon genes with the host's body, without altering the host's appearance and with no adverse effects. Failure will result in the host's eternal inability to acquire Frost Demon genes. Task option 3. Prior to Frieza's destruction of Planet Vegeta, the host must eliminate all Saiyans on Planet Vegeta, followed by the total annihilation of the Frost Demon clan. Reward. The host will simultaneously acquire the genes of both the Frost Demons and the Saiyans, without altering the host appearance and with no adverse effects. Failure will result in a permanent halving of the host's base combat power. Task option 4. Without altering the early narrative. 4. I choose 4. Why should I change the storyline when my strength is insufficient? I lack the power to alter the narrative. Qing Xian was fervently engaged in doing push-ups when the system unexpectedly assigned him a task. He could hardly believe that the sign-in system, which allowed him to check in daily, would also issue tasks. System, aren't you merely a daily sign-in system? How can you also issue tasks? Dear host, I find myself in a rather helpless predicament. Initially, my sole purpose as a sign-in system was to allow you to recline comfortably. Yet, to my astonishment, you have displayed such relentless diligence without pause. I am left feeling quite embarrassed within the realm of systems, compelled to issue tasks merely to afford myself a semblance of dignity. A voice, tinged with a hint of grievance, echoed in Qing Xian's mind. Chapter 6. Punishment. However, does not the issuance of tasks reflect an even greater embarrassment? You are, after all, a sign-in system. How could you resort to assigning tasks? Qing Xian showed no regard for the system's sentiments. Not at all. I have simply rebranded myself as a task sign-in system. I can facilitate both task completion and sign-ins independently. The tasks are merely fewer in number, while the sign-in opportunities are more abundant. I do not conflate the two. The system retorted. Qing Xian was rendered speechless, utterly unprepared for the revelation of his system's pridefulness. The crux of the matter is that I hold a prestigious position within the system hierarchy, overseeing a cadre of subordinate systems. Thus, I must also generate some accomplishments on their behalf, the system elaborated. Qing Xian was momentarily stunned. He had never fathomed the extent of his system's prowess, nor the existence of its subordinates. Generate accomplishments? What kind of accomplishments? Qing Xian queried, perplexed. Oh, it's nothing too elaborate. It merely involves assessing who provides the most substantial assistance to the host. For instance, my contributions are substantial, hence I rank among the elite, accompanied by a few subordinates. Should I cultivate their potential, I may ultimately transcend the system framework and embody the primordial, becoming a sovereign in my own right. Qing Xian was taken aback, utterly bewildered by these revelations. Dear host, fret not over such complexities. Simply remember that I harbor no ill intent towards you. Rather, I will continuously empower you to ascend to the pinnacle of the mortal realm. The system, observing Qing Xian's bewilderment, fell silent, opting to retreat into the depths of inaction. Alas, I shall not concern myself with your trivialities. I must devote my time to rigorous cultivation, for without strength, one only invites demise in this world. Qing Xian resumed his fervent training, intent on assimilating all the power of Zamasu, subsequently engaging in combat to acquire the bloodlines of others. Only through such means could he find peace of mind. Once he possessed the bloodlines of others, amalgamated within him, his innate talents would undoubtedly flourish, allowing for ceaseless training thereafter. Though merely a day had passed in the Dragon Ball universe, 6 months had elapsed within the gravity training chamber. Having encountered King Frieza, the Saiyan forces had assembled, save for my son Vegeta and his team. The speaker was none other than King Vegeta himself. addressing the diminutive figure of Frisia seated upon a small flying throne, flanked by Dodoria and Zarbon. King Vegeta bowed before Frisia, his gaze betraying a glimmer of malice. Splendid work, King Vegeta. However, some matters, once initiated, allow no return. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta immediately realized that Frisia was aware of their impending rebellion. Gathering all his strength, he unleashed a full-power energy blast directed at Frisia. A glowing orb of energy surged toward Frisia, only to be effortlessly intercepted by Zabon. Oh, how amusing. I had no idea King Vegeta would dare to strike at me. Very well, then, let us see you meet your demise. Frisia suddenly appeared before the astonished King Vegeta, raising his right hand, his index finger coalescing with energy and pierced through King Vegeta's skull. Thus, the king of a planet was extinguished. Zabon, Mr. Dodoria, come with me. I shall show you a splendid display of fireworks. Frisia descended into the cosmos, where the sight of planet Vegeta greeted him. Their spaceship hovered not far from the planet. Have all the Saiyans gathered? Frisia relished the sound of his own laughter. Saiyans, your King Vegeta has perished due to his arrogance, pride, and foolishness in challenging me. Are you prepared to face your annihilation? Frisia addressed the group of Saiyans lingering at the edge of planet Vegeta's atmosphere. After delivering his proclamation, Frisia settled into his throne-like chair, his right index finger pointing upward. Before long, a colossal sphere of energy radiating crimson light began to form, eventually swelling to half the size of a planet, its energy sufficient to obliterate an entire world. With a mere flick of his pinky, the massive energy orb surged toward planet Vegeta. Damn you, Frisia! You shall perish! A voice cried out, gathering an energy wave aimed at Frisia's formidable sphere. Yet, the attack posed no threat and was effortlessly extinguished before the orb. The attacker was none other than Bardock, the mightiest warrior aside from King Vegeta. Alert! Alert! Planet Vegeta is on the verge of destruction, and the Saiyans shall soon be annihilated. Host, please complete the task promptly, or face the consequences, a voice echoed. What task? Wasn't it said that the storyline should remain unchanged? I seem to have forgotten about other tasks, the host mused. You didn't finish reading when the task was released. You merely selected task 4. The system replied with a hint of schadenfreude. Qin Xian was momentarily stunned, halting his deep squat jumps. How could this happen? I've been training and didn't even notice. A flicker of doubt crossed Qin Xian's eyes as he pondered the implications, his lips moving slightly as he whispered, "What exactly is this punishment?" His voice trembled with unease, a foreboding sense of dread looming over the impending outcome. The system refrained from hastily responding to him, as an atmosphere of tension permeated the air, rendering the surroundings somewhat stifling. His brow gradually furrowed, and the anxiety within him intensified. Observing his demeanor, the system realized it could no longer allow him to remain in such a state. His inner tranquility had not been cultivated, and an individual of his disposition could not ascend to greater heights. Alas, it was merely a minor consequence. Your combat prowess shall perpetually be limited to a mere half of its potential. Regardless of how formidable your abilities may become in the future, you shall always be capable of only half their manifestation, and your little companion shall shrink to a mere millimeter, forever unable to grow, with no method available to reverse this fate. Qin Xian felt utterly despondent. While one could endure death or abstain from food, one could not bear the thought of losing one's manhood, nor the inability to harness one's inherent strength. System, please elucidate the task details, he implored. Task 4. Without altering the narrative, rescue 50 Saiyan children and 10 adult Saiyan women. The specified individuals include Jine and Hinoel, Vegeta's mother, both counted among the 10. Chapter 7. Divine Body. System, what do you mean? Do you intend for me to be a bandit? Qin Xian found it hard to believe the words he had just heard. Enough of this trivial chatter. Simply state whether you will undertake the task, the system insisted, leaving Qin Xian feeling instantly disheartened. He was reluctant to comply, yet felt compelled to do so. Alas, what a wretched fate. Qin Xian utilized instant transmission to arrive on planet Vegeta, dispatching 60 clones to execute the mission while his true self remained behind. Quietly observing after casting a time halt. You may wonder how Qin Xian knew the exact location of planet Vegeta, lacking any discernible energy signature. The answer is straightforward. He had signed a detailed cosmic coordinates chart for 12 universes with the system, enabling him to pinpoint planet Vegeta's location before executing instant transmission. By the way, system, you Haven team mentioned the task reward. Qin Xian inquired, puzzled. Did I not mention it? Haha. Ahem. The reward is the 7th generation divine body. The system felt a bit awkward when questioned so directly. The 7th generation divine body, what is that? Beep. Complete the task to inquire further. Why so suddenly serious? Qin Xian felt somewhat exasperated. However, the system offered no further response. Forget it then. Such an overwhelming divine aura, nearly comparable to that of Lord Beerus. On a distant planet stood a tall, handsome man, his silver hair typically tied back in a ponytail, cascading down his back. His blue eyes conveyed a deep yet gentle gaze. His attire was unique, featuring a loose-fitting white robe adorned with golden trim at the collar and cuffs, exuding elegance and nobility. A black belt cinched his waist, from which hung a small golden pouch. His skin appeared exceptionally smooth, almost devoid of any blemishes, enhancing his striking appearance. He perpetually wears a smile, exuding warmth and friendliness while simultaneously emanating an aura of mystery. The staff he wields radiates an enigmatic glow, crafted from an unknown metal that shimmers in silvery blue hues. At its pinnacle lies a resplendent gem, seemingly harboring boundless energy within its depths. The design of the staff is intricate and exquisite, adorned with delicate engravings and arcane symbols that whisper of Whis' power and stature, as if they constitute an ancient language. When Whis grasps the staff, his demeanor becomes even more imposing, as if he possesses the ability to dictate the fate of the cosmos. Indeed, this man is Whis, the servant and mentor of the destructive deity Beerus. Yet, one may ponder why such an unexpected powerhouse has gone unnoticed. This presence is unlike any previously encountered. It vanished in an instant, prompting the need for heightened vigilance regarding the affairs of the universe. While Whis was engrossed in his observations, Qin Xian had already returned to his previous planet, the planet Citadel. His doppelgangers soon followed, each cradling a Saiyan, comprising both boys, girls, and women, all in a state of unconsciousness, having fallen victim to the hypnotic illusions cast by Qin Xuan's Rinnegan. Unless their strength surpassed Qin Xuan's, there was no possibility of awakening them. Qin Xian produced several identical gravity training chambers. These chambers were remarkably unique. As he positioned them alongside his previous training facility, they began to move autonomously. In no time, the multitude of chambers coalesced into a colossal castle, with Qin Xuan's gravity training room serving as the main hall. All those Qin Xian had brought back found themselves enveloped within, and due to the swiftness of his actions, they were shrouded before Whis could discern any information. Ding. Detection indicates the host has completed the task. Task rewards have been dispensed. Would you like to accept the fusion? The system announced at the moment the castle was assembled. System. This fusion won't bring anyone to the brink of death, will it? Qin Xian inquired, a slight smile gracing his lips. Ah, host, you needn't worry. It will not induce a near-death experience. The bodily transformation is gradual, but your talismans will aid in the restoration process, ensuring you remain safe from peril. You also cannot activate passive skills, the system clarified, fully aware of Qin Xuan's thoughts. Very well, I had hoped to test out a passive skill, Qin Xian replied, his expression akin to one suffering from constipation, a visage of discomfort. Then, let us proceed. Fusion commence. As he spoke, Qin Xian accelerated the flow of time within a half-meter radius around him to its maximum, achieving a disparity of half a meter within a second of the external world. He did not inquire about the time required by the system, opting for the utmost speed. Consequently, after 10 seconds, Qin Xuan's 7th-generation divine body successfully fused. No wonder everyone speaks highly of the formidable power of the temporal law, as it could be harnessed for cultivation, significantly accelerating the path of advancement. Qin Xian felt immense satisfaction with his decision. Ding. Congratulations, host. The fusion of the 7th-generation divine body has been successfully completed. For further details, please consult on your own. Is it really that casual? Ding dong. The gene system engine of the 7th-generation divine body is now activated. Please, host, provide a name. A mechanical voice resonated from within Qin Xian, echoing in his mind. What is this? Is it your doing, system? Host, it is not I, but rather the gene engine system of your 7th-generation divine body, which has awakened after your fusion with the divine body. Upon hearing this, memories surged within Qin Xian's mind. The gene engine system had only been encountered in the super-divine universe, leading him to suspect that his 7th-generation divine body was an even more potent entity than the 4th-generation divine bodies that appeared in that realm. To ensure clarity, he decided to inquire further. System, this 7th-generation divine body is not from the super-divine universe, is it? Indeed, host. Your 7th-generation body originates from the super divine universe, and it surpasses the 4th-generation divine body depicted in the anime. For specific details, please consult your gene system. Subsequently, Qin Xian began to delve into his gene system, familiarizing himself with his 7th-generation body. So this is my divine body? It truly is formidable. The hardness of my physique is astonishing. With each enhancement in my strength, my body becomes increasingly robust. I feel that even without utilizing my energy, I could withstand the destructive energy of a god of destruction. Moreover, his body's recovery capabilities were extraordinarily terrifying, surpassing even that of Majin Bu's divine form by countless magnitudes, with an almost infinite lifespan. Most importantly, he possessed virtually limitless stamina, as his body was in a constant state of absorbing everything from the external environment. This meant that even air, oxygen, and molecules could be transformed into his power. Even without engaging in rigorous training, his strength gradually increased, with a minimum growth of over 10,000 each day. Chapter 8. Establishing a faction. Naturally, the crucial ability of the Void was also included, allowing him to convert external or personal power into items or other entities. Food, and all could be transformed. Additionally, he could alter his own form and appearance at will. Qin Xian was overjoyed as he experienced the capabilities of his divine body. Ding! A new mission has been issued. Please, host, establish your own faction. Within 5 years, elevate the strength of 15 Saiyan children to 20,000,000, including transformations. The duration of this task is not calculated according to the time flow of the Dragon Ball world. It corresponds to 5 years within the time gravity training room as well. Upon completion of the task, a fragment of time and space will be awarded. Collecting 10 fragments allows for the fusion into the wheel of time and space, enabling time travel. Upon gathering 100, an upgrade will occur, significantly enhancing its capabilities. Ding! Will the host accept this mission? Upon hearing the news, Qin Xian fell into deep contemplation. His concern did not stem from the rewards, but rather from the fact that the youngest of the Saiyan children was merely 7 or 8 years old, while the oldest were around 11 or 12. Particularly notable was the Saiyan race, which developed self-awareness from a tender age, allowing them to comprehend a multitude of concepts. Educating them would indeed pose a challenge. However, there was a silver lining. Nearly every Saiyan held a profound respect for those stronger than themselves. System, he declared, I accept this task. Fortunately, not all Saiyans were required to achieve a combat power of 20 million. Otherwise, this mission would have been utterly unattainable. Now, it was time to devise their training regimen. After several minutes of rapid mental processing, Qin Xian formulated a plan. He intended to divide the 50 Saiyan children into 3 groups: an education group of 16, a skill acquisition group of 16, and a strength training group of 18. They would rotate every 6 months, allowing for 3 years of observation to discern who relished combat and who did not. Once this was established, he would tailor a specific training plan for each individual. With that in mind, the next step was to awaken them and elucidate their current circumstances. Otherwise, it could become quite cumbersome. As he approached the unconscious Saiyans, Qin Xian released a subtle aura to rouse them. Many slowly opened their eyes, feeling a dizzying sensation, while a handful of the weakest remained in slumber. At that moment, a female Saiyan gently rose from the ground, resembling the first ray of morning sunlight, graceful and tranquil. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Her figure was delicate, akin to a flower swaying in a gentle breeze, exuding a faint fragrance. Sunlight bathed her in warmth, illuminating her skin, which was as smooth as mutton fat jade. As the breeze caressed her, her hair danced lightly, almost ethereal in its movement. Her gaze shifted from the distant mountains to the Saiyans lying before her, then to the clouds drifting in the sky, as if she were exploring every corner of this strange world. Each subtle gesture radiated elegance and vitality, captivating all who beheld her. She perceived no ominous signs of an impending planetary destruction, nor did she witness Frisia's terrifying energy sphere. She was Kakarot's mother, Bardock's wife, Jine. Jine slowly parted her enticing lips and uttered a melodious voice. Where are we? Shouldn't we be dead? Uncertain, yet she conjectured they were no longer on planet Vegeta. This sentiment echoed the words of Vegeta's mother, Hino Air. Her skin was pristine and smooth, reminiscent of mutton fat jade. Under the sunlight, her complexion radiated a soft glow, akin to delicate pearls. Her face resembled a blooming lily, with tender skin flushed with a gentle hue, reminiscent of flower petals in the spring morning light. Her arms are long and slender, her skin akin to smooth satin. A gentle caress evokes the sensation of a crystal-clear spring flowing at one's fingertips. Her neck, elegant like that of a swan, showcases a striking contrast between her snow-white complexion and raven-black tresses, exuding an enchanting allure. Her beauty transcends mere physicality. It embodies purity and grace, reminiscent of the snow lotus upon a mountain peak, captivating all who gaze upon her. Upon hearing their queen, Xinor, the Cybermen began to survey their surroundings. Yet no matter how intently they looked, they could not perceive the presence of Qingxian before them. At that moment, he had completely concealed his aura. They felt no sense of oppression, nor could they detect the divine essence. For Qingxian possessed the 7th-generation divine body, which perpetually shrouded his figure from view. He did not intentionally exert the abilities of this formidable form. Had he unleashed his full power, only Whis within the entirety of the 7th universe would have been able to sense even the faintest trace of his presence. Otherwise, he would remain utterly invisible. A deliberate cough escaped Qingxian's lips, drawing attention. When did he appear? Why do we not notice him until now? Xinor inquired, astonishment evident in her voice. As the most powerful among the Cybermen present, with Jine trailing closely behind in strength, her bewilderment was palpable. Did you see how he manifested? She asked the crowd. No, came the collective response, whispers of confusion rippling through the Cybermen. Meanwhile, Jine fixed her gaze intently on Qingxian, eager to discern his next move. Regardless of how he arrived here, it must be an illusion. Do not fear, just attack him, declared a fiery-tempered Cyberman girl, who promptly launched an energy blast toward Qingxian. However, the blast vanished without a trace, mere meters from its target. What? How is that possible? The girl stared, astonished by the spectacle. It was not just her. The other Cybermen were equally taken aback, having never witnessed such an event in their lives. Yet, after a brief moment of shock, the girl resumed her assault, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts toward Qingxian. But her efforts bore no fruit. With a mere glance and a subtle wave of his hand, Qingxian effortlessly cleaved a mountain 5,000 meters from the castle. A 50-meter-wide chasm split the mountain in two with little more than a soft ripple of energy, showcasing his astounding control over power. This was merely the outcome he wished the Cybermen to perceive. The Cybermen sensed the shift and turned to look behind them. Witnessing the astonishing scene, their memories vividly recalling that the mountain had not appeared in such a state moments prior. Chapter 9. The plan commences. Enough. I understand your myriad questions. It would be unrealistic to explain them all in detail. It would waste precious time. What you need to know is that Frisia annihilated planet Vegeta, and it was I who saved you in your most perilous hour. As for why I did not venture to rescue them, it is due to the overwhelming malevolence exhibited by those who frequently annihilate others' planets, compounded by the selfishness of King Vegeta. At this juncture, Qingxuan's gaze traversed the faces of the Saiyans, keenly observing their reactions. As anticipated, upon learning of King Vegeta's egotism and Frisia's obliteration of planet Vegeta, the expressions of anger were evident on the faces of the majority. However, Jine and Heinol, along with several of the eldest children, were already privy to the truth. Regarding my decision not to eliminate Frisia directly, but rather to liberate you, the primary intention is for you to seek vengeance yourselves. Frisia poses no threat to me. To eliminate him would be as effortless as crushing an ant. I intend to train you to elevate your strength to the pinnacle of the universe. Qingxian paced back and forth before them. The bloodline of our Saiyan heritage knows no bounds. Only through relentless effort can one progress. Naturally, as one advances, the rate of improvement slows, which is a normal occurrence, as each individual encounters their own unique bottlenecks. From this day forth, I shall earnestly instruct each of you. Should any one of you fail to exert themselves, do not blame my lack of compassion. Subsequently, Qingxian guided everyone through the training facilities and resting areas, explaining how the passage of time within the castle diverges from that of the outside world. They are afforded the finest martial guidance and optimal conditions for recuperation. Thus, under the tutelage of Qingxuan's avatar, everyone proceeded methodically yet steadily. And Jine, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Qingxian had already divulged everything. Aside from his journey through time, to Jine and Heinol, he had even concocted a tale of being rescued by a benevolent individual, under whose guidance he acquired a wealth of knowledge. Alas, that kind soul, having incurred the wrath of the planet's king by saving him, ultimately met a tragic fate, ambushed and fatally wounded a year later. Fate then led him to this castle, where he discovered the training rooms and various resources. Through diligent practice within the castle's training chambers, he avenged himself. Simultaneously, he had come to fully comprehend the workings of this castle, remaining immersed in training until his progress slowed considerably, at which point he recalled the many Saiyans who still existed on planet Vegeta and resolved to seek out any benevolent Saiyans. Thus, he encountered Frisia's destruction of planet Vegeta. Initially, he intended to thwart Frisia's annihilation of the planet, but upon uncovering the reasons for Frisia's targeting through a special ability, he refrained from intervening. Instead, he sought to return with a few younger Saiyans, empowering them to ultimately defeat Frisia. After hearing all of this, Jine was profoundly moved. She had never anticipated that she would survive and have the opportunity to avenge Bardock. Qing Xian, with my current strength, I am still unable to confront Frisia. My battle power has already reached 800,000. Is Frisia truly that formidable? Janae gazed at Qing Xian with hope. Alas, Aunt Janae, it is not my intention to discourage you, but the reality is unavoidable. Since you wish to know, I shall enlighten you. Frisia, a prodigy of the Frost Demon race, grows stronger the longer he remains frozen. He is the most talented member of his kind, having endured the longest freezing time in history. When he fully unleashes his power, it reaches a staggering 120,000,000. The Frisia we usually encounter is merely a manifestation of his inability to fully control his strength. Hence he compresses his power during transformation. Qing Xian spoke nonchalantly, while Janae felt an icy chill run through her at the revelation of Frisia's battle power. She had once held confidence in her own strength of 800,000. But this was beyond her imagination. Aunt Janae, seeking revenge is quite simple. With relentless effort, you will surely achieve it. The process may be arduous, but it is the only path to your goal. Qing Xian offered words of comfort and encouragement, stirring something deep within Janae. Now, Aunt Janae, it is time for you to return. Keep striving. I have matters to attend to, Qing Xian stated as he departed from her sight. System, what is happening? Why do I feel an increasing heat in my body? I'm already a 7th generation divine body. Could there possibly be any after effects? Or is there an issue with this 7th generation divine body? Ding. Host, your 7th generation divine body is the most powerful among all 7th generation bodies and exhibits no issues. The heat you are feeling is a consequence of that cultivation technique. Qing Xian was baffled. He could not recall practicing any technique. System, what technique? I'm unaware of having trained in anything. Ding. Although the technique was not actively cultivated by you, it was acquired through your sign-in rewards. Thus it has been passively training. This technique is a dual cultivation method known as the dual fusion divine art. However, since it was solely for you, you had not felt its effects until now. Furthermore, this technique automatically amplifies and radiates your charm, attracting others. Upon dual cultivation, your strength will significantly increase, allowing you to gain half of your partner's battle power, while they too will receive a similar enhancement. Qing Xian was astonished by this miraculous effect. So, the heat in my body is due to a hormonal surge. No wonder I have sensed a change in Janae lately, and Zinol has also been increasingly peculiar. Ashwan, are you there? Ah, speak of the devil, Qing Xian sighed, rubbing his forehead. I'm coming in now. At that moment, a striking figure pushed open the bedroom door, carrying a plate of neatly arranged sliced fruits. She placed the fruit in her hand upon the table in the bedroom. Qing Xian merely feigned calmness as he cast a fleeting glance, then turned his gaze towards the window, daring not to look longer. Upon observing Qing Xian's demeanor, she knew all AI Air's lips curled into a subtle smile, for there was no other reason. Her attire was strikingly scant, rendering everything beneath it easily discernible, including the alluring garment underneath. Chapter 10, Breakthrough. Xian, will Vegeta be safe alongside Frisia? 11 numéros et slowly approached King Xian. She wrapped her arms around him, resting her head against his neck, softly sobbing, tears trickling down to dampen his collar. Qing Xian, feeling the softness against his chest, placed his hands on her shoulders, gently pushing her away. The moment she knew AI Air pressed against him, he felt an unsettling change within his body. As for Vegeta, rest assured, I have encountered fragments of the future. In that timeline, he possesses formidable strength, ranking among the elite of mortals across numerous universes, even surpassing some deities. Moreover, although Frisia has grown stronger through training, he remains inferior to Vegeta, so you need not worry. Upon hearing this, The once tearful brightness in Shinua AI Air's eyes cleared significantly. And while my little son, Tabor, she recalled her child. Concerning this matter, he will be quite safe in the future. Though lacking in strength, he will not face danger. Can we bring him over? As she spoke, she once again launched an assault on Qing Xian. Yet how could Qing Xian let such an opportunity for battle slip away? Let us discuss this later. There are more pressing matters at hand. With Shinua AI Air's jubilant cheer, Qing Xian became even more fervent. After 2 hours of combat, Shinua AI Air could no longer endure. Even after Qing Xian fed her a senza bean, she would still succumb to unconsciousness. Her combat power was merely in the hundreds, while Qing Xian's was in the trillions. How could she possibly contend? Thus, even if she were not fainting, she would feign it. For she had no other recourse. Without this pretense, she felt she would not survive another hour. She was indeed at her wit's end, and she hoped for understanding. Alas, how did I end up as a father, and to 2 children at that? It appears I have much to attend to in the future. This realization rendered him unable to proceed further. Therefore, he exited the bedroom. Feeling helpless, his desire for battle thoroughly ignited. This left him in great distress. As he sought a solution, after a reminder from the system, he carefully reviewed the dual fusion divine technique and understood that such fervor could not be suppressed but must be released, and it could not be eradicated unless he achieved perfection in his training. Yet, he was still 20 layers away from that culmination. Even if he released it, it would be futile. Within half a day, it would erupt anew. He adjusted the time spent in the bedroom just enough to ensure that his desires could be fulfilled. Now, he found himself in Janae's chamber, having learned through the castle system that she had not emerged since returning to her room 2 hours prior. Each individual's chamber was particularly spacious, equipped with a training area ample enough for several practitioners. Upon entering Janae's quarters, he beheld her, glistening with sweat from a recent workout, having just emerged from a refreshing bath. Xiao Xian, did you come to see me for something? Janae inquired, her face flushed and her hands tightly clutching a towel to prevent any inadvertent exposure, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Aunt Janae, there's a matter of great importance for which I require your assistance. You are my sole hope now, he replied earnestly. What is it that you need my help with? Speak freely. I will do my utmost to assist, she responded, her determination evident upon hearing his request for aid. She harbored hopes that he might facilitate a reunion between her and her son, and she was not about to let any opportunity slip away. It's merely a small favor. Trivial for you, but monumental for me, he continued, though Janae was puzzled as to why he, with his current strength, still sought her guidance. Please help guide and mentor some of the children. They are so young, having been separated from maternal love, and I hope you can visit them, he implored, gripping her injured arm with fervor. Janae winced in pain, struggling internally as she cried out, How did you get injured? You must be more careful during training. Let me assist in your recovery. She realized resistance was futile, and she silently endured the torment he inflicted in his attempt to heal her. There was no alternative. The potency of that technique was overwhelming, and even an angel would be of little use, contingent upon the practitioner's strength. Janae was significantly weaker than Zinol, able to withstand only a little over an hour before Xiao Xian had no choice but to resort to his talismans. The dog talisman, granting eternal life, and the horse talisman, capable of healing all ailments and fatigue. Thus, he once again entered a frenzied state. Janae bore the ordeal silently, ultimately forcing him out of her room while returning the horse talisman to him. She was reluctant to use such artifacts, as the absence of fatigue felt disconcerting, particularly at the final moment. This time, Xiao Xian opted not to linger in Janae's chamber, but instead returned to his own, for Zinol had awakened, and he intended to cause her further distress. After he departed, Janae attentively sensed the terrifying surge of power within her. Her strength had now reached 1,500,000, an astonishing increase of 700,000 in combat prowess compared to before. With such formidable might, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Previously, when she first discovered her burgeoning strength, Qing Xian had already elucidated the situation to her. Thus, she harbored no resentment towards him now. In fact, she felt a sense of gratitude, for Qing Xian had bestowed upon her the opportunity to slay Frisia with her own hands, an opportunity she intended to seize wholeheartedly. She believed that vengeance would soon be hers, and after a moment of exhilaration, she succumbed to slumber, planning to engage in fervent training upon awakening. For only through such dedication could she adequately prepare for her retribution. Meanwhile, Qing Xian found himself facing Zinol, observing her with a valiant demeanor, and within him, the embers of battle ignited fervently. Truly, she was a warrior at heart. Upon uttering his thoughts, Qing Xian commenced throwing punches, plunging once more into the arduous clash. Ultimately, he embraced the unconscious Xinol and drifted into a deep sleep. This time, Xinol was compelled to resort to the powers of her talismans, navigating the dichotomy of pain and comfort, reminiscent of the age-old adage of suffering with joy. Experiencing such comfort for the first time, Qing Xian was reluctant to relinquish it too swiftly. Hence, he refrained from exerting too much force, for a mere impulsive nudge could render Xinol beyond recovery, leaving the talismans ineffective. Chapter 11. A Surge in Power. Another splendid day dawned, and it was time to rouse them. Qing Xian arose from his bed and gazed out at the clear sky, listening to the melodious chirping of birds, stretching languidly. He then proceeded to the adjacent room, entering to find two women upon the bed. Indeed, it was Jine and Xinol. Months prior, Qing Xian had confided in them entirely, save for the matter of his transmigration. Consequently, Jine and Xinol were now aware of Qing Xian's strategy, to allow Frisia to live for the time being, with plans for Vegeta and Kakarot to ultimately vanquish him. As for their desire for catharsis, he encouraged them to engage in the mirror combat chamber, where they could torment Frisia at their leisure. After experiencing the grim outcomes of this endeavor, Qing Xian gradually tore Frisia apart, allowing him to taste the harshness of the world. Following this ordeal, Jine and Xinol became exceedingly compliant with Qing Xuan's wishes. Even when he requested their assistance, they agreed without hesitation. Primarily, they found themselves at a loss. For Qing Xuan's strength was overwhelming, and despite their fervent attempts to overthrow him, their combat prowess barely reached several million. Of course, this was merely their perception. Qing Xian would never permit their demise. Unbeknownst to the other Saiyans, who were fervently dedicated to learning and training, Jine and Xinol's frenzied endeavors remained secret. System. Display my data panel. Host, Qing Xian. Age, 40. Battle power, 10,000,000,000,000, 1 trillion. Base battle power. Physique, 7th generation divine body, super divine academy. Skills, Qi garden slash, Qi cannon, sky dance technique, instant transmission, perfect mastery of Qi manipulation, flash time technique, time pause, time control technique, sun fist, sun cannon, heavenly round cutting, heat ray, garlic cannon, ultimate flash, Kamehameha, instant teleportation, perfect mastery of ultimate instinct. Items, gravity training room, mirror combat platform, 7 hearts of justice, 125. 964 sins of beans, 1000 blade demon sword, 7 horse talisman, 4 chicken talismans, 6 rabbit talismans, 10 dog talismans, 3 dragon talismans, 2 pairs of eternal kaleidoscopes, 4 pairs of reincarnation eyes, 8 pairs of transmigration eyes, 167 chakra fruits, 20 ability locks, 2 sets of infinity stones. It seems that this dual cultivation has greatly enhanced my abilities, although my strength will gradually increase at a slower pace with Aunt Janae and Aunt Xinol. I will seek out others in the future. However, these kaleidoscopes and reincarnation eyes can be bestowed upon them, thus aiding them in their battles. Qing Xian gazed at his formidable combat prowess, filled with immense joy. He could now claim to be the strongest in the universe. Aside from the gods of destruction and angels of their caliber, this inflated his ego somewhat. After all, who wouldn't feel this way with such power? Next, it would depend on these little ones to see if there was a chance to transform into Super Saiyan God before Sun Wukong and the others could transform into Super Saiyan. Qing Xian turned his gaze towards the Saiyans on the monitor. Observing their diligent study and training brought him great satisfaction. After all, it is indeed a bit early for children to cultivate their minds, but he wished to prevent them from becoming arrogant and facing demise once they gained strength. After watching for over 10 minutes, he returned to the mirror combat room. Now that he possessed such power, he planned to enhance it further. The quickest way was to absorb the strength of others and convert it into his own. This time, Qing Xian did not summon any figures but instead approached a small platform, continuously outputting his energy. Ultimately, he activated the Super Saiyan God Blue form, maximizing his energy output. He eventually collapsed to the ground, reverting to his normal state, completely drained of energy. After consuming a senza bean he had placed in his mouth beforehand, his energy was instantly replenished. Once he recovered, Qing Xian tapped the electronic screen on the small platform and clicked to generate. Immediately, a small screen appeared before him, displaying numerous images of characters from the Dragon Ball universe, including Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Jiren, Toppo, and Son Gohan, among others. However, Qing Xian did not select these characters. Instead, he chose Bardock. Thus, a blurry silhouette materialized not far from him, gradually solidifying until it transformed into a living person. Where is this? And who are you? As Bardock transformed into a corporeal form, he opened his eyes and surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings and the strange individuals around him. He posed a profound question. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply know that your demise is imminent. Though our combat prowess may be on par, and we can both achieve similar transformations, our fighting techniques and tactics differ. Nevertheless, you shall still meet your end. Qing Xian gazed at Bardock with a mocking expression. Before Bardock could articulate his thoughts, Qing Xian charged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at his face, thereby silencing him. However, Bardock was no novice, for their strengths were equal, and his battle experience was considerable. Consequently, the punch did not land on Bardock's face. He adeptly blocked it with both hands. Upon witnessing Bardock's successful defense, Qing Xian unleashed a relentless flurry of attacks, forcing Bardock into a position of passive defense. In response to Qing Xuan's fervent onslaught, Bardock finally ceased his restraint and transformed into a Super Saiyan, pushing Qing Xian back. Unyielding, Qing Xian also transformed into a Super Saiyan and engaged Bardock in fierce combat once more. The two exchanged blows with equal intensity, neither able to gain the upper hand. Thus, they both ascended to Super Saiyan forms 2 and 3, ultimately transforming into Super Saiyan God Blue. In this new form, they stood in silence, intently observing one another as time languorously passed. Suddenly, they both surged towards each other, unleashing their full power in a clash of fists. Their punches collided with a thunderous sound, propelling both warriors backward. In a synchronized motion, they unleashed their signature energy blasts. Qing Xian had strategically positioned himself on the right, confident that history favored those on the left. However, the outcome was not as he had anticipated. He could not overpower Bardock in a short span of time. Their energy blasts locked in a stalemate, but as time progressed, Qing Xuan's divine form continued to absorb energy, self-sustaining in its power. Chapter 12. Half the Combat Power. As Qing Xuan's divine form absorbed energy and restored itself, it gradually enhanced his capabilities, though merely raising the upper limits of his combat power, not directly augmenting it. Qing Xian had no desire to swiftly eliminate Bardock. After all, they were kindred spirits, and he sought to enhance his strength through this encounter. Thus, in their energy exchange, Qing Xian consistently maintained the upper hand, suppressing Bardock. Despite Bardock's desperate cries, he remained overpowered. Ultimately, Qing Xian gazed down at Bardock, who lay on the ground in a disheveled state. With a scornful tone, Qing Xian remarked, "Is this all the strength you possess? Heh, no wonder you cannot protect your kin, nor can you safeguard your loved ones. Rest assured, I shall take good care of Janae, for the languorous cries that echo each night truly leave me entranced." A wicked smile crept upon Qing Xuan's lips. "What have you done to Janae? I shall slay you." Bardock, gravely injured, could merely lie on the ground, helplessly shouting. Upon hearing Bardock's cries, Qing Xuan's playful demeanor vanished. He approached Bardock, placing his foot upon his head, forcing it to grind against the earth. With a slight exertion, he crushed Bardock's head entirely. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully challenging and defeating Bardock of equal strength. Please select one of the following options. 1. Scion Bloodline. 2. Bardock's combat experience. 3. Half of Bardock's combat power." Gazing at the three choices, Qing Xian swiftly arrived at a decision. I shall choose combat power, though it may be a trifle less. Even the smallest amount is still significant. Sighing, he lamented, "Alas, Aunt Janae, I am truly sorry for inadvertently eliminating Uncle Bardock. Fear not, I shall make amends and allow you to possess me for a few days." A more sinister smile formed on Qing Xuan's face. Suddenly, his smile froze as a thought struck him. He began to examine himself incessantly, eventually accessing his genetic system. Engage the engine. Ding dong. The genetic engine has successfully activated. Ollie is at your service, master. Ollie, scan my body and brain. Ding dong. Scanning has commenced. Scan complete. Master, your body exhibits no issues. Please do not worry. The reason you feel unusual is due to the newfound strength and the cultivation method amplifying your desires. Do not be concerned. This state will not persist for long unless you choose not to revert to your former self. Upon hearing the system's response, Qing Xuan's lips curled in irritation. Then I shall diligently train. Only through this can I truly seize control of my destiny. Slowly, he opened his eyes, exhaled deeply, and stood up, gently pushing open the heavy door of the training room. Brilliant light poured in from outside, and he gazed into the sudden brightness. As he stepped out, the cobblestone path beneath him emitted a crisp sound, as if welcoming his return. Qing Xian proceeded along the winding path, the lush trees on either side swaying in the breeze, nodding in acknowledgement. Before long, a grand and magnificent structure came into view, the education hall. Upon entering the education hall, he was enveloped in a subtle aroma of books within the spacious and illuminated hall. At the front, a figure identical to Qing Xian stood at the lectern, eloquently narrating something to a group of children with fervor and emotion. This doppelganger was strikingly lifelike, moving with natural fluidity and an array of expressions, as if it were the real Qing Xian himself. The children sat in a circle below the stage, their eyes wide with wonder as they attentively absorbed every word spoken by the avatar on the platform. Occasionally, expressions of astonishment would flicker across their faces, followed by bursts of joyous laughter. The entire educational hall was brimming with vitality, creating a harmonious and cheerful atmosphere. Qing Xian was acutely aware that the future of the Saiyan race hinged upon the thriving development of the younger generation. Thus, he resolved to create a more favorable and comfortable environment for these promising children. After careful consideration, he embarked on a grand expansion of the existing castle. After 9 hours of diligent construction, the castle had expanded to several times its original size. What was once a somewhat enlarged structure now appeared exceedingly spacious, emanating an air of grandeur and solemnity. Moreover, Qing Xian meticulously planned for the enhancement and addition of facilities within the castle. He introduced numerous advanced training equipment, a library, and recreational areas to cater to the diverse needs of the Saiyan populace. Furthermore, to imbue the castle with ecological beauty, Qing Xian ingeniously transformed portions of the landscape. The previously monotonous flatland was reshaped into undulating hills and gardens surrounded by flowing streams, rendering the entire castle akin to a paradise untouched by time. The most crucial educational hall for the Saiyans was situated in the northern part of the castle. This towering edifice stood majestically, flanked by lush, verdant trees. Whenever a gentle breeze swept through, the leaves rustled softly, as if nature itself were serenading the scholarly ambience. These trees not only beautified the surroundings, but also provided fresh air and pleasant shade for the educational hall. Qing Xian watched his avatar from outside, feeling a swell of emotion. Studying was indeed arduous, yet he felt fortunate to have escaped that toil. After reflecting for a moment, he hurriedly departed the solemn educational hall, his figure darting through the woods like a flash of lightning, navigating numerous rooms along the way. Ultimately, he arrived at the grand and magnificent martial arts hall, a resplendent gem nestled within the castle's western region. As Qing Xian stepped into the martial arts hall, he was greeted by a lively and bustling scene. A group of spirited Saiyan children stood in perfect formation, fully engrossed in the teachings of a tall, striking figure before them. This remarkable figure was none other than another avatar of Qing Xian. This manifestation was identical to the original, possessing extraordinary strength and unparalleled wisdom. With exquisite skill and an approachable teaching style, he patiently guided the children in mastering various combat techniques and the application of their powers. Every movement was executed with precision, and each piece of instruction resonated deeply, imparting invaluable knowledge to all the children present. After all, with the presence of the system, Qing Xian had acquired many gifts. Chapter 13, Little Wukong. Beneath the remarkable and astonishing system of attendance, Qing Xian felt as though he had unearthed a treasure trove, continually reaping an array of precious items and knowledge. Among the most captivating were the abundant and diverse educational resources, encompassing various academic disciplines, whether it be astronomy, geography, or the humanities and history. Everything was available, resembling an expansive ocean of knowledge awaiting Qing Xian's exploration and absorption. Furthermore, a collection of tantalizing martial arts techniques also found their way into his possession. Some of these techniques were forceful and domineering, capable of unleashing earth-shattering power in an instant, while others were subtle and enigmatic, elusive to defense. Additionally, certain techniques possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities, exhibiting an extraordinary versatility that was simply ineffable. However, akin to the duality inherent in all things, these techniques varied in quality, ranging from extraordinary skills to those of mediocre caliber. Nevertheless, for the aspiring Qing Xian, this was undeniably a substantial fortune. Despite this, The significance and value of these books remained irreplaceable and exceedingly precious to the Saiyan children. The knowledge contained within these volumes could serve as a powerful tool to guide and shape these inherently fierce children. Through reading, they could access a broader world, encounter diverse thoughts, and immerse themselves in various cultures, gradually widening their perspectives and altering their ingrained thought patterns. Simultaneously, the wisdom and principles within the text would aid them in mastering their emotions, understanding others' feelings, and cultivating virtues such as empathy and kindness. Thus, these once perceived symbols of barbarism and violence, the Saiyan children, could potentially receive a sound education under the influence of knowledge, evolving into moral, cultured individuals endowed with formidable inner strength. This transformation would enable them to achieve greater accomplishments in the future, facilitating a rapid generation of S-cells within themselves, while also nurturing a sense of justice, which would significantly assist them in their eventual transformations into Super Saiyans and Super Saiyan gods. Qing Xian assessed the combat capabilities of these children. The strongest among them was a girl who had reached a combat power of 506,000 at the tender age of 13. In contrast, the oldest, a 15-year-old boy, had only attained a combat power of 390,000, a stark difference from the girl. However, even the weakest child boasted a combat power of 250,600. After 2 years of training, they had barely achieved combat powers ranging from 4 to 500,000. Yet, Qing Xian held hope that he could guide them to surpass 3 million in combat power within the final 3 years, as he possessed the spiritual fruit of the tree that enhances others' potential, alongside treasures from other realms that could augment their abilities. Moreover, he had methods to unlock their potential, including techniques from the Grand Elder of the Namekians and the assistance of the old Supreme Kai, who had helped Gohan develop his latent capabilities. After gaining a clear understanding of the abilities possessed by the young Saiyan children, Qing Xian swiftly departed from the vicinity, employing instant transmission to return to his exclusive gravity training chamber. He immediately activated a gravity level of 150,000 times, relentlessly subjecting his body to intense pressure, striving to achieve a complete integration of his powers. It is only through such rigorous training that he could advance further and aspire to surpass the god of destruction, Beerus. The thought of pausing was utterly inconceivable to him. After all, those familiar with Dragon Ball are well aware of Beerus's formidable talent, having reached the pinnacle among the gods of destruction across the 12 universes long ago. He harbored no desire to one day be overtaken by Beerus due to his own complacency. Moreover, he recognized that he remained significantly weaker in comparison to the Angel Whis. While everyone else might master the Ultra Instinct to perfection, the disparity in combat prowess rendered Qing Xian unable to contend with Whis. This realization compelled him to intensify his efforts. Qing Xian did not merely seek to gradually surpass the Supreme Kai, Whis, and the Grand Minister, as well as the Omni King. He yearned to achieve this goal before Beerus awoke. He also needed to ensure that he remained undetected by Whis and the others during this period, for otherwise, all his endeavors would be in vain. After all, they had no desire for anyone to rise above them, as they were the most powerful beings in all universes. The notion that angels cannot meddle in the affairs of the universe is merely rhetoric. It is simply the Grand Minister's fear of the Omni King. However, should an angel truly intervene within the cosmos, the status and authority of the Grand Minister would face no objection from the Omni King. Ultimately, it is a matter of avoiding unnecessary trouble, which is why the Grand Minister advises against their indiscriminate interference. Simultaneously, they remain indifferent to the fates of mortals. With their overwhelming power, any angel could easily sweep through all universes. This is the impetus behind Qing Xian's fervent training. He does not spend every moment within the training chamber. Rather, as he had earlier, he takes time to relax and rejuvenate his body before diving back into the grueling practice. The balance of work and rest is paramount. Oh dear, you are quite the mischievous child. All right, little Goku, be good now. Grandpa is going to gather herbs, so be careful not to fall. Indeed, the figure accompanying Goku up the mountain to collect herbs is his grandfather, and this Goku is none other than Kakarot, the child of Jin. Son Gohan, Goku's grandfather on Earth, discovered Kakarot after Goku's spaceship landed with a resounding impact. Hearing the commotion, Son Gohan came to investigate and found a small infant with a tail inside the spherical craft. Moved by the sight of the helpless child, Son Gohan took him in. At this moment, Son Gohan still appeared as an elderly man with gray hair, a weathered face, and a stooped back. Despite his frail appearance, He remained remarkably agile and powerful, one of the few remaining human warriors on Earth. Now, little Wukong has been on Earth for half a month. Initially, he was quite irritable, but after suffering a head injury from colliding with a rock, he transformed into an exceedingly gentle and peaceful being, albeit still lively and mischievous. The incident occurred when little Wukong fell from a height of several dozen meters, striking his head against a large stone, which left son Wukong astonished. After observing him for a while and finding no serious issues, he returned home. However, today, while son Wukong placed little Wukong in a basket and ascended the mountain to gather medicinal herbs. After all, a person must acquire wealth. He spoke, "Little Wukong, once we finish collecting this herb, we shall return home and prepare a delicious meal for you." After completing the harvest, he placed the herbs into the basket and carried both little Wukong and the medicinal plants home. Chapter 14, The Puppet. Within this gravity training chamber, set to an astonishing 150,000 times Earth's gravity, Qing Xian transformed into his Super Saiyan 3 form, engaging in intense training. This was the only way he could move within such an oppressive environment, significantly accelerating his strength assimilation. He believed that only through such arduous efforts could his power be considered truly his own. In truth, even if Qing Xian refrained from training, his strength would fully integrate within a day. If he utilized the capabilities of the divine body and activated the dual fusion divine technique, complete integration would occur within mere minutes, without any complications. Hitroken Guiaktiwatet. As Qing Xian achieved total fusion, he summoned the battle puppet, which would remain unaffected by the conditions of the gravity training chamber. It moved with remarkable ease, yet its speed paled in comparison to Qing Xian's formidable aura, creating a stark contrast. "Attack me without reservation," Qing Xian commanded. "Yes, master." The emotionless voice of the puppet Hydrogen Kuei echoed, akin to that of a pre-programmed machine. Upon receiving the command, it struck without hesitation, launching a powerful punch towards Qing Xian's face, generating a fierce gust of wind, swift as lightning. However, Qing Xian was caught off guard, unable to react in time. He could only hastily raise his hands to defend against the sudden onslaught. Just as their strikes were about to collide, Hydrogen Kuei unexpectedly retracted its fist at an unimaginable speed. Following this, its right leg whipped out like a lash, aimed directly at Qing Xian's abdomen. This sequence of movements unfolded with the rapidity of a tempest, leaving onlookers breathless. At this moment, Qing Xian had just managed to block the initial punch and had not yet adjusted his stance or defense. Consequently, he found it impossible to evade the kick that sent him flying. Hydrogen Kuei provided no opportunity for Qing Xian to react. In an instant, Hydrogen Kuei flashed forward, as if a specter, closing the distance to Qing Xian with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to respond. In that fleeting moment, Hydrogen Kuei's fists, seemingly forged of steel, rained down upon Qing Xian with the ferocity of storm. The shadows of fists overlapped in a dizzying display, transforming into an impenetrable curtain of blows that left one bewildered and overwhelmed. Faced with this sudden and ferocious onslaught, Qing Xian felt a surge of astonishment within. Yet he remained composed. He swiftly crossed his arms over his chest, summoning every ounce of strength to withstand the relentless barrage of fists. Each strike landed with the force of a hammer, numbing his arms, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Simultaneously, Qing Xian was frantically adjusting to the terrifying gravitational force of 15,000 times that surrounded him, which severely restricted his movements. Nevertheless, he steadfastly anchored himself within this oppressive gravitational field, determined to engage in combat with X-Hydrogen. As Qing Xian battled fiercely in his bedroom, Jianei and Shinua Air lay quietly on the bed. Suddenly, their eyes fluttered slightly, as if awakened by some unseen force, before slowly opening. Jianei was the first to sit up, rubbing her eyes while gazing at the sunlight streaming through the window. She murmured, "Qing Xian is truly giving it his all. Despite possessing such formidable strength, he is still so fervently training." Shinua Air followed suit, sitting up with a somewhat dazed expression, but soon regained her clarity. She turned to Jianei and softly said, "Indeed, Qing Xian is remarkable. We must not fall behind. We need to train diligently, so as not to hinder him." Jianei nodded in agreement, understanding that Qing Xian had always strived to enhance his abilities, and as his friends, they too could not afford to stagnate. However, Shinua Air felt a sense of helplessness within her. Her own strength was quite limited, and training proved to be a formidable challenge. Yet, She harbored no intentions of retreat. Instead, her resolve to train diligently only grew stronger. Though my strength is feeble, I believe that with perseverance, progress will come in due time, she declared, clenching her fist to motivate herself. Ye nice smell dat exi nu are, encouraging har, indeed. As long as we do not give up, we will surely grow stronger. Once we recover, we shall push ourselves to the limit. She was acutely aware that the adversaries ahead would be formidable, and thus could not afford to be complacent. This was the greatest responsibility she could uphold for Qing Xian. After they regained consciousness, Qing Xian in the training room sensed their awakening. Ex-Hydrogen, cease your attacks and return, he commanded. Yes, master. Upon hearing Qing Xian's orders, Ex-Hydrogen immediately halted its left hand's assault, turning to merge seamlessly with the wall of the gravity training room. Deactivate gravity. Observing Ex-Hydrogen's body integrate into the training chamber, Qing Xian deactivated the gravitational force and exited the room. After changing into a fresh set of clothes, he instantaneously teleported to the bedside of Ji Nei and Xinhua Air. How early you all rise. I thought you would sleep a little longer. Qing Xian gently assisted them to sit up against the headboard, gazing at their frail forms. Jinei's face was as pale as parchment, yet she managed to force a slight smile, softly saying, Qing Xian, seeing you train so diligently, we feel a bit ashamed to continue being lazy. Her voice trembled slightly, revealing her physical weakness. Beside her, Zenair also smiled and nodded in agreement, her eyes shimmering with resolute determination. Qing Xian looked at them, warmth surging within him. He tenderly caressed their heads, reassuring them, you are not yet fully recovered. There is no need to rush into training. It is paramount to first restore your health. As soon as he finished speaking, Qing Xian unhesitatingly summoned the power of his divine body. His palms radiated a soft golden light, and a warm, gentle energy flowed continuously from within him. This energy, like a gentle stream, flowed delicately into Ji Nei and Zenair's bodies. It seemed to possess a life of its own, instinctively seeking out the damaged areas within them and tenderly nurturing the frail cells as softly as a spring breeze. Ji Nei and Zenair felt a comforting warmth enveloping them, their discomfort gradually fading, replaced by a sense of ease and joy. Their spirits were lifted as though vitality had been restored. Qing Xian, what is this? Ji Nei gazed at him in astonishment, her eyes filled with curiosity. Qing Xian smiled gently and patiently explained, this is a capability of my divine body, allowing me to transmit my energy to you, aiding in your recovery. His voice was soothing and kind, instilling a profound sense of reassurance. Chapter 15. The Cultivation of Laws. Initially, he had intended to feed them one by one, but after some contemplation, he deemed it unfair to prioritize one over the other. Thus, he positioned himself between them at the vacant head of the bed, gently embracing them. He then brought over another bowl of red date millet porridge, levitating the two bowls before the girls. With a spoon in each hand, he carefully scooped a spoonful from each bowl and fed them slowly. Though the scene might appear comical to onlookers, for the two girls, it was profoundly sweet, as Saiyans were not known for such tender concern for their loved ones. Hence, any gesture of care brought them immense joy. This resulted in Qing Xian effortlessly entering the depths of their hearts, leaving an indelible mark within. With the system's assistance, they had completely surrendered to Qing Xian. He gazed at the system panel. Host, Qing Xian. Gender, male. Combat power, 1-500-000-000-000. Partners, Yine Janaya. Emotional value, 100. The full value being 100. Physique, 7th generation divine body, Super God Academy. In the future, I shall not write frequently. Only in exceptional circumstances will I do so. Qing Xian widened his eyes, gazing in disbelief at the soaring strength value before him. His heart raced violently, as if it might leap from his chest. An indescribable thrill surged within him, overwhelming all his thoughts and emotions like a tidal wave. In that moment, he felt as though the entire world had transformed. Once unattainable goals now appeared tantalizingly close, and challenges that had once instilled fear and helplessness now seemed trivial. The sense of achievement and self-confidence stemming from this rapid enhancement of power illuminated Qing Xian with an unprecedented brilliance. Taking a deep breath, he sensed the powerful energy coursing within him, and a confident, bold smile involuntarily graced his lips. I knew it. As long as I persist in my arduous training, one day I shall stand atop the peak. Qing Xian silently vowed to himself, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Now, He no longer felt lost on the path of future cultivation, but rather filled with endless anticipation and longing. He believed that with his ever-increasing strength and indomitable spirit, he could surely overcome all obstacles and become a true, unparalleled powerhouse. It was time to cultivate other aspects. Qin Xian felt the divine power within him, along with the terrifying nature of destructive energy. This power bore a resemblance to the laws of strength found in cultivation novels, suggesting that the hierarchy of the Dragon Ball world was not particularly high, as only a select few could wield such laws. As for why Sun Wukong and others could seemingly shatter stars at will, it was simply because the world could not endure it. While feeding the two beautiful maidens, Qin Xian contemplated the relative strengths within the Dragon Ball universe. It appeared he would need to delve into the laws of time. Communicating with another of his cultivating avatars in his mind, he continued to tend to the two enchanting companions, reflecting upon his doppelganger. Alas, an avatar is ultimately just an avatar, never a true being, lacking a perfect body. It seems he would need to seek a suitable physical form for his avatar in the future, allowing their consciousness to connect fully, thus granting him an additional life. In the cultivation chamber, Qin Xian's avatar, upon receiving instructions from the main body, ceased the cultivation of divine power. The avatar pondered how to cultivate the strength of the laws. On Earth, there is a saying, time is revered, space is sovereign, fate remains unaltered, causality reigns supreme. Destruction is boundless, creation is infinite. The five elements counteract, yin and yang alternate. In battles, the heavens clash, immortals and demons vie. Light and darkness intertwine, reincarnation is ceaseless. The universe shifts, power reigns supreme. Chaos is indestructible, life is eternal, and death is void. However, these phenomena only manifest when in the same realm, and it largely depends on individual experience. These pursuits are hardly the essence of true cultivation. Let us commence from the very foundation of life itself. After all, it is only the eternal existence that serves as the cornerstone, allowing for immortality even in the absence of a divine body. For my companions, this grants them the potential for an enduring companionship, free from the burdens of aging and mortality. Contemplating these thoughts, Qin Xian resolutely committed himself to the understanding of the laws of life, despite his current lack of comprehension rendering the process excruciatingly slow. Thus, he activated a time controller set to a ratio of 100:000:1. What indeed constitutes true life? Some assert that life is embodied in the beating heart, the flowing blood, and the rhythmic breath, while others perceive it as a harmonious union of soul and body, a complex existence woven from thoughts and emotions. Yet, the significance of life extends far beyond these notions. For plants, life begins as a minuscule seed, breaking through the soil, basking in sunlight and rain, flourishing until it blooms and bears fruit. This entire journey encapsulates their life experience. Each verdant leaf diligently engages in photosynthesis, providing oxygen and vitality to itself and the surrounding world. Animals, too, display the vigor of life in their unique ways. Birds soar freely through the skies, their melodious songs echoing their love for existence, while beasts race through forests in pursuit of their prey, showcasing the allure of strength and speed. Insects bustle among the blossoms, disseminating pollen to nurture new life. Thus, I am life, yet life is not merely me. Life can be bestowed or stripped away. Deprivation of life equates to death. Intertwining the two concepts in an intricate dance, Qin Xian reminisced about the peculiar sensations he experienced at the moment of his own demise before traversing into this world. So this is the law of life. How brilliant I am! From nothingness to existence, in a mere century, I have grasped the faintest glimpse of the law of life. Yet this minuscule understanding has exponentially enhanced my vitality, extending my lifespan by an astonishing 500 years, truly formidable. As a manifestation of Qin Xian, he could only consult the genetic engine system, and upon learning this outcome, he felt immense relief at having found his direction. Chapter 16. Continued Cultivation. Is this the terrifying aspect of the law of time? If calculated as a percentage, my understanding of the law of life stands at a mere 0.000000000001. Qin Xian encouraged himself. Press on. I must hasten my mastery of these laws while crafting a treatise on the laws of life. This knowledge shall one day be passed down to my loved ones and subordinates. With renewed fervor, Qin Xian plunged back into his rigorous training, fervently wishing for the swift conclusion of this 5-year task. Only then could he devote himself fully to his cultivation, for the multitude of his manifestations posed a burden, with each constantly relaying memories back to him, albeit slowly integrated through the genetic system. Otherwise, one can only store and transmit information in a singular instance. Very well indeed. It is no surprise that my students excel, and I owe much to the vast array of literature provided by the system. Texts such as the three-character classic have instilled within them an unparalleled tranquility, enabling me to surpass my objectives. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your task has been accomplished. Currently, there are 25 potential transformations into Super Saiyan available, and the rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. Data panel, time-space fragments. Acquire 10 fragments to obtain the Wheel of Time and Space, allowing unrestricted manipulation of time, space, and parallel universes. Ding! A gentle reminder. The host can utilize these fragments to comprehend the laws of time and space, achieving results with half the effort. Upon hearing this, Qing Xian was instantly engulfed by an indescribable joy, as if a brilliant light had pierced the darkest recesses of his soul. This elation surged through him like a tumultuous wave, enveloping his entire being and thrusting him into a state of near ecstasy. In that moment, Qing Xian could no longer contain his exuberance. He danced and cheered, his face radiant with an exuberant smile. His laughter echoed through the heavens, seemingly shaking the very foundations of the world. For now, all his avatars had finally been liberated. This signified the shattering of the chains that had once hindered his progression. He no longer needed to divert his attention to the myriad troubles posed by his avatars. At last, he could wholeheartedly dedicate himself to the exploration and understanding of the powers of the laws, thereby enhancing his strength once more. The laws of time and space. Truly splendid. This will significantly accelerate my growth. I must hasten my efforts while also imparting these insights to others, encouraging them to cultivate as well. He was already preparing for future endeavors, unwilling to let circumstances spiral beyond his control. With 4 of his avatars now free, he decided to commence their training. One would focus on the law of time, another on the law of space, while a third continued to delve into the law of life. The fourth would embark on mastering the law of death. These laws complement each other. The interplay of yin and yang ensures that the cultivation of the laws of life and death progresses more swiftly. Qing Xian glanced at his control panel. Host, Qing Xian. Gender, male. Partners, GNEI, Xenol, life bonded. Combat power, 390 trillion. Laws, law of life, 30. Skills, items. Qing Xian instructed his 4 avatars to return to the gravity training chamber. He had accelerated the time flow within the chamber to 1,000,000 to 1, intending to master these laws to their utmost potential until he reached a bottleneck. He does not believe he can charge forward unimpeded, for the law exists beyond the realm of rules, and without the aid of treasures, it is exceedingly difficult to cultivate to a higher level. He can only place his hopes upon the system, for it is the sole means through which he can better his training. To directly comprehend the laws of time within the gravity training chamber would only lead to a greater waste of his time. Master, we are now capable of transforming into Super Saiyans. Can we seek vengeance against Frisia? This was a short Saiyan named Saiyan, age 13, who had already attained the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Although he had yet to reach full power, he could easily contend with Frisia in his current state. Indeed, Master, we have surpassed Frisia's strength. Now is the opportune moment for retribution. Among them stood a girl who had consistently ranked first, possessing an exquisite beauty akin to flowers blooming in the spring. Despite her relentless training, her skin remained as fair and smooth as sheep-fat jade, subtly glowing with a hint of pink. Beneath her elegantly arched willow leaf brows, her large, sparkling eyes resembled clear lake water, captivating all who met her gaze. Her petite and straight nose perfectly adorned her delicate visage, enhancing the dimensionality of her features. Her cherry-red lips, seemingly untouched by color, were perpetually graced with a faint, elusive smile that evoked joy in those who beheld her. Complementing her beauty was her long, lustrous black hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall, swaying gently in the breeze, adding an enchanting grace to her presence. Her name was Eileen, and due to her parents' circumstances, she had always been the most diligent, strongest, and most obedient among the Saiyan children. Yes, Master, we must avenge our parents and our people. Qing Xian observed the raucous crowd, his heart untroubled, for he understood the thoughts of these Saiyans all too well. Not yet. Frisia cannot be killed. I still have use for him. However, I have tools for you to vent your frustrations, which will surely satisfy you. A smile played upon Qing Xian's lips as he regarded the scions below. It is the mirror combat training chamber I previously mentioned, the one you have eagerly anticipated. After speaking, Qing Xian led them into the mirror combat training chamber. Guiding the group inside, he began to introduce them one by one while planning to demonstrate for them. Approaching the controller, Qing Xian selected Frisia's avatar, designated the quantity to 1, and chose Frisia's power level from his time on Namek, injecting energy into the controller. Chapter 17, The Beginning of Fate, and the Unleashing of Freedom. Now, you may unleash your frustrations. Here, you can also enhance your strength and gain more combat experience. Indeed, collaboration in battle is possible here. One merely needs to follow my prescribed steps. Rest assured, the combat prowess you summon will always be commensurate with your own, never exceeding it. However, exercise caution, for their intelligence mirrors yours. Should you summon multiple entities, they will coordinate their efforts. Thus, vigilance is imperative. Observing their eager expressions, Qing Xian, with a benevolent fabrication, imparted a deceptive truth to them. Furthermore, I must convey a critical piece of information. Should you perish during the confrontation, you too shall meet your end. Therefore, muster your resolve, for I have other matters to attend to. Qing Xian did not venture into the gravity training chamber, but instead made his way outdoors. After notifying Gnei and Xinol, he departed from the planet alone. At this juncture, Qing Xian harbored a singular ambition. He sought a weapon, one forged by his own hands. Through the system's sign-in rewards, he acquired the Compendium of Weapon Crafting, a tome replete with an array of weaponry. The possibilities were limited only by one's imagination. The book encompassed not only the materials necessary for forging each weapon, but also their substitutes and the methods of creation. His primary focus now lay in gathering materials while simultaneously assessing whether there existed any elements beyond his control in this world. Although he no longer feared any entity within this universe, he remained cognizant of the existence of even stronger beings, which warranted his attention. After all, over the past 5 years, Qing Xian's strength had surged remarkably, and even Gnei and Xinol had successfully attained the ability to effortlessly transform into super scions. Furthermore, their spiritual awareness now spanned the entirety of the universe, instilling in them a sense of security against potential dangers. One reason for their confidence lay in their formidable power, ranking among the elite within the cosmos, coupled with the fact that no one could sever their telepathic communications. This reassured Qing Xian as he set forth to seek materials for weapon crafting. With ample time at hand, he decided to meander through the cosmos, enriching his mind, as he believed it would further augment his strength. As Qing Xian soared through the vastness of space, he traversed several planets, only to find them devoid of life and creatures, prompting him to continue his journey. Suddenly, he recalled his possession of a cosmic map, which ignited a spark of excitement within him. He resolved to commence his search on the nearest life-bearing planet, casually seeking the materials he required. However, the modest quantity he had gathered was insufficient, especially with so many scions needing ample resources. It seemed he had squandered considerable time. Reflecting on the myriad of forging materials listed in the compendium, he realized that among the countless options, only a select few of the finest could be procured. Thus, he could only alter the essence of the weapon. Currently, he was capable of endowing the weapon with merely fundamental attributes, devoid of the ability to inscribe any mystical runes or imprint laws upon it. Without such enhancements, the weapon would serve only as a superficial ornament, though it was possible to apply attributes temporarily during use instead of affixing them in advance. Only through this method could the weapon's true power be unleashed. Nevertheless, the existing weapons were merely a nascent phase. Is this the planet in question? This celestial body appears quite suitable. It lacks an overwhelming technological ambience and seems abundant in resources. There must be numerous such planets on the fringes of the universe, untouched by Frisia and his ilk. Qing Xian gently descended upon this planet, where the presence of life was scarce. Without further contemplation, he promptly initiated his resource extraction plan. He retrieved several autonomous mining machines from the system space. After inputting the data regarding the resources to be extracted, he was relieved from the arduous task of manual labor. Finding a comfortable spot bathed in sunlight, he reclined with a cup of tea and some fruit. The autonomous machines possessed exploratory functions, so upon being activated, they dispersed, each extracting different materials. Feeling a bit bored, he contemplated bringing Janae and Xinol over for some amusement. After all, my avatar is still over there, should any issues arise. My avatar will notify me, allowing me to return promptly. Thus, he resolved cheerfully that it would be delightful to frolic in such a beautiful place. After making this decision aloud, Qing Xian executed a sudden teleportation, returning to the training chamber. Chapter 18. The Mirror Combat Training Chamber. Upon being unexpectedly transported to this planet, Janae could not help but voice her concerns. Qing Xian, brother, will we be safe here alone? The others are still fervently training. What if they surpass us in the future? However, Qing Xian did not afford them the opportunity to voice further worries, for such matters were of little consequence. Fear not, I have already surveyed this planet. There are no highly evolved beings present, and I have dispatched robots to monitor the outer space. So, Sister Janae, rest assured all is well. Let's continue to exchange insights on martial arts. As Qing Xian engaged in combat with Xinol, he reassured Janae, urging her not to easily abandon the fight, for he did not wish to lose interest in such a splendid environment. Very well, I shall join the battle too. If it comes to it, I might have to transform into Super Saiyan 2, as AL's strength is still too feeble to contend with you. Had we known, we would not have consented to accompany you in this arduous training. You truly are a fanatic of cultivation. I had presumed you brought us here to admire the scenery. Never did I anticipate your intention was to subject us to such turmoil. GNEI, left with no alternative, launched a fierce kick and a powerful punch. Given the intensity and complexity of the battle, a detailed description is unwarranted. One must concede that Qing Xian's prowess is indeed terrifying. Even when two of us transformed into Super Saiyan 2, we were still unable to match Qing Xian in her normal state. On the contrary, upon witnessing the transformations of Xino, Ire, and GNEI, Qing Xian became even more exhilarated, her blood coursing with fervor. Engaging in such a battle was new to her, and she unleashed a surge of energy, launching a relentless assault. The exchange of blows continued, and they found themselves in retreat, unable to retaliate due to the vast disparity in strength. One peak warrior barely reached a few hundred billion, while even in her normal form, Qing Xian surpassed several thousand billion. It was an unequivocal confrontation. In the midst of the chaos, Frisia declared, I want you all dead. Behold my lightning cannon. A towering Saiyan launched a fierce attack against Frisia, ultimately employing his most potent technique. Before Frisia had even transformed, he was obliterated. Frisia, you have brought ruin upon my family. You have devastated our planet, the Saiyan remarked, surveying the shattered remnants of Frisia before him. We demand blood for blood. A bewildered group of Frisia's minions stared at the Saiyan, now transformed into a Super Saiyan, radiating an overwhelming power that filled them with dread. They seemed to feel the impending doom, despite their lack of hair. While Saiyan Monkey, do not be so arrogant. Prepare to meet your end. The Frisia forces all transformed into their final forms, and thus the two factions faced each other in their ultimate states. In this tense moment, Frisia's side could no longer contain their impulses. They surged forward like a flash of lightning toward the Saiyans, striking with overwhelming force that seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of space itself. The Saiyans, however, stood their ground, faced with the onslaught of Frisia's forces. They swiftly reacted, raising their arms to gather brilliant orbs of energy in their palms, and without hesitation, unleashed formidable energy beams. In an instant, countless energy blasts rained down like a torrential downpour upon the charging Frisia forces. Regrettably, despite the sheer number and might of these energy blasts, they appeared trivial against the formidable Frisia. When the energy blast struck Frisia, it was akin to colliding with an indestructible fortress, merely stirring faint ripples that inflicted no substantial damage. However, the Saiyans did not allow themselves to be disheartened. Seizing the moment while the thick smoke had yet to dissipate entirely, they acted decisively, utilizing the cover of the mist to charge forward with the agility of a fleet of leopards towards the location of Frisia and his cohorts. Thus commenced a breathtaking and intense battle. At present, Qing Xian was engaged in a fierce confrontation with Jine and Xinol, while the Saiyans fought fiercely against Frisia's forces, their struggle drenched in blood. After a day and night of relentless conflict, the outcome was finally determined. Qing Xian emerged victorious against Jine, leaving both Jine and Xinol utterly subdued. The ferocity of the Saiyans' combat against Frisia was brutal, with remnants of Frisia's dismembered limbs strewn across the battlefield. Under Qing Xuan's guidance, they replicated their own combat abilities and techniques within a mirrored combat training chamber, honing their skills and rapidly enhancing their battle experience. When fatigue set in, they would summon Frisia for relentless training, thereby sustaining their interest in honing their abilities. Upon learning of this development, Qing Xian was immensely pleased, as it enabled them to identify their weaknesses and areas in need of improvement. Chapter 19. The beginning aboard the spaceship. After several days of diligent effort in gathering all available resources, Qing Xian retrieved the spaceship, taking Jine and Zinoul along as they sped through the cosmos towards the next planet. Qing Xuan's vessel, a reward from the system, possessed remarkable resilience and a robust exterior. It could accelerate in speed as Qing Xian replenished its energy, allowing for greater velocity. Equipped with an energy storage space, the ship's control system could regulate energy levels, enabling it to achieve light speed, or even surpass it, without the need for human intervention, all while featuring an intelligent control system. This spacecraft was impressively large, yet could be resized at will, though its maximum dimensions reached only 500 square meters. The vessel was fully equipped with a lounge, storage room, and kitchen, resembling a cozy villa. It was astonishing to discover the beauty of space, something previously overlooked. Indeed, it was only in following Brother Xian that their spirits had lifted, as having someone they cherished nearby made all the difference. Within the spacious and advanced interior of the spaceship, Zinoul and Jine stood side by side, their gazes captivated by the vast, twinkling cosmos outside the viewport. Countless stars sparkled like jewels embedded in a black tapestry, emanating an enchanting glow that adorned the night sky with a dreamlike quality. As they beheld this mesmerizing spectacle, their hearts swelled with joy and wonder. The enchanting expanse of the starry sky enveloped them, evoking a sense of boundless majesty and profundity, as if it could cradle all the dreams and hopes of the world. At that moment, a figure approached quietly. It was Qing Xian, who gazed at the two exhilarated women with a warm smile. He stood shoulder to shoulder with them, admiring the breathtaking scenery outside the window. Thus, the three remained in stillness, devoid of any conversation. Suddenly, an urgent alarm pierced through the tranquility, a warning that the spacecraft was about to enter a meteor zone. The shrill sound reverberated throughout the vessel, as if attempting to rupture the eardrums of all aboard. This abrupt cacophony shattered the serene atmosphere, catching everyone off guard. Qing Xian's nerves tensed instantly, and he realized the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet and hurried towards the control panel. Meanwhile, the previously relaxed expressions of Zinoul and Janae vanished, replaced by palpable anxiety and concern. Their eyes fervently followed Qing Xian, as if he were their sole beacon of hope. Qing Xian swiftly positioned himself at the control panel, his fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard, skillfully maneuvering various controls. His singular objective was clear: to adjust the spacecraft's trajectory swiftly, steering clear of the perilous meteor field ahead. However, upon seeing the overwhelming number of meteors displayed on the screen, a weight of dread settled in his heart. The meteors were densely clustered in front of them, their sheer quantity far exceeding his expectations. Given the magnitude of the meteor swarm, completely evading them seemed nearly impossible. Taking a deep breath, Qing Xian made a swift decision in his mind. He pressed a button without hesitation, activating the spacecraft's energy shield. Instantly, a soft azure glow enveloped the vessel, forming a colossal protective barrier around it. This energy shield represented the last line of defense for the spacecraft. It could withstand a certain degree of impact, but would deplete a substantial amount of energy in the process. Meteors struck the energy shield like relentless raindrops, each collision resonating with a dull thud. Every impact caused the spacecraft to shudder slightly, as though it were bearing an immense burden. Qing Xian's gaze remained fixated on the instrument panel, his focus unwavering. Beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks. He understood that once the shield's energy was exhausted, the spacecraft would be directly exposed to the meteoric onslaught, with catastrophic consequences looming. At that critical juncture, a massive meteor hurtled toward the spacecraft like a cannonball. Its speed was astonishing, and the force of its impact jolted the vessel violently, nearly causing Janae and Zinoul to lose their footing and fall. Seeing this, Qing Xian felt a tightening in his chest. He immediately increased the energy output, striving to maintain the shield's strength. The shield's glow intensified momentarily, barely managing to withstand the impending collision. However, this strike significantly depleted the energy of the shield, causing Qing Xian to furrow his brow tightly. After a series of perilous evasions, the spacecraft successfully navigated through the asteroid field, and the alarm ceased. The three exchanged relieved smiles, their tension finally dissipating as they continued their journey towards the next planet. Chapter 20. A decade. Qing Xian and his companions traversed the cosmos for a decade, diligently gathering materials. Over these 10 years, they had visited numerous planets, and now they were nearly complete in their collection of materials necessary for weapon forging. All others had finished their collections, leaving only his own quest for high-intensity fusion materials. Qing Xian set his sights on a white dwarf star, intending to harness its formidable power to compress it relentlessly until reaching its limit, simultaneously extracting materials to forge the desired weapon. He harbored a particular longing for a sword, as well as an affinity for firearms, for after all, swordsmen possess an undeniable charm, yet guns are equally impressive. Thus, he found himself in a quandary. Fortunately, he discovered in the comprehensive weapon crafting compendium a method to fuse both a sword and a gun into a singular weapon. Hence, Qing Xian's objective was to forge this weapon before the narrative commenced while simultaneously advancing technology. The most crucial aspect of technological advancement is talent. However, individuals of the Saiyan caliber are exceedingly rare, compelling him to seek talent on other planets. He planned to venture to Cyril Star, where he intended to utilize the 2 Dragon Balls located there to make a wish. The Dragon Balls of Cyril Star are uniquely special in that only 2 are required for a wish, albeit with one condition: the exchange of lifespan. Consequently, the number of individuals capable of utilizing the Dragon Balls is minuscule, as few possess the necessary lifespan to make such wishes. The Dragon Balls can be used indefinitely as long as one has lifespan to spare. Moreover, the more formidable the wish, the greater the lifespan required. With sufficient lifespan, one could even aspire to become the most powerful being in the universe. Yet, these concerns were not foremost in Qing Xian's mind. Presently, his lifespan could be deemed infinite, impervious to aging, though this is contingent upon whom he encounters. Should he encounter the supreme Kai of time, he would find himself barely able to contend. For the laws of time are exceedingly enigmatic, and his grasp of them remains feeble, prompting him to bide his time. As for the risks associated with being a Saiyan, there were virtually none, as only the 3 of them had ventured out. Furthermore, unless someone were to investigate specifically, the presence of merely 3 individuals would likely raise no alarms, and the supreme Kai of time would remain oblivious, overwhelmed by the multitude of worlds she oversees. Qing Xian pondered silently on the future of their development. The scientists of this era are not well known to me, and it seems I must first journey to Earth. Settling on Earth might not be so bad, especially with so many beautiful women there. Qing Xian reclined languidly on the soft and comfortable bed, his broad and powerful arms enveloping Jin and Ei, and she Nua Ai air closely. The 3 of them nestled together in tranquil harmony, their gazes unconsciously directed towards the ship's ceiling, pristine as snow and smooth as a mirror. In this moment, an aura of serenity enveloped them, punctuated only by the gentle hum of the engine. Rays of sunlight streamed through the porthole, tenderly caressing their faces, as if draping each of them in a veil of golden gossamer. Qing Xian slightly squinted his eyes, a content and blissful smile gracing his lips. He murmured softly, "Look, the ceiling of this spaceship is as vast and boundless as the sky of our future." Jin and I nodded gently, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a glimmer of longing. She knew all AI air nestled her head closer against Qing Xian's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his strong heartbeat. "All right, my little sleepyheads, it's time to rise. This is the last planet. After we gather what we need here, we shall return home." Before they descended upon this planet, Qing Xian utilized the Eye of Insight, revealing the planet's tumultuous past. Whether it was peace or conflict, the existence of struggle seemed inevitable wherever humanity thrives. However, it appeared that this planet had made some technological advancements, nearing the creation of spacecraft. Indeed, progress often necessitates pressure and conflict, hastening the evolution of society. Qing Xian shook his head and piloted the ship downward. This time, they did not intend to directly interact with the planet's natives. Their needs were minimal, merely a few dozen tons, as most of what they required had already been collected from previous planets. Hence, Qing Xian planned to depart swiftly. Unfortunately, the outcome did not unfold as he had hoped. Midway through their extraction, a spaceship descended from the sky, disrupting Qing Xian's plans. This vessel was unable to evade detection by the indigenous inhabitants, who swiftly discovered its presence. "Chief, a foreign spacecraft has landed in the northern region. Should we dispatch someone to investigate?" inquired a creature, crimson all over, with a square head and a mantis-like physique. Addressing another similarly red, square-headed, mantis-like being, albeit taller and adorned in exquisite attire. "Go take a look, lest we encounter any issues." "Yes, I shall proceed myself." Before long, Over 100 of these mantis beings gathered, piloting various flying vehicles towards the site of the landing. At times, it truly leaves one speechless. Just as one is enjoying life, an unexpected series of events unfolds. Before the spacecraft arrived at this planet, Qing Xian had already sensed its presence. Had he not observed too closely, he might have thought this planet was merely a transient stop. However, he never anticipated that the spacecraft would descend upon this very world. And even more astonishingly, so near to him, a Xian, a multitude of individuals is approaching from that direction. Should we dismiss them? GNEI sensed a throng rushing towards them, their intent unmistakably directed at their location. Pay them no mind. Engaging with them will lead to a myriad of complications. Their trajectory points directly to the landing site of the spacecraft, and a formidable mountain lies between us. As long as they do not traverse it, they are unlikely to discover our presence. I am disinclined to converse with them, primarily because I do not wish to jeopardize this planet over trivial matters. After all, it is now rightfully mine, he declared. GNEI, he cast a glance at the spacecraft as it vanished from sight, choosing to disregard it. After all, as a woman, she ought to heed her man's words, yet she retained her own discernment. Thus, she employed her mental faculties to observe the unfolding situation. Chapter 21. Earthlings Suddenly. An ear-splitting roar reverberated through the air, as if the very earth trembled beneath its might. In the wake of this cacophony, the colossal and enigmatic spacecraft gradually descended, stirring a cloud of dust into the atmosphere. With a creak, the spacecraft's hatch slowly opened, releasing a powerful gust that rustled the surrounding flora. As the door of the uniquely designed vessel, shimmering with an ethereal glow, swung open, the first figure to emerge was a girl, enchanting and elfin in her beauty. She stepped forth with an ethereal grace, akin to a fairy descending upon the mortal realm. Following her, another figure appeared, a lanky young man, resembling a slender bamboo stalk, astonishingly reminiscent of the legendary Ultraman. Yet, the moment they set foot outside the spacecraft, the once serene surroundings transformed dramatically. From all directions, a horde of peculiar creatures, numbering over 100, began to appear. These beings were tall and agile, equipped with razor-sharp forelimbs and fearsome visages, resembling gigantic mantises. In the blink of an eye, these mantis-like entities encircled the girl and the slender man, forming an impenetrable barrier. Upon witnessing the commotion, the charming girl swiftly sought refuge behind the figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to Ultraman. "Who are you, and why have you surrounded us? What shall we do?" she exclaimed, her voice tinged with distress. "Fear not, for I am a Galactic Patrol officer. They cannot harm you," he reassured her. The Galactic Patrol is an organization tasked with maintaining order within the galaxy, primarily focused on combating crime and preserving peace. It is led by the monarch of the galaxy, with members including Jack and Mel's, most of whom possess relatively low combat prowess, relying on technological means to execute their missions. Jack is one of the principal characters of the Galactic Patrol, who, due to a mission gone awry, crash-landed on Earth, establishing a connection with its inhabitants. During his time on Earth, he encountered Bulma's sister, Ties, and embarked on a series of adventures. The girl concealed behind Jack's jacket is none other than Ties. Mel's, an elite member of the Galactic Patrol and an aspiring angel, plays a pivotal role in the narrative, assisting Goku and his companions in their battles against formidable foes. Although the Galactic Patrol claims to be the police of the galaxy, their combat prowess is rather limited, with most members exhibiting only slightly superior capabilities compared to ordinary Earthlings. Their primary responsibility lies in addressing crimes perpetrated through technological means, and when faced with overwhelmingly powerful adversaries, such as Frisia, they defer to the Kaioshin for resolution. With utmost sincerity, Jack implored, "Ladies and gentlemen, please believe us. We harbor no ill intentions. We did not come here to wreak havoc. It is simply that our spaceship ran out of fuel during our extensive journey, compelling us to seek a refueling opportunity in this location. We sincerely hope for your understanding." However, the menacing, mantis-like beings remained unmoved by Jack's earnest entreaties. Cold and unyielding, their commander issued a direct order. "Do not heed this fool's ramblings. Capture them all and bring them back to the camp for strict confinement. They must not be given a chance to escape." At that moment, although Jack felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he was acutely aware of the principles and boundaries governing the galactic beings, never to initiate aggression, especially against those who are not truly malevolent. Thus, despite the escalating tension, Jack suppressed his anger, striving to maintain composure and restraint. He furrowed his brow and raised his voice. "Hey, I implore you not to act hastily. Might I inquire about the whereabouts of your king? It would be prudent to clarify this matter directly with your sovereign. The group of mantis-like beings exchanged glances, perplexed. What is a king? Do you know this king? No. Do you? As Jack observed their cessation of hostility and their subsequent discourse, he realized they seemed to lack a so-called king. He then inquired, so, who is your highest authority? Who granted you permission to apprehend us? Who issued the command? Upon hearing this, the mantis beings finally responded. What are the orders from our leader? Our leader commanded us to capture you. I advise you not to resist. Otherwise, you will not enjoy the consequences. With that, the mantis beings raised their right hands, revealing peculiar weapons aimed threateningly at Jack and his companions, instilling a sense of trepidation in them. For they were uncertain of the weapon's true power. However, upon observing that they arrived in a flying vessel, Jack surmised that their technological prowess was indeed commendable, and the weaponry they possessed could inflict harm upon them. Thus, Jack and Ties were taken away by the group of mantids. Upon sensing the unfolding situation, Janae hastily approached the meditative Qin Xian, seating herself beside him and tenderly clasping his right arm. She spoke, "Ah Xian, it appears they have been captured. Should we not investigate? One among them seems to be a galactic patrol officer, named Jack, if I recall correctly. The other, a young girl, bears a striking resemblance to me and is quite lovely. Would you be interested in rescuing her?" Initially, Qin Xian remained unmoved, his eyes not even fluttering. He had no inclination to rescue anyone, nor did he consider himself a savior. However, upon hearing that the girl bore a resemblance to them and was indeed beautiful, coupled with the mention of a galactic patrol officer, he deduced the identities of the two individuals. One of them was none other than Bulma's sister, Ties, a woman of captivating beauty, unforgettable to those who beheld her. Qin Xian also speculated that her presence on this enigmatic planet was underpinned by a story shrouded in mystery. It turned out that this young woman had harbored dreams of becoming an esteemed writer since childhood, dedicating herself tirelessly to this aspiration. However, her family did not comprehend nor support her ambitions, dismissing them as mere whims of youth. Nevertheless, she refused to abandon her pursuit, steadfast in her belief that through words, she could convey the most sincere emotions and thoughts from the depths of her heart. One fateful day, the wheels of destiny began to turn quietly. She fortuitously encountered Galactic Patrol Officer Jack on Earth, and they engaged in delightful conversation. Through Jack's vivid descriptions of cosmic wonders, interstellar adventures, and fantastical tales, she perceived a multitude of vibrant inspirations dancing before her. In that moment, she realized that remaining at home would forever bar her from the literary realm she so yearned to enter. Thus, after a fierce internal struggle, she resolutely packed her belongings, disregarding her family's vehement objections, embarking on a journey in search of inspiration. Chapter 22, A Rescue. So it was indeed them. I had wondered who it might be. One of them hails from Earth, your child Kakarot, while the other is the Galactic Patrol Officer, whose strength is modest, yet few dare to provoke them, as their ranks include many formidable individuals. Upon hearing Kakarot's name, Janae was not taken aback, for Qin Xian had previously shared tales of him, and had taken her to meet Kakarot. Whenever he thought of Kakarot, Qin Xian would ensure she had the opportunity to see him. Let us postpone our departure for a moment, allowing them to ascertain whether there is any imminent danger, Qin Xian said, gazing affectionately at Janae as he opened his eyes. However, Annie, if you're interested, you may watch me for a while, as I have recently gleaned some insights regarding the wind and still have some cultivation to attend to. Alternatively, you could join Aunt Zinol in preparing lunch for today. Upon receiving Qing Xuan's response, Janae eagerly dashed off to find Zinol, while simultaneously allocating a portion of her mental energy to observe the situation. Sister Ire, what delightful dishes do you plan to prepare for us this afternoon? I have been anticipating it since early morning. Might there be that mouth-watering, visually appealing braised pork? Or perhaps the fragrant, tender-steamed fish? Janae pondered, her mouth watering at the thought. Or could it be a nutritious, colorful vegetable salad? Oh dear, merely imagining is causing my mouth to water. Regardless of the dish, I am confident that, with your culinary skills, Sister Ire, we shall indulge ourselves wonderfully. Once a noble princess, Zinol was utterly unacquainted with the art of cooking. However, as fate would have it, after her encounter with Qin Xian, everything began to change in remarkable ways. During their shared days together, Zinol developed a profound interest in the kitchen. She often stood by, curiously observing Qin Xian adeptly handling various ingredients. His skilled movements and focused demeanor inspired her admiration. Gradually, Zinol mustered the courage to step into the kitchen. attempting to learn cooking under Qingshuan's guidance. Initially, she was clumsy, either nearly injuring her fingers while chopping vegetables or misjudging the seasoning. Nevertheless, Qingxian patiently guided her, offering encouragement and support. As time passed, Xinol's culinary skills flourished, enabling her to master the preparation of both simple dishes and intricate delicacies with ease. To her astonishment, one day, Qingxian gifted her a mysterious cookbook, said to be filled with the wisdom of a culinary deity. This tome seemed to harbor endless cooking secrets, with each page exuding tantalizing aromas. Xinol cherished the cookbook, diligently studying it day and night, exploring its mysteries and integrating her newfound knowledge into her cooking. By the way, I must tell you, we will soon have a sister joining us to help share the burdens. How delightful is that? Janae excitedly recounted to Xinol everything she had sensed moments ago. I must say, Qingxian is undoubtedly interested in that girl. Should we lend him a hand? He might be holding back his feelings out of consideration for us. He is also aware of her past, indicating that he has been attentive to her for quite some time. Even if we choose not to intervene, Qingxian will surely not remain indifferent. Hinoer wholeheartedly agreed with Janae's sentiments. After all, if one professes a lack of interest in another, why would they pay attention to them? Indeed, you are correct. However, I believe it is best to refrain from participating in any rescue efforts. We should merely keep an eye on things. Then, if a situation arises, we can call upon Ashwan to perform a heroic rescue. Winning the heart of the fair maiden, he chuckled. Janae nodded vigorously, preparing to make her escape at the first opportunity. Yes, let us proceed this way. Once they have developed feelings for one another, we shall reappear, ensuring that sister has no chance of evading. She laughed heartily. Next, the two engaged in a culinary exchange. What should we do about Jack? If they capture him, who knows what fate awaits? Tai whispered, trailing behind Jack, while cautiously observing the mantis men surrounding them, relieved to note that they were oblivious to her small actions. Jack glanced back at Tai, his eyes conveying a sense of reassurance. Fear not, I shall always devise a plan. Just then, a powerful wave of energy surged from outside the encirclement. A figure streaked across the sky like a meteor, instantly appearing before them. It was Qingxian, arms crossed, gazing indifferently at the mantis men. What is the meaning of this? Bullying the weak is hardly commendable. The leader of the mantis men snorted dismissively, asserting, "This does not concern you. Refrain from meddling." Qingxian raised an eyebrow. Oh, what if I were to say that these two are my friends? The leader hesitated, having sensed Qingshuan's formidable presence moments earlier, unwilling to provoke him further. Yet, they were reluctant to release their captives, as it would not bode well with their superior. Qingxian, however, was unfazed by their dilemma. Sensing their hesitation, he unleashed a formidable aura, summoning a fierce wind that sent the mantis men stumbling. You had better leave at once. His voice was cold as ice. The mantis men exchanged glances, ultimately retreating in defeat. Jack sighed in relief, gratefully acknowledging Qingxian. Thank you for your timely assistance. Qingxian merely waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave, yet his mind was already strategizing the next step in his plan. However, upon noticing the tail swaying behind Qingxian, Jack felt a surge of alarm. He was acutely aware that Qingxian was a Saiyan, one of the most nefarious beings under Frisia's command. Instinctively, he shielded Tai behind him, watching Qingxian warily. Sensing Jack's hostility, Qingxian halted, exhaling a weary sigh. It appears you harbor a deep-seated prejudice against Scions, he observed calmly. You Scions have committed numerous atrocities under Frisia's reign. How can I trust you harbor no ill intentions? Jack retorted loudly. Qingxian smiled gently. I have long since distanced myself from Frisia, and I abide by my own principles. Jack stumbled momentarily, sensing the sincerity in Qingshuan's words. Yet the deeply ingrained beliefs he held for years were not easily altered. At that moment, Taisai gently tugged at the hem of Gak's garment, remarking that he had just rescued them. Perhaps he truly is a good person. Gak furrowed his brow in contemplation, as Qingxian continued. I understand that it is difficult for you to trust me, but in due time, you shall comprehend. With that, he soared into the sky. Gak watched Qingshuan's receding figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. He realized this matter was far from simple. The reputation of the Scions was notorious, yet Qingxian had indeed saved them. Observing Gak's inner turmoil, Taisai softly suggested, regardless, we are safe for now. Let us gradually learn more about him later. Gat nodded silently, leading Taisai to seek a temporary refuge while secretly resolving to investigate Qingxian. Chapter 23. The Tree Fortress. Once they were out of Qingshuan's sight, Taisai eagerly inquired of Gak. Gak, what exactly are Scions? I noticed you seemed quite fearful of him earlier. Could he be an utterly despicable villain? Upon hearing this, Gak's body trembled slightly, a flicker of fear crossing his gaze. Scions were no ordinary race. They thrived on combat, inherently endowed with formidable strength. Moreover, their tempers tended to be volatile and ruthless. Yet, could one hastily label them all as malevolent? Perhaps there existed benevolent scions. The inquisitive speaker blinked wide-eyed, seeking clarity. Gak shook his head in resignation. You do not understand. The upbringing of scions renders it difficult for them to embrace virtue. With each brush with death and subsequent recovery, their combat prowess significantly escalates, compelling them to wander in search of formidable adversaries, leaving devastation in their wake. Is there truly no one in the universe capable of restraining them? The other clenched their fists, indignation etched on their face. There are, indeed, but few are willing to provoke the scions. Frisia, however, has always viewed them as a thorn in his side, for their potential is immense. If left unchecked, they could one day threaten Frisia's dominion. Gakgonchludet, gazing into the distance, his heart laden with apprehension. He feared that with the presence of scions, Frisia would likely follow suit, necessitating vigilance. It seems we must hasten our departure. Otherwise, should he catch up or Frisia arrive, escape will be utterly impossible. Gak grasped Taisai's hand, racing towards their spacecraft. Just as they were nearing it, the group of mantis beings reappeared, capturing them once more. However, this time, Qing Xian did not come to their rescue. It felt as though they had lost all free will, as they were tightly escorted by the menacing, towering mantis beings, step by step, towards the fabled lair of their leader. Along the way, the surrounding scenery grew increasingly sinister, with eerie sounds echoing through the dense woods, sending chills down their spines. After an indeterminate period of time, a magnificent structure, reminiscent of a colossal castle, finally came into view. This edifice was astonishingly woven from countless robust trees, appearing from a distance as a naturally formed fortress, exuding an aura of invincibility. This was the arboreal palace inhabited by the leader of the Mantis people. Report to the leader. These two scoundrels are responsible for the demise of a squad leader and all his members. Please seek retribution for them. The towering Mantis leader, seated upon a throne, gestured with his right claw, signaling for silence. Who are you? And why have you trespassed upon our planet, slaughtering so many of my subordinates? If you do not provide me with an explanation today, you shall accompany them to their graves. I shall not spare anyone who harms my followers. Gak and Tai trembled violently under the weight of his formidable presence. Gak, without reservation, confessed, the one who killed your subordinates is a scion, not us. We merely passed through to refuel and inadvertently disturb you, subsequently being brought here by your men. The Mantis leader was perplexed, as they possessed spacecraft and had ventured beyond their planet, thus being aware of the existence of scions, as well as their notorious reputation throughout the cosmos. Additionally, he was puzzled by the presence of scions on their planet, given its considerable distance from others. After a moment of contemplation, the Mantis leader inquired, why would a scion arrive here without reason? Is there something you have yet to disclose? Gak hastily waved his hands. There is truly nothing more, my leader. We are equally baffled by this matter. The leader narrowed his eyes, deciding to send someone to investigate the vicinity for any signs of scion activity. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. A small mantis rushed in, breathless, to report, Leader, trouble. There's a being outside exuding a formidable aura, resembling a scion. The leader was taken aback, rising immediately. Gak and Tai exchanged glances, inwardly alarmed. A figure slowly entered the arboreal palace. It was Qing Xian. Qing Xian surveyed the interior before finally fixing his gaze on Gak and Tai. Are you both unharmed? He asked. As Gak was about to respond, the mantis leader bellowed in fury. You are that scion? What is your purpose on my planet? Qing Xian replied calmly. I am merely passing through. It would be wise not to provoke me. The leader hesitated, uncertain whether to strike against such a powerful scion. You may leave. Clear the way. Ultimately, recalling the terrifying reputation of scions, he opted for caution and gestured for Gak and Tai to be released, urging Qing Xian to depart from the planet without delay. The leader seethed with indignation. The detestable scions. One day, I shall annihilate all of you to avenge my subordinates. Qing Xian, accompanied by Tai and Jayak, departed from the Mantis Man's stronghold, gradually making their way towards their spaceship. Thank you for saving us twice. I truly apologize for our previous poor attitude and for not expressing our gratitude properly, Tai said, noticing the silence between the two and sensing the oppressive atmosphere. She stepped forward and bowed deeply to Qing Xian as a gesture of apology. Qing Xian smiled at her, placing his hands gently on her shoulders to assist her back to her feet, and remarked, "It's all right. As long as you are safe, that's what matters. I saved you simply out of boredom." As he helped tie you up, he continued to lead them onward. After a short while, he seemingly recalled something. "Once I escort you to your spaceship, make sure to replenish your fuel and supplies promptly, then leave this planet. The governance here is commendable with a single leader, and their technology has reached a spacefaring level, making them relatively peaceful in comparison to us. Do you require anything else? If so, we can gather it while we walk." Qing Xian said, glancing at Jayak, who was trailing behind. Jayak, trembling with fear of the Saiyan, found it difficult to respond. Chapter 24. The Departing Ones. Tai quickly seized the conversation. "Actually, there's not much we need, just some food. As for fuel, our ship dispatched small robots to collect it automatically upon landing." Qing Xian recalled encountering some small robots and initially mistook them for inhabitants of this planet. However, upon further investigation, he realized they were merely the fuel-collecting robots from Jayak's ship. "Very well, let us gather some food along the way and expedite our departure from this planet," he replied decisively, which left Tai puzzled by his eagerness to hasten their exit. "May I ask your name? You saved us, yet we still do not know your name, nor why you were so insistent on our swift departure." Qing Xian did not withhold any information. "You may call me Qing Xian. The reason for your hurried exit is that I too will soon depart this planet, as I have no further business here. Should you remain after my departure and get captured, there will be little I can do to assist you." Tai wished to say more, but Qing Xian took the lead, leaving no room for further discussion. "I am Tai from a planet called Earth, and this is Jayak, a member of the Galactic Patrol." She introduced herself as Qing Xian continued on. As I understood, Tai's was incessantly chattering, while Qing Xian occasionally responded to her inquiries. Meanwhile, Gak remained silent at the rear, clutching numerous universal capsules in his hands. These capsules were bestowed upon him by Tai's, whose father, Dr. Breves, was the very inventor of these remarkable capsules. Naturally, Tai's possessed an abundance of them. Tai's and Qing Xian busily gathered food and trinkets they fancied, for this planet indeed boasted a marketplace. They ventured there, undeterred by the peculiar gazes of others. It was Gak who, by default, assumed the role of the collector, unable to utter a word. Amidst their continuous purchases and conversations, their bond grew ever stronger. Indeed, it seems that women, regardless of their origin, are invariably drawn to intriguing men, especially those who are versatile and formidable. Gradually, they arrived at the location where Gak had parked the spacecraft. "Where are you going, Brother Qing Xian? May I accompany you?" "Don't worry, I won't eat much. I promise I won't be a burden," Tai's implored, her large, watery eyes pleading with Qing Xian, yearning to join him on his journey back to his planet and share in his adventures. Unable to resist her pitiful expression, Qing Xian finally spoke. "Very well. You may follow me, but you need not concern yourself with where I reside on that planet. First, you should leave this planet. I shall find you later." How can that be?" Tai's began to protest, but was hastily pulled into the spacecraft by Gak, managing only to utter, "Brother Qing Xian, please come find me soon. I shall be waiting." Qing Xian couldn't help but smile wryly, shaking his head as he watched their spacecraft depart the planet under Gak's guidance. He then instantly teleported to GNEI and Xino AI Air's side. "What are my two lovely ladies up to? What book have you been reading?" Upon his return, he noticed GNEI and Xino AI Air seated together, engrossed in a book. It's a delightful read, the one you gave us previously. We've been quite busy and hadn't found the time to read it until now," they replied. Qing Xian felt a pang of sadness. After all, he had not taken proper care of them. Since they had come to follow him, they had hardly rested, consumed by relentless training. Despite Qing Xuan's insistence that they take breaks and look after their health, they remained resolute, driven by a desire for vengeance for their family. Like a nimble fish, Qing Xian deftly maneuvered past their graceful figures, seamlessly inserting himself between them. In an instinctive motion, his arms unfurled, gently encircling their slender waists, which seemed delicate enough to break with a mere touch. At that moment, the two of them simultaneously turned their heads, casting me a beautiful yet slightly reproachful glare with their enchanting eyes. Nevertheless, despite this, they uttered no words of blame or refusal. Only the slight pout of their lips and the blush that adorned their cheeks hinted at an almost imperceptible shyness and tacit consent. "Over the years, you have truly endured much hardship. Rest assured, your prowess is now sufficient to vanquish Frisia with ease. There is no need for such toil any longer. It is time for you to relish life. I shall always be here, ever ready to safeguard you. Meanwhile, Qing Xian gazed at the two delicate faces before him. As smooth and tender as freshly shelled eggs, his heart brimming with affection. Unable to restrain himself, he gently placed a kiss on the left rosy cheek, savoring its silken softness and faint milky fragrance. He then shifted his lips to the equally adorable right cheek, planting a firm kiss that resonated with a soft pop, as if to convey all his love for them through that singular gesture. Oh dear, what are you doing? We are reading. Please do not disturb us. If you are bored, go bask in the sun. That too can aid your cultivation. Qing Xian had previously discussed his divine body with them and had promised to assist them in upgrading to the divine form. Initially, they had resisted, expressing their pride in being Saiyans and their reluctance to change. However, when Qing Xian explained that there was no need to alter their bloodline, merely some structural modifications to their bodies, and that they could remain together with him forever, they eventually acquiesced. Though Qing Xian felt no tumult within, he feigned a melodramatic response. Oh, woe is me. You are so cruel. I have been so good to you. Yet now you seem to tire of me. Are you planning to cast me aside? However, Jine and Zenorial were not fooled. They were well aware of Qing Xuan's true nature and continued their reading undeterred. Chapter 25. Returning to the castle. Qing Xian, observing the unresponsive figures before him, felt a sense of helplessness. Silently, he rose, cautiously extricating himself from the space between them. Yet in that very instant, as if struck by a sudden thought, he resumed his seat. With both hands extended, he began to meticulously explore the area around him. As seconds ticked by, Qing Xian showed no sign of ceasing his inquiry. Eventually, the previously still women could no longer contain themselves, raising their hands as if to strike him. At this sight, Qing Xian snapped back to reality, hastily concluding his exploration and swiftly vacating the scene. Now, Qing Xian found himself in a tranquil corner, seated on the ground, eyes closed, quietly embracing the warmth of the sunlight that cascaded upon him. Meanwhile, he endeavored to regulate his breathing, striving to attain an ethereal state, thereby enhancing his comprehension of the elusive principles of the wind. What, then, constitutes the essence of the wind's law? Is it akin to a gentle breeze, invisible and colorless yet omnipresent, or perhaps reminiscent of a ferocious tempest, wielding the formidable power to obliterate all in its path? Qing Xian pondered the myriad possibilities of the wind's law in his mind, searching for a thread of insight to unravel the enigma that had long plagued him. Suddenly, a gentle zephyr swept through, carrying with it what seemed to be faint whispers. Qing Xian abruptly opened his eyes, sensing something unusual about the wind. Following its direction, he beheld a venerable tree in the distance, its trunk robust and its foliage lush. The tree emanated a subtle, azure glow. A spark of intrigue ignited within Qing Xian as he raced towards it. Upon nearing the ancient tree, he discovered its bark adorned with peculiar symbols, remnants etched by the elements over time. Yet, these markings appeared to flow, and as he reached out to touch one of the grooves, a surge of wind energy surged into his being. It became apparent that these etchings held fragments of the secrets of the wind's law. As he activated more of the patterns, Qing Xian gradually discerned that the law of the wind encompasses both a gentle aspect and a tempestuous one, with the crux lying in the disposition of the wielder. Much like the great tree, which, having withstood the ravages of time, stands resilient, embodying a principle of yielding against rigidity, embracing all. In that moment, clarity dawned upon Qing Xian. The riddle that had troubled him began to dissipate. He understood that his next course of action was to engage in relentless cultivation to truly grasp the essence of the wind's law and wield it with finesse. Having spent a considerable duration in this pursuit, he had gathered the necessary resources and gleaned a modicum of the wind's law. It was now time to depart. During his meditative practice, Gnei and Zenoal had refrained from disturbing him, remaining vigilant in his vicinity. Qing Xian made his way towards where Gnei and Zenoal were situated. Upon seeing him approach, they set aside their books and rose to greet him. Axion, you appear to have gained much, Gnei remarked with a smile. Indeed, let us be on our way, Qing Xian replied, nodding with a smile. He embraced their slender waists and, employing instantaneous movement, they returned directly to his castle. Prior to their descent, they had stored their spacecraft within the confines of the system's space, enabling effortless return. As for future excursions, he mused, his previous journey aboard the spaceship had merely served to lighten his spirits. He possessed the ability akin to that of the Supreme Kai, capable of instantaneous travel provided he knew the coordinates, and with 12 universes at his disposal, he could effortlessly traverse to any location. Upon their return to their previously occupied chambers, Zenoel observed that while the room was immaculate, devoid of any dust, everything within remained undisturbed. Their castle boasted an automatic dust-clearing feature, ensuring no speck of dust ever infiltrated its sanctum. Alas, we have finally returned. This room remains unchanged, indicating that no one has visited in our absence. I wonder if those little ones still remember us after all these years. Indeed, I ponder how much time they have spent cultivating within the castle. I recall our last visit was 2 years ago. Janae, too, feels that time has flown by. Seeing the despondent expressions on the faces of the two ladies, Qing Xian instinctively tightened his embrace around them. Come now, my dear wives, let your spirits lift. Rest assured, the worries that plague your hearts shall not come to pass. The talismans you bear will ensure your eternal youth and longevity. Moreover, soon we shall assist you in upgrading your divine forms, along with your children, Kakarot and Vegeta, so there is no need for concern about parting ways with me. Janae and Xinoer nestled their heads upon Qing Xuan's shoulder as he gently laid them down on the bed, their gaze drifting to the ceiling above, lost in reverie. Meanwhile, Thais sat quietly in the cabin, her gaze transfixed through the porthole at the vast, boundless expanse of the starry sky, shimmering with resplendent light. Countless stars, akin to jewels embedded in a black tapestry, radiated an enchanting and mysterious glow. She furrowed her brow slightly and lamented, Qing Xian, dear brother, what could he possibly be doing? He promised to come for me, yet so much time has elapsed without a word from him. As Thais pondered, she gently bit her lip, her eyes betraying a blend of anxiety and anticipation. The night sky was tranquil and beautiful, but Thais found herself unable to appreciate its splendor. Her heart wholly tethered to the brother she longed for. Gak, upon hearing Thais' forlorn words, cautiously interjected, it would be best to avoid that Saiyan altogether. He is nothing short of a nightmare. The terror remains fresh in my mind. Just recalling our confrontation sends my heart racing as if it might leap from my throat. The overwhelming aura, the fierce gaze, and the chilling power he exudes are simply unbearable. The thought of facing him again sends shivers down my spine. I fervently hope we never encounter such horrors again. Thais, however, was oblivious to Gak's concerns, her thoughts solely occupied by Qing Xian, leaving her no inclination to write. Gak, in contrast, hastened the ship's speed, as if Qing Xian might appear before him in an instant. Chapter 26, The Gathering. During the lengthy and arduous decade, the Saiyans, diligently honing their skills within the castle had, in fact, endured a full 50 springs and autumns. Throughout this protracted passage of time, each Saiyan maintained unwavering focus and indomitable perseverance, never allowing a moment of laxity or relaxation to beset them. Day after day, they immersed themselves in arduous training, undeterred by the changing seasons or inclement weather. Before the first rays of dawn pierced the clouds, the Saiyans rose early, embarking on a day filled with rigorous and disciplined practice. As night fell and the stars adorned the sky, they continued to sweat profusely within the training chambers, relentlessly pushing the boundaries of their own limits. Over the course of 50 years, the Saiyans honed their skills through mutual sparring, advancing and growing together. They inspired and supported one another, harnessing the collective strength of their team to its utmost potential. In the face of repeated setbacks and challenges, they never uttered a word of surrender. Rather, they persevered with unwavering resolve. It was this indomitable spirit that led to a remarkable enhancement of each Saiyan's strength. Equally crucial was the fact that whenever these individuals felt a surge of frustration during their training, they would unhesitatingly step into the enigmatic and challenging mirror combat training room. Within this unique space awaited not ordinary opponents, but the infamous and fearsome cosmic tyrant Frisia and his family members, including King Cold. Each entry into the training room would instantly elevate the atmosphere to one of tension. Frisia and King Cold stood ready, their eyes glimmering with hostility and trepidation. However, rather than inciting pity in the trainees, this only ignited a fiercer fighting spirit within them. Thus commenced a series of breathtaking battles, with both sides exchanging blows, their energy radiating brilliantly. Frisia and King Cold unleashed their full repertoire of skills and techniques, each attack infused with formidable power and every defense executed with remarkable precision. As time elapsed, the intensity of the combat escalated. Frisia, wielding his terrifying might, launched relentless offensives, yet the practitioners stood firm, effortlessly countering his assaults. Frisia and King Cold were compelled to coordinate their efforts, alternating between dispersing their attacks and concentrating their might to breach the Saiyans' defenses. In this grueling contest, the practitioners not only refined their character, but also tempered their will, learning to maintain composure, unclouded by emotions or hatred, as they advanced step by step towards higher realms of mastery. Consequently, after 50 years, even the weakest of the Saiyans had attained the ability to transform into the formidable Super Saiyan God Red state. The strongest among them had successfully transcended into the terrifying form of Super Saiyan God Blue. Moreover, Qin Xian encouraged them to diligently practice two exceptionally profound divine techniques: self-adaptation and self-extensive adaptation. However, mastering these divine arts to a commendable level proved to be an arduous endeavor, as their intricate and profound skill requirements and the extraordinary difficulty of energy control rendered only a select few capable of truly grasping their essence. In the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges, the uninitiated were compelled to forge alternative paths, relying on their own intellect and perseverance to explore other possibilities. Notably, while Qin Xian did not neglect this group of Saiyans, he maintained a certain reticence regarding the impartation of his skills. He generously shared his mastery of formidable techniques, such as the Kaioken, instant transmission, spirit bomb, and solar flare without reservation. However, more clandestine and complex techniques, such as the physical clone and the instant teleportation of the Kaio-Shin, were carefully concealed from their instruction. This was not an act of selfishness or stinginess on Qin Shuan's part. Rather, he sought to encourage the Saiyans to think independently and innovate. He understood that true comprehension of martial arts could only be achieved through personal exploration and experimentation. Moreover, the educated Saiyans, now imbued with wisdom, recognized Qin Shuan's benevolent intentions and thus refrained from blindly accepting everything they learned. Instead, they selectively borrowed ideas and engaged in profound research and repeated exploration, aspiring to cultivate their unique combat styles and systems of technique. After leaving his chamber and ensuring that the springtime beauty within remained unseen, Qin Xian made his way to the square. Once he had gathered all the Saiyans, he spoke. "You have trained here for 55 years. It is now time for you to emerge. The restoration of the Saiyan race is at hand. Do you know what to do? You must realize that your cultivation of divine power has altered your lifespans. Thus the mission of reviving the glory of the Saiyans is entrusted to you. Go forth and strive." The Saiyans responded in unison, "Yes, Lord Qin Xian." Their eyes brimmed with determination and confidence. Observing their resolute expressions, Qin Xian discerned that they had not fully grasped his intent. "Remember, you're now adults. You must also establish families and bear more Saiyans. Your lineage is potent, and through procreation, we can fortify our race." Subsequently, the Saiyans transformed into radiant streaks of light, soaring in various directions. Some piloted spacecraft toward planets where they had once battled, planets that had not fallen victim to Friesia's treachery. Though these worlds lay in ruin, they were resolute in their commitment to rebuild their homeland. Others traversed the cosmos, seeking the scattered descendants of the Saiyans. Among them, a Saiyan named Kanu was the first to discover a Saiyan child on a remote planet. This child, living alone, was wild yet possessed extraordinary potential. Kanu devoted himself to teaching the child about Saiyan culture and the path of cultivation. "To Bull, though you may not be a warrior by nature, you must understand that there are formidable malevolent forces in this world, and we cannot protect you at every moment. Thus, you must also strive to enhance your own abilities, ideally possessing some means of self-defense. Only then can we feel a sense of security." Meanwhile, upon arriving at the desolate planets, the Saiyans began to harness divine power to transform the environment, gradually rejuvenating the barren lands. They established new cities and created various training grounds. Qin Xian quietly observed everything. Witnessing the diligent efforts of the Saiyans, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips, he understood that the glory of the Saiyans would once again illuminate the universe, and they would embrace future challenges with renewed vigor. Chapter 27. The damaged spaceship. At this moment, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. As if all matters had temporarily come to a halt, Qin Xian stood still, pondering for a moment before thinking, "Well, there shouldn't be any pressing matters to attend to at the moment. It is best to seek out Tai Si. Surely, after such a long time, she must be anxiously awaiting my return." With this resolution, Qin Xian hesitated no longer. He took a deep breath, concentrating his energy, and softly uttered, "Instant transmission." In an instant, a radiant beam of light erupted from him, enveloping his entire being. The brilliance flickered away, and Qin Xian's figure vanished without a trace. The next moment, as the light illuminated once more, Qing Xian found himself aboard the ship where Tai Si and her companions were. He approached Tai Si soundlessly, akin to a specter, standing quietly behind her. At that moment, Tai Si was fully engrossed in the magnificent scenery outside the spaceship's window, blissfully unaware of Qing Xian's silent approach. He gazed at her in silence, a surge of indescribable emotion welling up within him. The woman before him possessed an enchanting grace. Her long hair cascaded down her slender waist, while a flowing light blue dress danced gently in the breeze, as if merging with the surrounding beauty. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Tai Si and highlighting her flawless silhouette, exuding an ethereal aura. Qing Xian found himself entranced, momentarily forgetting his original intent, merely wishing to quietly accompany her and savor this rare moment of tranquility. Just then, Tai Si seemed to sense the intense gaze from behind her and slowly turned around. Upon seeing Qing Xian, her eyes widened in delight. "Brother Qing Xian, you finally arrived." Her voice rang like a clear, melodious bell. Qing Xian snapped back to reality, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. "Sorry, I was lost in thought while watching you." Tai Si's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully shot him a reproachful glance. Suddenly, the spaceship jolted violently. Alarms blared, and a voice echoed through the intercom. "Unidentified life forms detected nearby. Please prepare for battle." Qing Xian's gaze sharpened as he tightly grasped Tai Si's hand, reassuring her. "Do not fear, for I am here." With those words, he swiftly approached the control console to assess the situation. On the display screen, a multitude of bizarre extraterrestrial creatures advanced menacingly towards the spacecraft. A slight smile curved Qing Xian's lips, exuding an aura of unwavering confidence, as if it were imbued with boundless strength and courage. He inhaled deeply, summoning a fraction of his immense energy, which exceeded 1 billion. Although this amount of power was trivial for him, it was more than sufficient to obliterate dozens of planets. At that moment, Qing Xian harbored a singular and resolute conviction. He must annihilate all creatures that disturbed him, ensuring they pay the price for intruding upon this rare and tranquil moment. In the next instant, he executed his signature teleportation skill without hesitation, vanishing from his original position like a wraith. In the blink of an eye, he stood firmly outside the spacecraft. Gazing ahead, he beheld a peculiar group of creatures, their eyes fixed hungrily upon the vessel. Remarkably, these beings could breathe freely in the vacuum of space without any protective gear, a phenomenon that defied comprehension. Yet, he felt no astonishment at their presence, for he understood that the universe harbors myriad life forms, many of which possess the ability to thrive in the cosmos. Dismissing these thoughts, he swiftly brought his hands together, channeling a formidable energy that began to coalesce in his palms. With a commanding shout, a horde of blind fools, a dazzling energy cannon erupted forth, streaking through the night sky like a bolt of lightning, and hurtled directly towards the peculiar creatures. A thunderous roar reverberated through the void, as the energy cannon tore through space, leaving devastation in its wake. The creatures, once poised to strike, were caught entirely off guard and were engulfed by the overwhelming force of the attack. In an instant, they were reduced to ash, dissipating into the vast expanse of the universe. After vanquishing the extraterrestrial menace, Qing Xian returned to the spacecraft. Tai Si immediately leapt into his embrace, her eyes still reflecting traces of fear. Qing Xian tenderly stroked her hair, whispering soothing words, just as Tai Si and Jake Sun breathed a sigh of relief. The spacecraft's energy system suddenly malfunctioned. Warning lights flickered incessantly, and various instruments emitted a cacophony of alarms. Jake Sun frantically operated the controls, endeavoring to salvage the situation. But despite his relentless efforts, he found no respite. Panic surged within him. The earlier attack by those creatures had undoubtedly inflicted damage on the spacecraft. And now a grave crisis loomed. Qing Xian furrowed his brow, recalling his earlier assessment. He knew that without swift repairs, the spacecraft could spiral out of control and crash at any moment. Utilizing his extraordinary abilities, he began diagnosing the faults, discovering that the extraterrestrial assault had compromised key circuits and disrupted the energy core. Qing Xian utilized his own energy to temporarily stabilize the core, then proceeded to repair the circuits. Just as the spaceship piloted by Jiachia was on the verge of crashing, Qing Xian, after a heart-pounding and frantic scramble, managed to effect a precarious repair. However, at that moment, Qing Xian feigned exhaustion, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. Alas, given the current situation, it is evident that a new spaceship must be considered. Even if we manage to fix this one now, it probably won't endure for much longer. Qing Xian sighed dramatically while discreetly observing Tai Si's reaction. Yet, Tai Si seemed utterly indifferent to Qing Xian's remarks regarding the spaceship. Her attention was entirely captivated by the perspiring figure of Qing Xian. Without hesitation, she offered him a glass of refreshing water and gently took a soft handkerchief, tenderly wiping the large beads of sweat from his forehead. In her enchanting eyes, a tender affection shimmered as she gazed at Qing Xian and softly murmured, "Don't overexert yourself. As long as I can be with you, nothing else matters." Hearing these words warmed Qing Xian's heart. He swiftly accepted the cup of water and drank it in one go. Subsequently, he gazed deeply into Tai Si's eyes, solemnly promising, "Rest assured, Tai Si, regardless of the arduous challenges and perils that may lie ahead, I will exert every ounce of my strength to safeguard your safety, ensuring that you suffer not a scratch." Tai Si, moved by his words, felt her eyes moisten slightly and nodded in response. Then, the two exchanged a smile, their affection seemingly transforming into an invisible force, propelling the spaceship steadfastly toward its intended destination. However, Jiaqia remained on the side, feeling like a bystander to their affectionate display. Chapter 28, Earth. Tai Si suddenly sensed a melancholic gaze fixed upon her. Snapping back to reality, she turned to discover it was Jiaqia. He looked at her with a woeful expression, as if he bore an immense grievance. Feeling a bit awkward, Tai Si quickly said, "I'm sorry, Jiaqia. We were just a bit lost in thought. However, our situation is indeed rather tricky. I was in such a hurry when I left that I didn't bring any spare ships. How about this? You quickly find the nearest place to land the ship and see if there's any way to repair it. If that's not feasible, can we manage to pilot it back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters? If all else fails, we could land on Earth and have my father assist with the repairs." Though Jiaqia felt anxious, he understood that this was not the time for complaints. He nodded and, without further ado, made his way to the cockpit. Just as he was about to start the ship's engines, he suddenly heard a voice calling from behind. "Wait, don't go yet." It was Qing Xian who had called out. He swiftly approached Jack with a serious expression and said, "This spacecraft has been repaired to its fullest extent without any tools. If we attempt to move it forcibly, we may encounter significant problems." Then, with a subtle smile and an air of confidence, Qing Xian continued, "So, let me guide you from here. I possess a remarkable skill known as teleportation. With this ability, I can effortlessly transport both you and this spacecraft to any destination you desire." Jack's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Qing Xian, his expression filled with skepticism. "Can you truly accomplish this? It sounds utterly incredible. I've only heard of such a skill in legends, and it's said to be exceedingly difficult to master, with very few capable of wielding it." Meanwhile, Tai Si's face lit up with excitement. "Wow, if that's the case, that would be splendid." Qing Xian crossed his arms, proudly declaring, "Do not underestimate my abilities." As everyone prepared themselves, Qing Xian focused intently, a strange luminescence enveloping the spacecraft. With a brilliant flash, they vanished from their location. When they regained clarity of their surroundings, they found themselves on Earth. Qing Xian quietly approached the window of the spacecraft, gazing intently at the unfamiliar yet enigmatic scenery outside, and slowly spoke, "All right, we have finally arrived. The vast planet before us is Earth." Upon hearing Qing Xuan's words, Tai Si hurried to the window, following his pointed direction. Outside the spacecraft lay a lush, vibrant landscape. Dense forests stretched out like an endless green ocean, and towering peaks pierced the clouds, as if striving to break the heavens. However, despite the grandeur of the scene, a flicker of doubt crossed Tai Si's eyes, although she had always placed unwavering trust in Qing Xian. This journey across tens of millions of light years was truly beyond comprehension. In the blink of an eye, they had traversed from the depths of the distant universe to this blue planet, Earth. The astonishing speed and distance left Tai Si feeling incredulous, pondering within herself whether this was merely a surreal dream. Cautiously, Tai Si and Jack exited the spacecraft, their hearts brimming with uncertainty and concern, eager to ascertain the authenticity of their extraordinary experience. Tai Si nervously retrieved her meticulously kept phone from her pocket, her fingers trembling as she navigated to the familiar contact. It was her father's number. As the dial tone echoed, each beep resonated in Tai Si's heart, amplifying her anxiety. Time seemed to freeze until at last, a deep and warm voice emerged from the other end. "Hello? Is this Tai Si? Why the sudden call?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Tai's previously taut nerves relaxed slightly, but she hurriedly began recounting the peculiar circumstances they found themselves in. Alas, this is not right. Did you not venture into outer space with that galactic patrol member, Jack? How is it that you have returned? Where did you land? Where have you been? Should I send someone to meet you? Upon hearing her father's words on the other end of the line, Tai gradually regained her composure. Oh, father. We have just arrived on Earth. Please do not worry. We are merely here for a brief visit and shall return shortly. With those hurried words, Tai swiftly pressed the hang-up button. A sense of relief washed over her as she exhaled deeply before turning her gaze to Jack and Qing Xian beside her. Jack, scratching his head and widening his eyes in disbelief, wore an expression of sheer astonishment. He could not help but exclaim, "My goodness, Qing Xian, your skills are truly remarkable. To traverse the cosmic expanse and arrive at this distant Earth with such ease is simply unbelievable." He clapped his hands excitedly. "Would you teach me? Rest assured, I am no ordinary person. I am an elite member of the renowned Galactic Patrol. My abilities and talents are beyond question. Therefore, if you would be willing to impart this extraordinary skill of teleportation to me, I am certain I could master it effortlessly." With a beaming smile, Jack shamelessly flattered Qing Xian while boasting of his own prowess, likening himself to an invincible cosmic superhero. He animatedly demonstrated various poses, envisioning himself soaring through the galaxy with the power of instantaneous travel. At that moment, all memory of his initial encounter with Qing Xian, which had filled him with dread, faded away. Once, at the instant their eyes met, an indescribable fear surged within him, leaving him utterly paralyzed, as if his very soul had departed. However, after a brief acquaintance, those once terrifying images gradually blurred and vanished, as if they had never occurred. Now he had entirely cast aside that haunting experience, wholeheartedly admiring Qing Xian as formidable strength and extraordinary ability to teleport. Chapter 29, Home. Qing Xian slightly shook his head, fixing his serious gaze upon Jack. In a tone that was both earnest and tinged with regret, he said, "Jack, I must be frank with you. This skill is not easily mastered. It demands an exceptionally high level of talent and aptitude from its practitioner. With your current abilities, the prospect of successfully cultivating this skill is akin to chasing a fantasy, utterly impossible. Thus, I advise you to refrain from futile efforts and to diligently focus on your responsibilities, continuing to serve as an elite member of the Galactic Patrol." Upon hearing Qing Xuan's words, Jace, who had initially been filled with confidence, felt his spirits wane. He slowly lowered his head, as if all strength had been drained from his being, and he appeared profoundly dejected and disheartened. A deep sorrow began to swell within him, leading him to believe that he was truly destined to be estranged from this formidable skill. However, it wasn't long before a renewed determination ignited in Jace's eyes. He raised his head, clenched his fists, and resolutely declared, "Qing Xian, I recognize that my qualifications may be lacking, but I refuse to surrender so easily. This skill represents not just a means to enhance my strength, but also a manifestation of my dreams." Qing Xian raised an eyebrow in surprise, about to speak, when Jace continued, "I acknowledge that my innate talent may be limited, yet I am prepared to exert efforts many times greater than others. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I shall endeavor to try." Qing Xian observed him quietly for a moment, then sighed, "Since you are so relentless, I can offer you a path. On a distant and peculiar planet, there exists a unique energy crystal. If you can acquire and absorb it, it may compensate for your deficiencies in aptitude. However, I am uncertain of its exact location. It is said that the journey is fraught with peril, and many formidable individuals have perished there." A resolute expression crossed Jace's face. Regardless of the dangers, I must give it a try. He resolved to set forth into the cosmos in search of this crystal as soon as the spaceship was repaired, while also undertaking missions in the universe. In truth, he was unsure whether such a realm existed, yet he believed that within the vastness of the cosmos, such a miraculous entity must surely be present. After all, the fruits of the spirit tree were among them. Qing Xian turned to Taris with a gentle gaze and softly inquired, "Taris, could you share with me the location of your home? Which direction should we head towards? If you tell me, I can take you there directly." As he spoke, a smile graced his face, radiating warmth akin to the tender sunlight of spring, enveloping Taris in a comforting embrace that imparted an indescribable sense of peace and solace. In this tender interplay of light and shadow, Taris appeared as though enchanted, gazing dreamily at Qing Xuan's handsome visage adorned with a smile. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, the surroundings blurring into obscurity, leaving only Qing Xuan's sunlit smile etched deeply within Tari's eyes. She remained transfixed, wholly immersed in the moment, oblivious to the clamor and chaos around her. After an eternity, Tari's gradually regained her senses, yet her heart danced like a joyous fawn, leaping within her chest. In that direction, she murmured, gently biting her lip in an attempt to calm the tumultuous emotions surging within her. However, the waves of excitement and shyness continued to crash against her heart like an unrelenting tide. Upon witnessing the direction indicated by Tai Si, Qing Xian beckoned for Tai Si and Jack to enter the spacecraft. He then effortlessly lifted the vessel above his head with a single hand and sped towards the direction pointed out by Tai Si. Tai Si's eyes widened in wonder as she pressed her face against the glass of the window, her gaze following the rapidly receding scenery. Her lips parted slightly, seemingly on the verge of exclaiming in awe, but she remained momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer magnificence. Beside her, Jack was equally captivated by the astonishing spectacle. Having just entered from outside, he sat upright in his seat, instinctively gripping the armrests, his face etched with disbelief. Outside the window, mountains, rivers, and fields flashed by like a film on fast forward, the verdant trees merging into a lush green ocean, surging with vitality. The distant hills rolled majestically, a breathtaking testament to nature's artistry. The clouds in the sky floated like cotton candy, pristine and white, contrasting beautifully with the azure expanse above, creating a mesmerizing tableau. Tai Si and Jack gazed out the window, utterly immersed in the breathtaking beauty, oblivious to the passage of time. Tai Si murmured to herself, "How have I never noticed the stunning landscapes of Earth before?" As Qing Xian soared through the skies at breakneck speed, they streaked across the horizon like two bolts of lightning, arriving above the city of Shidu in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Qing Xian found himself in the heavens, enjoying an unobstructed view of the bustling metropolis below, while he attentively surveyed the vibrant city. A particularly unique and extraordinary structure caught his eye. It was an immense, semicircular edifice, resembling a radiant full moon resting upon the earth, emanating an aura of mystery and enchantment. This grand, semicircular building occupied a vast expanse, nearly enveloping an entire city block. Its design was distinctive, featuring smooth and natural lines, as if sculpted by the hands of nature herself. The surface of the building shimmered with a subtle golden glow, imparting an air of nobility and elegance. From a distance, the entire structure harmonized with its surroundings yet stood out remarkably, akin to a dazzling jewel upon the land. Qing Xian brought them to a gentle landing in front of the grand villa, slowly lowering the spacecraft. Tai Si then exited the vessel, followed closely by the Galactic Patrol Officer Jack. Bursting with excitement, Tai Si rushed towards the door, which opened automatically as she approached. Her parents stood at the threshold, their faces alight with surprise. "Our precious daughter, Tai Si, you have returned." Tai Si leapt into their embrace. Qing Xian and Jack trailed quietly behind the trio, their pace unhurried. As they walked, the three engaged in lively conversation, completely unaware of the two figures shadowing their steps. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves before a quaint and cozy abode. The leading figure gently pushed open the door, followed closely by the other two, who filed in gracefully. Their residence was rather immense, truly resembling a grand, enclosed estate. However, throughout the entire encounter, these three individuals never cast a glance back at Qing Xian and Jieka, as if the two were entirely non-existent, completely disregarded. It is hardly surprising that they behaved this way, for they had not seen Tais for an extended period, and Tais had not laid eyes on her parents in quite some time. Thus, their conversation flowed naturally, leading them to overlook Qing Xian and Jieka. Nevertheless, Qing Xian and Jieka exhibited remarkable grace, harboring no feelings of discontent or anger. Instead, they silently followed the trio into the house. After an extensive exchange, Tais began to introduce her family. She raised her hand, grasping her mother and father's hands, and said, "Brother Qing Xian, the lady to my right is my mother, Mrs. Breves, and to my left is my father, Dr. Breves, a truly remarkable scientist. Everyone affectionately refers to him as Dr. Breves. I also have a lovely little sister, but alas, I have no idea where she has wandered off to play. Oh, never mind that for now, mother. Let me share with you the tales of Brother Qing Xian and his companions." Tais gracefully stepped away from Mrs. Breves and Dr. Breves, flitting over to Qing Xian like a joyful little bird. With a beaming smile, she affectionately wrapped her arms around Qing Xuan's sturdy arm and said, "Mother, this is Brother Qing Xian. Speaking of him, I have a truly unforgettable story to share." Do you recall the time we refueled on that nameless planet? We inadvertently found ourselves captured. In that critical moment, Brother Qingxian heroically came to our rescue, like a deity descending from the heavens, freeing us from peril. She paused briefly, seemingly savoring the thrill of that harrowing experience, before continuing. Moreover, after we finally escaped the mysterious planet, we thought we could breathe a sigh of relief, only to encounter ruthless cosmic pirates on our way. Those fiends were terrifying, their faces contorted with malice. Yet, Brother Qingxian showed no fear. With his extraordinary courage and exceptional skills, he once again saved us. In the end, he safely escorted us back to Earth without incident. Mrs. Breves, upon hearing of the dangerous ties it faced, gazed at her with concern and gently patted her shoulder. My dear, that must have been quite perilous. We are truly grateful to this Brother Qingxian. Dr. Brevis looked at Qingxian with a face full of gratitude. Young man, I am truly thankful for your protection of my daughter. Qingxian, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and replied, Uncle and Aunt, it was merely my duty. Tai Si is also a dear friend of mine. At that moment, a commotion erupted from outside the door. Everyone turned in curiosity to see a little girl bursting in with great energy. Her hair was tousled, and her clothes were speckled with strange stains. Sister, sister, I heard you're back, she shouted, rushing towards Tai Si. With a smile, Tai Si embraced her. This is my sister. She is always so impulsive. The younger sister curiously surveyed Qingxian and Jieka, asking, Who are you? Tai Si, still holding her sister, indicated Qingxian and Jieka, saying, These two are my sister as friends. Brother Qingxian and Brother Jieka. The little sister widened her eyes in intrigue, examining the two. Observing this, Tai Si briefly recounted how Qingxian had come to their aid, and her sister's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, a great hero! Suddenly, the little sister ran to grasp Qingxuan's hand. Brother Qingxian, could you teach me martial arts? Then I too can become a great hero like you. Bending down, Qingxian gently patted her head. Of course, but learning martial arts isn't easy. It requires much perseverance. The sister nodded vigorously, declaring, I'm not afraid of hardship. Qingxian smiled, and a warm atmosphere enveloped the room as everyone began to engage in cheerful conversation, sharing delightful anecdotes. Dr. Brevis clapped his hands and proposed, Today, we must celebrate. It has been far too long since we gathered. Thus, everyone lent a hand in preparing the meal. The dining table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes, accompanied by laughter and merriment. During the meal, Dr. Brevis shared some of his latest scientific research ideas, which Qingxian and Jieka listened to with great interest. After dining, Tai Si took Qingxian and Jieka on a tour of her home's fascinating inventions. Dr. Brevis, beaming with pride, led Qingxian into a spacious and enigmatic exhibition hall. Soft light cascaded down, illuminating the astonishing creations on display. As they approached an exquisite showcase, Dr. Brevis paused, proudly pointing to a small, colorful capsule resting upon it. Look, Qingxian, this is my masterpiece, the universal capsule. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the pinnacle of my life's achievements. It is thanks to this invention that our family enjoys the life we have today. With that, Dr. Brevis gently picked up the universal capsule, his eyes shimmering with excitement as he continued. This miraculous capsule possesses unimaginable capabilities. It can compress various objects into an incredibly small space, allowing them to be stored within this tiny capsule for easy transportation. Whether it be enormous furniture, intricate machinery, precious artwork, or even vast and heavy houses. Once placed inside the universal capsule, they can instantly become as light and portable as mere dust. Moreover, when it comes time to utilize these compacted items, a simple operation will allow them to swiftly revert to their original form. Truly astonishing. Qingxian gazed at the multifunctional capsule in wonder, his eyes brimming with admiration. Dr. Breves, this is indeed an extraordinary invention, he exclaimed. Dr. Breves waved his hand dismissively, responding with a chuckle. Oh, it's nothing much. Qingxian candidly expressed his intent. Dr. Breves, I actually have a matter I would like your assistance with. When their spaceship encountered pirates, although I managed to rescue them, the vessel still sustained damage. It can no longer navigate through space, and I was hoping you could help repair it. Upon hearing Qingxuan's words, Jack eagerly nodded and implored Dr. Breves, Yes. Please assist us, Dr. Breves. I have an urgent matter that requires me to travel to a distant planet to retrieve something. Chapter 31, Repairing the Spaceship. Dr. Breves slowly lifted his gaze, his attention settling on Jack, whose face was etched with anxiety. His profound and discerning eyes seemed capable of perceiving all, naturally unveiling the anxiety and concern lurking within Jack's heart. At that moment, Jack clenched his hands tightly, furrowing his brow, with beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. His slightly hurried breathing and restless pacing revealed he was in a state of extreme tension. Dr. Breves understood that something capable of unsettling the typically composed Jack must be tied to that mysterious planet. Perhaps it concealed secrets unknown to others. Or perhaps it harbored something of utmost importance to Jack. Yet what could it be? Only Jack knew the answer. And although Qin Xian was aware as well, he had no intention of voicing it, especially since he himself could not locate the planet. Dr. Breves acquiesced, instructing Qin Xian to bring the spaceship to the backyard of the estate. He then set about the repairs alone, accompanied only by a few small robots. Qin Xian stood quietly to one side, his gaze fixed intently upon the busy figure of Dr. Breves. As time passed, he began to feel a sense of boredom and tedium, prompting him to gently shift his feet and slowly turn to leave. At this moment, Jack remained alone, silently observing Dr. Breves as he diligently worked on the battered spaceship. Dr. Breves was fully absorbed in manipulating the tools at hand, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, completely oblivious to the changes in his surroundings. Just as Qin Xian stepped out of the area, a faint crackling of electricity suddenly resonated throughout the space. Following this, a portion of the spaceship's indicator lights began to flicker rhythmically, illuminating the previously dim cabin with a pulsating glow, yet Qin Xian did not pause for this spectacle. Upon witnessing this situation, Dr. Breves, who had been frowning in deep contemplation, finally revealed a subtle yet discernible expression of relief. Alas, the extent of damage to the spacecraft was far more severe than I initially imagined. As he muttered to himself, Dr. Breves deftly maneuvered a delicate little robot, guiding it to precisely weld the severed circuits back together. With each successful weld, the faint hum of electricity seemed to grow increasingly steady. Hearing Dr. Breves' words, Jack fell into a contemplative silence. Just as Dr. Breves experienced a moment of inspiration, discovering the key to solving the dilemma, he immediately immersed himself wholeheartedly in assisting Jack with the repairs. The erudite and seasoned doctor skillfully wielded an array of tools and instruments, each movement exuding precision and confidence. Meanwhile, the charming yet remarkably capable robots exhibited equal prowess. They nimbly darted between the intricate components of the spacecraft, as swift and agile as a bolt of lightning. Their diminutive forms flickered in and out of sight within the dimly lit cabin, seemingly racing against time in a desperate bid to make every second count. Thus, in the days that followed, Dr. Breves and the little robots collaborated closely, working harmoniously. They faced hardships unflinchingly, tirelessly inspecting every potential fault and meticulously repairing and fine-tuning each component. Perseverance bore fruit. After several days of relentless effort, the exhilarating moment finally arrived. The spacecraft suddenly emitted a deep, resonant roar. This sound reverberated throughout the vast space like thunder, invigorating all who heard it. Undoubtedly, the restoration of the spacecraft had been triumphantly accomplished. At that moment, both Dr. Breves and the little robots radiated uncontainable joy and pride. However, during those few short days, Qin Xian felt as though he had embarked upon a grand avenue leading to the pinnacle of his life. On the very day Dr. Breves began the repairs, which was the day after their meal, sunlight broke through the clouds, draping the earth in a golden veil. Qin Xian arose early, meticulously preparing himself, and with a heart full of anticipation and delight, he set off to meet his cherished goddess, Tai. Upon their meeting, the instant their eyes met seemed to spark with electricity, and the air was infused with a sweet aroma. Hand in hand, they strolled through the bustling streets, pausing occasionally to admire the exquisite wares displayed in the shop windows, and at times captivated by the remarkable performances of street artists. Laughter and joy echoed around them, enveloping their surroundings in a warm aura of happiness. Each time they passed a shop, Tai would be enchanted by the beautiful trinkets or adorable toys displayed in the windows, and Qin Xian would invariably acquiesce, purchasing her desired treasures as gifts. As Tai Si received her gift, her expression of surprise and joy melted Qin Xian's heart. Thus, they wandered together, relishing this rare moment of intimacy. During these few days, they hardly returned to the estate, opting instead to spend their time at the hotel. As for their financial means, that remains unspoken. After all, for a man, living off someone else's success is a dream, while thriving off it is the ultimate aspiration. Nevertheless, acquiring wealth was quite simple for him. He had previously gathered resources, including gold, which he could exchange at will. Sister, where have you two been all this time? Bulma inquired, her large eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at Tai Si and Qing Xian, who strolled hand in hand into the house. A ripple of discomfort stirred within her. She paused momentarily before continuing. Could it be that you two have been sneaking off to date? Isn't it so? You said yourself that you've known him for only a short while. How is it that you've started dating so quickly? Bulma pouted, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction. It was undeniable. The allure of a handsome man captivated even the young. Oh dear, we've merely been wandering about, Qing Xian explained. He mentioned he had never been to Earth, so I took him to explore the environment. Tai Si felt her cheeks flush as her sister unveiled the truth, leaving her too embarrassed to admit it outright. She could only concoct a flimsy excuse, which wasn't entirely fabricated, as Qing Xian truly had never visited Earth, and Tai Si had indeed intended to show him around. Albeit their relationship had progressed more swiftly than anticipated. Chapter 32, Home. Bulma, what about Jocko? Is he still around? Tai Si attempted to shift the conversation. Bulma, aware of her sister's diversion, pressed on without granting her a reprieve. He left just before you returned. Stop changing the subject. Where exactly have you two been? Tai Si offered an awkward smile, her gaze evasive. We just found a place to wander, that's all. Bulma crossed her arms, clearly skeptical. Just wandering? Sister, do you take me for 3-year-old? Speak the truth. With no way to evade, Tai Si's eyes darted around as she pondered how to respond. Qing Xian, observing Tai Si's nervous demeanor, found it amusing but chose not to expose her fib. He smiled gently and turned to Bulma, saying, Indeed, Bulma, that is the case. After all, I am not a native of Earth. I have never been here before, and I am unfamiliar with my surroundings. I owe my gratitude to the kind and lovely Tai Si for guiding me around, allowing me to appreciate the beauty of this planet. After uttering these words, Qing Xian shifted his gaze back to Tai Si, a subtle glimmer of cunning evident in his eyes. He then continued to speak to Bulma. However, Bulma, it seems you appear somewhat discontented. Do you feel neglected? If that is indeed the case, why not accompany me on a date? Upon hearing this, Bulma's face flushed crimson, exclaiming, Who would want to go on a date with you, you peculiar fellow? Turning her head away in a haughty manner. Meanwhile, Tai Si stood nearby, her eyes wide with jealousy. She had not anticipated Qing Xian's sudden remark. She merely intended to showcase her relationship with him in front of Bulma. But the situation had spiraled out of control. Yet, Qing Xian remained cheerful, laughing, just a joke. I truly appreciate Tai Si's guidance today, but I must take my leave for now. With that, he prepared to depart. Tai Si hurriedly grasped the hem of his garment, softly inquiring, When shall we meet again? Qing Xian gently brushed her hand aside, replying, Fate will bring us together again. Bulma watched Qing Xian's retreating figure, muttering, What on earth is this guy's background? Meanwhile, Tai Si remained rooted in place, gazing into the distance where Qing Xian had vanished, silently vowing to capture his attention once more, regardless of the means, and ensure his satisfaction next time. Qing Xian, feeling rather dejected, returned to his magnificent castle. As he walked, he sighed inwardly, alas. It seems I must engage in further cultivation. With this thought, he quickened his pace, eager to seek out someone of comparable strength. However, he headed straight back to the castle. At that moment, Jianei and Zinol were in the gravity training room, locked in a fierce battle, engaged in intense training. Upon witnessing this scene, Qing Xian was taken aback, lamenting internally, Is today destined for disappointment? I finally thought of 2 potential opponents. Hesitating outside the gravity training room for a moment, he ultimately resolved to interrupt them. He pushed the door open and called out, Ladies, could you pause for a moment? Jianei and Zinol simultaneously halted their movements, casting displeased glances in his direction. Qing Xian, can't you see we are training? Yini Furomid Herbro. Qing Xian awkwardly scratched his head, attempting to explain his intentions. The 2 women, after a brief moment of surprise, burst into laughter. You are rather impatient, aren't you? I recall you being a training enthusiast. When did you become so interested in battles? To engage, one must wait until this fight concludes, Zinol teased. Qing Xian, slightly flustered by their laughter, retorted, What do you know? This is a matter of great importance to me. Yine supresed herlokter. Stepping forward to pat Qing Xian on the shoulder. All right. You do look rather pitiful. However, we are indeed in the midst of our training. Zinol nodded in agreement, suggesting that if he were truly bored, he could seek out others. Qing Xian let out a resigned sigh, expressing his desire to do so. but lamenting that those outside were either too weak or lacked the prowess to transform into the divine Super Saiyan. Just as a flicker of inspiration struck him, Janae, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, proposed a challenge. If Qin Xian could defeat the two of them in battle without transforming or utilizing any techniques, they would grant him a favor. Qin Xuan's eyes lit up at the prospect and asked if they were serious. Of course, Zenoel affirmed, as she assumed a combat stance. Without further ado, Qin Xian initiated the attack, skillfully dodging and countering their blows. After several exchanges, he realized that their abilities surpassed his expectations, rendering him unable to secure victory with the suppressed power he wielded. Reluctantly, he had to release a fraction of his suppressed strength. But even that proved overwhelming for the two seasoned fighters. Ashwan, considering that those children are still in their developmental stage, is it truly wise to let them venture out into the cosmos so recklessly? The thought made my heart race with unease. Janae observed Qin Xian silently before speaking up. Zenoel echoed her sentiment. Indeed, over the years, they have dedicated nearly all their time and energy to rigorous training, diligent study, and fierce battles. Other than the occasional exchange of barbs with ruthless foes on the battlefield, they hardly have the opportunity to engage with a diverse array of people. With a voice imbued with magnetic reassurance, Qin Xian comforted them. Dear sisters, you need not worry. Within this castle, I impart the most comprehensive and systematic knowledge and skills available in this vast world. As for how far they can develop the Saiyan lineage, that ultimately rests upon their own efforts and destinies. He continued, given their current strength, apart from the god of destruction Beerus and his attendant and mentor Whis, there are hardly any adversaries in this universe who could challenge the divine Super Saiyan. Chapter 33. A further examination. As long as they maintain a vigilant mindset, cautiously navigating various situations while ensuring they are not manipulated or influenced by others, one could confidently assert that they are nearly invincible, an unstoppable force. After all, with their inherent strength and abilities, combined with this caution, who could easily overcome them? However, at this moment, what Qin Xian needed to focus on was not the strength of others, but rather urging them to reflect upon their own circumstances. Thus, after Qin Xian spoke those words with a countenance as somber as water, he ceased to utter another word, turning to rejoin his companions, Ji, Nei, and Shinua, in the warm embrace of their bedding. Finally, a sense of reassurance washed over him. Even if he were unable to defeat the High Priest or the All-King, he would not be sealed or banished from this world. Qin Xian once more opened the system panel. Host, Qin Xian. Gender, male. Battle power, 500 trillion, normal state. Compagnons, Yinek Inuo, Desi Lichebon. Divine body. 7th generation divine body, super divine universe. Items, Phantom Castle, Gravity Training Room, Mirror Combat Training Room, 2086. 079 Spirit Beans. 164 sets of Shadow Kingdom. 1, 693, 496 Chakra Fruits. 5, 679 Spirit Tree Fruits. 69, 538 pairs of Rebirth Eyes. 19, 824 pairs of Samsara Eyes. 956, 840 pairs of Eternal Kaleidoscope, 5 Soul Devouring Blood Swords, 6, 489 Demon Blades. Skills, Turtle School Kamehameha, Vitality Slash, Demon Flash, Energy or Manipulation, Whole Wave Key Cannon, Dragon Fist, Ultimate Flash, King Kai Fist, Instant Transmission, Free Extreme Skill, Flash Time Skill, for symbols Fist, Shadow Fist. Laws, Law of Time, 30, Law of Space, 30, Law of Life, 30, Law of Gravity, 30, Law of Wind, 10. Alas, this mountain of accumulated items is truly a source of vexation. Although they all contain precious laws of power, the speed of cultivation is as slow as a snail. Despite the omnipresence of these laws, progress remains stubbornly stagnant. Having finally reached 30% cultivation feels akin to encountering an indestructible wall, hindering any further advancement. Qin Xian furrowed his brow, consumed by worry and contemplation. He could not help but ponder deeply. Is it truly the case that only by venturing into other worlds can one hope for a breakthrough? Moreover, it appears that such worlds must be exalted in enigmatic realms. However, how easy is it to reach such places? The journey is fraught with peril and uncertainty. As these thoughts coursed through him, Qin Xian felt a wave of helplessness and despondency wash over him, leaning helplessly against the wall, lost in confusion. It is said that in certain worlds, some laws are extraordinarily potent, while others are relatively feeble. If one could find a world that complements the laws he cultivates, perhaps he could shatter the current impasse. Yet, in the vast cosmos, where might such a world be found? Even if discovered, the challenge of entering it would present another formidable dilemma. Qin Xian became increasingly agitated, as if ensnared within a shroud of fog, unable to discern a way out. Bulma blinked her large eyes, gazing intently at Tai Si, her curiosity unabashedly evident, and eagerly inquired, "Sister, please tell me about that brother Qin Xian. What was he like? Have you experienced anything particularly special together? How does it feel?" Tai Si, taken aback by this barrage of questions, felt her cheeks flush slightly and reproached gently, "Oh dear, you little rascal, why are you asking so many questions at once? You, as a child, should not concern yourself with adult matters. Hurry back to your laboratory and continue your experiments." As she spoke, she reached out to push Bulma away. However, upon seeing Bulma's pitiable and expectant expression, Tai Si's heart softened. After much hesitation, she finally stammered a response. "Well, it's not too bad, really. It's just that his strength is simply overwhelming. I am no match for him at all, and I lose every time we compete." Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, and she exclaimed joyfully, "Huh, is that so? Don't worry, sister. Next time I'll go with you, and together we will surely defeat him." Tai Si looked at her sister's innocent and naive demeanor, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. She quickly shook her head in refusal. No, absolutely not. If our parents find out that we want to trouble him, they will surely be very angry. So put this idea out of your mind." Bulma, however, was not overly concerned. She had heard Tai Si mention their parents' potential anger, but noticed that she did not say she would be angry, which left her with a glimmer of hope. Tai Si completely ignored Bulma's enthusiasm and gently turned away, gracefully departing the room. Her elegant figure gradually receded until it vanished at the doorway. Subsequently, Tai Si embarked on her solitary journey towards the city. Along the way, she repeatedly recalled the words that Qin Xian had once shared with her about his fondness for the local delicacies. With this thought, Tai Si couldn't help but smile, secretly resolving to surprise Qin Xian. Entering the bustling city, the cacophony of voices and shouts filled the air. Tai Si's eyes darted around, taking in the myriad of food stalls and shops lining the streets, as she pondered what treats would delight Qin Xian's palate. After careful selection, she secured a bag brimming with delicious food and felt a sense of satisfaction as she prepared to return. Upon arriving back at her residence, Tai Si took a moment to rest before eagerly sending out an invitation to Qin Xian through their mental connection. She was filled with joy, eagerly anticipating his prompt arrival to share in the delectable feast. "Brother Qin Xian, are you busy right now? Hurry over. I have your favorite treats here, tee." Her melodious voice, akin to the sound of silver bells, resonated through the mental connection into Qin Xian's mind. As he was about to step into the bathroom for a relaxing shower, Qin Xian heard that familiar and sweet call. Without hesitation, he paused, focused his thoughts, and in an instant, he used his teleportation skill to appear in Tai Si's room like a wraith. At that moment, Tai Si was completely engrossed in the exquisite array of food before her, joyfully arranging the dishes, wholly unaware of the sudden presence behind her, and would never have guessed that it was Qin Xian. Chapter 34, Group Chat. Just as Tai Si was delicately arranging the tantalizing delicacies on the table, she was suddenly enveloped from behind by a pair of strong, powerful arms, tightly encircling her petite frame. Before she could comprehend what was unfolding, a familiar and warm voice softly whispered in her ear, "No feast can compare to your presence." It was Qin Xian, who had stealthily approached her from behind and, taking her by surprise, bestowed upon her a loving embrace. This unexpected gesture startled Tai Si considerably. Her entire body shivered, and her heart raced as if it would leap from her throat. However, upon hearing Qin Xian's tender words, her initially tense body gradually relaxed, refraining from instinctively resisting. Had she reacted with her customary temper and prowess, Qin Xian would likely have faced a fierce and formidable blow. Reflecting on this, Qin Xian felt a wave of relief that his actions had been perfectly timed, successfully conveying his affection for Tai Si while averting any physical repercussions. Tai Si, having honed her skills under Qin Xian's guidance, had become the most formidable individual on Earth, capable of overpowering even the likes of Piccolo. "Brother Xian, you finally arrived," Tai Si exclaimed as she turned to embrace him. Her face radiated with a brilliant smile, and her large, expressive eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother Xian, look at these snacks I bought, each one carefully selected, all your favorites." Tai Si withdrew from Qin Xian's embrace and presented a plate of delicacies from the table, her heart brimming with anticipation for his praise. The treats emitted a delicate fragrance, enchanting to the senses. Qing Xian accepted the snacks, gazing at the joyous girl before him, warmth flooding his heart. Wow, they look absolutely delectable. Thank you, he replied with a smile, his eyes filled with affectionate indulgence. Hearing this, the girl beamed even brighter. As long as Brother Xian likes them. She continued, though my culinary skills are still quite lacking, rest assured once I master them, I will prepare a variety of delicious dishes for you every day, all right? As she spoke, she slightly parted her lips, her enchanting, clear eyes blinking with innocent excitement. Her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Qing Xian. With a gentle smile, Qing Xian replied softly, all right, I understand. Thank you, my lovely Tai Si. With that, he carefully set the exquisite treats aside and extended his arms, tenderly embracing the petite Tai Si in his warm, expansive embrace. Then, with a gentle exertion, he lifted her in a classic princess carry, securely cradling her in his arms. Thus, Qing Xian, holding the bashful Tai Si, stepped steadily toward the edge of the bed. However, at this moment, lost in the sweet ambience, Tai Si suddenly realized that the young man before her, Qing Xian, was entirely unclothed, his body bare. In an instant, a wave of intense shyness surged within her, flooding her cheeks with a crimson hue that rendered her complexion, once as pale as jade, reminiscent of a ripe apple, vibrant and alluring, evoking a sense of tenderness. I am aware that you may not wish to linger on what transpires during this period, so let us bypass that. Returning our gaze to the interior of the castle, she now inquired, Sister Gnei, why is it that even though we have transformed into Super Saiyan gods of the blue hue, we are still unable to defeat Brother Xian? Is it due to our insufficient efforts or perhaps a lack of innate talent? She now awakened shortly after Qing Xian's departure. Or perhaps it could be said that she and Gnei had not truly rested at all. Presently, both Shi Now and Gnei, having exhausted their capabilities during the battle with Qing Xian, found themselves unable to match him, their faces flushed from the exertion. This may be attributed to his foundational combat prowess being exceedingly high. Even in our Super Saiyan God forms, we cannot compete with his Super Saiyan form. Inepatiently elucidated. She felt somewhat exasperated. Despite their unwavering diligence, the pressure only intensified in the presence of Qing Xian. Sister Gnei, I distinctly remember. Those little ones seem to possess the ability to transform into Super Saiyan gods as well. Recalling the scene vividly, she noted the intensity of their expressions upon seeing Brother Xian, their gazes seemingly glued in place, utterly unable to avert their eyes. Moreover, the emotions encapsulated within those looks were so fervent that they appeared on the verge of overflowing. It was as if countless delicate threads were tightly entwined, poised to snap at any moment. One cannot help but wonder what intricate, heart-stirring tales lie hidden within this scenario. Or perhaps, does it hint at an unexpected romantic interlude waiting to unfold? The mere thought sent excitement coursing through her veins. Gnei furrowed her brow slightly, lost in contemplation. She carefully considered Shi Now heiress words, finding them increasingly reasonable. After a moment, she nodded gently in agreement. Indeed, you are right. Let us proceed as you suggest. Splendid. In that case, we shall joyfully resolve upon this course. After we take a brief respite to recharge our spirits, we will promptly initiate a lively group chat to engage in a thorough exchange. She Now exclaimed excitedly, clapping her hands. Very well, it is settled then. However, I must seize the opportunity to take a short nap now, she added, stretching out her limbs and comfortably reclining on the grass nearby, closing her eyes and soon drifting into a blissful slumber. Oh, Qing Xian, just how long do you intend to keep us waiting? Little did you know, in the days preceding your return, Tai's appeared to be utterly lost, as if her spirit had been taken from her. Each day, she was devoid of energy and seemed absent-minded, lacking any interest in her activities. At times, she would sit vacantly by the window, gazing into the distance, seemingly entranced. Even during mealtimes, she showed no appetite, and my heart ached to witness her distress. Moreover, at night, she tossed and turned restlessly, murmuring your name in her sleep. On several occasions, I awoke in the middle of the night to hear her calling out for Qing Xian in her dreams. Alas, she has been so tormented. I earnestly wish that you could stay longer this time to truly accompany our dear Tais. Otherwise, I fear for her well-being if this continues. Just as Mrs. Breves was about to elaborate further, Tais' face turned as red as a ripe apple. Flustered, she hastily grabbed a chicken leg and swiftly shoved it into Mrs. Breves' mouth, playfully admonishing, Mother, please don't say any more. Enjoy your chicken leg. Following this, Tais shyly lowered her head, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her garment, while her heart raced like a startled deer. At that moment, Qin Xian, witnessing this warm yet slightly bashful scene, felt a smile gently tugging at the corners of his mouth. He spoke softly, "Rest assured, Annie, I promise to wholeheartedly care for Tais and ensure she experiences no grievances or mistreatment." Upon hearing Qing Xuan's sincere words, Tais' fair complexion was instantly suffused with a radiant blush reminiscent of the evening sky. Discussing such intimate matters in front of her parents made her, typically so open and cheerful, become exceedingly bashful. With her head bowed, she unconsciously fiddled with her clothing, as if trying to conceal the indescribable sweetness and shyness swelling within her. Nevertheless, despite her efforts to hide it, the gleam in her eyes and the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her inner joy and anticipation regarding Qing Xuan's promise. Yet, this stirred discontent in Bulma. I've had enough. I'm leaving," she huffed, turning abruptly and striding away as if to imprint her footsteps into the very ground. The suddenness of her departure left Mr. and Mrs. Breves exchanging bewildered glances, utterly at a loss. They widened their eyes, sharing puzzled looks, silently contemplating what could provoke the usually vivacious Bulma to such anger. After a moment, Mrs. Breves finally spoke. "Don't mind her. I suspect she has immersed herself in some complex experiment again. Once she dives into her research, her moods become quite unpredictable." With that, she gently shook her head, a hint of a resigned smile gracing her features. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the dining table began to ease slightly. Mr. Breves nodded in agreement with his wife's assessment and returned his focus to the sumptuous feast before them. He picked up a piece of tantalizing meat and savored it, exclaiming, "My dear, your culinary skills have truly reached new heights. These dishes are all your specialties. By the way, how have you and Tais been enjoying your recent travels? Have you found joy and delight in your adventures?" Upon hearing this, Tais felt a deeper blush creep onto her cheeks. She lowered her head slightly and replied softly, "Yes, we have had an absolutely wonderful time. The world outside is truly magnificent, overwhelming in its beauty. We've encountered many fascinating people and experiences that have enriched our journey with unforgettable memories." As she spoke, she lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Qing Xian glanced momentarily in the direction where Bulma had departed, feeling a twinge of curiosity, yet quickly redirected his attention back to Tais and her family. "Thank you, Uncle and Aunt, for your trust. Once we finish our meal, we plan to take a stroll." Tais raised her head, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Mr. and Mrs. Brief nodded with smiles. As they walked along the path, Tais linked her arm with Qing Xian's, her face radiant with happiness. Suddenly, a small spacecraft zipped across the sky and landed not far away. The hatch opened, and Bulma stormed out in a huff. "Tais, how could you associate with this person? His origins are dubious." Qing Xian remained unfazed, responding, "Miss Bulma, my intentions towards Tais are sincere." Crossing her arms, Bulma retorted, "Who can say? I have investigated you. Your appearance is quite suspicious. Unless you can prove your worth, I remain skeptical. I discovered that you were previously in West City, and there were 2 women accompanying you then. Do you harbor ulterior motives, or has this been a premeditated scheme?" Upon hearing this, Qing Xian understood Bulma's animosity. He had once brought Jine along to meet Kakarot, and then strolled around the city with 2 lovely companions. He had not erased his traces on Earth, leading to surveillance capturing his actions, which Bulma had uncovered. Qing Xian had previously explained everything to Tais, yet Bulma remained oblivious to these details. Tais had not voiced much concern regarding the number of women around Qing Xian. Initially, she felt a strong aversion to the situation, as it starkly contrasted with traditional values. However, as time passed, and she grew to understand Qing Xian more deeply, she realized she could hardly resist his formidable charm and prowess. At this moment, confronted by the agitated and unruly Bulma, Tais exhibited remarkable composure. She gently reassured her, "Bulma, please cease this unreasonable commotion. It truly is not a matter of great significance. I have long been aware of these circumstances, but I simply felt there was no need to specifically inform you." Gradually, Tais approached Bulma, taking her hands gently in her own, looking into her eyes with warmth and resolve, and continued to speak. "Very well, Bulma, my dear sister, I comprehend your sentiments. As long as our parents grant their blessing for us to coexist harmoniously, I shall harbor no objections whatsoever." Bulma had initially sought to conceal her innermost feelings. Yet to her astonishment, her sister discerned them with remarkable swiftness. When her sister unveiled the truth with a single utterance, Bulma felt a rush of warmth flooding her cheeks, as if countless gazes were fixated upon her, rendering her utterly uncomfortable and longing to disappear into the earth. In that moment, Bulma found herself fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, her gaze darting away, entirely devoid of her usual carefree, dauntless demeanor. At that moment, Qing Xian looked at her with a curious expression. Bulma, if you're feeling a tad bored at this juncture, why not accompany us for a stroll? You may stumble upon some delightful treasures, Qing Xian suggested with a smile, before meandering towards the bustling heart of the city. Beside them, Tais had little patience to await Bulma's response. She swiftly seized Bulma's delicate hand, clasping it tightly, and jubilantly followed Qing Xuan's lead with a lively stride. Sunlight cascaded upon them, casting 3 elongated shadows. A gentle breeze caressed their surroundings, playfully stirring Bulma's hair and skirt, as if it too rejoiced in the joyful journey that lay ahead. In that moment, Qing Xian was immersed in the breathtaking scenery, filled with joy and contentment. Everything around him resembled the exquisite visions he had conjured in his mind 1,000 times over. The surroundings were tranquil, with only the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze breaking the silence, while distant mountains rolled gently, veiled in a delicate mist reminiscent of an ink-wash painting. The sky was as blue as a sapphire, with clouds as white as snow drifting leisurely. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating patches of golden light that danced playfully upon the ground like sprites. At the heart of this serene world lay a crystal-clear lake, shimmering with reflections of verdant mountains and azure skies. The lakeside was adorned with lush grass, interspersed with a myriad of unknown blossoms that exuded enchanting fragrances. Such tranquility and beauty made Qing Xian nearly forget the passage of time. He wished to remain in that moment forever, savoring the gifts bestowed by nature. Chapter 36. Departure from Earth. Bulma, do you truly not wish to embark on this journey filled with the unknown and surprises alongside us? Just imagine. The vast expanse of the universe awaits our exploration, and breathtaking vistas shall unfold before your very eyes. Qing Xian, with a smile illuminating his face, eagerly extended the invitation once more. Tais chimed in with a grin. Indeed, Bulma, come along with us. I believe this journey will undoubtedly leave you with indelible and beautiful memories. No, you all go ahead. Bulma gently shook her head, her lustrous blue hair swaying slightly with emotion. After several joyous and fulfilling days of exploration on Earth, Qing Xian and Tais were prepared to depart, returning to their castle in a distant galaxy. However, before they could embark, there remained an essential plan to venture into the enigmatic sixth universe in search of individuals brimming with immense potential. At this moment, Qing Xian harbored grand ambitions within his heart. He understood that to realize his aspirations, merely relying on his existing powers would be woefully inadequate. Thus, he meticulously began to lay the groundwork for ultimately departing from the Dragon Ball world and transforming it into a formidable realm. For Qing Xian, the Dragon Ball world was not only the cradle of his growth, but also the launchpad for his dreams. Here, he had forged bonds with many like-minded companions and experienced countless thrilling adventures. Now, he resolved to use this foundation to gradually expand his influence, allowing the Dragon Ball world to radiate with even greater brilliance. At present, he had finally discovered his dream, to conquer the myriad worlds and incorporate them into his dominion. Qing Xian could now traverse the entire Dragon Ball realm at will, simultaneously preparing to unify all the timelines within this world. He also envisioned expanding the realm's expanse, facilitating management and future upgrades with ease. Returning to the earlier conversation, Bulma sighed, No, you all go ahead. I still have many experiments left unfinished. She longed to join them, but felt constrained. Although Dr. Briefs and Mrs. Briefs were quite open-minded, Bulma remained uncertain whether they would grant permission. Moreover, at just 13, she was still too young to fully comprehend her own feelings, thus refraining from agreeing to depart with them. I see, in that case, let us proceed. You can rest assured, Tais replied. Once we reach our destination, we will undoubtedly capture beautiful photographs to share with you. As for when we can return, that remains uncertain, as the journey is fraught with various unknowns and variables. All right then, it's settled. Let us depart swiftly when your parents return home. Remember to tell them all about it. But fret not, our adventures will likely not take too long, Tais added with a smile. Now, enough talk. We must take our leave. Goodbye. With a wave, Tais bid farewell to Bulma before turning to board the spaceship. As a roar filled the air, the vessel shot upward like an arrow, swiftly breaking through the atmosphere and soaring into the vast, boundless depths of the universe. Before them unfolded a resplendent and enigmatic celestial panorama, where countless stars twinkled with a faint luminescence, resembling jewels embedded in a dark tapestry of the night sky. Their spacecraft soared through the vast expanse of space like a shooting star. Qin Xian, are we truly bound for your planet? Or must we first venture to the so-called sixth universe? Tai Si inquired curiously, curled up like a languid kitten in Qingshuan's warm embrace, her large, doe-like eyes fixated on the dreamlike beauty outside the ship's window. Qin Xian smiled gently, tenderly stroking Tai Si's flowing, golden hair that cascaded like a waterfall, and replied, "My dear, let us first journey to my planet. Once we arrive, I shall properly introduce you to your two sisters. In truth, they have long heard of you and have even glimpsed you from afar. I am confident that you will bond splendidly and become inseparable sisters." With that, he affectionately pinched Tai Si's rosy, adorable cheeks. The spacecraft sped towards Qingshuan's planet. During the voyage, Qin Xian began to mentally outline the arrangements for their arrival. Meanwhile on Earth, Bulma gazed at the receding spacecraft, her heart filled with envy. She silently resolved to complete her current experiments swiftly so that next time an opportunity arose, she could embark without hesitation, though the feasibility of this remained uncertain. At last, the spacecraft reached Qingshuan's planet. Upon landing, two remarkably poised women approached. Upon seeing Tai Si, they momentarily paused, then greeted her with warm smiles. "Welcome, Sister Tai Si," the elder sister said gently. The younger sister took Tai Si's hand, scrutinizing her closely. Tai Si felt a bit shy, but soon acclimated to the atmosphere, engaging in delightful conversation with her newfound sisters. Qin Xian stood nearby, watching with satisfaction. In the days that followed, Tai Si familiarized herself with all aspects of the planet alongside her sisters, acquiring unique knowledge and skills. Meanwhile, Qin Xian prepared for matters concerning the sixth universe, aware that a new journey awaited him, fraught with challenges yet essential to embark upon. "Sister Tai Si, do share with us how things progressed for you on Earth," Jean Nai suggested as they sat together on the lawn. "Indeed, given our understanding of brother A Xian, it seems unlikely he would refrain from making a move after spending so much time with you," Xinor chimed in. Surrounded by the two, Tai Si's cheeks flushed crimson as she hesitantly stammered, "Well, we did everything we could and couldn't." Upon hearing Tai Si's words, Jean Nai and Xinor exchanged knowing glances and erupted into laughter. "Just as we thought. Once brother A Xian sets his sights on someone, he doesn't hesitate to act. Leaving neither you nor us a chance to react," Jean Nai teased. Xinor felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment at Janae's words. Chapter 37. Departure. As Janae and Xinor engaged in lively conversation with Tai, Qin Xian busied himself in solitude, meticulously organizing various items in preparation for their imminent journey to the sixth universe. He took a deep breath, channeling the powerful and vigorous energy within him, which he continuously infused into the castle. With this robust energy steadily flowing in, the intricate containers designed for energy storage within the castle gradually filled to capacity. Having completed this pivotal step, Qin Xian showed no signs of complacency and swiftly moved on to the next critical task, establishing a fortified defense system. Utilizing his profound understanding of the castle's architecture and his exceptional skills, he skillfully employed a variety of materials and tools to construct formidable barriers around the castle. These defenses were not only capable of effectively repelling external threats, but also possessed a self-repairing capability, allowing them to swiftly restore their original state following an attack, thereby ensuring the castle remained in a constant state of security. Meanwhile, he approached a mysterious and captivating device that stood silently, emanating a faint yet alluring glow. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously extended his hand and gently pressed the activation button. Accompanied by a soft humming sound, the device sprang to life. Streams of luminous energy surged forth from within, swiftly intertwining to form an almost imperceptible detection membrane. This membrane expanded outward like an immense net, ultimately enveloping the entire planet. It became evident that this remarkable detection device possessed extraordinary capabilities, adept at sensing all life signs and the presence of objects within its surroundings. Whether it be minute bacteria, massive biological populations, or deeply concealed treasures, nothing could evade its omnipresent detection prowess. With the protection of this device, he could depart with peace of mind, knowing that during his absence, any person or object approaching the planet would be accurately recorded by the detection device, which would relay the pertinent information to him. Thus, he He would remain fully informed about events occurring here, ensuring he would not miss any significant developments. After leisurely completing his tasks, Qin Xian strolled onto the lush, velvety green lawn outside. With a smile gracing his face, he cast a warm and friendly gaze towards the group of graceful and beautiful women before him, and then cleared his throat, raising his voice to speak. Dearest ladies, are you all prepared to embark on this thrilling and surprise-filled adventure? We are about to embark on an extraordinary journey to the mysterious and distant sixth universe. This voyage promises to be nothing short of remarkable, as we shall board an advanced and luxuriously appointed spacecraft, swiftly traversing the boundless expanse of interstellar space. Moreover, during this lengthy odyssey, a plethora of delightful experiences awaits us, inviting exploration and shared enjoyment. For instance, we will have the opportunity to marvel at the vibrant and resplendent nebulae along our route, immersing ourselves in the wondrous energy fluctuations of the cosmos. We might also engage in some novel and unique space entertainment activities, ensuring that laughter and joy accompany us on our journey. Furthermore, if time permits, we could even make brief stops on other enchanting planets, embarking on an extraordinary interplanetary adventure. Are you not already filled with eagerness to set forth? Upon hearing Qing Xuan's words, Janae leapt up in excitement, already prepared for the journey, certain it would be immensely enjoyable. Zenua nodded enthusiastically, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Tai Si, with a teasing smile, remarked that she feared encountering any dangers along the way. However, with Qing Xian present, they would undoubtedly be safe. It was indeed rather dull to remain in one place. They could explore other planets for amusement. Janae expressed her desire to venture beyond mere training and sparring with Qing Xian, despite her inability to win. Qing Xian, with a confident smile, nodded and led them toward the spacecraft, which was already docked nearby. The ship's door opened slowly, revealing an exquisite and spacious interior. As they boarded, Qing Xian took his place at the controls, expertly navigating the craft. With a deep rumble from the engines, the spacecraft ascended gracefully, breaking through the atmosphere and entering the vastness of the cosmos. Outside, countless stars twinkled, a breathtaking sight. While piloting the ship, Qing Xian imparted knowledge about cosmic navigation to the girls. Suddenly, the ship's alarm blared. What's happening? Janae inquired anxiously. After checking the instruments, Qing Xuan's brow furrowed as he detected an unknown energy turbulence ahead, disrupting their course. Remaining calm, he adjusted the ship's trajectory in an attempt to evade it. But the turbulence was too extensive. Let's charge through, Qing Xian cheerfully declared, urging everyone to hold on tightly. The spacecraft plunged into the turbulence, shaking violently as they grasped onto nearby objects. Qing Xian effortlessly stabilized the ship, simultaneously exerting his power to shield it. After a tense struggle, the craft finally emerged from the turbulent chaos. Phew, that was close, Zenua exhaled in relief. Rest assured, with our strength, such issues are unlikely to arise. Though it was quite exhilarating, Qing Xian assured, I'm not particularly worried about our safety. I merely lament the thought of such a fine vessel being damaged. Zenua replied with a hint of resignation. At that moment, a blue planet came into view in the distance. Look, that planet appears quite promising, Tai Si pointed out. Qing Xian smiled. Then let us descend and explore. There may be unexpected treasures awaiting us. As he spoke, he maneuvered the spacecraft towards the cerulean planet. The vessel descended gently upon the surface of this blue orb. Upon landing, a refreshing and natural aroma enveloped them. Qing Xian was the first to exit the spacecraft, cautiously surveying the surroundings. The girls followed suit, their curiosity piqued as they gazed about in wonder. The planet was lush with verdant vegetation, adorned with peculiar plants, some of which emitted a soft glow. As they ventured further, they stumbled upon the entrance to an ancient ruin. Qing Xian led the way inside, where an air of mystery pervaded. The walls were etched with strange symbols, and as Jine reached out to touch them, a beam of light suddenly burst forth, revealing a holographic image. The being depicted in the image recounted the calamities that had once befallen this planet, cautioning visitors against lingering too long. Chapter 38. The Strange Creatures. Why must they not linger? Was there an undisclosed truth behind this warning? Tai Si inquired of Qing Xian, her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon him, as if seeking answers etched upon his face. Faced with Tai Si's question, Qing Xian furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before responding. Regarding this matter, I am not entirely certain of the specifics. However, if you're truly intrigued, perhaps we could venture forth together to uncover the truth. This way, it would satiate your curiosity while also alleviating some of the tedium. As he spoke, Qin Xian regarded Tai Si with a gentle, encouraging gaze, as if awaiting her decision. Upon hearing Qin Xian's words, Tai Si's heart soared with joy. She had feared he might refuse her request to explore the truth, yet he had readily acquiesced. Thus, with unbridled excitement, Tai Si spread her arms wide and, like a jubilant little bird, dashed toward Qin Xian, planting a resounding kiss upon his cheek. In that moment, astonished gazes from those around them were drawn, but Tai Si paid them no heed, for her heart was filled solely with anticipation and delight for the forthcoming adventure. Jine and Xinor exchanged knowing smiles, observing the scene without uttering a word, yet their unwavering gaze upon Tai Si made her feel rather bashful. She concealed herself behind Qin Xian, hesitant to reveal herself, but ultimately, Qin Xian led the three girls away, with Tai Si closely trailing behind. The quartet arrived outside the ruins, first returning to the spacecraft. After Qin Xian stored the vessel within the System S space, they commenced their adventure upon this desolate planet. As they journeyed onward, a mist-laden forest suddenly emerged before them. Qin Xian became alert, sensing an unusual essence emanating from the woods. However, Tai Si, undeterred, eagerly sought to plunge into the depths of the forest, prompting Qin Xian to swiftly grasp her arm. It may be perilous here. You must exercise caution, Tai Si. Your current strength is still too weak, he admonished seriously. Jine and Xinor nodded in agreement, sharing his concern. Upon stepping into the forest, the once bright light gradually succumbed to the dense foliage, shrouding the surroundings in a dim and somber gloom. Suddenly, the rustling of branches and the whisper of leaves pierced the silence, heralding an astonishing sight. A group of mysterious creatures, resembling monkeys yet possessing an extraordinarily massive stature, leaped down from the treetops like phantoms, lunging towards them with claws bared. In the face of this unexpected onslaught, Qin Xian exhibited remarkable reflexes. Without hesitation, he raised his arm, instantly channeling formidable energy, and unleashed a dazzling energy cannon that hurtled towards the ferocious beasts. Beside him, Tai Si was struck with terror at the heart-stopping scene, instinctively cowering behind Qin Xian, her body trembling slightly. However, as she glimpsed his fearless and valiant figure through his broad shoulders, her fear began to metamorphose into an ineffable admiration. The energy cannon unleashed by Qin Xian was devastating, directly striking and obliterating a small portion of the creatures. Yet, the sheer number of these bizarre beings, scattered in their approach, rendered it evident that relying solely on the energy cannon would not suffice to eradicate them swiftly. Thus, to expedite their escape from this peril and conserve precious time, Qin Xian resolved to unleash his more formidable skill, the manipulation of gravity. As he concentrated and summoned his power, an invisible yet potent gravitational field rapidly expanded from his core. The creatures that had yet to be affected by the energy cannon suddenly felt their bodies grow unbearably heavy, as if an immense weight bore down upon them, rendering them immobile. In the wake of this terrifying gravitational force, the monsters screamed in anguish as they were mercilessly crushed to the ground, reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh. Turning to check on Tai Si and inquire if she had sustained any injuries, Qin Xian was interrupted by the rustling sound once more, which irritated him greatly. A swift glance revealed the source to be yet another group of creatures identical to the previous ones, albeit this time considerably larger. To Qin Xian, however, these beings were no more significant than ants, prompting him to decide to teach these ants a lesson. He covered Tai Si's ears and addressed Gnei and Shinao Air, advising, "You might want to cover your ears as well. It may get rather loud shortly." Obediently, Gnei and Shinao Air complied. Satisfied with their compliance, Qin Xian commenced his actions. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze intently upon the group of mysterious creatures he had just detected. Gradually, he raised both hands, feeling the surging energy within him swell like an impending tide. With a mental command, the powerful energy erupted forth, racing towards the creatures with relentless speed. In the blink of an eye, a scene of astonishing horror unfolded. The lower halves of those creatures suddenly ignited in a fierce blaze, the flames roaring with an insatiable hunger, as if intent on consuming everything in their path. Meanwhile, their upper bodies were enveloped in a thick layer of Arctic ice, exuding an intense chill that starkly contrasted with the inferno below. Moreover, the faces of these beings were shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, devoid of any luster. Concurrently, countless grotesque insect-like entities, akin to sharks sensing the scent of blood, lunged at them with frenzied abandon, emitting a cacophony of piercing shrieks. These creatures opened their gaping maws, viciously tearing at the faces of their prey, resulting in a gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh. Yet, amidst this terrifying and agonizing tableau, Qin Xian displayed remarkable prowess. Through his exquisite manipulation, he managed to preserve the souls of these beings temporarily, preventing their immediate demise. Thus, these unfortunate creatures endured a purgatorial torment in a state of consciousness, caught between the desire to live and the yearning for death. After accomplishing this feat, Qin Xian released his grasp on Tai Si's ears. Her eyes widened in shock and admiration. "Brother Qin Xian, you are incredible." Qin Xian merely smiled faintly, about to respond, when the ground trembled violently. The anguished cries of these beings had attracted a more formidable presence. A colossal beast, towering like a mountain, approached slowly, each step sending tremors through the earth. In this instance, Qin Xian refrained from impulsively tormenting or outright slaying these mysterious creatures, unlike his previous encounters. An unusual sensation surged within him, an instinctual warning that these seemingly ordinary beings were anything but simple. Thus, he resolved to adopt a more measured approach. With a flourish of his hands, an invisible force erupted, encasing the creatures within a transparent prison, rendering them immobile despite their desperate struggles and howls. They were powerless against the formidable binding of this force, left to remain still and compliant. Following this, Qin Xian executed a wondrous skill of instantaneous movement. In a flash of light, he transported Tai Si and two other women, like phantoms, across the scattered corpses resembling monkeys. When they materialized once more, they found themselves before a colossal entity. This creature was imposing, a striking amalgamation of a majestic lion and the robust head of an elephant, delivering an overwhelming visual impact. These monsters were grotesque and fearsome, their mere appearance instilling dread. However, beneath their terrifying facade, their strength was not as formidable as it seemed. With combat prowess hovering around 1 to 2,000. Such a level of power may be inconsequential in the eyes of true warriors, yet for Tai Si, hailing from Earth, it presented an insurmountable pressure. At this moment, Tai's complexion was as pale as paper, her delicate frame trembling slightly, with her beautiful eyes filled with terror and helplessness. Confronted by such a terrifying creature, she had completely lost the courage to resist, clutching tightly to the hem of Qin Xuan's garment as if it were her sole lifeline. In stark contrast, Qin Xian remained calm and composed, his towering stature resembling an indomitable mountain, instilling a modicum of safety in Tai's. He gently lifted his hand, as if cradling the most precious treasure in existence, softly patting Tai's quivering hand. His movements were slow and tender, as though fearing that even the slightest exertion might startle the frightened girl before him. Subsequently, Qin Xian slowly opened his arms, carefully enveloping Tai's in a warm embrace. The petite figure of Tai's nestled closely against Qin Xuan's broad chest, absorbing the warmth and reassurance emanating from him. In a deep, resonant voice filled with magnetism, Qin Xian softly reassured her, "Do not fear, I am here. These mere trifles are nothing but trivial matters for me to resolve effortlessly. Trust me, I will ensure your safety." As time passed, under Qin Xuan's soothing presence, Tai's heart, which had been racing violently with fear, gradually calmed. She quietly leaned against him, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, which felt like the most exquisite and comforting melody in the world. Eventually, after a considerable time, Tai began to recover from her earlier fright. She gently lifted her head, meeting Qin Xuan's gaze, which was filled with concern and affection, stirring a warm current within her heart. "I understand," she murmured, burying her face into Qin Xuan's chest, a faint smile gracing her lips. After all, having adventured alongside Jacker in the cosmos for so long, how could she still be afraid? Jian and Xian Oer exchanged knowing smiles, silently observing the scene. Qin Xian firmly wrapped one arm around Tai's slender waist, while his other hand steadily pointed towards the enigmatic and mysterious creature before them. As he gestured, an unseen force surged forth from his hand, causing the creature to begin levitating slowly. The creature quivered in midair, as if making one final struggle. Yet it could not break free from the binding force Qin Xian had imposed. Then, in a startling turn of events, its body started to visibly disintegrate, akin to a shattered ice block breaking into countless tiny fragments. However, Qin Xian clearly wished to prevent the creature's blood from spilling, avoiding unnecessary chaos and disorder. Thus, under his meticulous control, The disintegrated fragments were enveloped in a thin layer of energy, securely containing any potential leakage of blood within. Having accomplished this, Qin Xian carefully examined the surrounding environment and the now dismembered remains of the creature. After an extensive exploration, he finally unveiled the astonishing secrets concealed within these creatures, while also uncovering some lesser-known truths about the planet's historical past. Upon grasping the intricate details of the situation, he could not help but furrow his brow slightly. It turned out that the reason this once prosperous and vibrant planet had descended into its current desolate state was none other than the very humans who inhabited it. In their relentless pursuit of unparalleled power, the people here had brazenly engaged in a series of forbidden experiments, thereby creating these terrifying beings. They had initially hoped to harness the strength of these creatures to fulfill their ambition of cosmic domination. But they never anticipated that these beings would not only possess unimaginable power, but would also gradually evolve into entities of higher intelligence. What was even more dire was that humans later employed advanced artificial intelligence technology to continually modify and enhance these beings, rendering them increasingly difficult to control. Ultimately, the situation spiraled completely out of control, as these beings, who were meant to be subservient to humanity, turned against their creators, mercilessly eradicating the entire human race. Qin Xian set down his hands, turned to the three women, and after explaining everything to them, he solemnly stated, "The fate of this planet serves as a cautionary tale. We must not repeat the same mistakes." The three women nodded in agreement. At that moment, a slight tremor suddenly resonated through the area, as if some immense energy was on the verge of awakening. Qin Xian grew vigilant, intending to summon his powers to protect everyone, only to discover a swarm of small mechanical creatures approaching. These mechanical beings resembled bees, yet shimmered with a metallic sheen. They circled around the group, seemingly devoid of malice. Through his psychic perception, Qin Xian discerned that they were the last remnants of humanity's goodwill, created to safeguard the planet's core secrets. The mechanical beings led them to an ancient underground palace, where devices capable of purifying the genetic material of these dangerous creatures were stored. Together, Qin Xian and the others activated the device, and as light radiated, the perilous beings gradually became docile. Qin Xian resolved to remain on this planet for a spell, and the three women concurred. Chapter 40, Dragon Ball. After much exploration, it was discovered that this seemingly enigmatic planet held little of substantial value for deeper adventure. With that in mind, it was decided to hasten their return journey, allowing for an earlier return to soothe the concerns of those waiting. Thus, Qin Xian led Tais, Ji, Nei, and Zinol as they began their slow trek back, to avoid leaving any traces that might incite future troubles. Qin Xian resolved to eliminate the remains of the creatures they had encountered. With a wave of his hand, he effortlessly turned all the corpses to nothingness, leaving not a single trace behind. As they walked, Qin Xian could not help but ponder. In just a few short years, Kakarot and his companions will undoubtedly have matured into adulthood. Meanwhile, the other group of children is likely nearing the completion of their significant mission. Upon hearing Qin Xian mention Kakarot and the others, Ji, Nei, and Xino's faces instantly radiated delight, clearly filled with anticipation and affection for these youngsters. Qin Xian and the others swiftly set sail once more, heading towards Universe 6. What exactly is this sphere? Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity as she fixated on the crystalline orb in her hand, murmuring to herself. It certainly appeared quite exquisite. The orb exhibited an almost entirely transparent quality, as if sculpted from the purest crystal. What was even more astonishing was the tiny star nestled within the transparent sphere, twinkling with a faint luminescence, resembling the most dazzling star from the night sky that had fallen into its embrace. At that moment, Bulma was alone at home, buried beneath a mountain of research materials in search of valuable information. By chance, she stumbled upon this mysterious orb. Uncertain of its nature, Bulma resolved to conduct a meticulous examination. Cradling the orb in her palms, she gently rotated it, scrutinizing it from various angles. However, regardless of how she observed it, apart from the enchanting little star, nothing else seemed particularly remarkable. Unwilling to give up, Bulma retrieved an array of advanced instruments to analyze the orb. But the results left her profoundly disappointed. None of the devices could detect any useful data, and even attempting to damage the orb proved an impossible endeavor. Faced with such a perplexing situation, Bulma felt utterly at a loss. Thus, she decided to seek her father's assistance, her mind swirling with questions. When she approached her father, she eagerly asked, "Dad, please take a look at this orb. On Earth is it? It truly looks beautiful, yet despite my extensive testing, I couldn't gather any data, and no matter how I tried, I couldn't damage it. Bulma's father paused for a moment at her inquiry, then took the orb from her hands, gazing at it intently before responding, this to be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself. However, I vaguely remember that someone gifted it to me long ago. At that time, I invested a considerable amount of time researching it, and had the impression it might be referred to as something like a Dragon Ball. Yet, the specifics have unfortunately slipped my mind. After saying this, he shook his head helplessly and returned the orb to Bulma. Nevertheless, there should still be some related materials around the house. Why don't you take a look and see? Dr. Briefs suggested, gently adjusting the thick glasses perched on his nose. Originally, when Dr. Briefs expressed his lack of knowledge regarding the matter at hand, a subtle sense of disappointment flickered within Bulma. However, in that very instant, upon hearing that there were materials available for reference, a radiant smile blossomed on her lovely face. How wonderful! Thank you, dear father. I shall immediately seek out those materials. Before her words had fully settled, Bulma, akin to a jubilant little bird, eagerly turned and dashed towards the room where the documents were stored. Dr. Briefs chuckled softly and resumed his research. Bulma spent a considerable amount of time searching alone in the room. Prince, Lord Frisia commands our swift return. We have lingered on this planet for several days now. A tall man with flowing hair reported respectfully to a much shorter figure. The taller man appeared somewhat anxious, his tone tinged with urgency. The diminutive figure scoffed, "Humph, Raditz. Why do you cower before Frisia? Do not panic. Simply grant me a little more time, and I shall undoubtedly transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. At that moment, Frisia will fall at my feet." Vegeta, brimming with confidence, radiated a resolute gleam from his eyes. Yet his understanding of the Super Saiyan was woefully limited, steeped in a state of self-delusion, firmly believing he had already attained the strength of a Super Saiyan and that vanquishing Frisia would be a mere formality. Hearing Vegeta's words, Raditz promptly nodded in agreement. "Indeed, your highness speaks the truth. It is all my fault. Please forgive me." As he spoke, Raditz lowered his head even further, fearing he might provoke the proud prince before him. Enough, enough, there is no need for such submission. As long as you obediently follow me, there will surely be a place for you in this vast, boundless universe. Vegeta laughed heartily, arms crossed, as if he could already envision his future dominion over the cosmos. His mind was filled with images of himself standing triumphantly over Frisia's vanquished form, delivering relentless blows to the grotesque visage of Cold. Each punch resonated with boundless power and fury, rendering his foes utterly powerless. With such thoughts, Vegeta's pride swelled uncontrollably, and his laughter grew ever more boisterous. Meanwhile, Raditz observed the entranced Vegeta with a shake of his head, offering a wry smile as he glanced toward the silent Nappa. Nappa stared expressionlessly into the distance, seemingly unimpressed by Vegeta's grandiose proclamations, yet unwilling to contradict him openly. Leitais was well aware that while Babidi did not voice his opinions, he harbored considerable reservations regarding Vegeta's unrealistic aspirations deep within his heart. Nevertheless, they were both warriors of the Saiyan race and had no choice but to temporarily submit to Vegeta's leadership. Chapter 41, The Sixth Universe. Ah, how audacious Vegeta is. Yet, I find myself quite intrigued, dear Vegeta. Frisia hovered in the air, his purple skin glistening with a chilling sheen under the sunlight, while the white armor enveloped his slender yet powerful form. His tail swayed gently, akin to a serpent poised to strike. However, if he believes he can easily surpass me, he is gravely mistaken. Frisia's voice sliced through the air like a sharp blade. At that moment, Dodoria leaned in. "My lord, shall we teach Vegeta a small lesson? After all, he is rather arrogant at the moment." Frisia snorted dismissively. "No need. Let him prance about for a while. Watching him strive desperately only to fail is far more entertaining. Besides, there are other intriguing matters on this planet that capture my interest." He narrowed his elongated red eyes, surveying his surroundings as if the entire universe were his plaything. At that moment, he reveled in the cat-and-mouse game, knowing that neither Vegeta nor the hidden energy sources on this planet could escape his grasp. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, who remained lost in his fantasies, Frisia was already aware of their conversation. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, Qin Xian and his companions had undergone a fantastical adventure spanning 2 years. Throughout this lengthy period, they indulged in joyous activities, marveling at the breathtaking beauty of the cosmos. Their footprints were imprinted on various planets, where laughter and cheer resonated wherever they ventured. At times, they would quietly admire the peculiar natural landscapes, while more often than not, they enthusiastically participated in the local residents' diverse entertainment, embracing the unique charm of different cultures. Of course, this 2-year journey was not merely a series of leisurely escapades. In addition to admiring the scenery and experiencing alien customs, Qin Xian and his companions frequently found themselves embroiled in fierce battles. Each intense skirmish was a test of their strength and an exceptional opportunity to hone their combat skills. Thanks to their frequent engagements in real combat, Tai Si had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her battle power soared like a rocket, reaching an astonishing 2,000,000. This figure would have seemed utterly fantastical to her former self, yet it now stood before her as an undeniable reality. Reflecting on her initial steps on this journey, although Qin Xian had confidently assured her that he could enhance her battle prowess and grant her extraordinary abilities such as soaring through the skies and unleashing energy blasts, Tai Si had harbored doubts at that time. However, with each successive victory over formidable foes, she gradually came to realize that Qin Xian's words were indeed true. At this moment, standing at the threshold between the 7th universe and the 6th universe, Tai Si was filled with myriad emotions. Reflecting on the past 2 years, which were replete with challenges and opportunities, she understood that her remarkable progress was largely attributed to the unwavering support and encouragement from her sisters, Jin and Ei and Shi Nua Ai, as well as the meticulous guidance from Qin Xian throughout her journey. Gazing upon the enigmatic boundary of the universe before her, Tai Si eagerly anticipated the forthcoming adventures. "Are you all ready, my dear companions?" she inquired with enthusiasm. "Once we cross this barrier, we shall depart from the 7th universe and successfully arrive in the 6th universe." Qin Xian, with a gentle smile, turned his gaze toward the 3 women beside him. He continued, "This journey may be lengthy, and it is possible that we will not return to the 7th universe in the near future. However, should you ever feel homesick and wish to return, rest assured, I shall make it possible for you at any time." As he spoke, his eyes brimmed with affection. At that moment, the 3 women were entirely absorbed in the captivating sights outside the spaceship. Seemingly indifferent to Qin Xian's mention of a potential prolonged absence, they crowded by the window, their eyes wide with wonder, observing the extraordinary world beyond. "Wow, is this truly the juncture of 2 universes? It feels so magical. I've never been to a place like this before," Tai Si exclaimed excitedly, pressing her hands against the glass. Jin and Ei chimed in, "Indeed, it is utterly breathtaking. Those twinkling lights and bizarre nebulae are simply overwhelming." Meanwhile, Shi Nua Ai nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, yes. Such beauty is rare to behold. I wish I could capture it all in my eyes and take it home." The 3 women chattered incessantly, completely immersed in the enchanting scenery outside, leaving Qin Xian momentarily overlooked. He shook his head in amused resignation and smiled as he maneuvered the spaceship toward the barrier. Standing at the control panel, Qin Xian deftly orchestrated a series of intricate movements, mysterious energies flowing from his fingertips and converging swiftly upon the ship's surface. In an instant, a transparent and intangible protective shield quietly enveloped the entire vessel. This shield resembled a wondrous membrane, allowing them to traverse the formidable barrier without obstruction. Moreover, it possessed formidable isolating capabilities, effectively shielding them from all external perceptions. Even celestial beings with extraordinary insight would remain oblivious to the presence of those aboard the spaceship and their movements. Under Qin Xian's skillful command, the spaceship darted forward like a streak of lightning, accurately piercing through the barrier between the 7th and 6th universes. Once the vessel successfully emerged on the other side, a collective sigh of relief resonated among the passengers. "Is this the 6th universe? It seems rather unremarkable," one remarked. "I had anticipated witnessing an array of novel sights. Yet I discovered that the scenery here bears an uncanny resemblance to that of our 7th universe." Zenoul gazed out at the starry expanse, her face etched with perplexity as she spoke. "Indeed, I too find it rather peculiar. Take that luminous planet over yonder, for instance. Its position is strikingly similar to one I encountered during my previous adventures. Even the distribution of the surrounding celestial bodies appears almost identical. Could it be that the differences between universes are merely superficial?" Tai Si furrowed her brow, intently scrutinizing the planet. At that moment, Qin Xian interjected to clarify their confusion. Our seventh universe is intrinsically linked to the sixth universe as twin realms, which accounts for our striking similarities. Furthermore, the races and inhabitants across these universes are remarkably alike, differing only in temperament and fate. For instance, while Earth exists in the seventh universe, its counterpart in the sixth universe was obliterated by war. Chapter 42, Planet Salad. Is this truly the case? Does planet Vegeta still exist? Jine's eyes widened in astonishment, her voice trembling with anxiety as she turned to Qing Xian. Beside her, Zenoul clenched her fists in eager anticipation of his response. Qing Xian, acutely aware of their apprehensions, furrowed his brow thoughtfully before slowly responding. As far as I am aware, the so-called planet Vegeta does not exist in this sixth universe. You must understand that the Saiyans here continue to inhabit the former planet Salad. However, these Saiyans are markedly different from those we know. They are born without tails and are incapable of transforming into great apes, rendering them far less volatile than their counterparts in our universe. Upon hearing this, Jine and Zenoul exchanged glances, surprise evident in their eyes. Qing Xian continued, moreover, the Saiyans in this sixth universe possess formidable strength, surpassing the average level of those in our realm. Yet, curiously, despite their immense power, which exceeds the threshold for transforming into Super Saiyans, none have succeeded in achieving that transformation. At this juncture, Qing Xian paused, contemplating how best to elucidate this peculiar phenomenon. Unable to contain herself, Jine interjected, "Why is that so? Could it be that they are unaware of the existence of Super Saiyans?" Qing Xian shook his head, replying, "Not at all. In fact, the legend of the Super Saiyan is known here as well. However, for reasons unknown, even with knowledge of this powerful form, they remain unable to achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan. Perhaps there lies a hidden factor at play." At that moment, Zenoul proposed her own theory. Could it be that they lack a specific emotional trigger to catalyze the transformation? In our realm, Saiyans only awaken their Super Saiyan powers in moments of intense fury or dire circumstances. Qing Xuan's eyes brightened. He was taken aback that Zenoul had considered this aspect. However, upon reflection, he understood the situation. Both Zenoul and Jine had witnessed the transformations of other Saiyans, which were also triggered by extreme rage. Qing Xian responded to Zenoul, "Your hypothesis holds considerable merit. After all, the Saiyans here are relatively placid, making it challenging to reach such a fervent emotional climax." Jine nodded in agreement. Qing Xian continued, "Perhaps we should attempt to find a powerful Saiyan and create an extreme situation to provoke a transformation." After a thorough contemplation and spirited discussion, the four of them ultimately reached a consensus. Before embarking on their journey to the Saiyan settlement, they would first explore the vastness around them. Breaking the silence, Qing Xian spoke softly, "Before we proceed, let us meander through this boundless universe. While various races may appear similar, they are, in fact, laden with subtle distinctions." Upon hearing this, Jine slammed her hand on the table, her face contorted with indignation. Indeed, this is a perfect opportunity to witness firsthand the so-called Ice Demon race and their true nature. Just the thought of that despicable Frieza ignites my fury. Despite having vanquished Frieza countless times in battle, her inner rage remained undiminished. It was this notorious villain who cruelly obliterated her once harmonious home, planet Vegeta, and mercilessly murdered her beloved husband Bardock, leaving her children bereft and forced to wander across unfamiliar planets in search of survival. Zenoul, too, resonated deeply with this sentiment. Her hatred for Frieza was ingrained to the core. Each time she encountered that loathsome figure, she would unsparingly brandish her blade, vowing to dispatch him without delay. In this universe, there appeared to be another ice demon resembling Frieza, known as Frost. Qing Xian feigned contemplation as he responded. This Frost from the sixth universe seems to be a charlatan, utterly inferior to Frieza of the seventh universe. Like Frieza, he engages in the trade of planets. Yet he employs a facade of heroism to sell planets at exorbitant prices to the natives, unlike Frieza, who seizes planets and sells them directly to others. Jine, Zenoul, and Tai Si gaze at this Frost with disdain and loathing, deeming him a quintessentially despicable character. However, even with their profound animosity towards Frost, their hatred for Frieza remained unabated. At that moment, Qing Xian smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. In this universe, we can confront Frost in any manner we desire, unleashing our frustrations upon him. However, do ensure that you do not kill him, as he may still prove useful in the future." Upon hearing Qing Xuan's words, The three women managed to calm their emotions somewhat. Subsequently, Qing Xian led them onward, embarking on their journey toward the mysterious and distant planet of Sharada. Along the way, they traversed countless star systems, enduring various hardships and obstacles, yet they never halted their advance. As they eagerly approached the planet of Sharada, an overwhelming surge of energy akin to turbulent waves suddenly struck their vessel. The four were momentarily startled, fearing their presence had been detected by others. But as they drew closer, what lay before them was utterly unexpected. Before their eyes, an intense battle unfolded in the void of space. Featuring two children, a boy and a girl. The girl moved with remarkable agility, her fists seemingly shimmering with a cold light. Each strike she delivered bore the weight of thunder, forcing the boy to retreat in defeat, left with little means to counter. Clearly, this girl possessed superior strength, her relentless onslaught resembling a torrential storm that perpetually suppressed her opponent. At a distance, another girl cautiously hid, observing the fierce clash with a mixture of anxiety and concern, suggesting a profound emotional connection to the two combatants. Perhaps she was an ally of one side, or merely a bystander who happened upon the scene. But her feelings at that moment were undoubtedly complex. Chapter 43, The Battle. Qing Xian piloted the ship to a gentle descent upon a massive asteroid not far from the fray. The four of them sat silently in the cockpit, gazing through the transparent viewport at the fierce confrontation below. The figures exchanged blows in the atmosphere, the sound of fists slicing through the air and energy ripples spreading like ripples in water. Initially, Tai casually observed the battle, unaware of the peculiarities at play. However, as time passed, her expression grew increasingly grave. She was astonished to discover that the apparent strength of these seemingly young children far surpassed her own. Despite her own experience in numerous battles, the prowess exhibited by these children overwhelmed her, eliciting an unprecedented sense of pressure. Tai widened her eyes, incredulous, as she watched the two figures clash in midair. Their movements were swift and fierce, each technique imbued with tremendous power. Especially when she noted that these children appeared to be no older than 11 or 12, a tempest of astonishment surged within her. At such a tender age, possessing such formidable power is indeed astonishing. In contrast, Gnei and Zinol appear remarkably composed in the face of this spectacle. Had it been in the past, they might have felt an overwhelming shock akin to that of Tai Si. However, after enduring numerous adventures and trials, such a display of strength has become rather mundane in their eyes. At times, they even find themselves secretly regarding these two children as somewhat feeble. For from their current perspective, there exist even more potent beings awaiting them. Brother Qing Xian, should I go over? That little boy is about to lose. Should I lend him a hand? Tai Si inquired, observing the boy gradually succumbing to the pressure. As soon as Tai Si's words fell, a multitude of individuals emerged from the planet Sharada, gazing distantly at the duel unfolding before them. No need, they are merely sparring. Let them be. It won't be long before the battle concludes, and besides, reinforcements are arriving below, Qing Xian replied, noticing the dozen or so individuals ascending from below. Just as Qing Xuan's words resonated in the air, the entire battlefield underwent a remarkable transformation without any prior warning. The boy, who had been at a disadvantage, nearly gasping for breath under his opponent's relentless onslaught, suddenly erupted with an extraordinary energy, as if a colossal force hidden within him had been unleashed. A dazzling and peculiar light enveloped his entire being, akin to a bolt of lightning streaking across the night sky, captivating all who beheld it. To their astonishment, they soon realized that the boy's strength had seemingly multiplied in an instant. His previously frail physique now radiated vigor, muscles taut, each movement accompanied by a fierce gust of wind and an overwhelming aura. Observing the boy at this moment, one could see him swiftly bringing his hands together, fingers intertwined to form a floral shape. As he continuously altered the position of his hands, a mysterious light began to coalesce slowly at the center of his palms. Initially faint, this orb of light rapidly intensified, ultimately transforming into a sphere that emitted a brilliant glow. This sphere resembled a resplendent pearl, brimming with boundless energy and enigma. In the face of the boy's sudden outburst, the adjacent little girl displayed no signs of panic. On the contrary, a flicker of undeniable excitement danced in her beautiful, wide eyes. Undeterred, she stepped forward gracefully, enveloped in a radiant glow that resembled a magnificent, dazzling suit of armor, making her appear as a celestial deity descending from the heavens, exuding an aura of reverence. With her petite and charming figure slightly squinting, she gradually lifted her hands, gathering a formidable energy in her palms. This energy swirled like a vortex, pulsating with an exhilarating intensity. At that moment, the boy across the way showed no signs of weakness. Gritting his teeth, he tensed every muscle, channeling an unending flow of energy into his palms. In the blink of an eye, two dazzling beams of light shot forth from their hands, colliding with an explosive force that echoed like thunder, shaking the very foundations of the world. Instantly, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, and a violent shockwave radiated outward with reckless abandon. The brilliance was so intense that it resembled the blazing sun, blinding the onlookers who could only shield their faces with their hands. However, as the tumult gradually subsided and the light began to fade, the crowd was astonished to find that the two children hovered in the air, completely unscathed. Their figures stood out sharply in the sunlight, resembling two immovable mountains, steadfastly anchored in place. Just as the spectators marveled at the scene, the boy flashed a grin at the girl, implying that they were evenly matched. The girl huffed, declaring that she would surely defeat him next time. Together, they soared downward. Seeing this, Qin Xian and his companions prepared to depart, but at that moment, an elder emerged from the group that had arrived from the planet Sharada. The elder blocked their path and inquired, "Travelers from afar, why do you linger to witness the children's contest?" Qin Xian politely responded that they merely passed by and could not resist pausing to observe such an exhilarating battle. The elder scrutinized them with profound eyes, noting, "You possess an extraordinary aura. If you're interested, you may visit our planet as guests." Just as Qin Xian was about to firmly decline, Nei unexpectedly interjected, "That sounds delightful. Perhaps we might encounter some fascinating and novel experiences here." Her beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation, clearly excited about the prospect of stepping onto the unfamiliar Sharada planet. Upon hearing Jinei's words, Qin Xian's previously resolute stance wavered. He furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement to accompany the mysterious elder to the planet Sharada. The elder's ability to effortlessly discern the presence of Qin Xian and Nei stemmed from a simple fact. After securely docking their spacecraft in the designated area, they had taken no measures to conceal their presence. Perhaps it was due to being newcomers, unfamiliar with the environment, or perhaps it was confidence in their own strength, believing there was no need to hide. Chapter 44, Legends. Qin Xian and his three companions followed closely behind the enigmatic elder, gently descending toward the ground. At last, they set foot upon the solid terrain of the planet Sharada. The group trailed the elder through dense jungles and rugged mountain paths, ultimately arriving before a magnificent palace. While the palace could not be deemed extraordinarily grand, it was certainly far from ordinary in scale. It sprawls across a vast expanse, its architectural style both unique and elegant, imparting a sense of solemnity and grandeur. The palace walls are constructed from colossal stone blocks, their surfaces adorned with exquisite patterns and ancient runes, seemingly narrating the profound history and cultural heritage of this planet. The roof is covered with a thick layer of glazed tiles, shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors under the sun's radiant glow. The grand entrance is imposing and substantial, flanked by two majestic stone lions, their fierce expressions vivid and lifelike, standing sentinel to the palace's tranquility. Qin Xian and her companions followed the enigmatic elder as they gradually entered the palace. Upon crossing the threshold, their gazes were captivated by the resplendent and magnificent interior of the palace. At the center of the hall stood a colossal and ornate throne, exuding an aura of invisible authority and power. On either side of this throne, 10 exquisitely crafted seats were meticulously arranged, akin to loyal sentinels awaiting their charge. However, to their surprise, the elder who had led them did not ascend to the throne as anticipated. Instead, he humbly chose to sit at the lower left position of the throne. Meanwhile, the other scions from the planet Salada also took their seats in an orderly manner, each selecting positions on the left side of the seating area, determined by their status. Those of slightly lower rank occupied the positions adjacent to the elder. At that moment, the elder smiled and gestured to Qin Xian, inviting her to take her place upon the throne. Though taken aback by such an invitation, Qin Xian approached with confidence and composure, firmly seating herself upon the throne that symbolized supreme power. On the opposite side, the three women, Jina, Shinua, Ai, and Tai Ec, did not hesitate, each gracefully moving toward the right side seats and taking their places in succession. The entire scene exuded an air of solemnity and order, as if a significant ceremony were about to commence. Initially, the scions from Salada harbored some dissent, but their demeanor softened upon encountering the elder's gaze. For he could distinctly sense the terrifying prowess of Qing Xian and her companions, far surpassing their own by many-fold. The elder's penetrating gaze fixed upon the four of them, and he spoke slowly. By your appearance, it is evident that you are indeed Sans. Yet, it is clear that you do not hail from our Salada planet. His gaze lingered on the slightly swaying tail of Qing Xian before continuing. The presence of your tails readily identifies your scion lineage. However, it is perplexing why you still retain them. Logically, after enduring that dreadful calamity, all scions should have lost their tails. Jine and Zenorial were unaware of the nature of the so-called disaster, as a record from planet Vegeta did not provide any definitive clarification. Only Qing Xuan's gaze sharpened momentarily, as if a thought had crossed his mind. Before Qing Xian could voice his thoughts, the elder spoke again. In an era so distant that it seemed forgotten by time, Planet Salad experienced a harrowing and horrific battle. The magnitude and destructive force of this conflict were such that the very fabric of the universe trembled in its wake. It swept across every inch of the planet like a violent tempest, ensnaring all scions without exception. Legend has it that the scions, due to profound ideological rifts, gradually split into two distinct factions, the malevolent scions and the benevolent ones. Their escalating discord ultimately erupted into a relentless and brutal war. It is said that this conflict was so fierce that it nearly brought Planet Salad to ruin. Both sides exerted their utmost strength, unleashing a myriad of powerful and lethal techniques, their energy clashes illuminating the darkened sky and the deafening explosions resonating relentlessly. The earth fractured, and once vibrant landscapes were plunged into a cataclysmic scene. Yet, justice would ultimately triumph over evil. After a prolonged and arduous struggle, the virtuous scions, fueled by unwavering resolve and indomitable spirit, achieved a decisive victory. The wicked scions, notorious for their malevolence, suffered unprecedented devastation in this earth-shattering confrontation. Once imperious, they had wielded their formidable power to tyrannize the weak, but now they were utterly vanquished by the forces of righteousness. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, the cries of battle deafening, and the ground stained with blood. Each fallen evil scion was met with cheers and acclaim. Ultimately, these nefarious beings faced complete annihilation, with none escaping the clutches of death, all reduced to ash, plunging into an irretrievable abyss. As the seasoned elder recounted this tale, the expressions of Jine and Zenorial grew increasingly grave. They widened their eyes in disbelief at the brutal conclusion, their hearts swelling with a complex array of emotions. From that moment on, Planet Salad embraced a new epoch of peace and tranquility, allowing the noble scions to rebuild their homes upon the ruins, to thrive, and to pass down this poignant history through generations, forever etched in their memories. Qing Xian, upon hearing this, felt no particular emotion, but rather perceived a stark contrast to the legends of the Seventh Universe. Chapter 45. The Origins of Planet Vegeta. After that earth-shattering war, the air was thick with smoke and devastation. Yet, it was heartening to note that the inherently good scions managed to survive against all odds. However, this calamity brought them not only physical and spiritual scars, but also a significant transformation. They resolutely severed the tails they once possessed. As time flowed inexorably, this act gradually evolved into a tradition among the scions, to the extent that those born later saw their tails slowly fade into the annals of history. When the elder beheld the tales of Qing Xian and his companions, a complex wave of emotions surged within him. He understood all too well that only scions could bear such distinctive tales. Yet, he was perplexed as to why, after such an extensive passage of time, the traces of scions could be discovered once more. The scions on planet Salada had long established the raised defense force, tirelessly safeguarding the weak throughout the cosmos, without ever encountering evidence of other scions, which only deepened his confusion. Throughout their conversation, the elder's gaze frequently fell upon Qing Xian's tale. From a fervor in his eyes, one could distinctly sense his profound yearning and reverence for the tale. The elder's prowess had reached a plateau decades ago, and despite his relentless efforts to cultivate, he found it increasingly difficult to make any progress. Faced with this predicament, he had no choice but to seek alternative avenues to explore opportunities for self-transcendence. In that moment, the tale before him seemed to illuminate a glimmer of hope. Qing Xian slowly parted his lips, his voice steady and resonant. So, this is the truth of the matter. It appears that the legends we have passed down differ greatly. According to our understanding, the tale recounts how the malevolent Scions ultimately triumphed over the benevolent ones, leading to the annihilation of the entire planet Salada. He paused briefly before elaborating. Due to these circumstances, we were compelled to migrate, and crucially, we do not belong to this universe. In truth, we hail from the distant 7th universe, while you reside in the 6th. He raised his voice slightly, continuing, as for the Scions on your side, their combat strength pales in comparison to that of our Scions. Nonetheless, the formidable power we possess today has been attained through countless trials and arduous training. Upon hearing these words, the Elder and all the Scions from planet Salada were left utterly astonished, their mouths agape, as tumultuous waves of emotion surged within them. They could never have anticipated that the individuals standing before them were not of this universe. Observing their astonishment, Qin Xian chose to remain silent and continued to recount their legends. The legend of planet Vegeta narrates that once, two distinct factions of Scions inhabited this celestial body, one group imbued with righteousness and benevolence, and the other harboring malevolence and insatiable ambition. As time progressed, the rift between these factions deepened, culminating in a fierce and unprecedented conflict. This war engulfed the entirety of planet Vegeta in chaos. After a prolonged and brutal struggle, the malevolent Scions, wielding their formidable strength and ruthless tactics, gradually gained the upper hand. Despite the valiant resistance of the virtuous Scions, they ultimately succumbed to the onslaught of evil forces. In the end, the wicked Scions emerged victorious. However, their atrocities did not cease with their triumph. The devastation wrought by the war precipitated a catastrophic decline in the ecological environment of planet Vegeta, rendering it uninhabitable. Consequently, these nefarious Scions, in search of a new refuge, commenced their invasion of other planets, seizing the homes of others. Simultaneously, the nearby planet Salad was not spared from their wrath. Under the relentless assault of the evil Scions, Salad swiftly fell into ruin. Countless innocent lives perished amidst the conflagration, and the once beautiful planet was irrevocably transformed into a desolate wasteland. In the aftermath of this calamitous disaster, the surviving Scions, engulfed in grief, were forced to abandon their homeland, embarking on a protracted and arduous journey of exile. They drifted like rootless reeds in the vast expanse of the cosmos, homeless, filled with confusion and dread. After numerous migrations, the Scions finally arrived at a planet named Planet Plant. This picturesque world, blessed with a temperate climate, was inhabited by a gentle and peace-loving race known as the Zephyrians. Upon witnessing the weary and tattered Scions, the kind-hearted Zephyrians unhesitatingly extended their aid, providing food, shelter, and medical assistance, enveloping the survivors in a long-missed warmth and compassion. However, as time passed, the ambitions of some Scions began to swell. They believed that their immense power entitled them to rule this planet. Thus, on a pitch-black night, under the light of a full moon, the Scions launched a brutal invasion, mercilessly slaughtering the unsuspecting Zephyrians, who had once offered them hope for survival. Those who had been their benefactors became the victims of their bloodlust. Following this inhumane massacre, the Scions successfully seized control of Planet Plant, renaming it Planet Vegeta. From that moment on, this once tranquil and harmonious world was shrouded in darkness. Qin Xian had just concluded his stirring speech when he turned his gaze towards the three women who had previously maintained a composed demeanor. Just moments ago, they had been remarkably tranquil, yet now, they were rendered speechless by the shock of Qin Xian's words. The three women of the GNEI family exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with disbelief and astonishment. Their lips quivered slightly, as if they yearned to articulate their thoughts, but were at a loss for words. Their previously calm and composed expressions were now overtaken by shock, rendering them momentarily speechless. Qin Xian then turned his gaze towards the Scions situated on the planet Sharada. These formidable and proud warriors appeared as if petrified, their eyes wide with astonishment, mouths agape, seemingly forgetting to breathe. Consequently, the atmosphere became palpably oppressive, with no one daring to shatter the silence, as if any sound could provoke an unforeseen tempest. Each individual stood frozen in place, their minds racing with thoughts. Yet none possessed the courage to speak first. Chapter 46, The King. Are you truly Scions from this vast universe? I'd always believed that Scions existed solely on this planet. The Elder regarded the unfamiliar faces before him with skepticism. attempting to ascertain the veracity of his astonishing hypothesis through their expressions and reactions. His weathered eyes sparkled with a blend of doubt and curiosity as he grappled with the enormity of this newfound revelation. Indeed, the Saiyans of the seventh universe were nearly extinct, with only a few remaining. Furthermore, only the seventh and sixth universes housed Saiyans, while the others bore no trace of their existence. With a gentle smile and a patient demeanor, Qin Xian began to elucidate the enigmatic and boundless nature of the 12 universes. His voice flowed like a gentle stream, each word imbued with an enchanting quality, drawing everyone into a realm rich with wonder and infinite mysteries. As time progressed, the rapport between Qin Xian and the others blossomed into a delightful exchange, where they freely shared their unique perspectives and imaginative musings about the universe. Laughter echoed through the air, gradually transforming the initially reserved atmosphere into one of light-hearted exuberance. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The most powerful and esteemed Saiyan among those on planet Sharada fervently nominated Qin Xian to become the new king of their planet. This proposal struck like a thunderclap, plunging the gathering into stunned silence. Initially, a few inexperienced younger members attempted to provoke Qin Xian, seeking to challenge his authority. Naturally, Qin Xian welcomed such an opportunity with pleasure. Yet, he merely narrowed his eyes slightly, effortlessly releasing a faint yet formidable aura. In an instant, an invisible pressure surged forth like a mighty wave, crashing violently upon the hearts of those with ulterior motives. The few young individuals who dared to provoke felt a sudden heaviness in their chests, their breaths becoming labored as they gazed in terror at the seemingly ordinary yet profoundly enigmatic figure before them. In that moment, their arrogance and disdain dissipated into thin air. Confronted by such overwhelming power, they were finally made aware of their own insignificance and ignorance, and thus they lowered their heads, refraining from any further insolence. Thus, Qin Xian, with his extraordinary strength and unique, irresistible charisma, effortlessly captured the hearts of the onlookers, garnering their genuine respect and fervent support. The power he exhibited was nothing short of astonishing. Each of his actions seemed to harbor boundless energy, while his amiable yet commanding presence compelled others to willingly follow his lead. Following a series of intense and captivating contests, it appeared that everything fell into place seamlessly, as Qin Xian ascended to the throne of the Salada planet, becoming its supreme ruler. During this period, Qin Xian also learned the name of the mysterious elder, Solonal. While he appeared unremarkable, a profound steadiness and broad-mindedness could be discerned from his wise, deep-set eyes, indicative of a life filled with experiences. Additionally, Qin Xian gained further insight into the two children with whom he had previously battled in the atmosphere. The brave and fearless boy was named Gabe. He was agile and quick-witted, always able to devise a response in the heat of battle. The girl he fought against was called Califra. She possessed not only remarkable combat skills, but also an indomitable spirit. The girl who had been secretly observing from the sidelines was named Kair. Her curious and lively gaze left a lasting impression on Qin Xian. Simultaneously, Qin Xian took the opportunity to elaborate on his circumstances, including his origins and the reasons for his arrival on Salada planet. Through their candid exchange and sharing, the distance between them gradually diminished, and their mutual trust continued to strengthen. Lien Suo, I need you to summon all the Saiyans immediately, no matter where they are, whether on a mission or elsewhere. Not a single one must be absent. They must drop everything and return at once. Solonal instructed Lien Suo, the captain of the defense team, with a serious expression. It was imperative that all Saiyans were informed of the new king's ascension, which necessitated his command. Lien Suo, fully aware of the significance, did not hesitate upon receiving the order. He sprang to his feet with decisive and agile movements, his resolute gaze reflecting his commitment to the task at hand. Immediately, he reached out and firmly placed his right hand on the wireless earphone adorning his right ear, preparing to convey instructions to his subordinates. The steady and powerful voice of Lien Suo resonated through the earpiece. Sika, listen. Immediately inform all Saiyans abroad that they must return to planet Salada within half a month. This is a top-level emergency recall order. There must be no delays or disobedience. It is important to note that Lien Suo is no ordinary individual. As the captain of the Lei's defense force, he not only possesses formidable strength, but is also renowned throughout planet Salada, holding a prominent position. Moreover, he is one of the high-ranking officials of planet Salada, with a respected status. More importantly, he shares a special relationship with Califla, being her elder brother. Therefore, his issuance of such a significant command undoubtedly carries immense authority and execution power. In truth, Caulifla indeed possesses breathtaking beauty. Yet her fiery temperament and terrifying strength instill fear in all who encounter her. Despite her relatively young age, it is nearly impossible to find anyone on planet Salada who does not fear her. Her beautiful visage should be as enchanting as blooming spring flowers. However, when angered, her once lively eyes ignite with a fierce fury, as if capable of incinerating everything in their vicinity. The slight upward curl of her lips, once a symbol of gentleness and kindness, transforms into an expression of cold and ruthless mockery. As for her strength, it is nothing short of chilling. With a mere gesture, she can provoke landslides and alter the very atmosphere. A simple fist thrown with casual intent possesses the power to shatter a mountain or summon tumultuous waves, easily surpassing millions in combat prowess. Faced with such might, who would dare to provoke her lightly? Thus, while everyone is well aware of Caulifla's extraordinary beauty, her unpredictable and exceedingly volatile nature, coupled with her formidable strength, compels the populace of planet Salada to maintain their distance, fearing the wrath of this formidable woman, which could spell disaster for them. Chapter 47. Half a month. Very well. During the ensuing half-month, as we find ourselves with ample time on our hands, why not delve into an exploration of the technological advancements on planet Salada? With a smile gracing his face, Qing Xian scanned the crowd, articulating his plans for the forthcoming half-month with clarity. Upon hearing his words, those present began to murmur amongst themselves. Yet none raised any objections or expressed discontent regarding this plan. After all, as the supreme ruler of this land, how could one not seek to deeply understand every facet of their kingdom? The various advanced technologies therein are, of course, of paramount importance. Thus, Qing Xian rose from the dinner table and addressed the nearby Salanal in a resonant voice. Let's invite Salanal to lead the way, so that we may together explore and witness the current prowess and performance of the Saiyans on the planet Salada. After bowing respectfully, Salanal proceeded to step outside, with Qing Xian and the others following closely behind. Along the journey, they marveled at the uniquely styled architecture of Salada. Soaring into the clouds and exuding a sense of science fiction, Saiyans traversed the streets, radiating an aura of formidable power. It was evident that all the Saiyans on Salada were aware of the change in their king, one of considerable strength. However, they refrained from voicing their thoughts, understanding that such a transition was sanctioned by the higher echelons. After observing the bustling town for a while, the group soon arrived at a vast research center, where an array of unimaginable devices was displayed. Salanal proudly introduced their advanced technology, which not only enhanced their quality of life, but also served military defense and interstellar exploration. Curiously, Qing Xian approached an energy conversion device, and, just as he was about to touch it, an alarm suddenly blared. The device had detected unfamiliar energy fluctuations, triggering an immediate response. In an instant, a group of Saiyan warriors surrounded them. Salanal quickly clarified the identities of Qing Xian and his companions, and after some communication, the misunderstanding was resolved. The Saiyans warmly invited Qing Xuan's party for an in-depth tour, showcasing some high-tech innovations still in the experimental phase, leaving everyone in awe of the Saiyans' intellect. Standing still, Qing Xian felt a wave of emotion wash over him. At that moment, Salanal approached with a smile, gazing at Qing Xian as he gently spoke. "My king, are you satisfied with our planet?" Qing Xuan's eyes reflected satisfaction as he nodded and replied, "Indeed, indeed. Your prompt reaction to the unexpected situation was commendable, and the level of technology we have showcased here is noteworthy. I am truly gratified. You have not disappointed me. Well done." After expressing these sentiments, Qing Xian paused, seemingly contemplating the next steps. He then turned to Salanal and, in a calm tone, instructed, "As for what comes next, there are no particularly urgent matters to address at the moment. Therefore, please gather the research personnel. Once they are assembled, I shall personally assist them in creating items that will aid in your training. I believe that with my guidance and everyone's collective efforts, we can produce remarkable results." Upon hearing this, Salanal's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he hurried off to summon the researchers. Soon, a group of top Saiyan scientists gathered, each gazing at Qing Xian with anticipation and reverence. Qing Xian strode towards the massive device with steady, powerful steps, resembling a moving mountain. He stood firmly, inhaling deeply before swiftly waving his hands like a tempest. In an instant, brilliant rays of light erupted from his palms, akin to meteors streaking across the sky. directly targeting the enormous apparatus before him, incessantly infusing it with energy. The scientists nearby watched intently, not daring to blink, fixated on every movement of Qin Xian, fearing the loss of even the slightest detail. As Qin Xian continuously channeled light into the device, they meticulously adjusted the intricate parameters in accordance with his precise instructions. Beads of sweat formed on their foreheads, yet their gazes remained unwavering and resolute. Through their collective efforts and seamless cooperation, the once crude object began to metamorphose. It emanated a profound and enigmatic blue radiance, growing increasingly intense until the entire room was bathed in an ethereal glow. As seconds ticked by, the cultivation assist device finally revealed itself in all its glory. At that moment, the surrounding energy seemed to respond to an unseen call, suddenly becoming remarkably vibrant. It danced around the blue glowing apparatus like jubilant sprites. Unable to contain his excitement, a burly Saiyan warrior stepped forward, eager to test it personally. He cautiously placed his hand upon the device, and an overwhelming force surged through his arm, radiating throughout his entire being. In mere moments, the already formidable aura of the Saiyan warrior surged to even greater heights, overwhelmed by the torrent of power within him. He could not help but let out a triumphant roar to the heavens. Witnessing such astounding results, everyone present erupted in jubilant cheers, their voices echoing through the air. Yet, only Qin Xian understood that this seemingly miraculous cultivation assist device was merely an optimized fluid he had crafted by emulating the super genes from the Super Academy. Although this fluid could effectively enhance the user's strength within a certain range, exceeding that specific limit would significantly diminish its effects. Furthermore, in addition to the remarkable cultivation assist device, Qin Xian, leveraging his vast knowledge and exceptional intellect, guided the researchers in successfully creating a powerful gravity chamber and a combat arena specifically designed for practical training. The emergence of these advanced facilities undoubtedly provided the Saiyan warriors with greater opportunities and space to enhance their abilities. The combat arena, in particular, was a wondrous entity, possessing a unique ability to absorb the terrifying shockwaves generated during battles. Thus, even amidst the most intense sparring sessions, there is no need to worry about any damage to the structures on the planet's surface. This exquisite design and its remarkable functionality undoubtedly stand as one of the most striking characteristics of this battlefield. Chapter 48, Guidance. Qin Xian cast his gaze towards the side where Sorlin stood and spoke softly. Next, I shall personally select a few exceptionally gifted children to accompany me in focused training. After a brief pause, he continued, however, we must first await the return of those who have ventured out on missions to the Sharada planet. Once they return, I will provide systematic instruction to all the Saiyans. Upon hearing Qin Xian's intention to initially mentor only a small number of children, Sorlin's face betrayed his disappointment, leaving him somewhat despondent. Yet, before this sense of loss could linger too long, Qin Xian quickly added, do not worry. I shall eventually impart my teachings equally to everyone. At that moment, excitement ignited in Sorlin's eyes, and his joy nearly overflowed from his countenance. He nodded vigorously, seemingly unable to contain his eagerness to embark on this learning journey. Meanwhile, Qin Xian smiled and assured him, during the time we wait for everyone to gather, I shall not remain idle. I will meticulously document the invaluable experiences, unique methods, and exquisite techniques I have accumulated over the years, along with the various skills I have mastered, so that you may enhance your training. After expressing this, Qin Xian resolutely turned and strode towards his quarters. His tall and upright figure gradually receded, leaving Sorlin standing alone, bewildered. After a moment, Sorlin regained his composure, suddenly recalling Qin Xian's words. By the way, what time tomorrow will you summon Karifa, Kale, and Gabe? It turned out that Qin Xian had been speaking while walking. Sorlin promptly nodded respectfully in response. Understood, my lord. However, Qin Xian seemed unwilling to conclude the conversation just yet. He continued to speak at a leisurely pace. I will begin my instruction with the three of them. I have observed their battles previously and sense that their talents are quite promising. Remember, ensure they arrive at the palace to wait before I see them tomorrow. Sorlin quickly nodded again, affirming that he would comply. Subsequently, Qin Xian halted and turned to face the stationary Sorlin, adding, furthermore, refrain from presenting those tedious documents and materials to me in the future. I have no interest in reviewing such matters. My experience in managing this planet is non-existent. You should handle the revisions yourself or seek assistance from others. In any case, simply inform me of significant events in a timely manner, and I shall address the remaining issues. Upon uttering these words, Qing Xian ceased to speak further, resolutely turning away and swiftly vanishing from Solinal's sight. At that moment, a profound sense of helplessness washed over Solinal's countenance. Deep within, he too yearned to halt his relentless pace, to disregard the myriad trivialities that plagued him. He longed to immerse himself wholly in the pursuit of his martial prowess, dedicating himself entirely to the enhancement of his combat abilities. Recalling the days of yore, since ascending to the throne of the planet Sharada, his life had been consumed by the burdens of governance. Each day was filled with an unending torrent of responsibilities, each task cascading into the next, leaving him overwhelmed. The once spirited youth, fervently chasing the zenith of martial arts, had gradually become lost in the ceaseless hustle, with precious moments for cultivation dwindling to near cessation. After a protracted passage of time, he finally resolved to abdicate, bequeathing the throne to Qing Xian, naively believing he could now unburden himself and wholeheartedly engage in his training. Alas, fate dealt him a cruel hand. As the new king, Qing Xian irresponsibly adopted a hands-off approach, casting all duties back upon Solinal. Sighing, he pondered when this cycle would end, and then recalled Lianzhou, whom he deemed quite capable, and resolved to seek his assistance. This way, he could finally pursue his cultivation. Despite having entered the twilight of his years, Solinal's thirst for power remained unquenchable. The desire to grow stronger pulsated within him like an everlasting flame, propelling him onwards. Even as he faced a treacherous path laden with obstacles, he remained steadfast in his pursuit of his goals. After voicing his thoughts, Solinal departed the palace, heading to Lianzhuo's residence in search of aid. Meanwhile, Qing Xian moved slowly, traversing the winding corridors and courtyards, finally arriving before the door of his chamber after what felt like an eternity. He gently raised his hand to push open the somewhat heavy door, stepping inside to find a room devoid of Janae, Zinoul, and Tais, who were inexplicably absent. This absence further dampened Qing Xuan's spirits, for he found himself without a confidant to share his troubles. Thus, he resolved to engage in the cultivation of the great Tao. As he approached his bedside, preparing to delve once more into the study of yin and yang, memories of recent events surged forth in his mind. Since he had already resolved to instruct Caulifla and her companions, he could not neglect Kakarot and Vegeta. Qing Xian pondered, recognizing the necessity of ensuring they did not lag far behind. He must devise a means for their swift advancement. Only in this way could he find a measure of peace, and in turn, bring greater joy to Janae and Zinoul. With determination, Qing Xian promptly closed his eyes, focused his mind, and began to commune with his corporeal doppelganger residing within the seventh universe. Through telepathy, he issued clear instructions to his avatars, commanding them to immediately journey to Earth and locate Kakarot and Vegeta, embarking on a meticulous teaching endeavor. Meanwhile, he immersed himself in his training, recalling the wealth of knowledge he had accumulated over the years. Qing Xian was enveloped in a cocoon of training and reflection as time slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks shattered the tranquility. Qing Xian opened his eyes, furrowing his brow, and rose to answer the door, only to find Solinal, his face etched with worry, had arrived in haste. "My lord, I have just received alarming news. A mysterious and formidable energy is approaching Planet Salad. Scans indicate its intensity far exceeds that of any adversary we have encountered before," Solinal reported anxiously. Qing Xian's expression hardened as he contemplated the implications. "It seems the plan must be altered," he declared. "Inform Caulifla and the others to gather at the palace immediately. I shall suspend my training to prepare for the invaders." Under Qing Xian's guidance, the ensuing battle culminated in a resounding victory. Chapter 49, Apprenticeship. After orchestrating these arrangements, Qing Xian retreated to his chambers, seeking a moment of respite, for he understood the importance of balancing work and rest. Just then, a torrential downpour began outside, a deluge as if crafted to cleanse the very essence of Qing Xian, who had missed the coronation ceremony. Paying little heed to the relentless rain, he hurried back to his quarters, as if an urgent matter awaited him. Upon entering his chamber, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Janaixinal and Tai were seated around a large table, engaged in jovial conversation. The trio had evidently been waiting for Qing Xuan's return, and their faces brightened with smiles upon his arrival. Since their arrival on this planet, Qing Xian had strictly prohibited them from training, a decree that left them perplexed, for training held immense significance for them. Consequently, they had come to seek clarity regarding his decision. Alas, how can the rain be so torrential? Gazing at the deluge cascading outside, A wave of discontent surged within him. Very well. Since the rain shows no signs of abating, I shall patiently await its cessation before embarking on my search for Solanal. This rare rainy day shall serve as an opportunity for me to delve deeply into my training. Solanal, his brow furrowed, an expression sorrowful, stared out at the rain that threatened to engulf the world. To him, this storm was more than just a meteorological occurrence. It stirred haunting memories of past anguish. Once, it was that maddening sound of rain that had clouded his judgment, leading him to commit a grave error that resulted in immeasurable losses for Planet Salad. Each recollection filled him with profound regret and guilt. Thus, he resolved to cease his contemplations and return to his cultivation chamber to commence his training. After Qin Xian assisted the researchers in the laboratory in constructing the first cultivation chamber, he was the first to claim one, subsequently building one in his own abode. Shortly after Soren entered the cultivation chamber, a peculiar beam of light suddenly flashed from outside, activating the chamber. Kakarot stared with his innocent, wide eyes, gazing up at the figure before him, who claimed to be his teacher, an avatar of Qin Xian. With a serious demeanor, the avatar addressed Kakarot, stating, "From this day forth, I shall be your teacher. Henceforth, you must obey my every command. If I say east, you must not venture west even a single step. Do you understand?" Kakarot nodded, though a hint of doubt and curiosity lingered in his eyes. Seemingly perceiving his thoughts, the avatar continued, "As long as you obediently follow my guidance and diligently cultivate to enhance your strength, when you reach a certain level of power, I shall bestow upon you unimaginable rewards. Moreover, I can introduce you to your grandfather, whom you have longed to meet but never encountered." Upon hearing this, Kakarot's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly inquired, "Is it true? Teacher, can you really take me to see my grandfather?" With a gentle smile, the avatar affectionately ruffled Kakarot's hair, resembling that of a crab, and replied softly, "Indeed, it is true, my child. However, prior to that, you must first become strong." Subsequently, the avatar earnestly conveyed to Kakarot, "In truth, besides your dearly missed grandfather, there exists another family member who has quietly watched over and yearned for you, your mother. Although, due to certain circumstances, she cannot be by your side to meet you now, it does not imply that she does not love you. Therefore, to reunite with your mother as soon as possible, you must strive to grow stronger." After imparting these words, the avatar gently patted Kakarot's shoulder a few times, offering encouragement and solace. "Before we proceed, I believe it is essential to impart to you some crucial life philosophies and ways of navigating the world." The avatar slightly tilted his head back, cleared his throat, and began to speak. His voice was steady and resonant, as if it could penetrate the very soul. In this vast and boundless universe, the existence of all things holds profound significance and immeasurable value. For instance, every celestial body among the myriad stars, regardless of its size or strength, possesses a unique ecosystem and distinct trajectory of civilization evolution. Hearing this, Kakarot blinked his lively eyes, nodding in a semblance of understanding. Yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the avatar, fearful of missing any word. Observing this, the avatar smiled slightly and continued, "Thus, we bear a sacred and arduous mission to safeguard this vibrant world. Central to this endeavor is our unwavering commitment to defend our cherished abode, the exquisite blue planet that you currently inhabit, Earth." At this juncture, he paused momentarily, his expression taking on a more solemn demeanor. "There is one more thing you must hold dear in your heart. This seemingly splendid world conceals numerous evils and dangers. One must not easily trust others. Otherwise, should you encounter a nefarious individual who seeks to exploit or entrap you, you may find yourself oblivious to the manner of your own demise." Kakarot listened attentively to the words of Qing Xuan's avatar, nodding vigorously with a serious expression, declaring, "Teacher, I understand. I will strive to grow stronger and protect the earth." The avatar of Qin Xian smiled with satisfaction and continued, "Excellent. From this moment onward, I shall teach you some fundamental cultivation techniques." With those words, he began to guide Kakarot step by step. Meanwhile, within the training chamber of Solanal, a peculiar light flickered incessantly, and the energy fluctuations within the room intensified. Suddenly, the door of the training chamber burst open with tremendous force, and Solanal emerged, radiating an unusual glow. His presence had become more profound and powerful, his gaze imbued with newfound determination. In Qingshuan's palace, Jin Isixinal and Tai Si awaited his explanation regarding the prohibition of their cultivation. Observing their expectant expressions, Qing Xian took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I merely wish for you to acclimate to this environment, for this will soon become the homeland of our Saiyan people. Chapter 50. Instruction. Are you aware of the current situation? You have fallen far behind others, and a significant chasm now lies between you and them. Therefore, from this moment forth, you must exert every ounce of your strength to catch up. Otherwise, you will be ruthlessly left behind, growing ever more distant. The expression of Qing Xuan's avatar was grave and earnest, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Kakarot as he delivered this solemn warning. At that moment, Goku, known as Kakarot, felt a surge of skepticism as he sensed the aura of Qing Xuan's avatar, bewildered by the sudden delivery of such words. Curiously, he turned his head and surveyed his surroundings, scrutinizing the empty space around him. How could I possibly be so far behind everyone else? Blinking his innocent, bright eyes, he gazed up at Qing Xian with a look of pure confusion and posed his question. The avatar of Qing Xian slightly lifted the corners of his mouth, a smirk playing at the edges of his lips, as if to convey, indeed, this fellow's mind is rather peculiar, yet I can still understand. However, the avatar showed no inclination to explain the underlying reasons to Sun Wukong. With a grave expression, Qing Xian addressed Kakarot, stating, I shall now dedicate myself entirely to your rigorous training, imparting every skill and technique I have mastered without reservation. Whether you can truly comprehend and adeptly wield these techniques ultimately depends on your innate talent and the effort you invest. Having spoken, Qing Xian turned and led Kakarot to the gravity training chamber specifically designed for him. This chamber, a product of Qing Xuan's meticulous craftsmanship, boasted advanced facilities and equipment, capable of adjusting the gravity multiplier to accommodate varying stages of training. Upon entering the training room, Qing Xuan's avatar did not depart, but instead stood silently to the side, intently observing Kakarot's every move. He aimed not only to ensure Kakarot's safety during the arduous training, but also to prevent any subtle injuries from excessive exertion that could hinder his future growth and development. Additionally, Qing Xian would engage in sparring sessions with Sun Wukong at intervals. In this moment, his spectral avatar suddenly materialized before Sun Wukong, launching into an almost frenzied training regimen without uttering a word. The avatar moved like lightning, executing techniques with unparalleled ferocity, each strike imbued with boundless strength and exquisite finesse, forcing Sun Wukong to retreat repeatedly. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Amidst the onslaught, Qing Xuan's avatar would intermittently employ peculiar disruptive tactics, issuing piercing shrieks to unsettle Sun Wukong's focus, conjuring a fog to obscure his vision, and occasionally feigning vulnerabilities to lure Sun Wukong into traps. Faced with such a formidable opponent and relentless distractions, Sun Wukong could not afford to be complacent. He remained wholly focused, responding to each assault with heightened vigilance, for a moment's neglect could lead to a fatal counterstrike. Qing Xian was exceedingly pleased with Sun Wukong's performance. Thus, Kakarot persevered under the intense training regimen enforced by Qing Xuan's avatar. As time elapsed, he gradually acclimated to this challenging combat style, his gaze becoming increasingly resolute and his movements more agile. Meanwhile, at Vegeta's location, Qing Xian had dispatched another avatar to guide him. It is important to note that Vegeta was vastly different from Kakarot. Upon encountering Qing Xuan's avatar, Vegeta's keen, hawk-like eyes were instantly filled with unabashed disdain. Moreover, a fierce rage ignited within him, akin to a volcano ready to erupt. For the proud Vegeta, this was an intolerable affront. He could hardly fathom that as the prince of the Saiyans, he would be so blatantly disdained by another, even to the extent of being asked to take him as a mentor. This was undoubtedly a severe affront to his pride, as Qing Xian skillfully harnessed his extraordinary abilities, successfully cloaking their battle detection devices. An unexpected scene unfolded. A dazzling radiance emanated from Qing Xuan's entire being, his form undergoing a dramatic transformation, swiftly morphing into the imposing figure of a Super Saiyan. Even more astonishing was the revelation of his meticulously concealed tail, which, with his metamorphosis, was unveiled in all its glory. This long tail danced freely in the air, reminiscent of a sinuous python, exuding a formidable aura. Witnessing the spectacle, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz were rendered utterly speechless, their faces displaying a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Their eyes widened, mouths agape as if they could accommodate an egg. Particularly for Vegeta, the proud warrior among the Saiyans, it was unfathomable that this seemingly ordinary individual could transform into a Super Saiyan. revealing the tale that symbolized the primal power of the Saiyans. He was left utterly astounded upon witnessing the shocking and terrifying strength that Qin Xian exhibited. He felt as if he had been struck dumb, tumultuous waves surging within him. Confronted with such an overwhelming disparity in power, he profoundly sensed his own insignificance and helplessness. Despite the resentment bubbling within him, he found himself utterly unable to resist in the face of such absolute might, ultimately left with no choice but to submit helplessly. Yet, deep within his heart, a fierce fire continued to burn, a yearning for power and an obsession for vengeance. He fervently hoped that one day he could become as immensely powerful as Qin Xian, possessing the strength to obliterate all adversaries, especially the nefarious Frieza, whose demonic existence had led to the annihilation of planet Vegeta, resulting in the loss of countless lives and the devastation of his homeland. This ocean of blood and deep-seated enmity haunted him day and night, his thoughts consumed with the desire to completely eradicate Frieza, avenging his fallen kin and the ruin of his native land. Thus, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz took Qin Xian as their master, who guided them in their training on the planet where they rested. Time passed swiftly. One day, when Kakarot faced Qin Xian and launched a fierce assault once more, he deftly evaded all attacks and countered with precision. His fists whistled through the air, carrying immense force. Qin Xuan's doppelganger was taken aback, yet a smile of approval graced his face. It appears you have made significant progress, he commended. However, Kakarot did not relent, fully aware that he still had a long journey ahead. Throughout this period of intensive training, he felt the pressure from other formidable warriors, igniting a fierce determination within him. In the days that followed, Qin Xuan's doppelganger continuously elevated the training's difficulty, while Kakarot repeatedly pushed past his limits. Finally, the time came to assess the fruits of his labor. Qin Xian fully unleashed his most formidable technique toward Kakarot, who, with his eyes ablaze, concentrated all his power into a single punch. The clash of their energies generated a colossal wave that filled the entire training room. As the brilliance faded, Kakarot stood firm, having successfully withstood the trial and completed his transformation. In Chapter 51, Training in the Sixth Universe, while Qin Xian's powerful doppelganger meticulously trained Kakarot, Vegeta, and others, far away on planet Salad in the Sixth Universe, Qin Xuan's true self was intently guiding the three young and promising warriors, Gabe, Kale, and Caulifla. At that moment, Kale, visibly anxious, was diligently practicing yoga poses as instructed by Qin Xian. Her legs trembled slightly as she struggled to straighten them, her waist bending gently. Qin Xian stood beside her, offering patient encouragement. Kale, take your time, relax a bit. Yes, just like that. Stretch your legs a little more, and continue to bend your waist downward. Ah, splendid. Yes, maintain that posture. Keep it up. I believe in you. As time passed, Kale gradually acclimated to this novel exercise method, her initially tense body becoming more relaxed. Qin Xian's choice to have her practice yoga was not merely to enhance her flexibility and coordination. More importantly, he hoped this approach would enable the somewhat introverted and shy Kale to better manage her emotions, preventing her from easily succumbing to a state of rage as she had in the past. With Qin Xian as continuous guidance and encouragement, Kale's progress became increasingly evident. She began to learn how to regulate her breathing, focus her attention, and maintain a calm and peaceful mindset in the face of challenges. These invaluable experiences and skills would undoubtedly become crucial factors in her future victories in battle. While instructing Kale, Qin Xian suddenly noticed Caulifla diligently training. Caulifla, must you push yourself so hard? Remember, you are still in your growth phase. If excessive training affects your physical development, don't say I didn't warn you, he said, a look of helplessness on his face as he observed her relentless efforts. Qin Xian was also concerned that Caulifla might face health issues due to her rigorous training, which is why he spoke up. It was evident that before starting her training, Caulifla had already requested the research facility staff to custom-make a comprehensive set of weighted clothing for her. At that moment, the heavy attire enveloped her petite frame, seemingly adding an invisible burden. Surprisingly, even while clad in such cumbersome gear, Caulifla did not relent in her strenuous training. Moreover, when performing push-ups, she added several hefty iron plates to her load. The weight of these iron blocks pressed down on her, nearly suffocating her, yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to relent in the slightest. With every extension and contraction of her arms, beads of sweat cascaded down like raindrops, saturating the ground beneath her. As time elapsed, her breaths grew increasingly labored, and her once rosy cheeks gradually paled, yet she persisted, unwilling to surrender. This intense training was undeniably arduous and painful for a young girl still in the bloom of youth. "I understand, Master. Rest assured, there is absolutely nothing to worry about," she reassured, though her voice faltered and her gaze wavered. Deep down, Califra was acutely aware of the profound concern and apprehension that plagued Qingxian. Nevertheless, she had resolutely decided that she would not allow such fears to halt her progress. She yearned to continually transcend her limits, aspiring to surpass the esteemed Qingxian in the days to come. With her own diligence and innate talent, she aimed to ascend to the pinnacle of strength on the planet Shalada, becoming the rightful sovereign of this world. Envisioning herself subduing Qingxian with her unmatched prowess, compelling him to sing her praises, filled Califra with an invigorating energy, ready to double her training efforts at any moment. Qingxian, feeling a sense of helplessness, realized that he had no choice but to divide some of his attention towards Califra. Yet, even as he focused on her, he couldn't help but notice her graceful form within the small training space, akin to a dynamic sculpture. Her proportions were nothing short of perfection. Her slender waist could be encompassed by a delicate hand, seemingly swaying with the gentlest breeze. Her long, straight legs flowed seamlessly from her toned thighs, each muscle radiating an exquisite balance of strength and flexibility. Her skin, fair as snow, glimmered softly under the light, exuding a pearl-like sheen. At that moment, fine droplets of sweat trickled from her forehead and cheeks, tracing the elegant contours of her jawline, cascading down her elongated neck and disappearing between her beautifully defined collarbones. The perspiration clung to her garments, accentuating the alluring curves of her figure. As she breathed heavily, her chest rose and fell with the intensity of her exertion, each movement pulsating with the vigor of life itself. Her body, adorned with glistening beads of sweat, sparkled like fragments of crystal under the illumination, embodying both the untamed spirit of athleticism and the delicate beauty of femininity. It was as if she were a breathtaking masterpiece, a harmonious blend of motion and stillness, captivating all who beheld her with the unique allure she exuded. The unexpected situation compelled Qingxian to hastily redirect his attention. Until this moment, he had never considered these matters. Yet he never anticipated that a mere flicker of focus could spark such a troublesome dilemma. After hastily confiding a few words to the onlookers, he resolutely turned and departed. His steps quickened as if pursued by some dreadful specter. "Kair, you must strive harder. Remember to maintain your composure. Upon my return, I shall impart to you an unparalleled technique that will enable you to calm your mind and harness the formidable power lying dormant within you." With those words, Qingxian gently caressed Kair's head before vanishing from sight without a backward glance. At that moment, he did not greet Califla, who was present, nor did he acknowledge Gaby, who was diligently training in the gravity chamber. He simply left, absorbed in his own thoughts. This left Kair, standing a daze, cheeks flushed, unable to shake off the lingering presence of Qingxian as he disappeared into the distance. Chapter 52, Parallel Realms. Even after Qingxian had departed, his thoughts and gaze remained magnetically drawn to the figure of Califla. However, as time wore on, this fixation failed to quell the fury seething within him. Instead, it intensified into a raging inferno. Ultimately, he could no longer endure the tumult of irritation and frustration within, striding purposefully towards his chamber. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of 3 delicate faces peacefully resting upon the grand bed, having been in slumber for a week or more. Gazing upon these 3 women, who had suffered due to his choices, a profound sense of guilt washed over Qingxian. It must be noted that since their arrival on the planet Sharada, they had only briefly explored before being confined to bed due to various misfortunes, with no opportunity to rise since. In this moment, Qingxian quietly observed the trio immersed in their dreams, their breaths steady and tranquil. Their closed eyes resembled mysterious portals, completely isolating them from the tumult of the outside world. The gentle flutter of their eyelashes seemed to whisper tales from their dreams, while their fair skin, illuminated by the soft moonlight, appeared increasingly translucent, akin to exquisite jade. This sudden turn of events left Qingxian utterly bewildered, as if ensnared by a spell, his body rigid, unable to muster even the slightest movement. Witnessing this scene, a profound wave of compassion surged within him, making it unbearable to simply leave. Yet, reality is often harsh and unyielding. Faced with such a formidable predicament, Qingxian felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. knowing all too well that patience is an arduous endeavor. After enduring a painful struggle, he finally steeled his resolve and, with heavy steps, slowly departed from his familiar and comforting chamber. Subsequently, he embarked on a distant and unknown journey, resolutely leaving the planet Sharada behind. At this moment, a myriad of thoughts and memories flashed through Qing Xian's mind, but soon an idea struck him like a bolt of lightning. The mysterious card obtained through the system's signing. Perhaps it held the key to resolving his current predicament. This wondrous card, known as the Parallel Space-Time Travel Card, possessed astonishing abilities. As long as the user harbored a thought in their heart, they could effortlessly traverse to the corresponding parallel space-time. However, this traversal was not without its limitations. The prerequisite was that the target parallel space-time must indeed exist. In the realm of Dragon Ball, numerous parallel space-times abound, including the well-known Dragon Ball Z, the fantastical Dragon Ball GT, and various unique worlds, such as the Future Time and the Despair Time. Although these parallel space-times existed within the cosmos, their respective timelines differed significantly, making direct traversal across the barriers between parallel worlds a nearly insurmountable challenge. Thus, in such circumstances, the mysterious and powerful parallel space-time travel card could prove invaluable. This card possessed the extraordinary ability to completely disregard all temporal constraints and numerous obstacles. Moreover, remarkably, regardless of how long the user remained in another parallel space-time, upon deciding to return to their original time, they would invariably arrive just 1 second after their departure to the parallel realm. Without further ado, I must immediately set forth to one of the parallel space-times. However, the choices available are overwhelmingly abundant. How should I decide? Alas, never mind. I shall first venture to the future world to explore. Qing Xian mused inwardly. At this moment, he felt a sense of entanglement, his mind racing as he contemplated which world would most effectively aid him in resolving the pressing dilemma he faced while simultaneously ensuring the safe return of the key individuals from that world. Qing Xian was suddenly dazzled by a brilliant light, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself having traversed a vibrant passageway, landing steadily on Earth. He collected his thoughts and began to survey his surroundings. Before him lay crumbling ruins, a desolate landscape connected by remnants of devastation, as if it had endured an exceedingly brutal war. The bodies strewn haphazardly across the ground were particularly harrowing, bloodied, and emitting a nauseating stench of decay. Witnessing such a scene, Qing Xian could not help but furrow his brow, internally lamenting. Is this what as he recalled the instigators of all this chaos? The notorious numbers 17 and 18. His gaze sharpened with intensity, and indignantly he exclaimed, "Humph! These two rascals have transformed our once beautiful Earth into this wretched state. It is utterly unforgivable." As Qing Xian surveyed the desolate surroundings, he earnestly absorbed the current plight of the planet. The deeper he delved into his understanding, the more profound his sorrow became. After a period of deep contemplation, he resolutely vowed, "Once I have resolved the matters at hand, I shall forge the Dragon Balls to restore the Earth to its former vitality and splendor." With this thought, Qing Xian clenched his fists tightly, his gaze piercing as he fixated on the horizon. Concerning the reckless and devastating number 18, he resolved to administer a severe punishment. As for number 17, should he dare to disregard warnings and continue his reckless ways, he would not hesitate to eradicate him completely, reducing him to mere dust. Standing upon the ground, Qing Xian initiated a comprehensive scan of the Earth through the dark dimension. In an instant, the information of all life on the planet surged into his consciousness like a tidal wave. He beheld the remaining humans, as well as entities of unique abilities and identities, including the androids number 17 and number 18, alongside that formidable foe, Cell, who had once instilled fear in countless Z warriors. Upon acquiring their precise locations, a confident smile graced Qing Xuan's lips. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before numbers 17 and 18, almost like a specter, caught off guard by Qing Xuan's sudden appearance. Number 17 instinctively attempted to resist, despite his formidable nature as an android. However, Qing Xian offered him no opportunity. With his right hand clenched into a fist, a terrifying power coalesced upon it, and without hesitation, he unleashed a thunderous strike aimed squarely at number 17's face. The resounding impact echoed as number 17 was launched like a cannonball, his body tracing a long arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground several kilometers away, stirring up clouds of dust. Despite the overwhelming force of Qing Xuan's blow, he expertly controlled the intensity. although number 17 was left incapacitated and plunged into a deep unconsciousness. His life remained intact. After all, for Qin Xian, eliminating number 17 was not his ultimate objective. Chapter 53. Cell. With a gaze as sharp as a hawk's, Qin Xian fixed his attention on number 18, advancing with steady and resolute steps toward her, whose face was a canvas of terror. Each stride seemed to carry immense weight, rendering the surrounding air dense with tension. Though fear enveloped her, the fierce instinct for survival propelled number 18 to resist surrendering so easily. In a swift motion, she unleashed a flurry of radiant light from her hands, transforming it into a multitude of energy-laden orbs that surged toward Qin Xian like a tempest. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. Those seemingly omnipotent energy orbs, capable of annihilating everything, veered off course when they were merely 10 centimeters from Qin Xuan's body, as if drawn by an invisible force, and instead surged directly into Qin Xuan's being. In the blink of an eye, all the energy orbs vanished without a trace, as though they had never existed. Witnessing this spectacle, number 18's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at this unfathomable opponent before her, her heart swelling with an intensifying dread. Yet, she did not relent in her resistance. Upon realizing the futility of the energy orb assault, number 18 swiftly resolved to adopt a hand-to-hand combat strategy against Qin Xian. When faced with number 18's challenge, Qin Xian wore a nonchalant smile, indicating his lack of opposition to her request. However, internally, Qin Xian was in a state of acute anxiety, fully aware that time was of the essence, and he could not afford to wait too long, lest unforeseen and grave consequences ensue. In a flash, Qin Xian moved with an ethereal swiftness towards number 18. In an instant, he stood before her and unleashed a fist with the force of a thunderclap. The punch was formidable, accompanied by a howling wind as it hurtled towards number 18. Clearly taken aback by Qin Xuan's abrupt onslaught, number 18, a seasoned warrior, reacted with remarkable speed. She hastily crossed her arms in front of her chest, attempting to shield herself from the impending strike. Unfortunately, Qin Xuan's strength proved overwhelmingly formidable, rendering number 18's defense as fragile as paper. With a resounding thud, number 18 was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. Lying there in disarray, a trickle of blood escaped her lips, her eyes ablaze with fury and indignation. Struggling to rise, she glared at Qin Xian and, through gritted teeth, exclaimed, "Vile scoundrel! Who are you? Why is there no mention of you in Dr. Jarrow's files?" Upon hearing number 18's inquiry, Qin Xian could not suppress a cold smirk. He surveyed her with a mocking gaze, then replied leisurely, "Curious about why I attacked you? Huh, that question is indeed amusing. However, the answer cannot be divulged just yet. Perhaps after this battle concludes, if I am in a generous mood, I might regale you with the reasons. As for now, haha, you might as well brace yourself for my next blow." With that, Qin Xian stretched his limbs, adopting a stance ready for further assault. Number 18 also assumed a defensive posture. Yet Qin Xian once again defied expectations in his attack. This time, his strike aimed for a vital point. The sound of tearing echoed, as if something were being ripped apart, and pieces of clothing fell to the ground. Do you wish to understand why your bomb failed to detonate? In truth, the moment I laid eyes upon you, I employed my powers to surreptitiously transform it into your very own flesh and blood. Qin Xian explained with a serene smile, his demeanor as tranquil as the clouds. Such an imperceptible transformation, how could you possibly detect it with your meager abilities? He shook his head slightly, his gaze falling upon the ashen-faced and despondent number 18. One can only say that this is all a consequence of your own actions. Look at the havoc you have wreaked upon our beautiful earth, leaving it in ruins and causing countless innocent lives to be lost. With righteous indignation, Qin Xian accused, his eyes sparkling with fury. Those lives may hold no practical use for me, yet your wanton destruction truly fills me with disdain. He crossed his arms and continued with a serious expression. This is the reason I have chosen to punish you. However, if you are willing to submit to me wholeheartedly from this moment forth, I shall not only show you mercy, but also assist in resolving the perilous crises you currently face. With that, Qin Xian gently clapped his hands and began to straighten his disheveled attire after the intense battle. His clothing, once pristine, had been rendered tattered and with no other option. He retrieved a fresh outfit from his storage space. Simultaneously, he thoughtfully selected a splendid and exquisite garment for number 18 and handed it to her. What exactly do you mean by the crisis you just mentioned? Is there anyone besides you who could possibly pose a threat to us? Number 18 asked, her face filled with skepticism. She quickly composed herself, deftly accepting the clothes Qin Xian offered and adorning herself with them. At that moment, her heart was filled with confusion and disbelief, as it seemed unimaginable that anyone other than Qin Xian could threaten them on this planet. It must be noted that the Earth of today is vastly different from the past. Among the once mighty Z warriors, only Trunks remains alive, while the others have all perished at their hands. In such circumstances, how could there suddenly arise another being capable of jeopardizing their safety? Yet, Qing Xuan's subsequent words struck her like a thunderclap. On this Earth, there indeed exists another android created by Dr. Gero, known as Cell. This creature is cunning and vicious, possessing a terrifying ability to absorb human life force to augment its own strength. Even more dreadful is the fact that if he succeeds in absorbing the two of you, he will evolve into his perfect form. At that point, it is likely that neither of you will escape death. Qing Xuan's expression turned grave as he calmly recounted this information, as though he were merely stating a mundane fact. However, to number 18, his words were chilling, causing her to involuntarily gasp. Chapter 54, number 17. How can this be possible? Shortly after Dr. Gero awakened us from our slumber, we unhesitatingly brought him to his demise. Prior to this, there was no android by the name of Cell. Android 18 inquired with a look of skepticism. You must be mistaken, right? Qin Xian did not rush to refute her. Instead, he gently shook his head and explained in a calm and patient tone. Cell is the ultimate android that Dr. Gero devoted himself to creating. Unfortunately, this project was not yet fully realized and remained in the developmental phase, thus you were naturally unaware of it at that time. After a brief pause, Qin Xian continued. Moreover, although Dr. Gero has passed away, the computer he left behind continues to operate, ultimately birthing the formidable entity known as Cell through its immense computational power. With that, Qin Xian gracefully waved his arm, and a stream of clear, transparent water surged forth like a nimble ribbon, swiftly washing away the remnants of blood from his palm after the fierce battle. Upon hearing this, Android 18 fell silent for a moment, a flicker of concern crossing her gaze. So where is Cell now? How powerful is he? Qin Xian sighed. He is immensely powerful and has been continually absorbing the energy of the strong to evolve. As for his current whereabouts, I am also in search of him. However, it is certain that if he continues to develop unchecked, the entire Earth will face a grave crisis. Android 18 clenched her fists. Then we must stop him. No matter how powerful he is, I refuse to be absorbed by him. The current Earth should pose a challenge for his evolution without him. Qin Xian smiled faintly. That is precisely why I sought you out. You possess an infinite energy core, and your strength is not to be underestimated. If we join forces, we may stand a chance. Android 18 nodded. All right, then let us seek him out together. However, I have no desire to be entangled in any complex schemes. We should locate him directly and eliminate him. Qin Xian responded affirmatively. Very well, let us depart immediately and first visit Dr. Gero's research facility. Perhaps we might uncover traces of Cell or clues regarding his next move. Thus, the two soared towards the research facility. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Qin Xian had deceived her. This cunning individual clearly did not wish for Cell to perish easily, like a fragile toy. After all, if Cell were to meet his end so swiftly, it would render things rather dull for Qin Xian. As they flew through the air for quite a distance, suddenly, Android 18 seemed to awaken from a reverie, abruptly recalling her younger brother, Android 17. At that moment, she realized that he was lying alone not far from the site of their recent fierce battle. Oh no, how could I have forgotten? My brother is waiting there, she exclaimed in distress, her heart racing as she glared fiercely at Qin Xian. Without hesitation, she swiftly turned and soared back in the direction from whence she came, moving with a speed akin to the wind. Qin Xian could only shake his head in resignation and follow number 18 back. Upon their arrival, they discovered that number 17 was missing, leaving behind only traces of a struggle on the ground. Number 18, in a state of panic, searched frantically but found no sign. Qin Xian crouched down to examine the marks and slowly remarked, "It appears that someone took number 17 while we were away. Judging by the traces, their strength is formidable." Number 18 glared at Qin Xian with fury, exclaiming, "This is all because you deceived me into searching for some Cell. If anything should happen to number 17, I will not let you off easily." Just then, the temperature around them plummeted, and a chilling voice echoed, "There is no need to search. I have already taken number 17. Cell gradually revealed himself, a cruel smile curving his lips. It became clear that Cell had anticipated their arrival and had set a trap to capture number 17, luring them in. Number 18, gritting her teeth, demanded, "What have you done to my brother?" Cell responded with arrogance, "If you comply, I might consider sparing his life." He erupted into a boisterous laugh. Exchanging glances, Qing Xian and number 18 understood that an intense battle was inevitable, and they silently prepared themselves for the impending conflict. Number 18 took the initiative, charging at Cell and swinging her right fist. Cell effortlessly sidestepped her attack and retaliated with a kick to her abdomen, sending her hurtling backward. Seeing this, Qing Xian quickly formed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of water blades towards Cell. Cell crossed his arms to defend, causing a mist of water to erupt upon impact. "Is this all you can do?" he scoffed. After regaining her footing, number 18 charged again, unleashing a powerful energy wave. Cell braced himself, only taking a few steps back. Qing Xian, recognizing the futility of their current strategy, quietly maneuvered behind Cell, hoping for a surprise attack. However, Cell seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, delivering an elbow strike that caught Qing Xian unprepared, striking him in the chest and causing him to cough up blood. Witnessing Qing Xian's injury, number 18's eyes reddened as her internal energy surged, radiating a brilliant light. "I must rescue my brother and defeat you," she roared, her speed and strength intensifying significantly. This time, her attack forced Cell to retreat. Surprised by her unexpected potential, Cell's expression shifted. Seizing the moment of his disarray, Qing Xian, despite the pain, unleashed a potent water jutsu to restrict Cell's movements. Number 18 capitalized on the opportunity, delivering a powerful blow that sent Cell flying. "You despicable fiend, you absorbed my brother. Spit him out." Number 18 unleashed a relentless flurry of attacks, her ferocity reminiscent of a rampaging beast, each strike imbued with a chilling ferocity. Qing Xian watched in wide-eyed astonishment, utterly stunned by number 18's frenzy. He found it hard to fathom that she could lose her rationality and act so recklessly for the sake of number 17. However, after a brief moment of shock, Qing Xian gradually calmed down and began to ponder, slowly coming to a profound realization. It turned out that number 17 was, in fact, the biological brother of number 18. What was even more heart-wrenching was that they had lost their parents at a young age, relying solely on each other as they struggled to survive in a perilous world filled with hardships. The tribulations they had endured over the years, the biting cold and hunger, along with countless instances of external bullying and oppression, had only served to deepen the bond of kinship between them, making it unbreakable. Now, as number 17 faced danger, how could number 18 not be consumed by an overwhelming urgency to protect him at all costs? Chapter 55, The Demise of Cell. Even as number 18 unleashed a relentless and ferocious barrage of attacks akin to a tempest, each strike, despite its seemingly boundless power and grandeur, merely grazed Cell. Causing no substantial harm whatsoever. For the formidable and unfathomable strength of Cell, such an onslaught was but a trivial matter. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Qing Xian could no longer contain his fury and anxiety while watching from the sidelines. He could not remain a passive observer any longer. In an instant, Qing Xian, whose previously pale visage was a result of his own deliberate injuries, regained his color, and his wounds healed as if they had never existed. Indeed, it was impossible for Cell to inflict harm upon Qing Xian. The injuries he bore were self-inflicted. Without hesitation, Qing Xian moved with the swiftness of lightning, delivering a punch with astonishing speed directly aimed at Cell's rock-solid abdomen. The force behind this punch was simply unimaginable. So much so that everyone present barely had time to blink before witnessing a fleeting shadow pass by. Yet in the next moment, accompanied by a thunderous roar, Cell's massive form was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing violently into the towering buildings behind him. In that instant, bricks shattered and dust billowed. The row of structures crumbled like paper under the impact, turning into a wasteland of debris. Even more astonishing was that Qing Xian's earth-shattering punch forcibly expelled number 17, who had previously been swallowed whole by Cell, from his belly. Poor number 17 lay unconscious, clearly suffering from severe trauma. But Qing Xian did not pause or hesitate for a moment. He understood the necessity of eradicating evil completely and could not afford to grant Cell any opportunity to regain his footing or retaliate. Therefore, taking advantage of Cell's disorientation from the prior blow, Qing Xian resolutely launched another attack, swiftly forming hand seals and reciting incantations. In the blink of an eye, an energy sphere, radiating an aura of catastrophic destruction, coalesced in his palm. It was the annihilation bomb, capable of reducing all existence to mere ashes. With a sweeping motion of Qingxuan's arm, the cataclysmic orb, brimming with boundless power, soared toward Shalu like a meteor streaking across the night sky. Faced with such a lethal strike, Shalu found himself utterly powerless to evade or defend against it. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the heavens as the orb detonated upon contact, erupting into a dazzling, fervent fireball. When the brilliance faded and the smoke cleared, there remained not a trace of Shalu, the ultimate android meticulously crafted by Dr. Jero. Now entirely reduced to ash and oblivion. Android 18 stood motionless, a look of bewilderment etched upon her face, her body still poised for attack. Her gaze vacant and devoid of life, as if she were ensnared in the aftermath of the fierce battle that had just transpired. Time ticked by, yet she remained as still as a statue. At that moment, Qin Xian approached her with deliberate grace. Each of his steps resonated with an unexplainable aura of authority. Finally, he stood before Android 18, pausing to softly utter, "It is done. Your brother has been rescued. You need not fear any harm henceforth." As he spoke, Qin Xian gently grasped her clenched fist and tenderly released it. Yet, Android 18 remained oblivious, still entranced in her stupor. Observing her state, a sly smile crept upon Qingxuan's lips. And he continued, "Do you not wish to see? His condition is quite dire. It seems he may soon succumb. However, if you promise to comply with my wishes from now on, I may consider intervening to save him." His words were accompanied by a smile as radiant and gentle as flowers blooming in spring. In stark contrast, his gaze remained calm and undisturbed, profound as a tranquil abyss. As if the recent harrowing spectacle had been but a fleeting shadow, entirely divorced from his essence. At that juncture, Android 18 registered Qingxuan's words, her heart tightening with urgency as she swiftly turned and dashed towards the fallen Android 17, who lay not far off. Android 17's form was grievously shattered, his once ironclad skin now marred by ghastly cracks, blood oozing forth and staining the ground beneath him. His breath was feeble, flickering like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. In a frenzy, Android 18 knelt beside him, trembling hands gently lifting his heavy head. She called out his name with a voice laden with terror and despair. Yet, no matter how fervently she shook him, he remained unresponsive, eyes tightly shut, ensnared in a nightmare from which he could never awaken. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Android 18's eyes, cascading down her pale cheeks, converging into sorrowful rivulets. Her face was streaked with tears, her expression filled with sorrow, and her heart felt as if it were being torn apart. Ultimately, number 18 collapsed weakly to the ground, her hands tightly gripping Qin Xian's pant leg, pleading incoherently, "Please, save number 17. I would do anything if you could just save him." Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Xian opened his mouth without hesitation, speaking in a tone that brooked no argument. "You must remember every word you just uttered. From this day forth, for the rest of your lives, you shall become my most trusted subordinates. Although it was evident that your current abilities were lacking, rest assured that in the days to come, I will diligently mentor you, nurturing your skills and helping you enhance your capabilities." As he spoke, Qin Xian slowly extended his hand, his movements gentle as a soft breeze caressing the surface of a lake, tenderly stroking number 18's tear-streaked, pale visage. His fingers seemed to possess a magical quality. With each touch, number 18 felt waves of warmth and reassurance. At that moment, through her misty eyes, she gazed at Qin Xian, her heart brimming with gratitude and anticipation. She understood that from this instant forward, her destiny would be irrevocably intertwined with that of this powerful yet gentle figure before her. Chapter 56, Awakening. Qin Xian approached number 17 with light, graceful steps, slowly crouching down as if to cherish a precious treasure. From within his robes, he carefully produced a mystical bean radiating an enigmatic glow. He cautiously brought the bean to number 17's lips, watching as she slightly parted them, and with a gentle push, the bean slid down her throat and into her belly. In truth, he had an abundance of these beans. This display was merely a ruse to impress number 18, making her believe the bean was exceptionally rare. An astonishing spectacle unfolded. As soon as the bean entered her mouth, it transformed into a refreshing torrent of energy that swiftly coursed through her entire being. The horrific wounds on number 17's body seemed to be caressed by an invisible hand, healing at an astonishing rate visible to the naked eye, as if she were being reborn. Muscles reconnected and grew anew. Fractured bones clicked back into place with audible cracks. And damaged blood vessels and nerve endings wove together like a spider's web, rapidly mending. In a mere few minutes, the grievous injuries she had previously sustained vanished entirely, and she radiated with vibrant vitality. With her wounds healed, number 17 suddenly opened her tightly shut eyes, her consciousness gradually returning. Number 18, who had been anxiously waiting nearby, immediately broke into an exuberant smile upon witnessing this. Her once sorrowful and tear-stained face now blossomed like spring flowers, radiant and enchanting. Number 17, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Number 18 eagerly leaned forward, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. Number 17 moved her body, feeling the surging power within her, and smiled as she replied, I'm perfectly fine. Before she could finish her sentence, her gaze fell upon Qing Xian, who stood a short distance away. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised both hands and unleashed a barrage of formidable energy blasts towards Qing Xian. A series of thunderous booms erupted, bang, bang, as brilliant beams of energy shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at Qing Xian's location. At that moment, a razor-sharp energy blast hurtled toward Qing Xian's face. However, to everyone's astonishment, this seemingly devastating strike failed to connect, being halted by a transparent shield just before reaching Qing Xian's visage. Number 17, what on earth are you doing? Cease at once. Do not forget. You just saved your life. Number 18 exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp number 17's hand tightly in an effort to halt his relentless assault. With a face contorted in fury, number 17 shouted, he initiated the attack first. If he hadn't struck without warning, I wouldn't be grievously injured, and that loathsome green creature wouldn't have swallowed me whole. As he spoke, number 17's agitation intensified. Was it not all due to him? Were it not for him, how could he have suffered such grave injuries? Were it not for him, how could that monster have so easily absorbed him? Were it not for him, he would have surely met his demise long ago. Despite the blazing fury within his heart, number 17 found himself unable to break free from number 18's grip. It turned out that after Qing Xian's enhancement, number 18's power had significantly increased, far surpassing her former self. Number 17 was no longer her match. However, it is crucial to note that even with her newfound strength, she would still struggle to contend with the formidable Cell, who had absorbed number 17's powers. Do not be so impatient, number 17. Even if you squirm like an ant on a hot pan, it will be of no avail, for you can never hope to defeat me, let alone inflict any tangible harm. Qing Xian remarked with a smile, his tone laced with mockery directed at the furious number 17 before him. Number 17's eyes widened, seemingly ablaze with fury, yet at that moment, his hands felt as if they were bound by an unseen force, rendering him utterly immobile. The architect of this predicament, number 18, maintained her firm grip on him. Faced with this scenario, number 17's anger swelled further. However, he was struck with shock and disbelief. In the mere days since he had fallen unconscious and narrowly escaped death, number 18's strength had skyrocketed, now eclipsing his own. Not long ago, number 18 had been vastly inferior to number 17, yet the situation had taken such a dramatic turn. Number 17 couldn't help but ponder. Had number 18 acquired some mysterious power during this time? Or had she undergone an arduous training regimen that enabled her to achieve such an astonishing breakthrough? Regardless, the current reality of being firmly suppressed by number 18 felt like a bucket of cold water poured over number 17's head, leaving him engulfed in frustration and despair. Slowly lowering his hands, a hint of helplessness and hopelessness flickered in his eyes. At this moment, confronted by the formidable and enigmatic Qing Xian, he was acutely aware of his powerlessness to turn the tide, resigned to silently accept this harsh truth. Very well, since that is the case. As a token of my salvation, from this day forth, you shall become my subordinate. Remember, not just you, but your sister as well. Qing Xian declared with a smile that, instead of radiating warmth, exuded an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, number 17, who had already relinquished any notion of resistance, abruptly raised his head in disbelief, gazing at Qing Xian. However, the moment he met Qing Xian's tranquil gaze, the flicker of rebellion ignited within him was extinguished in an instant. Do not be so astonished. I speak nothing but the truth. Furthermore, do not attempt to resist any longer. It is wise to comply. After all, your sister has already acquiesced to this arrangement, and she is now under my command. Qing Xian stated nonchalantly, disregarding number 17's reaction as he reached out to gently embrace number 18, who obediently leaned against him, her expression devoid of emotion, as though accustomed to this situation. Observing this, number 17's lips quivered slightly, wishing to say something, yet ultimately, no words escaped his mouth. Now listen closely. From this moment forth, I shall not permit you to harm any humans on this planet. Additionally, do not harbor thoughts of troubling tenants, for he is no longer in this realm. Qing Xian's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable weight that compelled number 17 to nod involuntarily. I understand, number 17 replied, his tone laced with reluctance and resignation. Number 18, noticing his attitude, felt a flicker of dissatisfaction in her beautiful eyes, yet she restrained her emotions from surfacing. Qing Xian nodded slightly, then turned to the two of them. Come with me. Let us seek the place on this earth where the remaining humans are most densely gathered. Perhaps there, we may uncover more targets, he concluded, his voice subconsciously lowering at the last few words, betraying an indescribable excitement. With that, Qing Xian gradually released the embrace he had held around number 18. She gracefully landed and steadied herself, her enchanting gaze shifting towards Qing Xian, seemingly trying to decipher something from his resolute countenance. However, Qing Xian did not linger, stepping forward in the direction of the west, clearly intent on leading them to the fabled western capital. At that moment, the previously silent 17 spoke up once more. Will there truly be anyone there? We have been here for several days, and we have yet to catch a glimpse of a single soul. Moreover, in the cities we visited before, we have already exterminated all the inhabitants. 18 immediately echoed. Indeed, Brother Qing Xian, we remain utterly oblivious to where there might still be surviving humans. What if we end up making a fruitless journey? As she spoke, her large, glistening eyes were fixed on Qing Xian, eagerly awaiting a convincing answer. In the face of their doubts, Qing Xian remained remarkably composed. He halted his steps, turned back, and cast his gaze over 17 and 18 in succession, a confident smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, simply follow me. There is no need for you to worry about anything else. Everything is within my control. With those words barely spoken, Qing Xian turned and continued on, his pace quickening. Though 17 and 18 felt a twinge of apprehension, they obediently followed in his wake, racing towards the distant city of West Capital. Unbeknownst to them, Qing Xian had previously ravaged that very direction, having taken many lives, and they could not fathom the consequences that awaited them. Now, they dared not voice their concerns, trailing behind Qing Xian with bated breath. As they traversed the landscape, the trio moved like 3 bolts of lightning across the sky, stirring up a tempest that rustled the trees around them. 17 and 18 had previously perceived West Capital as hauntingly desolate, with scarcely a soul in sight, as if the city had been abandoned. In their fury, they had laid waste to much of its architecture. In truth, however, the majority of the residents had chosen to hide away, paralyzed by the fear of the unknown, thus escaping total annihilation. Within mere minutes, the 3 of them streaked through the heavens, arriving above the very heart of West Capital. Being mindful of the lesser strength of his companions, Qing Xian deliberately slowed his flight to ensure their safety. Upon reaching their destination, he turned to his comrades and said, "You two shall remain here for the time being, while I venture forth alone to safely retrieve those who are hidden." Without waiting for a response, he plunged downward, landing steadily at the entrance of the basement. With a gentle wave of his hand, the previously sealed entrance to the basement swung open. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. However, the moment he crossed the threshold, the once tranquil atmosphere within shifted to one of palpable tension. It turned out that as soon as Qing Xian had descended to the entrance, the people inside had spotted the unfamiliar figure through surveillance equipment, filling their hearts with trepidation and anxiety. With each steady and powerful step he took, the hidden mechanisms were abruptly triggered the instant he entered the doorway. In an instant, countless gleaming firearms and ammunition cascaded towards Qing Xian like a tempest, their concentrated firepower weaving a terrifying barrage. However, in the face of this seemingly ferocious onslaught, Qing Xian merely furrowed his brow slightly, revealing a hint of boredom and disdain. He waved his hand nonchalantly, as if simply swatting away an irritating fly. Yet, such a seemingly trivial gesture yielded astonishing results. The initially formidable weapons were reduced to mere scraps of metal upon encountering the invisible force emanating from Qing Xuan's palm, clattering to the ground in disarray. As Qing Xian effortlessly rendered these threats null and void, those within the laboratory bore witness to this spectacle, their eyes widening in terror as involuntary, piercing screams escaped their throats. They could scarcely fathom that this mysterious and powerful figure could so easily dismantle their meticulously arranged defenses, and as they realized they were but a step away from death, fear spread like a contagion. Nonetheless, it was evident that Qing Xian had no intention of granting them further time to react. He waved his right hand once more, and a gentle radiance emanated from his palm, enveloping everyone in an instant. The cacophony of terrified cries abruptly ceased, as if silenced by an unseen hand grasping their throats. Simultaneously, the onlookers found their bodies entirely immobilized, akin to being ensnared by a binding spell, helplessly watching as Qing Xian advanced towards the laboratory where Bulma was situated. With effortless grace, Qing Xian navigated through the throng, finally arriving at his destination. Standing before the laboratory door, he gazed through the transparent glass wall at the weary figure within. Bulma, clutching a laser weapon exuding an aura of danger, was fixated upon him, her eyes brimming with vigilance and resolve, seemingly poised for a life-and-death confrontation. A playful smile curled at the corners of Qing Xuan's lips as he softly remarked, "Bulma, lower your weapon. You cannot harm me." Bulma gritted her teeth, tightening her grip on the laser weapon. "Who are you? Why have you intruded here?" Qing Xian crossed his arms. "I have come to find you, for you are quite special." At that moment, androids 17 and 18, growing impatient, descended and were taken aback by the scene inside. "Qing Xian, what do you intend to do with all these people?" 17 inquired. Without turning, Qing Xian addressed Bulma. "Come with me. You can save this broken world." Bulma's expression was one of bewilderment. "Me? How could I possibly?" 18 approached Bulma, scrutinizing her. "Brother Qing Xian wouldn't be mistaken. Perhaps you possess a unique ability yet to be discovered." As Bulma surveyed the individuals before her, her heart was torn. Suddenly, Qing Xuan's gaze deepened, and he extended his hand, releasing a gentle energy that enveloped Bulma. She felt a warm current surge within her, and unbeknownst to her, her weapon slipped from her grasp. Qing Xian escorted Bulma out of the basement, where sunlight poured down upon them. He gazed into the distance, aware that a new journey was about to commence, one that would transform the world through her. Despite Bulma's desperate struggles, they were in vain. Chapter 58, The Speech. Qing Xian carefully guided Bulma out of the underground refuge before turning back to bring forth the trembling individuals who had sought shelter within. These humans appeared gaunt and fearful, as if they had just emerged from a harrowing nightmare. Ascending slowly into the air, Qing Xian looked down upon the panicked crowd and declared in a booming voice, "From this day forth, you need not cower like mice in this dark, damp underground. Step boldly into the light and confidently reconstruct your own homeland." However, the crowd did not erupt in joyous celebration at his words. Instead, they remained in a tumult of confusion. Some whispered among themselves, while others regarded Qing Xian with skeptical eyes, their expressions wrought with doubt. Observing their reaction, Qing Xian furrowed his brow slightly and raised his voice once more. "There is one more thing I must convey to you from now on. You need not fear number 17 and number 18 any longer, for at this moment they have been subdued by me and have become my allies." With that, he gestured to the side, beckoning number 18 and number 17 to step forward. They approached Qing Xian, their expressions neutral as they stood beside him. Though they exhibited no overt hostility towards the crowd below, the onlookers gazed up at them with a mixture of trepidation and skepticism, their hearts a tumultuous blend of emotions. Many were filled with uncertainty and confusion, pondering if this enigmatic force, Qing Xian, possessed such formidable power to easily subdue the terrifying number 17 and number 18. Why not simply eradicate them entirely? After all, the memories of past suffering and harm lingered vividly, and now, standing before them were their adversaries, yet vengeance remained unattainable, leaving a sense of indignation among the people. Yet, despite the seething hatred and anger within, these ordinary humans recognized their inability to contend with the likes of number 17 and number 18, let alone challenge the unfathomable Qing Xian. Thus, even with reluctance, they chose to place their trust in Qing Xian's words, hoping that a peaceful and stable life awaited them in the future. "Understand, I know the burning hatred that simmers deep within you, akin to a raging inferno. Each of you yearns to avenge your beloved kin who have been lost to you. Night and day, you envision a time when you can confront number 18 and number 17, those heinous perpetrators, and ensure they pay for their grievous transgressions." Qing Xian stood solemnly before the crowd, his gaze sweeping over each discontented face. The faces of these individuals were a tapestry of emotions, Some were etched with anger. Others were veiled in sorrow, while some bore the grimace of clenched teeth, their eyes radiating a hatred potent enough to ignite the very air around them. He gazed upon them, a surge of compassion and sympathy rising within him, yet there lingered a thread of resolve. However, I must impart a harsh truth. Given your current capabilities, this endeavor is utterly insurmountable. The strength of number 18 and number 17 far exceeds your wildest imaginations. Each of their movements is imbued with cataclysmic power, their speed as swift as lightning, and their defenses as unyielding as granite. Should you recklessly advance, it would be akin to striking a stone with an egg, resulting only in the forfeiture of your lives, leaving you devoid of even the opportunity for vengeance. Qing Xian paused, inhaling deeply before continuing, striving to illuminate a glimmer of hope for these despondent souls. Therefore, from this moment forth, you must embark on your training. The path of cultivation is fraught with arduous challenges, yet it is your sole avenue to salvation. If you persistently dedicate yourselves to your training, ceaselessly enhancing your strength, one day you shall surpass both number 18 and number 17 in power. Qing Xian endeavored to uplift their spirits, urging them to fortify themselves with revenge as their guiding motive. At that time, you shall stand resolutely before them, seeking justice for your loved ones and obliterating them entirely. I will not hinder your quest. On the contrary, I shall cheer for you, offering silent support from behind. Moreover, ponder this carefully. We shall not linger on this planet indefinitely. In the future, as we venture into the vast cosmos, the nature of our adversaries remains unpredictable. Perhaps we shall encounter foes even more formidable and terrifying than number 18 and number 17. When that time arrives, if you lack sufficient strength, how will you protect yourselves? How will you safeguard those whom you cherish? Only by cultivating your own power and acquiring the means for self-defense can you hope to survive in this universe teeming with peril and challenges. Qing Xian spoke with earnest gravity, his eyes reflecting an undeniable conviction. It seemed as though he had already envisioned their growth and transformation, witnessing their journey through the thorns of cultivation, ultimately emerging as formidable individuals in their own right. All of this hinges upon your own efforts. There are no shortcuts along the path of cultivation. No one can bear the pain and trials on your behalf. You must explore, comprehend, and continuously push beyond your limits. Each fall presents an opportunity for growth, and every setback serves as a test of your resolve. As long as you harbor the belief in avenging your loved ones and possess an insatiable desire for strength, nothing shall impede your progress. Qing Xian gradually recounted their future, his tone imbued with both aspirations for them and warnings of formidable adversaries that may arise. He understood that this would be a long and arduous battle. Yet he firmly believed that these individuals would undoubtedly carve their own brilliance along the path of cultivation. Standing atop a high platform in the spacious, yet somewhat chaotic temporary gathering area, Qing Xian radiated an irresistible aura. His voice resonated like a mighty bell, and his impassioned speech echoed like rolling thunder, reverberating in the ears of the crowd. His words, akin to sharp blades, precisely pierced through the barriers erected by fear and helplessness deep within the human psyche. The once reluctant and bewildered humans resembled a flock of lambs lost in darkness, now seemingly catching sight of a distant, warm, and radiant flame. Their gazes gradually brightened, their previously bowed heads slowly lifted, and their chests began to rise instinctively. The once dim glimmers in their eyes rekindled the flames of hope as they began to envision a promising future of cultivation. Some imagined themselves possessing the ability to soar through the skies and traverse the earth like legendary immortals, freely navigating through the clouds. Others longed for immense strength, capable of shattering formidable boulders with a single punch, becoming heroes who safeguard their homeland. Still, others fantasized about mastering arcane spells, wielding water, fire, thunder, and lightning, instilling terror in their enemies. Excitement and anticipation radiated from every face, as if they had already glimpsed their future powerful selves. However, a voice tinged with concern suddenly emerged from the crowd. But we have no teachers. Our desire to grow stronger may remain unfulfilled until our dying breath. Though soft, this voice rippled through the crowd like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly creating waves of unease. The previously vibrant atmosphere turned heavy. Worry and anxiety resurfaced on people's faces as they exchanged glances filled with helplessness and confusion. Observing the crowd's reaction from his elevated position, Qing Xian felt a surge of satisfaction. recognizing that the scene was unfolding in accordance with his meticulous plans. A subtle smile graced his lips. Clearing his throat, his voice reverberated once more across the assembly. "You need not worry about this. I shall instruct you." His words were resolute and powerful, as if an unseen force settled the hearts of the multitude. "Not only will I impart all the cultivation knowledge I possess, but I shall also provide you with the necessary resources and environment for your training." Upon hearing Qingshuan's assurances, the doubts that had lingered in their hearts dissipated like mist in the morning sun, replaced by boundless gratitude and anticipation. Chapter 59, Cultivation. The assembly stood on the ground, gazing up at Qing Xian, suspended in midair, quietly absorbing every word that flowed from his lips. Once his speech concluded, the clouds of uncertainty that had cloaked their minds melted away as if touched by the warmth of spring sunlight. Their previously furrowed brows unfurled, and the confusion in their eyes was replaced by boundless gratitude and anticipation. Radiance illuminated each visage, as if they beheld the glimmer of hope that the future held. Qing Xian, observing the hopeful gazes of the crowd, felt the corners of his mouth lift slightly, revealing a gentle smile before he spoke. "Now, you must first take the time to nurture your bodies. You have endured numerous trials, and your bodies are weary. Only by restoring your health can you muster the energy to pursue other endeavors. Then, we shall unite to construct our homeland. A stable home is akin to the roots of a grand tree. With it, you can cultivate your practice without worry. Imagine possessing a warm and sturdy abode, a sanctuary where you are free from external disturbances, allowing you to immerse yourself wholly in your cultivation. How wonderful that would be." Qing Xian understood that merely encouraging them to recuperate and build a home might not suffice to ignite their motivation. Thus, to further inspire them, he decided to unveil a grand revelation. Clearing his throat, he scanned the crowd, articulating each word with intention. "If you perform well, I can assist in resurrecting your loved ones." At this proclamation, their eyes widened in disbelief, and expressions of incredulity washed over their faces, rendering the atmosphere so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Observing their reactions, Qing Xian continued, "However, you must strive diligently, for your kin in the underworld will enter the cycle of reincarnation. Once they embark on that journey, resurrecting them becomes exceedingly difficult. Therefore, you must seize the moment and demonstrate your utmost effort." Upon hearing this, a tempest of emotions surged within them, excitement rendering them almost speechless. Some clenched their fists, while others sparkled with resolute determination, as if they had already resolved to exert every ounce of their strength. Pleased by their fervent spirit, Qing Xian nodded in approval and added, "I will subsequently devise a cultivation plan and set goals for each of you. This plan is meticulously tailored to your individual talents and characteristics. If you adhere to it, you will undoubtedly achieve significant progress. The first to reach their goal will have the privilege of resurrecting their chosen loved one." With each word Qing Xian uttered, it resonated like a hammer, profoundly shaking their hearts. A fierce flame of ambition ignited within them, as they silently vowed to dedicate themselves to their training, determined not to disappoint Qing Xuan's expectations and to revive their loved ones at the earliest opportunity. In that moment, they envisioned the familiar faces of their kin and glimpsed the promising life that awaited them. Meanwhile, not far away, Bulma, ensnared by Qing Xuan's mysterious and formidable power, floated suspended in mid-air, her wide eyes filled with astonishment as she stared intently at him. She had lived in this world for quite some time and was well aware that humans could be resurrected through the Dragon Balls. In the past, whenever someone met with a tragic fate, as long as the 7 Dragon Balls were gathered and the Eternal Dragon summoned, a wish for resurrection could indeed bring life back to bloom once more. However, she was acutely aware that Piccolo had already perished. It was essential to understand that Piccolo was intricately linked to the Dragon Balls. Upon his death, the Dragon Balls would vanish, transforming into a mere heap of worthless stones. Without the Dragon Balls, the hope of resurrecting the deceased was utterly extinguished. In her perception, the notion of bringing the departed back to this world was nothing short of a fantastical dream, an impossibility. At that moment, Bulma found herself ensnared by the mysterious power of Qing Xian, her mouth seemingly locked by invisible shackles, rendering her unable to utter a single word. She could only widen her eyes, filled with astonishment, staring blankly at the unfolding events before her. Her heart churned like a stone cast into a lake, creating turbulent waves of countless questions that surged within her mind. Just as Bulma's thoughts were tumultuously roiling, Qing Xian's calm, yet undeniably authoritative voice resonated. "All right. You may go now. Take the time to recover well. When you return in a few days, I shall be here awaiting your arrival. His tone was unassuming, yet imbued with an irresistible force. Those whom he had just aided seemed to be drawn by an invisible power, nodding in reverence and gratitude before turning to leave. Although their steps were still somewhat unsteady, their eyes betrayed a glimmer of hope for the future. Once Qing Xian had sent everyone away, he extended a hand, and with a gentle wave, Bulma, who had been suspended in midair, drifted towards him like a leaf stirred by a soft breeze. He led Bulma to her laboratory, and along the way, the surrounding atmosphere felt somewhat stifled by his presence. Bulma's heart remained in suspense, uncertain of what would unfold next. At last, they arrived at the laboratory, a space that Bulma had poured immense effort and energy into creating, filled with advanced instruments and equipment. Upon entering, Qing Xian observed her extreme tension and could not help but smile slightly, saying, "I know you are anxious, but do not fret. Allow me to explain slowly." With that, he released his hold over Bulma. As soon as her body regained freedom, she instinctively stepped back a few paces, her eyes brimming with vigilance. Qing Xian, however, remained unhurried as he approached a nearby table and elegantly poured himself a glass of water. His movements were graceful and composed, as if this place were entirely his domain. He then approached a swivel chair and seated himself comfortably, leaning back against the chair's backrest, his legs casually crossed. His gaze fixed intently upon the ever-nervous Bulma. His gaze was profound and enigmatic, seemingly concealing countless secrets, prompting Bulma's insatiable curiosity to delve deeper. "I am not of this temporal realm. I traverse parallel dimensions, hence I am aware of the existence of androids 17 and 18, as well as your own. However, I have yet to encounter your child, Trunks, for he does not exist in my realm." Chapter 60, Timeless Elegance. In a dimly lit laboratory, the flickering lights cast an uncertain glow upon the advanced apparatus surrounding them, yet an air of mystery and tranquility pervaded the space. At that moment, an unusual light flickered in Qing Xuan's profound eyes as he began to speak. "In this seemingly intricate tapestry of time and space, there exists not a trace of my being. I am but an anomaly amidst the vast expanse of the cosmos. One might audaciously assert that within all those parallel universes, as densely populated as stars in the night sky, my existence remains unfound. I am akin to a solitary traveler, forgotten by time, existing independently of all dimensions, lingering on the fringes of reality." Bulma sat upon a nearby sofa, her expression tinged with fatigue, yet her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she attentively listened to Qing Xuan's words. He turned to her, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, imbued with a hint of playful irreverence, and continued, "As for why I crossed the endless barriers of time and space to arrive in this seemingly ordinary yet wondrous realm, it is rather amusing. It was solely due to the overwhelming ennui that engulfed me in that boundless void. Nothing stirred my interest, no challenge could invigorate my spirit. I felt like a beast ensnared in an invisible cage, desperately seeking an escape, yearning for fresh exhilaration." As Qing Xian spoke, he gradually approached Bulma, his gaze laden with a suggestive undertone. He gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and teased, "Of course, my arrival here is not merely to alleviate my boredom. There exists another significant reason. It's you. Although time has etched its marks upon your visage, and you have aged, in my eyes, you remain irresistibly captivating, your allure undiminished." Upon hearing Qing Xuan's lightly teasing remarks, a blush blossomed on Bulma's previously weary face, akin to a bashful flower unfurling its petals. She instinctively averted her gaze from him, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothing. Her relationship with Vegeta resembled a tome filled with poignant regrets. Reflecting on the past, she recalled that merely a year after Trunks' birth, Vegeta departed from this world forever. Their moments together had been fleeting and hurried. They had intersected only during those few ephemeral nights, and after Bulma became pregnant, Vegeta seemed to be bewitched, dedicating all his energy to his training. He was immersed day and night in rigorous training, as if the sole pursuit of his existence was the path of cultivation. Bulma often endured solitude and loneliness in silence, yearning for Vegeta's companionship and affection. Yet, every time she glimpsed him, it was only his back, wholly absorbed in his training. Consequently, they had not forged a profound emotional foundation, resembling a castle yet to be completed, teetering precariously amidst the tempests of time. However, Qing Xian was fully aware of this dynamic. He understood Bulma's character and thoughts intimately. Thus, He resolved to seize this insight as an opportunity to launch a vigorous pursuit of her affection. "I know what you're thinking," Qingxian remarked, a confident smile gracing his lips. "But I assure you, I am entirely unfazed. After all, I possess a heart akin to that of a cunning strategist." Bulma, puzzled by Qingxuan's words, blinked her large eyes and inquired curiously, "What do you mean by having a heart like a cunning strategist? And who exactly is the strategist?" Noticing her confusion, Qingxian cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. "Ahem. Well, you needn't concern yourself too much with that. Just remember this. I have taken a liking to you, and you absolutely cannot refuse me." At that moment, Qingxian was acutely aware that mere flattery would not sway Bulma. She had long ceased to be the innocent girl she once was, until she explicitly expressed her consent. Any sweet words would merely be transient whispers to her. Determined, he resolved to employ decisive and assertive measures. After all, Bulma was not easily swayed. Gentleness alone would likely fail to penetrate her defenses swiftly. Thus, he decided to conquer her with his formidable strength and unwavering resolve, compelling her to regard him with newfound respect. Once he successfully won her over, he would adeptly employ sweet words and romantic gestures to further deepen their bond. These tender expressions would not only convey his innermost feelings, but also allow Bulma to sense his sincerity and gentleness. Romantic endeavors would add vibrancy and cherished memories to their relationship, ensnaring Bulma further in the enchantment of their connection. Upon hearing Qingxian mention her child traveling through time via a time machine, Bulma's heart tightened, and she quickly responded, "Why yes, what's the matter?" Her voice trembled, clearly indicating her sensitivity to the subject. Observing her distress, Qingxian hastily reassured her, "I said not to be anxious, for the matters you should be concerned about lie ahead." Bulma's apprehension grew, yet she maintained a facade of composure as she pressed, "What exactly is it?" Qingxian smiled gently and replied, "Trunks' journey to the past will not affect the current timeline. Rather, it influences a different dimension." His words struck Bulma like a thunderclap, reverberating in her ears. She widened her eyes, her face a canvas of astonishment, utterly bewildered by the words of Qingxian. To be precise, he had conjured an alternate dimension, for the future of his realm had shifted, while this timeline remained unchanged. Thus, his journey to the past bore no fruit, merely spawning an infinite array of parallel universes. After releasing Bulma, Qingxian began to meander around the laboratory, examining this and prodding that. "I comprehend your intentions. You yearn to safeguard these humans and alter the past to resurrect them, Sun Wukong and the others, am I correct? Fear not, for have I not assured you that I possess the power to resurrect whomever you desire at any moment, provided they have not been reincarnated and still dwell in the underworld?" Qingxian reiterated the conditions for resurrection to Bulma. Even those who succumb to natural causes, aging, illness, and death, are eligible for revival. Chapter 61, A Threat. "Dearest Miss Bulma, should you acquiesce to my demands, I shall bestow upon you boundless assistance, and I can ensure your eternal youth and beauty, even fulfill your wish for immortality." Qingxuan's voice seemed to carry a certain enchantment, softly echoing in Bulma's ears like a siren's whisper, laden with temptation. "Furthermore, I can resurrect anyone you wish, be they your reincarnated relatives or friends, or any other cherished individual lingering in your thoughts. I can bring them back to the very moment before their demise, allowing them to return to your side. Such a capability, does it not stir your heart?" Qingxuan's words struck Bulma's heart like a heavy hammer. In an instant, her gaze wavered, inundated with a torrent of yearning and anticipation. Yet in the blink of an eye, her resolve solidified, and she coldly retorted, "I will never acquiesce to your demands. Who knows what your true intentions are? What you propose, eternal youth and the resurrection of loved ones, might very well be an elaborate trap, concealing unspeakable schemes." Qingxian appeared unfazed by Bulma's reaction. The corners of his mouth curled into a peculiar smile. "Miss Bulma, do not be so hasty in your rejection. I possess powers that are utterly irresistible." With a flourish of his hands, the surrounding space began to warp, and Bulma's heart raced with terror as she beheld the specters of her deceased parents standing before her. "Father, mother." Just as Bulma's body surged forward like a released arrow, eager to embrace her parents, Qingxian remained impassive, gently waving his slender finger once more. In an instant, the figures of Dr. Briefs and his wife, Panchi, dissipated like smoke, vanishing without a trace. Bulma, propelled by inertia, lunged forward only to find emptiness. Crashing heavily to the ground, her body seemed to have lost its support, collapsing limply onto the cold ground, as if all her strength had been siphoned away in that very moment. Bulma's eyes instantly reddened, tears swirling within their confines as she glared at Qing Xian with fury, her voice trembling slightly as she demanded, "What do you intend to do? Why resort to such threats against me?" Qing Xuan's lips curled into a faint smile, his voice calm yet laced with a hint of mockery as he replied, "Miss Bulma, it is quite simple. If you agree to a small request of mine, the scene you just witnessed could become a reality, allowing you to reunite with your parents forever." Bulma clenched her teeth, striving to suppress the fear and anger coursing through her, attempting to maintain her composure. "What do you want? Just tell me, I can give you anything. Just please stop tormenting me like this." A note of despair seeped into Bulma's voice. However, Qing Xian did not immediately answer her. He lingered in silence for a moment, seemingly relishing Bulma's current anguish and helplessness. At last, he spoke slowly, "Miss Bulma, what I seek is not difficult for you. All I require is—" Before Qing Xian could finish his sentence, Bulma could no longer contain herself. Her emotions erupted like a dam bursting, and she collapsed onto the ground, her hands covering her face as she wept bitterly. Her cries were heartrending, as if she were releasing all the pain and sorrow that burdened her heart. Her parents had been cruelly murdered before her eyes by Android 17. They had sacrificed their lives to protect her, to keep her location hidden from that merciless being. And now, this detestable Qing Xian was torturing her in such a manner, forcing her to waver endlessly between hope and despair. This filled Bulma with an insatiable agony and guilt. Qing Xian gazed at Bulma with a smile, his voice deep and resonant, as though it could penetrate the very soul. "Bulma, you must understand that my request is quite simple. I merely need your assistance in my training, which should not pose a challenge for you. After all, you wish to resurrect your parents, do you not? And surely, you would not want your child Trunks to encounter any misfortune." He paused briefly, observing Bulma's reaction before continuing. "You must know that altering the future and the past is strictly forbidden, as per the laws of the universe. Anyone who dares to defy this law shall face the wrath of the most powerful destroyers in existence, potentially leading to their utter annihilation." Qing Xuan's tone grew serious, yet his gaze held a glimmer of confidence. "However, I am not like others. My strength has surpassed that of the destroyers, which grants me abilities beyond the ordinary. Thus, only I can assist you in realizing your desires, and that is the promise I offer you." Bulma's eyes widened, her face a portrait of disbelief. She fixed her gaze intently on Qing Xian, seemingly searching for any hint of deceit in his expression, yet Qing Xuan's demeanor remained steadfast, rendering his words beyond question. With a gentle smile, he waved his slender fingers once more, and a mysterious light flashed, as if the very fabric of space before them had been torn asunder, revealing an extraordinary and magnificent tableau. Before them, Goku, Vegeta, and the God of Destruction were engaged in an intense battle. Goku's form was entirely different from what Bulma had previously witnessed. His hair radiated a golden glow, his muscles well-defined, each movement exuding strength and speed. Bulma's eyes grew wider as she beheld Goku's constant transformations, from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan God Blue, and then to Vegeta's transformations from 1 to 2, culminating in the transcendent blue form. She could hardly believe her eyes. Qing Xian seemed to notice Bulma's astonishment and smiled as he explained. "The power of Super Saiyan is immensely formidable. Each transformation from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan God Blue brings about a tremendous enhancement in strength." He elaborated on the multiplicative relationships between the various forms of Super Saiyans, leaving Bulma utterly astounded. When she learned that the power ratio between Super Saiyan and their base form exceeded 4,000 times, her shock was beyond expression. After all, Bulma was well aware of the baseline strength of Goku and the others, which was at least in the tens of millions to hundreds of millions. However, even with such overwhelming power, the fact that it could not surpass the so-called God of Destruction made Bulma deeply question the power hierarchy of this world. Chapter 62, The Returning Child. Qing Xian led Bulma to the basement, intending to inquire meticulously about when Trunks would return and how many times he had traversed through time, as well as when he had made those journeys. It was imperative for him to clarify these details, as Trunks' subsequent actions could significantly impact his plans. Initially, Bulma felt a twinge of fear when Qing Xian isolated her in the basement. She feared he intended to use her to control Trunks. However, after calming herself, she chose to respond to Qing Xuan's inquiries. Bulma steadied her nerves and replied, "This is Trunks' first journey. He did not bring the miraculous medicine for Goku's heart condition this time. He plans to return first before embarking on a second trip to deliver the heart medication. Qing Xian nodded thoughtfully and then asked, when is he likely to return? Bulma pondered for a moment and said, based on the timeline, if all goes well, it should be in about half a month. However, that's uncertain, as traversing time and space involves many unpredictable factors. Qing Xian stroked his chin, rapidly calculating in his mind. He understood that this half-month period was crucial, and preparations must be made before Trunks' return. At that moment, the alarm in the basement suddenly blared, causing Bulma's face to pale in fright, while Qing Xian sprang to his feet, warily surveying the surroundings. What is happening? Bulma anxiously inquired. Qing Xian remained silent, swiftly approaching the surveillance monitor. Upon inspection, he discerned an unknown energy drawing near. It appears an uninvited guest has arrived, Qing Xian remarked coldly. He had previously altered the basement's programming, ensuring that only those he approved could enter without impediment. A flicker of intuition stirred within Qing Xian, suggesting that the approaching individual was precisely the person he had anticipated. Indeed, as Qing Xian focused his gaze, penetrating through numerous barriers, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It was Trunks, who had traversed time, returning from the past. He had initially feared that his time travel might have triggered a butterfly effect, leading to the emergence of some aberrant entity. However, upon recognizing Trunks, a subtle smile graced Qing Xuan's lips. He had long known that Trunks would return at this juncture, and thus felt no surprise. Nevertheless, despite his readiness, Qing Xian resolved to envelop the basement in a protective shield. With a mere thought, a transparent energy barrier rapidly unfurled, enveloping the entire basement. This shield was not only immensely robust, but also possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Even a destroyer god would likely find it a challenge to breach. Trunks, evidently oblivious to the existence of this barrier, continued his approach towards the basement as usual. Yet, just as he was about to touch the entrance, he was abruptly met with a resounding thud, colliding forcefully with the transparent shield. Ouch! Trunks exclaimed, caught off guard, stumbling back a few steps, his expression one of astonishment as he regarded the unexpected barrier before him. What is this? What is blocking my path? Trunks pondered, a sense of confusion enveloping him as he scrutinized the enigmatic obstruction, attempting to discern its origin and purpose. At that moment, a series of thunderous booms erupted outside the shield, resembling the roar of thunder. Such cacophony could shatter eardrums, rendering others deaf to sound. Trunks stood outside the barrier, anxiously pounding against the unyielding surface, exerting all his strength in an attempt to shatter the shield. Amidst his efforts, he called out frantically, "Mom, are you in there?" His voice was laced with boundless anxiety and concern. Following that, he urgently shouted, "Mai, can you hear me?" His cries echoed in the vastness, yet received no response, deepening his sense of dread. At that moment, Trunks' heart felt as though it were ablaze, consumed by worry for the safety of his mother and Mai. He could scarcely fathom how he would confront the harsh reality if they were to meet with misfortune. As time ticked away, his anxiety and unease intensified. Qing Xian paid no heed to Trunks. He embraced the two and succumbed to a deep slumber. At this moment, Trunks, reassured by the lack of response to his attempts, began to unleash his energy cannon, eager to see if he could breach the barrier. Qing Xian had not activated the protective shield's aura suppression feature, allowing Trunks to distinctly sense his mother within. However, he noted that her presence was somewhat unstable and even subdued, which heightened his worry. Furthermore, Trunks detected an unfamiliar aura, instilling a sense of confusion and apprehension, for he was oblivious to the identity of its owner and their connection to his mother. Faced with this predicament, Trunks was consumed by urgency, fervently wishing to dismantle the barrier and assess his mother's condition. He exerted all his strength in an attempt to push the protective shield aside, yet it remained impervious to his efforts. In desperation, Trunks resolved to employ his ultimate technique, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Instantly, his physique was enveloped in a golden radiance, muscles bulging, hair standing on end, and his eyes gleaming with fierce intensity. Yet, despite his transformation, Trunks found his strength insufficient to shatter the formidable barrier. His fist struck the shield with a resounding thud, yet it displayed no signs of yielding. Observing this, Trunks drew his long sword, relentlessly swinging the blade with all his might. The sword gleamed ominously as he struck the barrier repeatedly, but each collision merely sparked a shower of embers, the shield remaining unyielding. Just as despair began to creep in, Qing Xian stirred from his slumber. He gazed at the tirelessly attacking Trunks, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gently waved his hand, rendering the barrier transparent. Trunks stumbled, nearly losing his footing, his eyes wide with a mix of anger and bewilderment. "Why did you stop me from entering? What has happened to my mother?" he demanded vocally. Qingxian replied calmly, "Your mother is fine, merely fatigued. I erected the barrier to test your strength." Trunks scoffed, "A test? I see you have some ulterior motive." Qingxian chuckled softly and then retreated. Chapter 63, Little Dance. In the end, Trunks poured every ounce of his being into one final strike. Yet the seemingly fragile barrier remained as steadfast as a mountain, showing no signs of being shaken. Nevertheless, in light of this outcome, Trunks did not succumb to discouragement or despair. He was acutely aware that behind this protective shield, his mother awaited his return with palpable anxiety. This profound concern for her became the driving force propelling him forward. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his tumultuous spirit. With his eyes closed, he concentrated intently on the surrounding environment, attempting to detect even the slightest flaw in the shield. As seconds ticked away, beads of sweat began to form on the forehead of Tenenx, yet his focus remained unwavering. Despite his meticulous search, he could discern no imperfections or vulnerabilities. The shield appeared as a flawless sphere, devoid of any blemish. Faced with such an impasse, he felt a surge of helplessness. Nevertheless, he refused to succumb to despair. Instead, he resolved to broaden his sensory perception in search of clues from a wider perspective. At that moment, he suddenly sensed familiar essences emanating from a distant heap of rubble. Particularly, when he detected the presence of Xiao Wu, his heart tightened with urgency. He understood the time was of the essence, leaving no room to consider his already exhausted body. In that instant, all he could do was rely on his legs, sprinting desperately towards the debris. Having depleted his strength, he could no longer afford to traverse the distance by flight. Thus, he gritted his teeth and pressed forward, each step a testament to his determination. After a grueling 20 minutes, Tenenx finally arrived at his destination. Upon reaching, his gaze darted around with the swiftness of lightning, landing on Xiao Wu, who was assisting in the repair of a house. Ignoring his breathlessness, he rushed towards her, calling out anxiously, "Xiao Wu, are you all right? How did you end up outside?" At that moment, Xiao Wu's attention was captivated by a figure sprinting towards them from afar. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Tenenx. "Tenenx, you finally returned," she exclaimed with delight. "How did everything go? Was it a success?" Although Xiao Wu was aware that Tenenx had traversed time in a time machine, she remained unclear about the specifics of his mission. However, Tenenx did not respond to her question immediately. His brow furrowed with worry as he pressed. "Xiao Wu, you still haven't answered my question. Why are you all outside? Why didn't you find a place to hide? What if the androids discover you?" His voice was laced with urgency and concern. He continued to inquire, "And what of my mother? Why didn't she come out with you? I sensed her presence was very faint earlier, though it seems stronger now. What on earth has transpired?" Tenenx's heart brimmed with questions and unease as he desperately sought to understand what Xiao Wu and the others had endured during his absence. Tenenx wore a visage of deep concern, his brow furrowed tightly, his heart teeming with dread and unease towards the artificial beings. Yet, Xiao Wu gently reassured him, declaring that there was no longer any need to fear the synthetic entities, for Lord Qingxian had subdued them and would undoubtedly ensure their safety. "Rest assured, Tenenx, with Lord Qingxian, you shall not encounter any peril." Her soothing words were akin to a gentle spring breeze, softly caressing Tenenx's anxious heart, allowing him a modicum of tranquility. However, his inner turmoil could not entirely dissipate the fear instilled by the formidable constructs who had previously inflicted upon him immense suffering and threats. At that moment, others began to gather around, echoing Xiao Wu's sentiments in unison, extolling the virtues of Lord Qingxian. Indeed, Lord Qingxian is truly remarkable," they exclaimed. "Not only has he tamed the artificial beings, but he also intends to cultivate us. Perhaps one day, we too shall soar freely through the skies like Tenenx." Their words, akin to the warmth of the sun, gradually dispelled the shadows looming over Tenenx's heart. A flicker of curiosity and anticipation ignited within him. Perhaps Lord Qingxian genuinely possessed the ability to protect them and even empower them further. Suddenly, a young woman with short hair emerged from the crowd. Though her attire was simple, her features were striking, her complexion fair, and her petite frame exuded an air of refreshing elegance. She approached Tenenx directly and softly spoke. "Tenenx, your mother, Lady Bulma, seems to have been left behind by Lord Qingxian, presumably for some sort of experiment. But fret not, she has not emerged for several days. We bring her meals daily. Turnank's complexion instantly paled, his eyes widening in shock as he stared at the short-haired woman. His mother was left behind for experimentation. What could this possibly mean? A wave of intense unease surged within him, and his trust in Lord Qingxian began to waver. Turnanks was acutely aware that his mother, Bulma, was an unparalleled genius scientist on this planet, without a doubt. Yet, he remained oblivious to the true intentions behind Lord Qingxian's decision to retain her. His mind spiraled into a tempest of wild conjectures. Various hypotheses flooded his thoughts. Yet he could not ascertain Lord Qingxian's motives. What weighed heavily on Turnanks was the unsettling notion that, should he discover he had suddenly acquired a powerful new father figure, he might indeed find himself utterly powerless. After all, faced with such a predicament, he had no idea how to navigate it. However, the most pressing concern for Turnanks was how to breach the formidable protective barrier. Regardless of his attempts, he seemed unable to uncover a method of breakthrough, which left him feeling profoundly disheartened and helpless. Xiaowu observed him with a growing sense of compassion in her heart. She noticed that the other person's complexion was rather pale, seemingly indicating that they had not yet eaten. Therefore, she promptly said, "You seem to be in need of sustenance. Please wait a moment, and I shall bring you something to eat." Trunks expressed his gratitude with a brief nod of agreement. Her gaze fell upon the distance where a tremendous noise had just erupted. Deep in her heart, she understood that this must be the sound of Trunks assaulting the protective barrier. In truth, they had long been aware of that cacophony and knew that Trunks had been tirelessly attempting to breach the shield. This barrier possessed the ability to absorb energy and sound. Yet Qingxian had not activated the sound absorption feature, allowing them to hear the deafening assault. Chapter 64, Educating Children. Indeed, the air has begun to improve, and it is evident that the absence of smoke-laden atmosphere is far more pleasant. Bulma inhaled deeply, relishing the fresh air, which lifted her spirits. She slowly emerged from the basement, traversed the protective barrier, and stepped into the world outside. Sunlight enveloped her, and a gentle breeze caressed her hair, rendering everything so tranquil and beautiful. Qingxian and Android 18 followed closely behind, with Qingxian casting a soft smile at the elated Bulma, his eyes betraying a hint of tenderness. "Bulma, Trunks has returned. Would you like to go see him?" Qingxian gently reminded Bulma of this significant news. Instantly, a radiant smile blossomed on Bulma's face, though a flicker of concern crossed her features. After all, Trunks' journey through time and space was fraught with uncertainty and peril, and she could not ascertain his safety. Trunks has returned. Where is he now? Please take me to him." Bulma exclaimed anxiously, the worry in her heart rendering her unable to wait another moment. Qingxian nodded and led Bulma to where Trunks was located. Along the way, Bulma's anxiety grew, and she incessantly inquired about Trunks' condition, while Qingxian patiently answered her questions, striving to soothe her worries. "All right, I will take you to him. He is currently with others, aiding them in restoring their home." Qingxian guided Bulma carefully through a desolate landscape. This area, once a thriving city, now lay in ruins, with only crumbling walls and debris strewn about. Bulma quickened her pace, her heart brimming with concern for Trunks. At last, they spotted a gathering of people, which must be the assembly point of these individuals. Bulma dashed forward like an arrow released from a bow, her eyes frantically scanning each person, hoping to catch a glimpse of Trunks. She called out repeatedly, "Trunks! Trunks! Where are you? Come out! Where have you gone?" However, Bulma's calls went unanswered. Her voice echoed in the air, yet there was no reply from Trunks. Her anxiety intensified as she began to fear whether Trunks had encountered some danger. She navigated through the crowd, inquiring of each passerby whether they had seen Trunks. Each person shook their head, indicating they had not. Fear gripped Bulma's heart. She dreaded the thought that Trunks might have encountered some misfortune. Just as her anxiety peaked, a voice rang out from the throng. "Sister Bulma, do not fret. Trunks has gone in search of food." Bulma turned to see a young girl gazing at her. The girl continued, "Our food supplies are dwindling, and the crops require a lengthy maturation period, rendering them ineatable for the time being. Thus, Trunks has ventured forth to seek additional sustenance, as well as to locate other humans who have gone into hiding." This girl was none other than the beautiful woman who had previously introduced Trunks to Goten. Her name was Bulla. Astonishingly, she was once the wife of Gohan. However, in this world, the interactions between Bulla and Gohan were exceedingly limited, their encounters few and far between, leaving little room for deep emotional ties. Consequently, Bulla retained the youthful vigor of her 20s, akin to a blooming flower, radiating an enchanting charm, She was the epitome of perfection. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky with the swiftness of lightning. As the crowd focused their attention, it became clear that it was Trunks. However, the sight of him was startling. His clothing was tattered, as though ravaged by a tempest. His hair was disheveled, partially obscuring his face, and a trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, a shocking sight indeed. Moreover, his body bore numerous wounds, each oozing droplets of blood, evoking concern for his injuries. Even more astonishing was the enormous chunk of dinosaur meat he bore upon his shoulder, its size contrasting dramatically with his physique, reminiscent of the disparity between an elephant and an ant, clearly weighing heavily upon him. In his other hand, he clutched a massive bag filled with seafood, weighing several tons, the mound resembling a small hill. Most notably, Trunks' versatile capsules were entirely filled. Accompanying Trunks was Android 17. In contrast, 17 appeared to be in far better condition. Although his clothing bore slight wrinkles, there were no significant tears, indicating he had not sustained serious harm. However, 17's right hand was raised high, supporting a substantial house. The structure appeared quite sturdy, seemingly housing numerous occupants. It was evident that a fierce battle had transpired between Trunks and 17, with Trunks evidently at a disadvantage, burdened by injuries and coerced into performing arduous labor. "Mother, you have finally emerged. I was beginning to worry that something had happened to you," Trunks exclaimed, his voice laced with deep concern for his mother. Trunks set aside what he was holding and dashed over like a gust of wind, launching himself into Bulma's embrace as though he wished to pour out all his fears and anxieties. "It's all right, Trunks, don't worry, your mother is fine." Bulma gently stroked Trunks' hair, offering him solace. "Let me see how badly you're hurt." Trunks shook his head, indicating that his injuries were not severe. Nevertheless, Bulma remained unconvinced and meticulously examined every wound on his body. At that moment, Qing Xian approached slowly, his steps light and graceful as if he commanded the very world around him. His gaze fell upon Trunks, briefly assessing his injuries, and then a subtle smile crept upon his lips. "Trunks, it seems you've had an encounter with Android 17, Qing Xian remarked in a calm and indifferent tone. "Did they not inform you that Android 17 is now under my command?" At these words, Trunks' expression shifted to one of gravity. Instinctively, he positioned Bulma behind him, as if to shield her from any potential harm. Now, Qing Xian, do not frighten Trunks. He is still nursing his wounds," Bulma interjected, stepping out from behind Trunks to confront Qing Xian, before turning to introduce him to Trunks. Trunks, from now on, you must show respect to your uncle Qing Xian, all right?" Bulma's tone was tinged with hesitation and awkwardness. Trunks looked at his mother in confusion, unable to comprehend her sudden shift in demeanor. He silently pondered who this Uncle Qing Xian was that could elicit such concern from his mother, transforming her into someone so different. "Rest assured, Trunks, your Uncle Qing Xian has been very kind to me, and there is no need for you to try and persuade me otherwise. My mind is made up." With that, Bulma raised her hand, intending to ruffle Trunks' hair, as she usually did. However, upon reaching his hair, she suddenly realized the awkwardness of the gesture. Trunks now towered over her. Her hand hovered awkwardly in the air, and with a sheepish smile, she withdrew it. Trunks noticed his mother's action, and an unfamiliar sensation washed over him. Just then, it struck Trunks like a bolt of lightning, and his eyes widened in shock as he stared at Bulma. "I can't believe what you just said, Mom. How can you do this? You've barely known this man for a few days, and what about Dad?" Trunks' voice was filled with disappointment and anger. He could not accept that his mother had so swiftly chosen to be with a stranger, and he struggled to fathom how his father would react to this revelation. He fixated intently on Bulma, observing the faint blush adorning her cheeks, as the astonishment within him intensified. He had never anticipated that a complete stranger could so effortlessly whisk his mother away. It was utterly inconceivable. Just as Trunks was engulfed in disbelief, Bulma appeared before him like a specter. With graceful strides, she approached Qing Xian as if he were the most pivotal figure in her existence. Meanwhile, Ivy lay quietly in Qing Xuan's embrace, a radiant smile illuminating her face. That smile was so pure and brilliant, it evoked a profound emotional response. Trunks widened his eyes, transfixed by the scene before him. Initially filled with anger and confusion, all his emotions dissipated in an instant upon witnessing the long-lost smile of happiness on Bulma's face. Since Trunks had become aware of the world around him, he had never seen his mother exhibit such joy. This smile, simultaneously foreign and delightful to him, rendered Trunks incapable of acting on his initial desire to confront Qing Xian. At that moment, Qing Xian seemed to intuit Trunks' unspoken thoughts. A subtle smile graced his lips as he slowly released Bulma from his embrace and stepped toward Trunks. Trunks, I understand you harbor some discontent at this moment. But there is no need for distress, for I shall help you rediscover your smile. Qing Xian spoke softly, his tone imbued with an irresistible confidence. Before his words could fully settle, Qing Xian unleashed a punch with the swiftness of lightning, striking toward Trunks with overwhelming force. With a thunderous crash, Trunks' body was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Observing this, Qing Xuan's smile broadened, and he turned his gaze tenderly toward Bulma, his eyes brimming with affection and indulgence. Bulma, you need not worry. Trunks will be unharmed. I merely wish to impart a small lesson to him, to help him comprehend certain truths. Qing Xian reassured her gently, as if Trunks were merely a child who had erred, and he was the stern father responsible for his guidance. Oh, this child, deprived of his father since a young age, has not experienced a complete childhood. Allow me to assist him, so he may soon embrace a truly fulfilling childhood. Qing Xian sighed softly, his words laced with compassion and care for Trunks. Having spoken, Qing Xian darted away like a shooting star across the sky, racing toward the direction where Trunks had been sent hurtling. Just as Trunks struggled to free himself from the impact's grasp, Qing Xian arrived like a bolt of lightning. His speed was as swift as the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he had caught up with Tenix. Qing Xian mercilessly unleashed another punch, a strike akin to a thunderbolt, imbued with boundless strength, crashing down upon Tenix. Tenix had no time to react before he was sent flying by this blow, his body soaring into the cosmos like a cannonball. Observing this, Qing Xian swiftly enveloped Tenix in a protective shield. While this shield allowed Tenix to breathe in the vacuum of space, it offered no protection against harm. Thus, Tenix found himself embroiled in a breathtaking battle with Qing Xian amidst the stars. Filled with rage and terror, Tenix had not anticipated such cruelty from Qing Xian. Yet, the instinct of battle quickly calmed him, enabling him to regain his composure and prepare for Qing Xuan's next assault. Tenix rapidly gathered formidable waves of energy in his hands. These waves surging forth like tumultuous ocean tides, bearing an apocalyptic force as they surged towards Qing Xian. A smirk of disdain graced Qing Xuan's lips as he effortlessly sidestepped Tenix's onslaught. In the blink of an eye, he launched a kick, hurtling towards Tenix like a shooting star. Tenix, however, exhibited remarkable agility, deftly pivoting to evade Qing Xuan's strike. Seizing the momentum, he grasped Qing Xuan's leg and hurled him away. Qing Xian executed a graceful flip in midair, landing securely upon a meteorite, without affording Tenix a moment to regroup. Qing Xian advanced, delivering a punch directly to Tenix's abdomen, sending him reeling once more. Tenix crashed through numerous massive meteorites before he managed to halt his momentum, gasping for breath. Realizing his current state posed no threat to Qing Xian, he decisively transformed into a Super Saiyan. Successfully achieving this transformation, Tenix radiated a golden aura, his power surging instantaneously. With widened eyes filled with fury, he charged once more at Qing Xian, his fists raining down like a torrential downpour. Qing Xian was taken aback by the relatively modest increase in Tenix's power post-transformation, momentarily exerting too much force, nearly delivering a fatal blow. However, he quickly regained his balance and began to counterattack. The two engaged in a fierce exchange amidst the cosmos, energy waves reverberating and shattering the surrounding meteorites. Spotting an opportunity, Tenix coalesced a massive sphere of energy in his hands and hurled it fiercely towards Qing Xian. Chapter 66, Super Saiyan 2. A playful smile danced upon Qing Xuan's lips as he observed Tenix being sent flying yet again. Without hesitation, he unleashed a devastating energy blast. This energy wave surged forth like a bolt of lightning, imbued with immeasurable might, and struck Tenix with tremendous force. A piercing scream echoed through the air as Trunks was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, colliding violently with a distant, uninhabited planet. Raising a cloud of dust, writhing in agony, he curled into a ball, clearly suffering from the immense damage inflicted upon him. Observing this, Qing Xuan's mocking smile deepened as he leisurely approached Trunks, towering over him with a cold sneer. Trunks, you truly are pitifully weak. With such feeble strength, how can you hope to protect your mother? How can you safeguard those you wish to defend? Lying on the ground, Trunks painfully lifted his head, his face marred by anguish and despair. His trembling lips attempted to articulate words, yet no sound emerged. Qing Xian continued his merciless taunts, Look at your wretched state. If your mother were to witness this, how disappointed she would be. It is precisely because of your weakness that she had to sacrifice herself to be with me. It is your frailty that has allowed those vile androids to slaughter so many innocents. It is your impotence that led your worthless brother Gohan to lose his life in an attempt to protect you. Each of Qing Xuan's words struck Trunks' heart like a hammer, causing him to writhe in inner turmoil. Those words pierced his soul like a series of daggers. That despicable scoundrel! I shall not let you go unpunished. I will not allow you to insult my brother Gohan with such impunity. Upon hearing Qing Xuan's derision towards Gohan, a torrent of fury erupted within Trunks, like a volcano ready to erupt. Unable to contain the flames of rage any longer, he summoned all his strength and struggled to rise from the ground. Trunks' eyes, bloodshot with indignation, bore into Qing Xian with a fierce intensity, as if he intended to consume him whole. His body trembled with rage, every muscle taut, poised to snap at any moment. "You shall pay for your transgressions," Trunks bellowed, his voice reverberating with such power that it seemed the entire world could sense his wrath. Without hesitation, he transformed into a Super Saiyan once more, enveloped in a dazzling golden aura, his hair igniting into a brilliant flame-like gold. Yet Qing Xian merely stood there, observing the furious Trunks with a slight, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his lips. Trunks felt a formidable power surging within him, an unexpected force that caught him off guard. However, he was mistaken. It was Qing Xian who had been secretly channeling energy to Trunks from the very beginning, enhancing his base combat power, bringing him to the precipice of achieving Super Saiyan 2. Tenix unleashed a thunderous roar, his body quaking violently from the sudden surge of power. With a shout, the force within him erupted like a flood breaching its dam, intertwining with the energy secretly transmitted by Qing Xian, resulting in astonishing effects. Tenix's transformation into a Super Saiyan underwent a remarkable change. His golden hair lengthened, cascading over his shoulders like a waterfall. The golden aura surrounding him intensified, now more tempestuous, tinged with flickers of miniature lightning that danced within the fiery glow, resembling lively sprites. Thus, with Qing Xuan's assistance, Tenix successfully transcended his limits, transforming into a Super Saiyan 2, now imbued with strength and confidence. He unleashed a full-force strike at Qing Xian, truly embodying the essence of an indomitable Saiyan. However, this seemingly annihilating blow met with no reaction upon striking Qing Xian. Tenix was once again astounded, unable to believe that despite his substantial enhancement in power, he could not inflict any harm upon Qing Xian. With arms crossed and a mocking expression, Qing Xian remarked, "This level is still far from sufficient, Tenix." His words were delivered with an air of nonchalance, as if the earlier blow capable of shattering mountains was merely a gentle breeze. Tenix widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the unscathed Qing Xian before him. His heart was filled with confusion and frustration. After laboriously surpassing his limits to become a Super Saiyan 2, his full assault had proven futile against Qing Xian. Just as Tenix was lost in thought, Qing Xian abruptly moved, his form flashing to appear before Tenix, delivering a powerful punch that sent Tenix hurtling through the air. He tumbled several times before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Do not think that achieving Super Saiyan 2 makes you exceptional before me. You remain utterly vulnerable," Qing Xian stated coldly, his gaze betraying a hint of disdain. Struggling to rise, Tenix's eyes hardened with determination as he silently vowed to uncover Qing Xuan's weaknesses and defeat this insufferable adversary. With a serious demeanor, Qing Xian grabbed Tenix by the collar, effortlessly ascending through the atmosphere back to Earth, akin to lifting a defenseless chick. Upon landing, Qing Xian unceremoniously tossed Tenix to the ground and retrieved a senzu bean from his pocket, placing it into Tenix's mouth. The bean melted instantly, transforming into a potent energy that swiftly healed his grievous wounds. Tenix's complexion gradually returned to a healthy hue, and the once near-lifeless warrior was revitalized in an instant. "Listen carefully," Qing Xian commanded, fixing his gaze upon Tenix. "Reflect on today's battle, and thoroughly contemplate all your mistakes and shortcomings." Trunks lowered his head in silence, clearly still reeling from his recent defeat. At that moment, Bulma approached him, her gaze falling upon his tattered clothing and unscathed body, instantly realizing that Qing Xian had saved him with a senzu bean. "Trunks, I have warned you time and again not to show disrespect to your uncle Qing Xian. Look at the state you're in now," Bulma chastised. Trunks let out a muffled grunt, seemingly indignant. Yet he was aware of his own fault and chose to remain silent, turning away to leave quietly. Both Qin Xian and Bulma observed Trunks' retreating figure without uttering another word. Chapter 67. Chi-Chi. In a somewhat tranquil corner of the Baozi Mountain, a beautiful woman of not too advanced an age stood quietly before a house. Her graceful figure was adorned in a simple long dress that swayed gently in the breeze, accentuating her enchanting silhouette. Sunlight bathed her in warmth, yet it failed to illuminate the profound sorrow reflected in her eyes. Her face, exquisite as a painting, bore a pallid hue upon her fair skin, and her brows, resembling distant mountains, were tightly knitted, as if imprisoning endless grief. The brightness of her large eyes was now clouded with melancholy, silently gazing at the world beyond the house. The distant rolling hills, which might typically present a pleasing vista, appeared to her today as nothing more than a blurred backdrop. The wildflowers blooming in front of the house danced freely in the wind, yet she remained oblivious to their beauty. Her gaze seemed to wander, her thoughts drifting far away, perhaps reminiscing about the joyful moments once spent here, or perhaps worrying about an uncertain future. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would stir the strands of hair falling across her forehead, but she remained unaware, lost in her own world. That sorrow flowed like a serene stream through the mountains. Though not tumultuous, it was ceaseless and ever-present, evoking a desire to delve into the depths of her heart, to uncover the secrets hidden within, to dispel the pervasive gloom surrounding her. Indeed, this beautiful woman was Chi-Chi, the mother of Gohan and the wife of Goku, Kakarot. In this moment, she sat quietly by the window, her spirits remarkably low. Her gaze was vacant as it drifted outside, seemingly fixated on some distant point, yet in reality, her thoughts had long since wandered back to the faraway past. She yearned for her child, memories surging like waves in her mind. She recalled the joyous times spent with him, the laughter shared, and the challenges faced together, alongside her husband Kakarot. However, fate proved to be cruel. Her husband had succumbed to a sudden heart ailment, leaving her in profound despair. What shattered her heart even more was the loss of her son Gohan, who tragically perished in battle against the androids, number 17 and number 18. It was a harrowing confrontation, and despite Gohan's utmost efforts, he ultimately could not withstand the overwhelming force of his adversaries. Tears cascaded down Chi-Chi's pale cheeks like a string of broken pearls, each drop a testament to her uncontainable anguish and profound longing for her husband and child. As she became enveloped in sorrowful reminiscence, a familiar voice suddenly pierced the silence behind her. Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi, what is the matter? Startled, she jolted back to reality, her heart racing in disbelief. Could it be? The voice belonged to Bulma. She quickly turned around and, to her astonishment, saw Bulma standing there, her face etched with concern. Chi-Chi could scarcely believe her eyes, staring wide-eyed at Bulma, as if fearing this was merely a figment of her imagination. Since the passing of Sun Wukong, their connection had dwindled to near oblivion. A wave of anxiety and dread washed over her, as she began to question whether Bulma, too, had suffered misfortune. Yet, the sight of Bulma standing before her dispelled all doubts, replacing them with an indescribable joy and excitement. Bulma, you are alive. How wonderful! Chi-Chi's voice trembled as tears flowed like a torrential flood from her eyes. She turned and enveloped Bulma in a tight embrace, terrified that if she let go, her friend might vanish. For years, Chi-Chi had lived in isolation atop Mount Baozi, cut off from the world. Since Sun Wukong's demise, she had lost all contact with the outside, having spoken to no one. Her days were filled with solitude, subsisting on the fruits of her own cultivation and the mountain's well water. This profound loneliness had plunged her into despair, leading her to contemplate ending her own life on numerous occasions. Yet, the mere thought of Bulma and her father, wherever they might be, and the knowledge that there were still people she cared for in this world, compelled her to endure. Now, Chi-Chi, look at me. I'm perfectly fine. Do not fret. I have some incredible news to share. Bulma gently stroked Chi-Chi's back, her soothing voice attempting to calm her friend's tumultuous emotions. Do you know? Androids 17 and 18 have been defeated. They can no longer harm humanity. A hint of excitement and joy radiated from Bulma's voice. Upon hearing this, the tension in Chi-Chi's body dissipated, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Bulma, struggling to comprehend the words. Is that true? They have truly been vanquished? Chi-Chi's voice quivered, tears once again welling in her eyes. Absolutely. And, even more delightfully, they have been subdued by Qin Xian, Bulma explained with a smile. which meant they would no longer wreak havoc and would henceforth behave obediently. A smile gradually illuminated Chi-Chi's face, her cries transforming into joyous sobs. No longer laced with sorrow but filled with overwhelming happiness. Her deep-seated vendetta had finally been avenged, and the heavy burden that had weighed upon her heart was at last lifted. This overwhelming sense of joy and relief rendered her unable to contain her emotions. Chi-Chi curled up in Bulma's warm embrace, weeping incessantly like a child. Her frail body trembled slightly, reminiscent of a leaf dancing in the wind. However, after enduring such tremendous psychological turmoil, her physical strength and spirit had reached their limits, and she eventually succumbed to a deep slumber in Bulma's arms. Though Chi-Chi had fallen asleep, glistening tears still lingered at the corners of her eyes, testament to the endless pain and sorrow dwelling within her heart. The remnants of tears etched upon her face seemed to narrate the tempest of emotions she had just weathered. Yet, surprisingly, a subtle curve graced her tightly closed lips. An almost imperceptible smile. This faint smile, though delicate, resembled the first ray of dawn piercing through the thickest of gloom, offering a glimmer of hope and warmth. Sleep well. Chi-Chi, everything will be all right when you awaken. From this day forth, you shall no longer face such solitude or hardship. We will be here for you. Bulma tenderly stroked Chi-Chi's hair, holding her for a while before seeking assistance from Qingxian. Qingxian, could you do me a favor? Chapter 68, Exercise. Bulma gazed at the sleeping Chi-Chi with concern, softly addressing Qingxian. Could you please carry Chi-Chi back to her room? I hope she can enjoy a peaceful slumber. Ever since Son Gohan's passing, she has been unable to find rest. Qingxian nodded, carefully cradling Chi-Chi in his arms as if she were a precious porcelain artifact. Bulma followed closely behind, her heart heavy with compassion for Chi-Chi. Once, they had shared everything as inseparable friends, cherishing countless joyful moments together. Yet now, seeing Chi-Chi so frail filled Bulma with profound sorrow. Upon entering the room, Qingxian gently laid Chi-Chi upon the bed and tucked her in. Bulma sat at the bedside, her gaze fixed on Chi-Chi's pale visage, tears welling in her eyes. Qingxian reassured her, "Do not fret too much, Bulma. I have just infused Chi-Chi with a bit of energy and given her a Senzu. I believe she will recover soon." Bulma cast a grateful glance at Qingxian, saying, "Thank you, Qingxian. I truly do not know what I would do without you." With a smile, Qingxian replied, "No need for thanks. We're good friends, after all. Now, let us grant Chi-Chi some time and space to rest." With that, he gently lifted Bulma, carrying her out of the room and into the living area. He carefully placed her on the sofa and sat beside her, offering silent companionship. After 10 minutes had elapsed, Qingxian gently pushed open the door to Chi-Chi's kitchen, his steps light and cautious, as if he feared disturbing something precious. Upon entering the kitchen, he inhaled deeply, savoring the faint aroma of cooking oil that lingered in the air, secretly resolving to prepare a delightful meal for Bulma. However, as his gaze swept across the kitchen, he was taken aback by the desolate sight before him. Chi-Chi's kitchen resembled a barren wasteland, devoid of any edible provisions. Even rice and flour had vanished without a trace. In the pot lay only a few forlorn wild vegetables, boiled in plain water, appearing exceedingly pitiful. Qingxian stood in silence, his heart swelling with an indescribable sense of disappointment and helplessness. He had approached this endeavor with joy, eager to create a sumptuous feast for Bulma. Yet now that aspiration seemed to drift further from reach. Nevertheless, Qingxian refused to be defeated by the predicament before him. He quickly composed himself and began to contemplate solutions. Suddenly, he remembered his storage space, which was always stocked with an assortment of ingredients. Without hesitation, he activated the storage, and the sight of the abundant provisions within filled him with delight. Armed with the necessary ingredients, Qingxian promptly set to work, skillfully chopping vegetables, stir-frying, and simmering soup, each movement flowing with grace and ease. As time ticked by, a splendid array of culinary delights finally materialized before him. Gazing at the vibrant and aromatic dishes, Qingxian smiled with satisfaction. Despite the challenges faced, he had ultimately succeeded in crafting a delectable feast for Bulma. After enjoying a lavish meal together at Chi-Chi's home, Bulma, feeling content, reclined on the sofa, basking in the satisfaction that followed her indulgence. After a brief respite, she revitalized and engaged Qingxian in light-hearted conversation. They exchanged joyful banter, seemingly untouched by the previous pain inflicted by the androids. "Alas, I wonder where my mother has gone. It seems she has simply followed that man away," Trunks lamented, his face clouded with sorrow, filled with confusion and helplessness regarding his mother's departure. The woman who had once enveloped him in warmth and love had left him without warning, leaving Trunks feeling profoundly lost and alone. Come now, Trunks, let us not dwell on this, Xiao Wu said, observing Trunks's melancholy countenance, hastening to console him. You must trust your mother's choice. After all, Uncle Vegeta has long been absent. And look at Uncle Qing Xian, handsome, powerful, and of noble character. As she spoke, admiration shone in her eyes. In her view, Uncle Qing Xian was the epitome of a perfect man, flawless in both appearance and essence. Yet, Trunks remained largely unresponsive to Xiao Wu's comforting words. His heart remained entangled in the sorrow of his mother's departure, and he harbored little fondness for the unfamiliar Uncle Qing Xian. At that moment, Qing Xian and Bulma emerged from Chi-Chi's residence, with Bulma radiating joy, clearly in high spirits. They returned to the gathering place. Upon seeing his mother, Trunks immediately stood up, a hint of reproach in his gaze. Mother, why did you leave without a word? Trunks could not help but voice his feelings. Bulma approached him with a smile, gently ruffling Trunks' hair. Dear, do not be upset. I'm perfectly fine. Qing Xian is a reliable person. Qing Xian, wearing a warm smile, approached Trunks with a steady gait and spoke in a gentle, friendly tone. Trunks, I understand that you may not know me well yet, but please trust that I will care for Bulma with all my heart. Standing nearby, Xiao Wu quickly interjected, Yes. Uncle Qing Xian is truly amazing. Her voice was bright and melodious, revealing her trust and admiration for Qing Xian. Trunks gazed intently at Qing Xian. His initial discontent and doubt began to wane upon hearing Qing Xuan's words and Xiao Wu's endorsement. Trunks understood that his mother's happiness was paramount, and he had long heard of Qing Xuan's prowess. Despite his lingering reservations toward this man who had suddenly entered their lives, he was willing to grant Qing Xian an opportunity since his mother had chosen him. After a moment of inner turmoil, Trunks finally nodded slowly, saying, All right, I hope you will take good care of my mother, as you promised. Bulma stood by, watching Trunks' reaction with a look of relief and pride. She knew her son's approval meant a great deal to Qing Xian, and in that moment, the dynamics among them seemed to shift subtly yet profoundly. Perhaps this reconciliation would serve as a promising beginning for their future together, fostering a more harmonious and smooth relationship among them. Chapter 69, Enlightenment. Chi-Chi, take a moment to reflect on the life you led with Kakarot. You toiled tirelessly each day, shouldering all the household expenses alone while managing various farm tasks. Moreover, you prepared every sumptuous meal for him and his son. Qing Xian gazed empathetically at the weeping Chi-Chi in his arms and continued, For so long, you have been the sole contributor. Yet where were they? Who ever lent you a helping hand, even for a day, even if you trusted them and asked for assistance? What was the outcome? Before long, they vanished, off to their so-called training. Qing Xian held Chi-Chi tightly, offering her gentle comfort, hoping to redirect her focus and help her gradually release her obsession with Kakarot and fully accept herself. Yet, Chi-Chi seemed entirely immersed in her own world, tightly hugging her knees and weeping incessantly, oblivious to the presence of Qing Xian. Standing by, Qing Xian felt a wave of helplessness and guilt wash over him as he witnessed Chi-Chi's profound sorrow. He was acutely aware that this predicament was entirely his fault. It was he who had allowed circumstances to escalate to this point, no matter how he emphasized his own strength or boasted of having saved humanity. Such claims appeared trivial and irrelevant to Chi-Chi. She was a woman of profound tradition, her inner world relatively closed off, with only one person capable of truly penetrating the depths of her heart. Although Qing Xian had touched upon certain corners of Chi-Chi's soul on multiple occasions, the depths of those corners were forever beyond Kakarot's reach. Nevertheless, Chi-Chi was burdened by a profound sense of guilt, as if she had ruthlessly abandoned the father and son duo for the sake of her own survival. This feeling tormented her, leaving her unable to find solace. All right. As long as you promise me that from now on, you will never leave me and will hold only me in your heart, I shall lend my hand to help resurrect your loved ones, Qing Xian said with a helpless expression, unable to bear the sight of Chi-Chi's continued tears. At that moment, although Chi-Chi had consumed a senza bean, she was utterly exhausted from her previous exertions. Qing Xian understood this well and did not wish for her to persist any longer. Furthermore, Bulma was still asleep, and he did not want to disturb her rest due to Chi-Chi's plight. After all, Bulma was already quite fatigued. Waking her to comfort Chi-Chi would likely wear her out even more. What? Resurrect them? You cannot be serious. The Dragon Balls on Earth are gone, and they can never be recreated. Chi-Chi exclaimed, her face etched with disbelief as she looked at Qing Xian, her voice trembling slightly. A flicker of hope had ignited within her heart, only to be swiftly extinguished by the harshness of reality. Kakarot and Gohan meant the world to her. The anguish of losing them was unbearable. What do you intend to use to bring them back? You must be deceiving me. You wish to trick me with these words and bully me once more. Chi-Chi's emotions spiraled further, her tears pooling in her eyes, her voice brimming with anger and despair. However, just as she was on the verge of breaking down, she suddenly sensed an incongruity. Though Qing Xuan's words sounded thrilling, they seemed to conceal an element of unreality. In her fury, Chi-Chi's emotions spiraled entirely out of control, her cries resonating throughout the room like a torrential flood. The sound was so loud that even Bulma, who had been peacefully sleeping, was roused from her slumber. Rubbing her eyes, Bulma sat up groggily from her bed and mumbled, "Who is it?" crying so pitifully in the middle of the night. When she finally fully regained consciousness and realized that the cries were coming from Chi-Chi, she immediately leapt from her bed and hurried to Chi-Chi's side. "What's wrong, Chi-Chi? Please don't cry," Bulma gently consoled, softly patting Chi-Chi's back. Qing Xian stood nearby, observing the scene with a resigned sigh. He turned to Bulma and said, "I told her I could resurrect Kakarot and the others, but she simply doesn't believe me and thinks I am deceiving her." Bulma glanced at Qing Xian thoughtfully, then turned to Chi-Chi and said, "Chi-Chi, please try to remain calm and listen to me. Qing Xian possesses extraordinary abilities. He truly has a way to bring Kakarot and the others back." Chi-Chi's sobs did not cease. She choked out, but the Dragon Balls on Earth are gone. How can they be resurrected without them? A faint smile, tinged with mystery, appeared at the corners of Qing Xuan's mouth. "Do not worry, Chi-Chi. I have my methods. I am aware that other planets also have Dragon Balls. If we can find those, we will undoubtedly fulfill the wish of resurrection." Chi-Chi remained skeptical, her cries gradually subsiding as she lifted her tear-streaked face to gaze at Qing Xian. Are you truly speaking the truth?" Qing Xian, with a serious expression, looked intently at Chi-Chi and assured her, "I would never deceive you. As long as you agree to my conditions, I will certainly deliver." After hearing this, Chi-Chi felt a pang of hesitation. Her brow furrowed slightly as she pondered for a moment before finally nodding slowly. In truth, Chi-Chi's hesitation stemmed from her sudden recollection of the existence of Dragon Balls on the distant Namek. Furthermore, she had once personally utilized the large Dragon Balls of the Namekians. However, the precise location of the Namekians remained unknown to anyone, likely only known to the KO. As Chi-Chi reminisced, her heart became once again ensnared in confusion and doubt. She couldn't help but wonder how Kakarot and Son Gohan would feel upon being resurrected only to discover that she had found solace in someone else's embrace. They would surely be furious. Bulma observed Chi-Chi, her gaze revealing a mix of compassion and helplessness. Understanding the turmoil and anguish within Chi-Chi, she decided to offer words of wisdom. "Chi-Chi," Bulma spoke softly, "you need not concern yourself with their opinions. They have never truly cared for you. To them, you are merely a loquacious caretaker." Bulma's words struck a chord in Chi-Chi's heart, making her reflect on the past. The way those individuals treated her made her feel like a disposable presence. Moreover, Bulma continued, "They have been gone from this world for a long time, especially Goku. He has been deceased for over a decade. Why can't you let go earlier?" Bulma's words pierced Chi-Chi's heart like a sharp sword. She recognized the truth in Bulma's statement, yet truly moving on from Goku felt insurmountably difficult. Bulma sat beside Chi-Chi, gently taking her hand and tenderly rubbing it. This gesture brought a semblance of warmth and comfort to Chi-Chi. "Kiki, you must believe in your own worth and significance. You are a resilient woman, possessing your own life and aspirations. Do not allow the shadows of the past to bind you. Instead, look forward and embrace the new life ahead." Bulma's voice resonated with encouragement and support. Chapter 70, Cultivating Together. Qing Xian gazed intently at the two individuals, whose souls yearned for immense power, and a wave of emotion surged within him. He was acutely aware that great power often leads one to madness, resulting in a loss of reason and self. Yet, Qing Xian also recognized the rarity of such an opportunity, seizing it could not only enhance his own strength but also foster capable allies. After a period of contemplation, Qing Xian resolved to acquiesce. He spoke slowly, "It is not impossible for me to teach you, but there is a prerequisite from this moment forth. You must adhere completely to my commands without the slightest hint of defiance. Furthermore, during the training, you must harbor no sense of complacency." Qing Xuan's gaze was piercing as he scrutinized the reactions of the two before him. The pair exchanged glances and nodded without hesitation, indicating their willingness to accept these conditions. Seeing this, Qing Xian felt a sense of relief. Observing their earnest and resolute expressions, he finally agreed to allow them to train together and to guide them personally. From today onward, I will officially lead you into the realm of cultivation, embarking on a wondrous journey of training. A subtle smile graced Qing Xian's lips as he gently stated, "First, you must calm your minds and attune yourselves to the energy surrounding you. This essence is omnipresent. It is the fundamental energy of the universe. Attempt to capture it, draw it into your being, and learn to control its flow." Upon hearing this, Kiki and Bulma immediately closed their eyes, adjusted their breathing, and focused intently on sensing the mysterious energy. However, their initial progress was fraught with difficulty. Despite their earnest efforts to follow Qing Xuan's guidance, the flow of energy eluded them like a mischievous sprite, slipping away just as they were about to grasp it. As moments ticked by, beads of perspiration began to form on Bulma's forehead, her brows knitted in evident anxiety and frustration. Finally, she could no longer contain her feelings and exclaimed, "I still can't feel it." Noticing her distress, Qing Xian swiftly offered words of consolation. "Do not despair, Bulma. This requires time and focus. It is not something that can be achieved instantaneously. Take your time, you will succeed." Just as Bulma felt a sense of discouragement, Kiki suddenly called out in surprise, "I think I can feel it." All eyes turned towards Kiki, who was surrounded by a faint glow. Though the light was exceedingly subtle, it was unmistakably a fluctuation of energy. Qing Xian nodded in approval, urging Bulma to continue her attempts. Inspired by Kiki's breakthrough, Bulma found renewed vigor, and after a while, she too succeeded in sensing the energy. Qing Xian observed them with satisfaction and remarked, "Excellent. Next, we shall learn how to harness this energy." The fading rays of the setting sun bathed the three in a warm glow, marking the commencement of a new chapter in their training. Ordinarily, had I chosen to leave the dual cultivation energy within you, it might have enabled you to better sense the presence of this energy. However, given your earlier state, the energy could easily become unruly, potentially causing harm to others. Thus, I decided it prudent for you to first sense it on your own. In truth, Qing Xian had sealed an immense reservoir of energy within them, its magnitude reaching an astonishing 500,000. Nonetheless, she had temporarily restrained this energy. After all, for those unaccustomed to cultivation, suddenly possessing such an overwhelming force would undoubtedly lead to numerous complications. Therefore, her earlier words were intentional, aimed at preventing any inflated egos that could lead to unforeseen mishaps in battle against foes. Qing Xian continued, "The simplest method of utilizing energy is to concentrate it upon your fists and feet, thereby enhancing your attack power. Now, try gathering this energy into your fists." Chi-Chi and Bulma once more closed their eyes, striving to follow Qing Xian's guidance. Chi-Chi soon experienced a response. A faint luminescence flickered around her fists. When she attempted to strike, she astonishingly shattered a nearby stone. Witnessing this, Bulma redoubled her efforts but consistently fell just short. In her moment of frustration, she suddenly felt a surge of power within her, as Qing Xian discreetly released a fragment of the sealed energy to assist her in finding her rhythm. Elated, Bulma unleashed a punch, generating a formidable force. Qing Xian smiled and nodded. "Well done. You both possess remarkable talent. Next, we shall learn more advanced applications, such as flight." With that, she gracefully leaped into the air, hovering effortlessly. Chi-Chi and Bulma widened their eyes in anticipation, ready to embrace the new challenge. As their training continued beneath the sunset, thus, Qing Xian guided them through relentless practice, and after a year within this alternate realm, they finally achieved a profound understanding. Simultaneously, Qing Xian engaged them in combat. Currently, the battle had persisted for some time, and Chi-Chi and Bulma gradually adapted to Qing Xian's rhythm, beginning to attempt counterattacks. Noticing their progress, Qing Xian's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. She intensified her assaults, energy surging wildly around her. Chi-Chi and Bulma felt the pressure of this energy, struggling to catch their breath, yet they did not falter. Instead, they ignited a fiercer fighting spirit. At that moment, Qing Xian abruptly altered her method of attack, her movements becoming elusive and difficult to predict. Bulma, employing her intellect, began to analyze Qing Xian's attacking patterns, while Chi-Chi focused intently, striving to attune herself to Qing Xian's energy. Suddenly, A spark of insight flickered in Chi-Chi's eyes. It seemed she had discerned a flaw in Qing Xuan's defenses. With a fierce shout, she charged towards him, closely followed by Bulma. The two coordinated their efforts seamlessly, launching a fervent assault on Qing Xian. He was taken aback that they could identify the weakness he had deliberately exposed in such a brief span of time. Yet he remained unperturbed, deftly neutralizing their attacks. The battle raged on, the three figures darting across the arena, the sounds of their clashes reverberating through the air. Chapter 71. Further Training. With a gentle smile, Qing Xian addressed Chi-Chi and Bulma, saying, "Next, I shall teach you how to harness your chi for flight." In truth, it is not a particularly arduous endeavor. Upon hearing this, Bulma erupted with excitement, resembling a spirited rabbit as she leapt from her seat, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Really? Let us get started right away. I can hardly wait to soar." Chi-Chi, too, clenched her fists, her face alight with expectation as she gazed at Qing Xian. Observing their enthusiasm, Qing Xian smiled softly and began to explain patiently. "First, you must calm your minds and attune yourselves to the flow of qi within your bodies. Attempt to distribute the qi evenly throughout as naturally as you would breathe. Then, use your intent to control this qi, generating an upward thrust." With that, Qing Xian gracefully leapt, his form floating effortlessly in the air like a feather. Bulma and Chi-Chi, encouraged by his demonstration, eagerly attempted to replicate his technique. However, Bulma barely managed to rise a few centimeters before losing her balance and crashing to the ground with a thud, wincing in pain. In contrast, Chi-Chi exhibited remarkable prowess, gracefully ascending as if she were a delicate butterfly, managing to hover in midair for several seconds. Yet, her triumph was fleeting, as she ultimately succumbed to the pull of gravity, plummeting to the ground like a shooting star. Despite this, Qing Xian did not display any signs of frustration or disappointment. Instead, he maintained an optimistic demeanor, continuously cheering on Bulma and Chi-Chi. With a soothing yet firm voice, he reassured them, "Do not rush. Take your time. As long as you persevere, success will surely follow." Furthermore, Qing Xian personally demonstrated various flying postures, embodying the role of a seasoned mentor. He executed elegant movements and fluid techniques in the air, allowing Bulma and Chi-Chi to grasp the essence of flight more intuitively. Under Qing Xuan's patient guidance, Bulma and Chi-Chi engaged in repeated trials, experiencing failures and then attempting again. Gradually, they mastered the art of flight, progressing from brief ascents to soaring freely. Each advancement filled them with exhilaration. At last, Bulma and Chi-Chi joyfully flitted about the courtyard, akin to two liberated birds, reveling in the delight of flight. Their laughter echoing through the air. Qing Xian stood quietly to the side, observing the joyful expressions on their faces, an involuntary smile of gratification emerging upon his own. This smile was not merely a recognition of Bulma and Chi-Chi's efforts, but also a celebration of their growth. "Very well, keep it up. Now, I shall teach you how to unleash the Kamehameha," he affirmed, nodding in satisfaction before elaborating on the intricacies of the technique. As he spoke, he raised his hand to gather a brilliant sphere of energy, which swirled in his palm as if it possessed a life of its own. With a sudden thrust forward, he propelled the energy, which shot forth like a cannonball, its tremendous force obliterating the distant target in an instant. Bulma and Chi-Chi gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide with envy, eager to attempt this powerful skill themselves. They hastily imitated Qing Xian's movements, beginning to gather their own energy. Bulma inhaled deeply, channeling all her strength into her hands, desperately compressing the air around her. However, despite her fervent efforts, only a faint glow emerged, flickering precariously as if it might extinguish at any moment. Chi-Chi fared slightly better, successfully forming a sphere of energy, yet her aim faltered upon release. The Kamehameha shot off like a wild stallion, striking a nearby tree and causing its leaves to rain down like a gentle shower. Qing Xian bore no semblance of reproach. Instead, he smiled at the two and reiterated the essential points of the Kamehameha. Moreover, he personally approached Bulma and Chi-Chi, correcting their stances and guiding them on how to exert their power correctly. Under Qing Xian's patient tutelage, Bulma and Chi-Chi persevered in their attempts. At last, after numerous trials, Bulma successfully unleashed a diminutive Kamehameha. Though its power was negligible, it represented a significant breakthrough for her. She leaped with joy, exclaiming like a child, while Qing Xian shared in her elation, encouraging her to strive further, confident she would master an even mightier Kamehameha. Chi-Chi, not to be outdone, soon produced a Kamehameha of noticeably greater strength. Observing their progress, Qing Xian nodded approvingly. Excellent. Continue practicing. This will enhance your ability to protect yourselves in times of danger. With renewed vigor, Bulma and Chi-Chi practiced diligently in the courtyard, their laughter mingling with the resonant sound of energy being unleashed. Now, I shall gradually guide you on how to swiftly harness your burgeoning powers without succumbing to the allure of strength. Qing Xian announced as he led Bulma and Chi-Chi into the next phase of their training. They devoted 10 full days to their training at Baozi Mountain, during which Qing Xian refrained from engaging them in dual cultivation, instead ensuring they maintained a positive mindset throughout. In the span of merely 10 days, Bulma and Chi-Chi have experienced a remarkable enhancement in their abilities, allowing them to better harness their newfound power. This signifies that Qing Xian can swiftly assist them in further cultivating their strength and unleashing their inner combat fervor. During this period, Qing Xian has not remained idle. He has constructed his own palace within this realm. Upon its completion, he resolved to take Bulma and Chi-Chi to the palace to immerse themselves in this new environment while continuing their training. As they stepped into the palace, the opulent decorations left Bulma and Chi-Chi in awe. The exterior of the palace was grand and imposing, while the interior was a breathtaking spectacle. Adorned with crystal chandeliers that emitted a soft glow, marble floors polished to a reflective sheen, and intricately detailed murals embellishing the walls. Bulma, brimming with excitement, darted about, touching this and examining that, her voice filled with exclamations of wonder. Chi-Chi, on the other hand, maintained a composed demeanor, surveying her surroundings with a gaze that revealed her curiosity about the new setting. Qing Xian led them to the training chamber, where an array of training apparatus was meticulously arranged. Next, we shall engage in more advanced training, Qing Xian announced. He instructed Bulma and Chi-Chi to position themselves before the energy absorption devices, guiding them to absorb more potent energy. Initially, they struggled to adapt, feeling the energy surge chaotically within them. However, under Qing Xuan's adept guidance, they gradually mastered the technique of absorption. With each influx of energy, they felt their strength steadily escalating. Chapter 72. Bu. Qing Xian stood at the heart of the palace, surrounded by lavish decorations and resplendent light. He gazed intently at the space around him, as if the entire palace were under his dominion. Suddenly, with a subtle flick of his finger, a faint beam of light emanated from his fingertips, swiftly expanding outward. This light rippled like water, enveloping the entire palace. As the radiance spread, the flow of time appeared to shift. The previously sluggish moments accelerated as if a fast-forward button had been engaged, causing everything within the palace to operate at an accelerated pace. Qing Xian watched this unfold with satisfaction, a slight smile gracing his lips. This ability to manipulate the flow of time mirrored the methods he employed within his castle. Whether in the castle or the palace, he could effortlessly control the passage of time, ensuring that all unfolded according to his will. Deep within the palace, in a realm of tranquility, Qing Xuan's doppelganger diligently practiced. Secluded from the clamor of the outside world, there were no distractions, only Qing Xian and his pursuit of the path of shadows. This time, he chose the path of shadows as his focus for cultivation. Before him lay 9 masks, each exuding an aura of mystery. The 10th mask, however, was worn upon his face, as if it served as a conduit to the path of shadows. With his eyes tightly closed, Qing Xian centered himself, immersing wholly in the power of the Shadow Kingdom. He felt the dark energy coursing through him, gradually permeating every cell of his being. The essence of the path of shadows lies in mastering the shadows of all things, allowing them to become extensions and weapons of oneself. Qing Xian's doppelganger took a deep breath and began to harness the powers of the Kingdom of Shadows to comprehend this mystery. Around him, shadows surged like a tide, as if myriad eyes were watching him from the darkness. These shadows seemed to communicate with him, revealing deeper secrets of the path of shadows. Qing Xuan's doppelganger sat motionless, akin to a statue, his mind gradually calming as he merged with the surrounding shadows. He began to infuse the powers of the Kingdom of Shadows into the 9 masks, causing them to emanate an eerie radiance. Suddenly, as if activated by some unseen force, the 9 masks vibrated in unison. Shadows shot forth from the masks, intertwining and coalescing into a massive whirlpool of darkness. Qing Xuan's doppelganger felt an overwhelming pull, his body involuntarily drawn into the vortex of shadows. At the center of the whirlpool, His form began to merge with the shadows, transforming him into a part of the darkness itself. His consciousness gradually blurred, blending with the realm of shadows, where he could sense their flow, transformation, and power. He began to grasp the profound secrets of the path of shadows, the sensation of controlling the shadows of all things growing ever stronger. Qin Xian's true self, like a specter, gracefully descended in front of the chamber door, his elongated figure appearing somewhat ethereal under the moonlight, as if he were a messenger from another world. Bulma and Chi-Chi followed closely behind, their steps hesitant, filled with curiosity about this unfamiliar place. As Qin Xian pushed open the chamber door, a subtle fragrance wafted towards him. The room was simply yet elegantly arranged, dominated by a grand bed at its center, surrounded by exquisite furniture and decorations. Qin Xian turned, a slight smile gracing his lips, revealing a sunlit expression. "What do you think of this room?" His voice was deep and magnetic, capable of penetrating the soul. "Who wishes to reside here, or shall you both share this space?" His words resonated like thunder in Bulma and Chi-Chi's ears, their faces betraying a sense of reluctance. They were not inclined to share a room. They lowered their heads, unable to meet Qin Xian's gaze, yet a peculiar sensation stirred within them. Before you reach a decision, perhaps it would be wise to practice a bit. After all, the hour is still early. Daily training of 500 push-ups and 500 sit-ups is essential, Qin Xian declared, leading the two into the training grounds to commence their regimen. Upon completion of their training, they returned to rest. After their exertions, the morning sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, casting a warm glow upon the floor of the room. Bulma and Chi-Chi gradually awoke, their faces still bearing the marks of fatigue. Qin Xian had already arrived at their room, calling them to rise. Standing by the window, she gazed at the scenery outside, emanating an aura that was both mysterious and formidable. "Good morning." Qin Xian turned, her smile radiating warmth and kindness. Bulma and Chi-Chi blushed in response, their hearts a mix of fluster and sweetness. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside the palace. Qin Xian furrowed her brow, instantly sensing a powerful and malevolent presence approaching. "It seems something has come knocking. Stay here while I investigate." This malevolent aura belonged to Majin Buu, whose birth occurred on this very day. In an instant, Qin Xian transformed into a streak of light and dashed toward the palace exit. There, Majin Buu, with his rotund form, wreaked havoc upon the recently restored structures, leaving chaos in his wake. Qin Xian halted, her gaze icy as she confronted Buu. "You vile creature, you shall not succeed today." Buu let out a sinister laugh. "Who are you to meddle in my affairs?" With that, he extended his massive arm toward Qin Xian. She deftly sidestepped his attack, and, with a swift motion, conjured powerful energy spheres that she hurled at Buu. The spheres struck him, causing him to stagger momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. Unexpectedly, Buu's body began to tremble violently, and in a shocking turn, he appeared to be torn apart by an unseen force, splitting into several identical smaller Buus. These smaller Buus, agile and swift, charged at Qin Xian from all directions, resembling hungry wolves on the prowl. Yet, in the face of this sudden upheaval, Qin Xian remained remarkably composed. A confident smile graced her lips as she resolutely invoked the power of the shadow path. With a flourish of her hands, the shadows around her seemed to come alive, swirling and coiling around her like serpents. Under her command, these shadows transformed into razor-sharp blades, hurtling towards the smaller Buus with astonishing speed. A cacophony of cracking sounds ensued as the smaller Buus were instantly sliced into fragments, littering the ground. However, to everyone's astonishment, the shattered pieces of the smaller Buus began to coalesce once more, swiftly reassembling into complete forms, and seemingly increasing in number. Realizing the dire situation, Qin Xian's heart sank. She understood that Buu's regenerative abilities exceeded her expectations. If this continued, she feared she would be overwhelmed by the relentless tide of smaller Buus. Without hesitation, Qin Xian decided to unleash the full extent of her mastery over the shadow path. Although her understanding of this power was still somewhat nascent, around level 10, she possessed considerable confidence in her abilities, believing it would suffice to vanquish Buu effortlessly. Qin Xian took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and began to focus his mind, channeling the power of the shadow kingdom within him. As he cultivated his energy, a thick layer of shadows gradually enveloped him, as dark as ink, seemingly capable of devouring all light. Under the shroud of shadows, Qin Xian's aura surged, elevating his presence multiple times. He resembled a war god descending upon the earth, exuding a chilling pressure that instilled fear. Suddenly, Qin Xian opened his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing within them. And like a cannonball, he surged directly toward Bu. In the blink of an eye, he collided fiercely with Bu, igniting a breathtaking, close-quarters battle. The combat between Qin Xian and Bu was exceptionally fierce. Each punch Qin Xian threw was infused with the power of the Shadow Principle, striking with the swiftness of lightning and immense force, landing heavily upon Bu. Under Qin Xian's relentless onslaught, Bu was forced to retreat step by step. However, Bu's body revealed an astonishing resilience, far beyond Qin Xian's expectations. Just as Qin Xian believed he had the upper hand, Bu suddenly emitted a bizarre shriek. His body inflated as if filled with air, transforming into a massive flesh orb. This orb hurtled toward Qin Xian with astonishing speed, akin to a cannonball. Qin Xian had no time to evade, and was struck hard, sent flying across the air in an arc before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Lying on the ground, Qin Xian felt as if all his bones had been shattered, the pain excruciating. Yet, he knew he could not succumb so easily. He had to rise immediately. As he struggled to get up, Bu once again showcased his bizarre abilities. His form suddenly split into countless smaller Bus, surrounding Qin Xian in a swarm, rushing toward him like a tide. A pang of anxiety gripped Qin Xian. He realized he could no longer afford to be passive. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his energy, honing the power of the Shadow Principle to its zenith. In an instant, a black shield materialized before him, shimmering with a mysterious light akin to stars in the night sky. The smaller Bus, like a frenzied swarm of bees, crashed against the shield. Yet, the shield's defensive power exceeded all expectations. The little Bus rebounded as though they had struck a solid wall, scattering in disarray. Seizing this fleeting moment, Qin Xian's gaze became piercing as he fixated on Bu, missing no detail. Suddenly, he noticed a barely perceptible flicker of panic in Bu's eyes, stirring something within Qin Xian. He realized Bu might have revealed a weakness. A faint smile crept upon Qin Xian's lips as he spoke leisurely. Enough of this play, Bu. With your current strength, you're simply too weak. If it were not for the faint glimmer of utility you possess, I would have likely obliterated you to the last cell by now. Qin Xian's words dripped with unabashed disdain, as if he regarded Bu as nothing more than a trifling insect. Upon finishing his statement, Qin Xian casually raised a hand, and with a mere flick of his fingers, an immense force surged forth instantaneously. This power manifested like an invisible hand, gripping Bu firmly and rendering him suspended in midair. No matter how desperately Bu struggled and screamed, he could not escape the confines of this force, his body completely bereft of freedom. Qin Xian gazed at Bu with an impassive expression, slowly drawing him closer. Bu floated in the air, akin to a marionette under manipulation, utterly devoid of autonomy. As Bu approached within a certain proximity, Qin Xian extended his other hand and unhesitatingly tore a piece of flesh from Bu's body. The morsel writhed in Qin Xian's grasp, seemingly possessing a life of its own. With a hint of amusement, he observed the piece of flesh, curious about the transformations it might undergo, deciding to place it within his shadow realm for observation. At the moment Qin Xian deposited the flesh into the shadow realm, Bu emitted a piercing cry, a sound so deafening it felt as though the very space trembled. Accompanying Bu's scream, the small Bu that had been repelled earlier swiftly converged back to him as if summoned by an unseen force. Bu's form expanded once more, his already colossal physique growing even more immense, and his power seemingly surged at that instant. Yet, despite Bu's fervent efforts to break free from Qin Xian's constraints, all was in vain. No matter how he struggled and roared, that overwhelming force stood as an insurmountable chasm, binding him tightly without a hint of slack. Bu's furious roars echoed through the air, a cacophony that resonated loudly, yet to Qin Xian, it was merely a nuisance. He furrowed his brow slightly, displaying a flicker of impatience, and with a casual wave of his hand, Bu's figure vanished without a trace, as if silenced by an invisible hand. Qin Xian turned to leave, leaving Bu to grapple alone. His steps were light and graceful, as though the world around him bore no significance. His gaze fell upon a nearby ruin, the site of a home painstakingly established by survivors. Observing the once vibrant and hopeful place now reduced to devastation, a twinge of pity welled within Qin Xian. He paused, silently contemplating the wreckage, as if he could feel the pain and despair of the survivors. After a moment of silence, Qin Xian slowly raised his hand and gently waved toward the ruins. In an instant, a miracle unfolded. the once dilapidated building, as if enchanted by magic, rapidly restored itself to its former glory, even more resplendent than before. The walls gleamed as white as snow. The roof shimmered with a golden radiance, and the windows sparkled like mirrors. The entire abode was rejuvenated, resembling a scene from a fairyland. Chapter 74, Genetic Fusion. After restoring their home, Qin Xian unhesitatingly turned away with number 18, not granting them a moment to express their gratitude. However, just as Qin Xian began to distance himself, he suddenly halted, turned around, and imparted a profound message to those still enveloped in shock and joy. First, diligently train under Tenix. With your current strength, you are woefully inadequate. Otherwise, you would not have allowed the Fiend Bu to so easily devastate your home. Qin Xian's words struck like a thunderclap, reverberating in the ears of the crowd. They exchanged glances, a tumult of complex emotions surging within them: shame, regret, and an overwhelming sense of gratitude and admiration for Qin Xian. After a brief silence, they seemed to snap back to reality, collectively kneeling and bowing deeply in the direction from which Qin Xian had departed, exclaiming in unison, "Thank you, Lord Qin Xian, for your concern and guidance. We shall forever remember this and will strive to train diligently, ensuring that no one can so easily obliterate our home again." This scene appeared to suspend time itself. Qin Xian's figure receded into the sunlight, while the kneeling individuals expressed their profound gratitude to the savior of their sanctuary in the most sincere manner. Tenix, initially indifferent to Qin Xian's remarks, found his mind flooded with memories of the earlier encounter with Bu, the terrifying fiend who effortlessly transformed people into chocolate, leaving him helpless to intervene. He had witnessed countless lives extinguished in an instant, engulfed by despair and impotence. Had it not been for Qin Xian's timely arrival, they might have become mere fodder within Bu's belly. Moreover, it was Qin Xian's formidable energy that had restored them from their chocolate state. This experience deeply impressed upon Tenix the significance of training, as only through continuous self-improvement could one find strength against unknown adversaries. He grasped the reality that no one could predict when or where the next enemy might strike. To safeguard himself and those around him, he resolved to take training seriously henceforth. With a solemn expression, he addressed the still kneeling crowd, saying, "Everyone, take this day to rest. However, starting tomorrow, all must train with me. There will be no tolerance for idleness." Upon hearing Tenix's words, the crowd rose, their eyes filled with unwavering determination. They understood that this was a pivotal opportunity to alter their fates. The following morning, as dawn broke, they gathered at the training ground, ready for the challenge ahead. Tenix surveyed the spirited individuals before him, nodding in satisfaction. He commenced crafting meticulous training plans for the group, ranging from fundamental physical conditioning to the intricate art of energy manipulation, each element meticulously organized. As days passed, under Tenix's guidance, the participants exhibited remarkable improvements in their abilities. Their sweat drenched the training grounds as they diligently practiced, the sounds of battle cries and the clash of fists and feet resonating throughout the arena. However, as time wore on, some began to feel the strain of fatigue. Yet, upon witnessing Tenix's serious and determined gaze, they gritted their teeth and persevered through their exhaustion. Tenix remained steadfast, continually correcting their postures, fully aware that only by genuinely enhancing their strengths could they hope to face future dangers with a fighting chance. This arduous training, filled with sweat and struggle, was merely the prologue. Meanwhile, upon returning to steamed Bun Mountain with number 18, Qin Xian tenderly embraced her, softly soothing her wounded spirit. In his embrace, number 18 felt an unprecedented warmth and sense of security, her tears flowing like a torrential river, soaking Qin Xuan's legs. Rather than feeling annoyance or impatience at her tears, Qin Xian responded with an even gentler tone, assuring her that everything would eventually improve. His words were like a refreshing spring, nurturing number 18's parched heart, gradually calming her. Of course, Qin Xian did not forget Bulma and Chi-Chi. He extended the same warmth and comfort to them, allowing them to feel his care and affection. Under Qin Xuan's tender reassurances, Bulma and Chi-Chi too slowly ceased their weeping, their spirits beginning to settle. As Qin Xian looked at the three weary women, a surge of affection welled up within him. He resolved to do something special for them, to help them regain their strength. Thus, he silently operated his genetic engine system, Xiaozhu. Xiaozhu analyzed the cellular genes of Majin Bu in my possession, retaining only those beneficial to the human body. While eliminating the rest, Qin Xian commanded, Xiaozhu promptly commenced its task, meticulously analyzing Majin Buu's cellular genes. It accurately filtered out the advantageous gene segments, thoroughly discarding the useless portions. Next, Qin Xian instructed Xiaozhu also analyze these additional gene samples. Finally, integrate Majin Buu's genes with these samples, ensuring that the original physical characteristics and physiological traits of these samples remain unchanged. Following Qin Xian's directives, Xiaozhu analyzed the additional gene samples and flawlessly fused them with Majin Buu's genes. Throughout the fusion process, Xiaozhu carefully preserved the original appearance and physiological characteristics of the samples, ensuring no adverse effects would arise. At last, Qin Xian reiterated the necessity of incorporating every advantageous trait of Majin Buu into these genetic samples, leaving no detail overlooked. Upon receiving the command, Xiaozhu devoted herself wholeheartedly to the task. Through a series of intricate procedures, she successfully infused Majin Buu's beneficial characteristics into the genetic samples, endowing them with formidable abilities and potential. Without hesitation, Qin Xian merged these genes into the bodies of Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Android 18. Despite this, they remained in slumber, utterly exhausted. And due to a temporary lack of energy, Qin Xian felt compelled to provide them with a modicum of energy. However, he refrained from doing so, wishing for them to rest thoroughly during their respite and to enjoy themselves during their moments of leisure. Chapter 75, The Mission. Ding dong. The host is urged to complete the task promptly. This was a long-absent voice, reminding the host of an important mission that required attention. Task 1. Achieve 100-person slaying, of which 9 have been accomplished thus far. The voice continued, stating that as long as one remains, all counterparts across parallel dimensions must be vanquished. Otherwise, it shall be deemed a failure. This implies that the host must locate and defeat all counterparts identical to the target across numerous parallel realities to truly fulfill this mission. Furthermore, only those characters who have appeared in the original narrative count towards the task objectives. Others may be slain, but will not contribute to the tally. This condition further constrains the mission's scope, as only characters from the original work are deemed true targets, while others may also be defeated. They will not be included in the count of completed tasks. The voice concluded with encouragement for the host to persevere. In addition to Task 1, there are further challenges awaiting the host's attention. Task 2. Achieve universal unification. Merging all parallel universes and timelines into a singular entity, current progress stands at 0. This task appears exceedingly daunting, necessitating the amalgamation of countless parallel universes and timelines into one cohesive whole, with the current status indicating that the host has a long journey ahead. Task 3. Apprenticeship. After completing Task 2, the host must take on as disciples those ranked 10th or higher in potential across the universe, as well as their counterparts from parallel dimensions. This task demands not only the completion of universal unification, but also the recruitment of individuals possessing immense potential, without neglecting the counterparts from parallel realms. These tasks grow increasingly formidable, yet the host harbors no intentions of retreating. He is resolute in his commitment to endeavor with all his might to accomplish these seemingly insurmountable challenges. However, just as Qin Xian was savoring this moment of tranquility, the system unexpectedly emitted a crisp notification sound, akin to a thunderclap, startling him to the point of nearly spilling the milk he held. The sudden fright jolted Qin Xian's body as if he had been electrocuted, causing the milk in his hand to tremble violently, as though it were on the verge of spilling onto the ground. Qin Xian's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the milk, silently grateful that it had not truly cascaded out. Previously, he had been comfortably reclining in a sunlit chair, basking in warmth and leisurely sipping milk. His mood mirrored the serene sky above, tranquil and joyous. However, the system's notification struck him like a powerful shockwave, shattering his peace completely. Nevertheless, Qin Xian was no stranger to tumultuous experiences. He quickly regained his composure after the initial shock. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his racing heart, then gently closed his eyes to continue savoring the warmth of the sun upon his skin. Though he appeared calm on the surface, his inner turmoil belied this facade. He pondered the tasks recently issued by the system, questioning their true significance. What challenges and opportunities would they present him? Various scenarios flickered through his mind, and the more he contemplated, the more he sensed the complexity of these tasks. However, to Qin Xian, these tasks seemed almost trivial, devoid of any genuine challenge. With minimal effort, he could swiftly accomplish them. Yet, since there were no time constraints, he felt no urgency. He preferred to address these matters at a leisurely pace. Relishing the process. System, what is the meaning of this? Why have you suddenly issued these tasks? And how am I to complete the first one? Qing Xian inquired anxiously within his mind. Ding dong, please rest assured, dear host. The tasks generated by this system are tailored to reflect the deepest thoughts within your heart, albeit with a slight increase in difficulty. After all, given your rogue attributes, these tasks should not pose significant challenges for you. The system's voice echoed in Qing Xian's mind, tinged with a hint of jest. Upon hearing this, Qing Xian felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He was certainly aware of his occasional carefree disposition, but he did not expect the system to mock him so openly. Just as he was about to retort, he realized the system afforded him no opportunity to do so. Host, the tasks have been issued and cannot be retracted, modified, or diminished. Therefore, I urge you to persevere. I believe that with your capabilities, you will successfully complete these tasks. The system's voice resounded once more, dismissing Qing Xian's protests. Very well, host. I fully comprehend your decision. After all, you have your own matters to attend to, and I have numerous subordinates requiring my guidance. I shall adhere to your request and remain unobtrusive, appearing only during task issuance and completion. Rest assured, I shall retain certain essential functions, such as the sign-in mode and the system storage capacity. Thus, you will continue to enjoy the conveniences and benefits afforded by the system. Should you require my assistance, feel free to reach out to me through designated means, and I shall respond to your needs promptly. Additionally, I will remain vigilant regarding your progress to ensure that you navigate your tasks smoothly. I hope that you and your companions successfully accomplish your objectives and achieve commendable results. Do not hesitate to inform me if any issues arise or if you require assistance. As the system's voice faded, it dissipated like a wisp of smoke, as though it had never existed. Qing Xian gazed in astonishment at the spot where the system had vanished, his heart's cries surging like a tidal wave. System, come back to me. His voice echoed in the vast emptiness, tinged with frustration. When did I ever entrust you with my directives? When did I utter those words and requests? You must clarify this for me. Qing Xuan's emotions intensified, his shouts reverberating within his soul. Yet, the system remained unresponsive. His heart swelled with confusion and anger, a tumult of emotions rendering him nearly incapable of restraint. After a while, Qing Xuan's cries gradually subsided. He came to the harsh realization that no matter how fervently he called, the system would not reappear. This cruel truth struck him like a heavy blow, leaving him feeling powerless and disheartened. Primarily, he resented being shackled by any task. He yearned to act according to his own volition, rather than being coerced into labor. Chapter 76, The Demon Gene. Chi-Chi, your strength remains insufficient. Despite possessing a combat power of 15,000,000, it is still too feeble, and your fighting style is excessively monotonous, rendering you ineffective against adversaries. Bulma, although your combat power surpasses Chi-Chi's significantly, your reflexes are sluggish, and your experience is lacking, rendering you incapable of defeating even a puppet with equivalent power. After instructing Chi-Chi, Bulma, Xiaowu, and Bidalai, Qing Xian sought out Trunks. Trunks, look at your current state. You are utterly pathetic. You are not even my match, unable to contend with my base form. How can you speak of protecting Xiaowu, your mother, and other humans? Qing Xian gazed disdainfully at the fallen Trunks, mocking him. Trunks gritted his teeth, his eyes brimming with defiance and anger. He stared fiercely at Qing Xian, silently vowing to overcome this formidable opponent. Struggling to prop himself up, he attempted to rise, but his injuries caused his body to sway uncontrollably, nearly toppling him once more. However, Trunks refused to concede. He summoned all his strength to steady himself, inhaled deeply, and shouted with all his might, "No, I will never give up. I will become stronger, powerful enough to protect everyone." As soon as his words fell, a brilliant golden light erupted from Trunks' body like a volcanic eruption. This radiance enveloped him instantaneously, as if donning him in a suit of golden armor. Concurrently, Trunks' aura surged forth like a wild stallion, ascending frantically. It was the encouragement from Xiao Wu and the others that ignited the dormant power within him, propelling him to a new realm. Qing Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of astonishment gracing his features. Trunks charged at Qing Xian with a furious roar, his fists raining down like a torrential downpour, compelling Qing Xian to treat him with the seriousness he deserved. In that moment, their clash stirred a tempest, shaking the very palace. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and the other women, including Di Li, watched anxiously from the sidelines, cheering fervently for Trunks. This breathtaking confrontation unfolded like a tumultuous sea, captivating all who beheld it, stirring their hearts. However, just when everyone believed that the battle had reached its zenith, it became evident that this was merely the beginning, with the true climax still far from realization. Regrettably, this seemingly fierce spectacle was but an illusion. Despite Trunks' valiant performance in battle, he remained firmly entrenched at the Super Saiyan 2 stage, having not achieved a genuine breakthrough. The primary reason for this predicament lay in his insufficient foundational combat strength. Additionally, Trunks exhibited a notable lack of experience. He lacked ample time to explore and comprehend the transformation techniques of Super Saiyan 3, making it difficult for him to harness his potential through anger when confronting formidable foes, thereby achieving the splendid transformation of Super Saiyan 3. Upon your return, you must devote yourself to rigorous training, Qing Xian advised Trunks earnestly. Your current power is still too feeble. You must strive with unwavering determination. The gravity chamber is an excellent training ground. Make the most of it. As for them, you need not concern yourself with their guidance. I shall send my clone to instruct them. After a brief pause, Qing Xian continued. You must remember, you are the main force in this battle. They are merely your support. Although their combat abilities are currently lacking, it does not mean they will remain so in the future. Therefore, you must train even more diligently, lest you allow others to surpass you effortlessly. Trunks, contemplating Qing Xian's words, nodded thoughtfully, signifying his commitment to rigorous training. Subsequently, Qing Xian's clone, accompanied by a plethora of capsules and the exhausted, limp Trunks, returned to the town, which had been largely restored. Upon entering the town, Qing Xian's clone addressed a leisurely strolling man. Gather everyone. I have significant matters to announce. The man, initially inclined to voice his displeasure, promptly fell silent upon recognizing Qing Xian, refraining from uttering another word. He swiftly turned and hurriedly made his way to the broadcasting room. Upon arrival, the man quickly seized the loudspeaker and announced to the entire town, "Attention, everyone. Lord Qing Xian has significant matters to declare, and I urge all to gather at the square immediately." Within mere minutes, the square was filled with all the survivors. Without any hesitation, Qing Xian commenced his address directly. From this day forth, I shall be your guide. As for Tenenks, given his still nascent abilities, he shall henceforth train independently. Until he meets my expectations, he will no longer assist you in your training. No sooner had Qing Xian concluded his statement than he unceremoniously cast Tenenks aside, as if discarding refuse. Next, with an expression devoid of emotion, Qing Xian produced a small capsule from his pocket and addressed the crowd. Within this capsule lies a substance that, once you administer the genetic serum into your bodies, will completely transform you, allowing for a rebirth of sorts. He paused before continuing. This genetic serum can bestow upon you an immortal constitution akin to that of the previously assumed puppets. As long as your cells remain alive, you can resurrect infinitely. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted with excitement, their eyes gleaming with a fervent desire for power. Such formidable abilities would not only ensure their own protection, but could also grant a second chance to their departed loved ones. This was their fervent wish. Of course, Qing Xian also administered this genetic serum to Tenenks, who lay unconscious not due to injury, but rather exhaustion, his body devoid of any wounds. With an impassive demeanor, Qing Xian tossed the serum to them as if it were a trivial matter. Yet, as the individuals caught it, a flicker of urgency and greed danced in their eyes. They eagerly injected the serum into their bodies, treating it as a miraculous elixir promising boundless strength. Qing Xian observed this scene with indifference, inwardly sighing. Once they had all injected the serum, he slowly spoke. Now, please form 2 lines, men on the left, women on the right. Though somewhat puzzled, the crowd promptly followed Qing Xuan's instructions. Before long, the men stood in a row while the women formed another. Satisfied, Qing Xian nodded and stepped between the 2 lines, waving his hands to conjure a transparent barrier that materialized out of thin air. This barrier completely separated the men from the women, rendering them unable to see one another. Chapter 77, The Training Environment. From this day forward, you shall train here in the square. Qing Xuan's voice resonated powerfully across the expanse, clear and commanding. Standing amidst the crowd, he surveyed them before adding, I will create a unified simulated training environment to facilitate your focus and concentration. Before he could finish his words, a murmur rippled through the crowd, clearly indicating their surprise at this sudden arrangement. However, the avatar of Qing Xian did not afford them much time for contemplation, continuing with, to prevent any distractions during your cultivation, I have decided to separate you. With a gentle wave of his hand, the once congregated assembly gradually parted into two distinct groups. One of men on the left and one of women on the right. Qin Xian's avatar observed quietly, noting the palpable shift in emotions as the individuals were divided. Those who had previously exhibited signs of anxiety and restlessness began to calm, their faces reflecting a newfound tranquility. You need not worry about provisions, he reassured them. I possess a remarkable type of celestial being, renowned for its astonishing effects. Typically, one would remain free from hunger for 10 days after consuming a single bean. However, it is important to note that as your combat prowess increases, the efficacy of the beans will gradually diminish. Given your current capabilities, you can expect to experience a sense of fullness for approximately 8 days. Rest assured, the celestial beans are abundant, sufficient to sustain you for hundreds of years. Furthermore, these beans possess numerous other wondrous benefits. They not only aid in healing physical injuries, but also swiftly replenish your vitality, ensuring you remain in peak condition during battles. Qin Xian's avatar elaborated on the significance and effects of the celestial beings, assuring them of their sustenance. Moreover, I have delightful news to share. In the forthcoming days, you will only need to consume ordinary food once every 6 months. Those who excel in their performance will have the opportunity to indulge in exquisite delicacies monthly. And for those who stand out exceptionally, there may even be a chance to relish gourmet feasts daily. A chorus of awe erupted from the crowd, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. At that moment, a man stepped forward, his gaze unwavering as he addressed Qin Xian's avatar, asking boldly, "Lord Qin Xian, what exactly constitutes outstanding performance?" The corners of Qin Xian's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a gentle smile as he replied at a measured pace. Outstanding performance, by definition, is the ability to make remarkable progress during your cultivation, coupled with proficient combat skills and strict adherence to the rules of cultivation. Upon hearing Qin Xian's response, the crowd nodded in understanding, acknowledging the standards set forth. Observing their comprehension, Qin Xian's avatar continued, "Now, I shall initiate this simulated cultivation environment." No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant light flashed across the square, and the surrounding scenery transformed instantaneously as if by magic. The once desolate square has now transformed into a lush forest, enveloped in the invigorating embrace of fresh air, instilling a sense of serenity. Simultaneously, Qin Xian as avatar has expanded the training ground as space hundreds of times, yet this alteration does not affect the surrounding structures. The voice of Qin Xian's avatar resonates once more within this enigmatic forest. Here, you shall encounter a myriad of challenges. Each successful breakthrough will elevate your prowess to new heights. Now, immerse yourselves in exploration and cultivation. As he spoke, his figure gradually became indistinct, eventually vanishing entirely, as though he had never existed. The crowd in the square inhaled deeply, adjusting their states, and then each sought a suitable spot, ready to embrace this journey filled with challenges and opportunities. Within this forest, Qin Xian's avatar had meticulously arranged various training environments, encompassing gravity, magma, and rapid movement. Among others, the individuals dispersed throughout the forest, embarking on their unique paths of cultivation. A woman stepped into the gravity zone, immediately feeling the immense weight forcing her knees to bend. Gritting her teeth, she struggled to advance, sweat soaking her garments, yet the resolve in her eyes remained unyielded. Meanwhile, a man opted for the magma zone, where the searing heat emanating from the molten rock was intimidating. He cautiously leaped at the edge of the magma, attempting to enhance his heat resistance and reaction speed through the intense warmth. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the forest. It turned out that Qin Xian's avatar had released simulated beasts to test their mettle. These creatures lunged at the crowd, and the forest erupted with cries of battle, compelling everyone to momentarily halt their training and confront the beasts. In the skirmish against these creatures, their combat skills were honed, deepening their understanding of the techniques Qin Xian's avatar had imparted. Amidst this challenging forest, they continually transcended their limits, advancing towards greater strength. Likewise, Qin Xian's avatar exhibited astonishing abilities, deftly manipulating the flow of time within the training ground. With a subtle wave of his hand, it appeared as though he commanded the very fabric of the space, causing time to slow to an almost surreal pace. In this realm shrouded by the laws of time, his avatar moved freely, unbound by temporal constraints. He swiftly adjusted the flow of time, accelerating it to an astonishing degree. What once required an extensive duration to complete now unfolded rapidly under his control, akin to a film on fast forward. The practitioners within this area felt the swift passage of time, significantly enhancing their cultivation speed. Every movement, every breath became more compact and efficient under the accelerated tempo. After orchestrating all arrangements, Qing Xian's avatar stood as a silent observer, quietly watching over their training. Meanwhile, Qing Xian was immersed in the cultivation of the Tao of Yin and Yang. However, despite his immense efforts, his progress remained stagnant, firmly entrenched at a mere 2%. This perplexed Qing Xian, as he could not fathom why his diligent training yielded such slow advancement. He could distinctly sense the subtle enhancements of the Tao, yet the rate of improvement fell far below his expectations. Faced with this predicament, Qing Xian resolved to cease his fixation on the speed of progress and instead focus his attention on the essence of cultivation itself. He mused that as long as the Tao of Yin and Yang continued to elevate, any pace of advancement constituted progress. Thus, he relinquished his doubts and anxieties, wholeheartedly dedicating himself to the path of cultivation. Chapter 78, The Serpent Demon. Bulma, did you not previously mention that you had little to occupy your time and were disinterested in further cultivation? You were always clamoring to explore something new. Qing Xian remarked with a gentle smile, tenderly embracing Bulma and caressing her silken, porcelain skin as if she were a rare treasure. As he spoke, his other hand, like a magician's trick, produced an aged design blueprint from his bosom. The paper appeared somewhat worn, having been perused multiple times, yet the lines and patterns remained distinctly visible. Behold this, it is a design blueprint for a robot. Qing Xian presented the document to Bulma, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. This robot is quite extraordinary. It possesses not only formidable strength, but also remarkably unique capabilities. I believe it will pique your interest. Bulma's eyes sparkled instantly, reminiscent of two radiant stars. She eagerly snatched the blueprint, fearing Qing Xian might change his mind. Then, as if cradling an invaluable artifact, she carefully unfolded the design, scrutinizing it intently. Her fingers glided gently over the paper as if caressing a tangible object. Her gaze brimmed with excitement and curiosity, as though the robot had come to life in her imagination. Wow, Qing Xian, this design is simply exquisite, Bulma exclaimed. Look at the robot's energy system and its attack modes. They are so distinctive. I have never encountered such a design before. Her enthusiasm swelled with each passing moment, igniting her creative desires. I am confident I can bring it to life, Bulma declared excitedly. As long as I have sufficient time and materials, I will certainly make this robot a reality. Qing Xian regarded Bulma with a smile, his eyes reflecting trust and admiration for her. Then it is entrusted to you. I believe in your abilities, he said gently. However, this robot may have some special requirements. So if you encounter any difficulties during your research, feel free to consult me at any time. Bulma nodded with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and she promptly sprang from her seat, her footsteps light as she made her way towards the laboratory. Upon entering the laboratory, Bulma found herself enveloped by an array of high-tech devices and intricate instruments. Taking a deep breath, she savored the unique scientific ambience that filled the air, her heart brimming with anticipation. She swiftly approached the workbench, unfurling the blueprints provided by Qing Xian, and began to scrutinize them meticulously. Her fingers glided gently over the drawings, leaving no detail overlooked. With her exceptional scientific acumen and extensive experience, Bulma felt a profound confidence in this new robot design. She firmly believed that if constructed according to the specifications, this powerful and extraordinary robot would soon come to life. Meanwhile, Qing Xian, while honing their control during training, quietly departed from his original location and ventured into the underworld. The realm was shrouded in an eerie and ominous atmosphere, permeated by the essence of death. Undaunted, Qing Xian strode directly through the Hall of Yama, disregarding the surrounding minor spirits and malevolent ghosts, and proceeded onto the serpentine path. As he navigated the winding trail, he acutely sensed three presences converging together. A surge of vigilance washed over him. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his teleportation ability. In an instant, he sliced through the void like a bolt of lightning, appearing before the three entities in the blink of an eye. The three serpent demons were evidently startled by this sudden intrusion, their eyes widening in disbelief as they gazed at Qing Xian. However, their reflexes were equally swift. After a brief moment of astonishment, they launched a fierce assault against him in near unison. A subtle smile graced Qing Xuan's lips as he deftly sidestepped the onslaught. evading their strikes with ease. Following this, he swung his arm, unleashing a formidable wave of energy that surged forth like an invisible shockwave, crashing into the trio of serpent demons. The force of this energy was astonishing, sending the three demons reeling back several steps, caught off guard. Realizing their initial attack had failed, the trio exchanged knowing glances, evidently reassessing Qing Xuan's prowess. They quickly recalibrated their strategy, surrounding him in a triangular formation once more, launching simultaneous strikes from various directions. Yet, Qing Xian remained unfazed, skillfully weaving between their assaults as though they posed no threat whatsoever. Just as the intensity of their attacks escalated, Qing Xian seized an opportune moment. He swiftly conjured a small energy orb and, without hesitation, propelled it towards one of the serpent demons. The demon, sensing Qing Xuan's intent, attempted to evade, but was unfortunately hampered by the actions of her two companions, leaving her with no avenue for escape. With a resounding bang, the energy orb struck her chest with pinpoint accuracy. She emitted a piercing scream, her body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Crashing the remaining two serpent demons, upon witnessing Qing Xian effortlessly defeat their companion, felt a tightening in their hearts, intensifying their assault with a newfound ferocity and madness. Observing this, Qing Xian furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that prolonged engagement could lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, he resolutely decided to halt any delay and swiftly resolve the confrontation with these two serpent demons. Drawing in a deep breath, Qing Xian's aura surged within him like a volcano poised to erupt. In an instant, he appeared behind the two demons with the swiftness of lightning. The serpent demons barely had time to react before Qing Xian's hands clamped down on their bodies like iron pincers. With a sudden burst of strength, he hurled them to the ground as if they were mere sandbags. A resounding crash echoed through the air, causing the very ground to tremble. The demons collided heavily with the earth, sending a cloud of dust into the air. They groaned in agony, struggling to rise, but their bodies felt drained of all strength. Refusing to obey their commands, Qing Xian slowly approached the fallen demons, looking down upon them from his elevated stance. A wicked smile played at the corners of his lips. Today, I shall indulge in the feeling of being a rogue hero. Qing Xian's voice dripped with mockery. From now on, you shall accompany me. He then pulled the other serpent demon over, disregarding their injured forms. Chapter 79, Serpent Demon. The fierce battle unfolding on the serpent path reverberated like thunder, drawing the attention of Sun Wukong and his companions, who were deeply engrossed in their training on King Kai's planet. However, as they anxiously sought to investigate, they were struck by the realization that Qing Xian's aura had vanished without a trace, as if it had sunk into the abyss. Left with no choice, Sun Wukong and the others turned to seek King Kai's assistance, for the king possessed extraordinary abilities to probe the unknown, perhaps capable of unraveling the mysteries surrounding the serpent path. Wukong, are you truly certain that something is amiss on the serpent path? King Kai regarded Sun Wukong with skepticism. I have not detected any anomalies myself. Sun Wukong scratched his head, a puzzled expression crossing his face. It's strange. I distinctly recall that there should be numerous trials set by the serpent demons along the path. Why is it now devoid of anything? King Kai, upon hearing this, found himself pondering as well. He had not noticed anything unusual, but the emptiness of the serpent path was indeed peculiar. This is bad, Sun Wukong suddenly exclaimed. I just sensed an incredibly powerful aura erupting on the serpent path. It must have been a breathtaking battle. Yet in the blink of an eye, this aura dissipated like smoke, leaving no trace behind. Sun Wukong's words were laced with uncontainable excitement. He yearned for the clash of formidable forces. For it was only through engaging with true power that he could continuously surpass himself and grow even stronger. The most crucial point is that he is already deceased. Over the past decade, he has scarcely engaged in genuine combat with others, having devoted himself entirely to relentless training. Even the occasional skirmishes he had were merely playful exchanges with a few close friends. He had grown weary of such trivial encounters long ago, though he did not outwardly express his discontent. Goku, you absolutely must not go, King Kai exclaimed with a face full of concern. If you venture out again and meet with disaster, you may never return. There would be no chance of resurrection. King Kai firmly obstructed Goku, fearful that a moment of impulsiveness might lead to a reckless decision. However, despite Goku's fervent desire to investigate, he found himself unable to pinpoint the source of that mysterious aura, making instantaneous movement impossible. Moreover, King Kai was unaware of the enemy's exact location, leaving Goku feeling increasingly helpless. It is important to note that the path was astonishingly long. Even if he were to set off immediately, it would take at least an hour to reach his destination. Given the opponent's speed, they would likely have already escaped during that time. With a resigned sigh, Goku accepted that finding this enigmatic individual was beyond his reach for now. He reluctantly abandoned the thought, donned the heavy-weighted clothing once again, and strapped on several cumbersome weights, rejoining the fierce battles alongside the other Dragon Ball Z warriors. Is this the essence of a rugged hero? It feels quite satisfying. Indeed, refreshingly cool and invigorating, mused Qing Xian as he reveled in this novelty, a pleased smile gracing his lips. He could not help but recall Dr. Su, despite knowing his adversary was a demon, selflessly endeavored to save the white serpent. A sigh of admiration escaped Qing Xuan's lips. After a moment, Qing Xian returned to the present, gazing at the three dazed demons before him, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He gently raised a finger, and a faint energy brushed over the bodies of the three demons like a gentle spring breeze, rousing them from their stupor. The three demons groggily regained consciousness, feeling the aches throughout their bodies, particularly on their faces, having endured a thorough thrashing from Qing Xian. Upon recognizing Qing Xian standing before them, a wave of fear surged within them. With an expression devoid of emotion, Qing Xian coldly declared, "From this day forth, you shall be my subordinates. I am your master. You will do as I command. And should you dare to defy my orders, you shall truly become lost souls." Though his voice was not loud, it carried an undeniable authority that sent shivers down the spines of the three demons. With bruised faces, the three demons exchanged glances before unhesitatingly dragging their injured forms along the ground like dogs, repeatedly nodding in acquiescence. "Yes, master. From now on, we are your servants. If you command us to go east, we shall not venture west. Whatever you ask of us, we shall comply." After casting a glance at King Kai, Qing Xian led the three demons away from the snake path. A few hours ago, after Qing Xian had decisively dealt with the three demons, he sensed that the king of the realm was probing him. However, he had activated his protective shield during the battle, which prevented the king from detecting him. Qing Xian was fully aware of this situation, yet at this moment his mind was entirely focused on cultivation and enhancing his strength. Without a moment's hesitation, he initiated an instant teleportation with the three demons at his side. In the blink of an eye, they seemed to transcend time and space, arriving at the palace of Baozi Mountain. Upon entering the palace, Qing Xian turned to Chi-Chi and said, "Chi-Chi, I know you have been longing for your child. Do not fret. After I take a moment to rest, I will bring him to meet you." However, before Qing Xian could finish his sentence, Chi-Chi's excitement surged at the prospect of seeing her long-missed child. Like an exuberant little bird, she rushed to Qing Xuan's side, tightly clutching his arm and gazing up at him with eager anticipation, as if fearing he might retract his promise. Yet, she wondered if there was some underlying issue or if he required her to fulfill a condition. Chi-Chi regarded Qing Xian with a hint of suspicion, pondering in her heart. Not wanting to miss this rare opportunity, she resolved to employ all her charms, speaking to him in a playful tone. "Oh, Qing Xian, please don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me." Observing Chi-Chi's playful demeanor, Qing Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation. He was not one to indulge in the whims of girls, yet he found himself helpless in the face of Chi-Chi's charm. After all, she was indeed his. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he slowly replied, "It's nothing of great consequence. You simply must clarify your relationship with your son, Gohan, when the time comes. Additionally, you need to explain your relationship with Wukong to him, as I do not wish for any misunderstandings." Chapter 8. Battle on King Kai's Planet. Qing Xian returned to Snake Way. But this time his destination was not the beginning of the path, but rather its end, the tail of the serpent. Standing at the conclusion of Snake Way, he gazed up at King Kai's planet, feeling a rush of excitement and anticipation. He took a deep breath and, with a graceful leap akin to a bird in flight, effortlessly traversed the distance between Snake Way and King Kai's planet, landing securely on its surface. The inhabitants of King Kai's planet were completely oblivious to Qing Xuan's arrival. They remained engrossed in their activities, whether training, conversing, or engaging in other pursuits. However, the first to notice Qing Xian was none other than Sun Wukong. As the strongest being on King Kai's planet, Wukong possessed an extraordinary level of perception, keenly attuned to his surroundings. The moment Qing Xian set foot on King Kai's planet, Sun Wukong felt an electric jolt surge through him, as an unfamiliar yet formidable aura swept over him like a raging tide. His senses instantly heightened. He halted whatever task he was engaged in, his keen eyes blazing like fiery embers, fixating intently on Qin Xian's direction. Upon finally discerning Qin Xian's silhouette, his eyes narrowed slightly, betraying a hint of surprise. After all, those capable of effortlessly reaching King Kai's planet were exceedingly rare. Qin Xian appeared to sense Sun Wukong's scrutiny. A gentle smile graced his lips as he approached leisurely. "Greetings, Sun Wukong," he said, his voice warm and amiable, reminiscent of long-lost friends reuniting. Sun Wukong regarded Qin Xian with a flicker of wariness in his eyes, quickly masked by the overwhelming confidence exuding from a newcomer. A smirk crept onto his face as he replied, "You possess great strength. Care to engage in battle with me?" In response, Qin Xian nodded, a spark of excitement igniting in his gaze as he replied without hesitation, "I would be delighted." No sooner had the words left his lips than the two shot away from the gravitational pull of King Kai's planet like lightning, ascending to a higher position. Sun Wukong inhaled deeply, as though drawing in the very essence of the surrounding air, his chest heaving dramatically. Subsequently, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from him, akin to a volcanic explosion, sending tremors through the very fabric of space around him. In the wake of this potent energy, Sun Wukong's form was enveloped in a resplendent golden light, reminiscent of blazing flames, rendering him a vision of a war god. The transformation into Super Saiyan 2 was unmistakable. His muscles became more pronounced, his hair lengthened and flowed with an ethereal grace, each strand seemingly radiating golden luminescence. His eyes blazed with an inferno of confidence and dominance. However, in the face of such overwhelming power, Qin Xian remained unfazed. His expression remained unchanged, his body unmoving. With a subtle motion, Qin Xian unleashed a punch that appeared casual yet concealed boundless strength. When this fist collided with Sun Wukong's assault, it emitted a resounding crack, as if the very world trembled at the impact. Sun Wukong's attack was rendered as fragile as paper before Qin Xian's fist, dissipating in an instant. Alarmed by this display, Sun Wukong intensified his efforts, launching a barrage of techniques like a tempest. Yet, no matter how ferociously Sun Wukong attacked, Qin Xian navigated effortlessly through the onslaught, his movements ghostly and unperturbed. A faint smile played upon Qin Xian's lips as he observed Sun Wukong, and he remarked, "Your strength is commendable, but it is still far from sufficient." Upon finishing his words, Qin Xian suddenly intensified his assault. Each of his punches struck with the force of thunder, wielding the power to obliterate the very heavens and earth. Sun Wukong found himself gradually unable to withstand the onslaught, retreating with each blow as the golden radiance enveloping him flickered uncertainly. This battle left all witnesses in a state of astonishment. They had never beheld such terrifying prowess, and Qin Xian's might left them deeply shaken. "You remain far too weak. Let them all come at me. Only then will I find this even slightly interesting." Qin Xian remarked indifferently, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth as he regarded the assembly before him. Upon hearing his words, the crowd exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Their eyes communicated a silent deliberation on whether to heed Qin Xian's challenge. After a brief silence, Piccolo took the lead in making a decision. Without hesitation, he shed his weighted clothing, his form instantly growing lighter. Simultaneously, Krillin and Tien Shinhan followed suit, unleashing their mightiest attacks without a moment's pause. "Spirit Slash!" Krillin shouted, raising a hand as a fierce green energy blade sliced through the air, hurtling directly toward Qin Xian with relentless ferocity. "Spirit Bomb!" Tien Shinhan immediately followed with his signature technique, gathering energy from within and propelling it forward, a colossal white energy beam racing forth like a cannonball. The duo's strikes were as swift as lightning, arriving before Qin Xian in the blink of an eye. Yet, in the face of such formidable assaults, Qin Xian chose not to evade. He stood resolutely in place, seemingly indifferent to the impending attacks. With a thunderous crash, Piccolo's Spirit Slash and Krillin's Spirit Bomb collided with Qin Xian simultaneously, yet astonishingly, he withstood both assaults without so much as a tremor. This spectacle left all present dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Qin Xian. They had not anticipated that their strongest attacks would have no effect on him. It was utterly unfathomable. However, amidst their astonishment, Qin Xian unhesitatingly launched another offensive. For energy spheres, each the size of a fist, sped forth like lightning, hurtling towards Sun Wukong, Tin Shinhan, Piccolo, and Krillin. Although these energy blasts appeared to possess modest power, the force contained within them was undeniably formidable. Qin Xian had evidently deliberated carefully before unleashing such an assault, and it was clear that Sun Wukong and his companions had fallen precisely as he had anticipated, sent flying by the sudden onslaught. After traveling a distance, Sun Wukong and the others finally managed to stabilize themselves, gradually coming to a halt. Chapter 81. Son Gohan. You have truly disappointed me. I had high hopes for you, believing your strength to be considerable. However, it now appears that you are utterly defenseless, and it is no wonder that you have been so easily vanquished by those artificial beings. Qin Xian cast a scornful glance at the individuals sprawled on the ground, his words dripping with disdain. With such meager strength, even if granted centuries to cultivate, you would never stand a chance against those creations. His declarations struck them like a heavy hammer, reverberating in their hearts. Although they currently possessed boundless combat prowess and an inexhaustible source of energy, in the face of Qin Xian's formidable power, all of that became utterly worthless. They were ruthlessly forced to the ground, lacking even the courage to rise, reduced to quivering in a corner. Once, they had harbored unwavering bravery and resolve, but now, before Qin Xian's might, all of that had dissipated into thin air. The fear within them surged like a tidal wave, and the once indomitable heart began to tremble violently. Moreover, did you know? I have taken the formidable android 17 and 18 as my disciples. A faint smile graced Qin Xian's lips as he continued to provoke them with his words. Yet, all of this was observed by Son Gohan, who stood silently on planet Kai. He watched everything unfold below without any intention of intervening. In this moment, he seemed to have lost his very soul, his confidence shattered. No matter the opponent, he could not muster even the slightest courage to retaliate. This stemmed from his repeated defeats against those artificial beings. Time and again, he had been bested, culminating in the brutal demise inflicted upon him by one of them. Experiences that left indelible shadows in the depths of his heart, especially upon learning that Qin Xian had taken the fearsome android 17 and 18 as his own. His inner turmoil swelled like a tempest, shaking him to his core. Yet, despite the turmoil within, he maintained a facade of calmness, as tranquil as still water. Only he knew the profound fear that had seeped into his bones, a dread that any misstep might provoke Qin Xian into unleashing his wrath as he once had. Just as Son Gohan was engulfed in fear, as though the entire world were crumbling around him, a figure suddenly appeared beside him like a specter. Startled, he turned to find it was the Kai. With a gentle smile, the Kai patted Gohan's shoulder and reassured him. Gohan, do not let fear cloud your vision. Qin Xian is indeed powerful, but you possess boundless potential as well. Remember the times you unleashed such tremendous strength against formidable foes. You can achieve that again. Gohan slowly lifted his gaze, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. The Kai seemed to perceive his thoughts and continued. Those whom Qin Xian defeated did not fall due to lack of strength, but rather because they lost their conviction at critical moments. You are different. You have endured numerous fierce battles and have the unwavering support of your family and friends. These are indeed the sources of your strength to conquer fear. The words of the king of the worlds flowed into Gohan's heart like a clear spring, gradually dissipating the fear within him. At that moment, the scene revealed Qin Xian, who was rampaging across the earth with androids 17 and 18, exuding arrogance. Gohan clenched his fists tightly, a surge of anger swelling within him. The expectant gazes of his family filled his mind. Those eyes brimming with love and care enveloped him in warmth. Taking a deep breath, an overwhelming aura erupted from within him like a volcanic explosion. He fixed his gaze upon the king of the worlds and resolutely declared, My lord, I understand. I will no longer be governed by fear. I shall rise again to defeat Qin Xian. No sooner had he spoken than Gohan shot toward Earth like a meteor, leaving a dazzling trail of light across the sky, his eyes alight with indomitable fighting spirit. Qin Xian had not anticipated Gohan's swift resurgence and rekindled determination. He had merely hoped that Gohan would gradually regain his confidence through his encouragement, never expecting the process to unfold so rapidly. However, upon witnessing the king's unrefined demeanor, Qin Xian immediately grasped the reason behind Gohan's transformation. This time, instead of swiftly overwhelming Gohan as he usually did, Qin Xian chose to toy with him for a while. He deftly controlled his own power, allowing Gohan to gradually perceive his own progress and growth in battle, thus bolstering his confidence. As time passed, Gohan's self-assurance burgeoned, while Qing Xian maintained a relaxed demeanor, leading Gohan to mistakenly believe he was drawing closer to Qing Xian's level of strength. Just as Gohan's confidence reached its zenith, Qing Xian suddenly unleashed an unstoppable attack, a blow as fierce as thunder, instantly rendering Gohan powerless to retaliate. This strike was undoubtedly a heavy blow for Gohan, shattering his confidence in an instant. If he could uphold his beliefs in the face of this setback, Qing Xian might consider taking him under his wing. In truth, the so-called mission held little importance for Qing Xian. His true objective was to cultivate his own cadre in preparation for conquering myriad worlds. Thus, failing to complete this task was of little consequence to him. After all, those he selected were chosen with careful consideration, all serving to fulfill his grand ambitions. Once Qing Xian had grown tired of his game, he delivered a heavy punch to Gohan. Gohan crashed to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He struggled to rise, but his limbs felt as though they had lost all strength. Qing Xian gazed at the disheveled Gohan, a flicker of anticipation glimmering in his eyes. Just as Gohan was on the verge of surrendering, the smiles of his family and the encouragement of his friends resurfaced in his mind. He recalled the promise he had made to protect the Earth and his loved ones. A surge of inexplicable power coursed through his body once more, and son Gohan gritted his teeth, gradually rising to his feet. His gaze was no longer filled with fear and confusion, but rather brimming with resolve and determination. Qing Xian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that son Gohan could muster the strength to rise again after such a devastating blow. Taking a deep breath, son Gohan summoned all his energy and charged at Qing Xian once more. This time, he was devoid of any trepidation. Each punch and kick infused with the fervor of a do-or-die spirit. Observing the rekindled fighting spirit of the young man before him, Qing Xian's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He realized he might have indeed discovered a promising talent worth nurturing. Chapter 82. Apprenticeship and Resurrection. Do you still believe I am unworthy to be your master? Qing Xian's voice was cold, laced with a hint of mockery, as his gaze swept over the gathered individuals like a chilling star. If that is the case, then I shall utterly obliterate you. His words thundered in their ears, rendering their faces as pale as parchment. However, just as Qing Xian raised his hand to condense his energy for a decisive strike, a figure suddenly rose from the ground and approached him. It was son Gohan, who without hesitation knelt before Qing Xian, banging his head on the ground repeatedly, fervently pleading, "Master, I implore you, spare them. I am willing to become your disciple. Punish only me." At this sight, Qing Xian's brow furrowed slightly. He had not expected son Gohan to stand up and plead for mercy at such a moment. Observing the sincerity in son Gohan's demeanor, a ripple of emotion stirred within Qing Xian, though he swiftly quelled it. Originally, his plan had been to annihilate them all, or to control son Gohan and resurrect him alone. After all, he had promised Chi-Chi, and he had no desire to break that vow. Yet, as he gazed upon the four indifferent individuals, a wave of dissatisfaction welled up within him. He mused to himself, "Oh, how arrogant they are. It seems I must alter their memories, for gathering my core team later would prove challenging otherwise." With his mind made up, Qing Xian unhesitatingly unleashed a technique upon the group. In that instant, the consciousness of the four seemed to be struck by a powerful force, their memories beginning to be rewritten. "Master, it is all our fault. We were unable to defeat even 2 androids and required your personal intervention to save us. We are truly inept." Son Gohan and the other 4 suddenly knelt in unison, their faces filled with guilt as they bowed their heads. Seeing this, a subtle smile crept upon Qing Xian's lips, revealing a hint of satisfaction. He looked at the 5 kneeling before him, feeling a surge of pride within. "Enough! You worthless lot, rise!" he commanded, his tone cold and authoritative. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve with nonchalance, and the 5 rose as if under a spell, standing slowly to their feet. Not only that, but son Wukong's hand, which had been severed, also miraculously restored itself in an instant. The luminous halos above their heads vanished, and their bodies returned to a state of perfection, as if they had never encountered death. At the moment of their complete resurrection, a brilliant azure light suddenly appeared on Earth, and a colossal azure dragon soared into the sky, its length astonishing all who beheld it. However, just as the crowd marveled at the dragon's emergence, it suddenly disintegrated into 7 golden orbs of light, streaking across the heavens like meteors, scattering to various corners of the Earth. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Bulma was engrossed in the study of a complex machine. Suddenly, Her attention was drawn to the Dragon Ball radar, which had been used merely as a footstool. Initially, the radar screen had been blank, but at that moment, it displayed 7 flickering points of light. Bulma's heart raced as she realized that this signified the resurrection of the Dragon Balls. Countless thoughts rushed through her mind. Recalling the myriad dangers and trials that Qin Xian had faced in his quest for the Dragon Balls, and the efforts he had made to save his family and friends. Though these were merely figments of her imagination, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and joy. For now, she finally had the opportunity to bring her parents back to this world. This thought pierced through the darkness like a bright flash of lightning, filling Bulma with hope and anticipation. She could hardly wait to set out in search of the legendary 7 Dragon Balls to fulfill her long-held wish. However, just as she was preparing to embark on her journey, an unexpected event occurred. Qin Xian returned to the castle with the resurrected son, Wukong, and others. This sudden turn of events not only resonated with Bulma, but also caught the attention of Chi-Chi, Android 18, Lan Shi, Biddy Li, and Xiao Wu, who all sensed the powerful energy. Consequently, they all rushed out of the castle to investigate. Upon seeing Son Gohan, Chi-Chi's eyes instantly filled with tears, her emotions overwhelming. Like an arrow released from its bow, she darted towards Son Gohan, enveloping him in a tight embrace, her tears flowing like a torrent. Yet, lost in the joy of reunion, Chi-Chi completely forgot that her power had surged to an astonishing 57,000,000, while Son Gohan's usual strength was still below 5 million. Her fierce embrace constricted around him, nearly rendering him breathless. Mom, slow down, I can't breathe. I'm going to die. It was only then that Chi-Chi heard Son Gohan's voice on the verge of asphyxiation, prompting her to release him. Nevertheless, Chi-Chi continued to cry, feeling neither fatigue nor embarrassment, only an overwhelming sense of surprise and an almost surreal sensation. Kiki was consumed by the fear that this might be an illusion conjured by Qin Xian, a mere puppet, and she dreaded that this momentary reprieve would soon vanish, leaving her once more in despair. At that moment, Qin Xian emerged to offer her solace. All right, Kiki, please refrain from tears. Did I not promise to resurrect son Wukong? If you continue to cry, it might mar your lovely face. He gently placed his hand on her shoulder, patting her softly. Yet, Kiki found herself at a loss for words. She understood that no expression of gratitude could adequately convey the magnitude of his kindness. Turning towards Qin Xian, she embraced him, resting her head against his chest and weeping openly. The onlookers remained silent, allowing the atmosphere to linger unbroken. After a considerable time, Kiki managed to compose herself, her face now adorned with a radiant smile. She turned to son Wukong, searching for any sign that would confirm he was not her son, but her efforts were in vain. The person before her was indeed her beloved son. Subsequently, Kiki and the other resurrected Z fighters engaged in conversation. Yet the relationship between Kiki and son Wukong was never mentioned, as if they were mere strangers. Nevertheless, a disquietude lingered in Kiki's heart. She feared that Qin Xian might misconstrue their connection. Just as she prepared to clarify, Qin Xian raised his hand to signal her not to worry. Chapter 83. The Resurrection of Bulma's Mother. At that moment, Bulma approached gracefully, her movements light and elegant, reminiscent of a blooming flower. She reached Qin Xuan's side, gently wrapping her arms around his, her soft voice whispering in his ear, Qin Xian, look, I feel so lonely now. My parents are no longer with me. Could you possibly help bring them back? I miss them dearly. Tears glistened in her eyes, a testament to her profound longing for her parents. She continued, had it not been for my parents shielding me from the android's relentless pursuit, I would have succumbed to those terrifying assaults long ago. They sacrificed so much to protect me. Bulma's words brimmed with gratitude and sorrow, her emotions swelling like a tide, nearly overwhelming her. Witnessing Bulma's distress, Qin Xian felt a surge of compassion. All right, Bulma, do not be disheartened. I shall fulfill your wishes, he reassured her softly. However, a slight furrow of concern creased his brow as he hesitated. Nevertheless, they have been gone for many years. The power of the Dragon Balls may not suffice to restore them completely. Upon hearing this, Bulma's complexion paled, and she grasped Qin Xuan's arm tightly, her voice laced with urgency. What shall we do then? Is there no other way? Qin Xian swiftly sought to calm her. Do not fret. Bulma, please wait for me a moment. I shall venture into the underworld once more to ascertain whether their souls linger there. If they remain, perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. Upon uttering these words, Qin Xian gazed tenderly into Bulma's eyes. as though he could penetrate the depths of her soul to perceive her anguish and helplessness. He extended his other hand, gently caressing Bulma's head, offering her warmth and solace. Should their souls still exist in this realm, I possess the ability to rescue them from the abyss of death, granting them a chance at rebirth. However, if their souls have dissipated or entered the cycle of reincarnation, I would be powerless, for even if they resist, the underworld would unyieldingly drag them away. A hint of helplessness and regret permeated Qing Xuan's words. He understood all too well that the destiny of souls lies beyond human control, bound by the immutable laws of the underworld. He paused briefly before continuing, stating that the duration of their stay in the underworld should not exceed a certain limit, or it could precipitate a cascade of complications. As a domain governing the cycles of life and death, the underworld maintains its own balance and order. Should this equilibrium be disrupted, the consequences would be unfathomable. Thus, for now, we can only observe the unfolding situation. At that moment, Qing Xian slowly turned to face the recently resurrected Z warriors. His gaze traversed each individual, revealing a blend of concern and anticipation. Return to your original world, he advised. Take your time to acclimatize to your current surroundings. Although there are no ready-made abodes for you, you can rely on your own strength to reconstruct your homeland. His voice was gentle yet resolute. He hesitated for a moment before addressing Sun Wukong, saying, "As for you, Sun Wukong, you shall no longer reside atop Bun Mountain. It has been requisitioned by me, and there is no one you hold dear remaining there." While Qing Xian spoke to the newly resurrected, his eyes remained fixed on Chi-Chi, scrutinizing her facial expressions with the keen intensity of a hawk, as if seeking to unveil the depths of her true feelings for Sun Wukong. He mused silently that if Chi-Chi harbored even the slightest affection for Sun Wukong, he could not tolerate it. After all, he was not one to suffer in silence, nor did he wish to be a mere bull-headed figure, betrayed. What he desired was complete possession of Chi-Chi, body and soul. Fortunately, Chi-Chi's demeanor offered him a measure of reassurance. She was engaged in lively conversation with Sun Gohan, occasionally shedding tears as memories surfaced. Yet, throughout it all, Chi-Chi never cast a glance at Sun Wukong, treating him as if he were invisible. Seeing this, a great weight lifted from Qing Xuan's heart. He felt a profound satisfaction with Chi-Chi's behavior, sensing that his worries were perhaps unfounded. Thus, he resolved to cease wasting time on Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong, choosing instead to venture once more into the underworld alone. This time, Qing Xuan's speed was remarkably swift, as if he possessed an intimate knowledge of the paths within this realm. Like a specter, he traversed the various corners of the underworld and swiftly located the abode of the King of Hell. Upon encountering the king, Qing Xian wasted no time in directly inquiring about the souls of those who had perished at the hands of an artificial being a decade prior. He sought to ascertain whether these souls lingered in the underworld, and if so, their numbers. If not, he wished to know their current reincarnations. Faced with Qing Xuan's inquiries, the King of Hell, naturally, did not dare to be negligent. He respectfully reported the pertinent details, fully aware that Qing Xuan's dimension far surpassed his own, rendering any disrespect unthinkable. Upon learning that the number of souls in the underworld was rather limited, Qing Xian contemplated how best to address their fates. After a period of reflection, he resolved to request that the King of Hell surrender all the souls to him for personal transport. When the king presented the souls before Qing Xian, his gaze immediately fell upon the soul of Bulma's mother. However, to his surprise, Bulma's father, Dr. Briefs, was conspicuously absent. Upon inquiry, Qing Xian discovered that Dr. Briefs had caused some trouble in the underworld, necessitating the king's decision to force him into reincarnation. This unexpected turn of events left Qing Xian feeling quite helpless. After all, he had previously succeeded in summoning Dr. Brief's soul from the underworld, yet now he had already been reborn, catching Qing Xian off guard. Nevertheless, Qing Xian did not dwell excessively on this matter. He understood that the cycle of life and death is a natural law, one that even he could not fully control. Thus, he carefully tucked Bulma's mother's soul into his own space. The revival of Bulma's mother was undoubtedly a source of comfort for Qing Xian. Observing the gradual restoration of vitality in her soul, a warm sensation welled up within him. He likewise gathered the remaining souls into his space, awaiting the opportune moment to allow their return to the mortal realm. Qing Xuan's actions were intended to inspire hope among the remaining humans in their pursuit of cultivation, offering them a glimmer of optimism. Chapter 84, Hope. Qing Xian meticulously escorted the fully revived Bulma's mother back to the palace on Baozi Mountain. exercising great caution to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. Only once he had safely delivered her to her destination did he feel a tremendous weight lift from his heart. Standing at the palace entrance, Qin Xian silently observed the tearful reunion between mother and daughter, his heart filled with profound emotion. He knew that from this moment forth, Bulma would heed his every word without dissent. This also meant that he could enlist Bulma's unwavering support in his research. Pursuing the dream of creating a robot that transcended the destroyer gods, endowed with self-awareness, Qin Xian chose not to intrude upon this long-awaited reunion, quietly turning away to make his way toward the gathering place of the surviving humans. The survivors, having endured a catastrophic ordeal, now find themselves mired in despair and trepidation. Qin Xian, acutely aware of their innermost yearnings and needs, resolved to bestow upon them a glimmer of hope. As he appeared at their gathering place, all eyes were drawn to him, his presence akin to a beacon of light piercing through the darkness, illuminating the prospects of survival. With a gentle yet resolute smile, Qin Xian addressed the crowd, assuring them, "Do not worry. I shall assist you in rebuilding your homes and restoring normality to your lives." To demonstrate his sincerity, Qin Xian chose to showcase his abilities before the assembly. He intended to resurrect a few who had perished, while also gauging the current combat capabilities of the survivors. He believed that only by revealing tangible results would they truly place their trust in him and be invigorated to confront the challenges ahead. Upon departing from the castle, Qin Xian moved with the swiftness of lightning, arriving in the town in the blink of an eye. He executed a flawless exchange with his doppelganger, the entire process unnoticed by any onlookers. With a graceful wave of his arm, the once bustling training ground fell into a profound silence. As though time itself had been suspended by his gesture, all activity ceased, and the gathered individuals stared at Qin Xian in astonishment, perplexed by his sudden change in demeanor. Seemingly unfazed by their reactions, he allowed them a moment to process this unexpected shift. After a brief pause, he slowly spoke, "Please take a moment to organize yourselves. We shall convene shortly, as I have an important matter to discuss, one that has long piqued your interest." Although a sense of confusion lingered among the crowd, they swiftly complied, hastily arranging their belongings and forming an orderly line, awaiting Qin Xian's next command. Within a minute, everyone was assembled, observing the neatly organized formation before him. Qin Xian felt a surge of satisfaction. Even though these individuals had not undergone systematic training, their ability to maintain order indicated that their intellect had not been dulled by the passage of time or the monotony of rigorous practice. With a nod of approval, he remarked, "Very well. However, I must express my dissatisfaction with your performance. According to my expectations, your abilities should have reached a higher echelon. The weakest among you ought to have attained a level of 70,000,000, yet the highest among you has only reached 59,700,000. You remain far too weak. Though you are indeed stronger than the majority of those warriors who once protected the earth." Qin Xian relentlessly undermined their efforts, belittling their toil, sweat, and tears as utterly inconsequential. This provoked a surge of indignation among the crowd, stirring emotions of anger, resentment, and sorrow within them. Upon witnessing this, Qin Xian smiled inwardly and then spoke. "However, seeing how hard you have all worked, I shall grant you a small boon. I do not wish for you to think that I deceive or mock you." As his words faded, he extended his right hand, which emanated a faint white light, manifesting several orbs of luminescence within his grasp. These orbs contained the souls he had brought from the netherworld, and Qin Xian intended to resurrect them at that moment. Although he was uncertain whether any of their kin resided within, merely displaying the power of resurrection would instill hope within their hearts. With hope comes motivation, which was Qin Xuan's ultimate aim. He cast the luminous spheres into the air, chanting incantations as the radiance intensified. Gradually, several figures materialized and descended gently to the ground, an intentional display. A gasp swept through the crowd, with some rushing forward to embrace the resurrected individuals in tears. This poignant scene ignited a flame of hope in the eyes of the onlookers, dissipating their previous anger and resentment. "You see, as long as you dedicate yourselves to cultivation, the future holds far more than this," Qin Xian proclaimed. The crowd nodded fervently, their gazes filled with determination. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the throng. "Lord Qin Xian, we believe in you, but the path of cultivation is arduous. Could you provide us with some guidance?" Qin Xian smiled gently and replied, "Of course. From this day forth, I shall devise a specialized training regimen for you, aiding you to attain the strength I envision." The crowd erupted in cheers, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the future. Observing them, Qin Xian calculated that with their support, the realization of his dream of becoming the harbinger of destruction drew nearer. After imparting his instructions, he left behind an avatar while his true self returned to the underworld. There, he also resurrected Vegeta, altering his memories to ensure he would not be disturbed during moments of intimacy. He modified Vegeta's recollections to reflect a divorce from Bulma and introduced Qin Xian to her, facilitating their union. Afterward, Qin Xian resurrected Vegeta and shared everything with Bulma, who, being loyal to her own, did not blame him. Overjoyed, Qin Xian, oblivious to the presence of others, planted a kiss on Bulma's cheek before departing. He then sought out Goku and Gohan, who were engaged in combat. Upon seeing Qin Xian approach with Vegeta, they halted their duel and stepped forward. Goku and Gohan respectfully bowed to Qin Xian. Master, they greeted. Qin Xian felt immense satisfaction, for during the memory alteration, he had instilled a touch of wisdom within Goku's mind, transforming him from the brash individual he once was into a more courteous and intelligent being. Chapter 85. The Two Combatants. All right, no need for such formalities. It feels a bit peculiar. Now, do you see who this is? With a smile gracing his lips, Qin Xian slightly turned to the side, allowing space behind him. As he made this gesture, a formidable figure emerged from the shadows. Tall and imposing, this presence radiated a powerful aura that commanded attention. Vegeta, you've been resurrected as well. Haha, I can finally spar with you again, exclaimed Sun Wukong, his face alight with joy and his voice brimming with excitement and anticipation upon seeing Vegeta. Vegeta regarded Sun Wukong with an impassive expression, a fleeting glimmer of recognition flickering in his eyes. He was undoubtedly familiar with Sun Wukong and well aware of his prowess. Sun Wukong, in turn, was not surprised by Vegeta's demeanor, understanding that his rival had always been a figure of stoic resolve. Yet, he paid little mind to this, for what truly mattered to him was the prospect of once more testing his mettle against Vegeta. In truth, Sun Wukong had sensed Vegeta's energy moments earlier, albeit faintly, leading him to briefly question the accuracy of his perception. However, upon witnessing Vegeta standing before him, he was assured that his instincts had not led him astray. Unbeknownst to many, Vegeta had remained diligent during his time in the afterlife, dedicating himself to rigorous training. He understood the chasm that lay between him and Sun Wukong. Without relentless effort, he feared he might never surpass him. Sun Wukong's ability to sense Vegeta's energy stemmed from the latter's extensive training, which had elevated his mastery of energy to remarkable heights. Qin Xian, fully aware of the underlying dynamics, observed the fierce rivalry unfolding before him with a sense of admiration for the intensity of their competition. Seeing the eager anticipation in both warriors, Qin Xian spoke. If you wish to battle, perhaps the open space over there would suffice. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's suggestion, Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged a glance before swiftly heading towards the designated area. As they reached the clearing, both warriors unleashed their formidable energies, causing the very air around them to tremble. Sun Wukong initiated the clash, darting toward Vegeta with a lightning-quick strike of his right fist. Vegeta deftly sidestepped, avoiding the blow with ease, and retaliated with a kick aimed at Sun Wukong's midsection. In midair, Sun Wukong executed a roll to evade, gathering energy in his hands to launch a powerful energy wave at Vegeta. Vegeta crossed his arms before his chest, conjuring a barrier to absorb the impact of the attack, sending dust swirling around them. Each collision between the two warriors unleashed waves of potent energy, igniting the atmosphere. Qin Xian stood nearby, captivated by the exhilarating spectacle, aware that this confrontation was not merely a test of strength, but also a profound challenge to their personal limits. As the battle progressed, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta found their rhythm, their powers surging as the intensity of their duel escalated. They began their transformation, morphing into Super Saiyans within 2 minutes as they clashed once more. Qin Xian felt a sense of relief, recognizing that Vegeta's fundamental combat power was nearing that of Sun Wukong, which he had anticipated. His solace stemmed from viewing both Sun Wukong and Vegeta as his own children. Witnessing their remarkable strength filled him with pride. Father, he won't come a harm, will he? Quietly inquired Son Gohan, observing the intense duel between the two. Despite their initially balanced prowess, Sun Wukong gradually found himself at a disadvantage after their transformations. Gently stroking Gohan's hair, Qin Xian offered a warm smile and reassured, Gohan, do not fret. Your father will be just fine. Although he may seem to be struggling, this is indeed a splendid opportunity for him to enhance his abilities. Look at Vegeta. He must have diligently trained during his years in the underworld, making significant strides in strength. Your father will undoubtedly glean invaluable experience from this battle, emerging even more formidable. Just as Qin Xian finished speaking, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, akin to two bolts of lightning slicing through the night sky. Simultaneously, a tremendous aura erupted from him, akin to a volcanic explosion, surging violently. In an instant, the powerful energy waves swept through the surroundings like a ferocious tempest. Even Vegeta, who had previously held the upper hand, was taken aback, sensing the terrifying force emanating from Sun Wukong, internally astonished. Sun Wukong's body trembled slightly, muscles taut and veins pronounced, every hair appearing to blaze with intensity. His hair danced like a golden flame, swirling in the air as the power of Super Saiyan 2 roared within him, yearning for release. With Sun Wukong's transformation, their battle escalated to a fervent climax. This time, Sun Wukong seized the initiative. Each punch and kick he delivered was imbued with boundless strength, forcing Vegeta to retreat repeatedly. Though Vegeta found himself in a precarious situation, his eyes betrayed no hint of fear, but rather a thrill of excitement. He understood that only through relentless confrontation with stronger adversaries could he continuously surpass his limits and grow more powerful. Qin Xian stood by, quietly observing the breathtaking clash. And when he saw Sun Wukong regain the upper hand, he nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of admiration crossing his gaze. This battle provided both formidable rivals with opportunities for growth, and he believed that in the future they would become even more potent, ready to face greater unknown challenges. Haha, Kakarot, I never imagined you could ascend to Super Saiyan 2. However, that 1T intimidate me. It's the perfect chance for you to witness my true power. Vegeta exclaimed with a wild laugh, his eyes sparkling with excitement and provocation. Before he could finish his words, Vegeta began to gather all his strength. He tightly shut his eyes, inhaled deeply, and then suddenly opened them wide, unleashing a furious roar. In the wake of this thunderous cry, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Vegeta's being, his hair instantly transforming into a resplendent golden hue, standing on end, while dazzling sparks of electricity flickered around him. A tempest swirled as the surrounding air seemed to be stirred by this immense force, coalescing into a miniature storm. Following this chaotic wind, Vegeta successfully ascended to the second stage of Super Saiyan. His muscular contours became more pronounced, and the electric aura surrounding him intensified, as if he were enveloped in a powerful energy field. Vegeta afforded Goku no respite. He immediately unleashed his ultimate technique, the Prince S battle art. With his hands, he unleashed a multitude of energy blasts, raining down upon Goku like a torrential downpour. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, Goku remained unfazed, nimbly evading the energy blasts while countering with his own energy waves. Nevertheless, the intensity of Vegeta's assault was overwhelming, and Goku inevitably found himself struck by several energy blasts. In an instant, thick smoke billowed, shrouding the entire battlefield in a haze. Observing this, Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smirk, brimming with pride as he thought, Kakarot, how will you evade now? However, as the smoke began to dissipate, Vegeta's smile froze in astonishment, for he was taken aback to see Goku emerge unscathed from the fog, as if the energy blasts had inflicted no harm whatsoever. Though surprised, Vegeta masked his astonishment. After all, he was aware of the adage that where there is smoke, there is no injury, so Goku's intact condition did not shock him excessively. Chapter 86, The Training of Three. As Goku stepped out from the smoke, his figure darted forward like lightning, charging toward Vegeta with astonishing speed. In an instant, their fists and feet intertwined in a tempestuous flurry, each collision resonating with a deep thud, as if the very fabric of space trembled at their contact. Their battle was fiercely intense, each strike landing with palpable force, every move infused with boundless power and technique. The two warriors exchanged blows without yielding, locked in a fierce struggle, the ground beneath them ravaged beyond recognition, devoid of any intact surface. Simultaneously, countless energy blasts careened through the battlefield, akin to meteors streaking across the sky. Where these blasts traversed, the earth was pockmarked with craters, and the debris and dust rained down like a torrential downpour, causing the ground to tremble in response. Just as the conflict reached its zenith, Goku was suddenly sent flying by a powerful punch from Vegeta. His body soared through the air like a projectile before crashing heavily onto the distant ground. However, the valiant son Wukong, undeterred by his recent setback, swiftly regained his footing, his gaze fixed intently upon Vegeta. He observed as Vegeta raised his hands above his head, overlapping them to concentrate a tremendous surge of energy. Sun Wukong, quick to respond, crossed his hands and executed a rapid flourish before positioning them at his waist. Channeling a formidable force of his own, Gallic Gun, Vegeta bellowed, unleashing the amassed energy like a cannonball. Kamehameha! Ah! Sun Wukong countered fiercely, releasing his own energy in a torrent reminiscent of a raging river. The two colossal energies collided mid-air with a thunderous roar, producing a deafening sound that reverberated through the surroundings. The shockwave generated by the clash swept through the area like a tsunami, sending debris flying in all directions. Ultimately, Sun Wukong demonstrated greater might, his Kamehameha radiating like a blinding beacon, engulfing Vegeta entirely. Yet despite the overwhelming power of Sun Wukong, his stamina waned, and the Kamehameha lacked the lethal force needed to secure victory. Vegeta, struck by this immense energy, suffered grave injuries, plummeting from the sky like a kite severed from its string. Exhausted from his exertions, Sun Wukong collapsed to the ground, utterly spent, as if all his bones had been extracted. At that moment, Qing Xian produced 2 senzu beans from his robes, tossing them to Gohan without hesitation, instructing Gohan, "Quickly feed these senzu beans to them. Otherwise, they will soon perish, and I will have to expend even more energy to revive them." Gohan, seizing the beans, darted like a gust of wind to the sides of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. He carefully placed 1 senzu bean in Sun Wukong's mouth, watching as it was swiftly consumed, before administering the second bean to the similarly wounded Vegeta. Empowered by the beans, they rapidly healed, their wounds vanishing completely, and their vitality fully restored. Qing Xian materialized before them like a specter, his voice echoing with an eerie resonance, chilling to the bone. "Your current strength is as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind," he declared, his expression inscrutable. "If you wish to confront even more formidable foes in the future without being easily vanquished, you must relentlessly enhance your power." His words struck Sun Wukong and Vegeta like a hammer, and as they exchanged glances, a mutual yearning for strength flickered in their eyes. "I can create a unique training space for you, where the flow of time differs drastically from the outside world, allowing you ample opportunity to cultivate your abilities." Qing Xian continued, his voice imbued with an irresistible authority. The eyes of Sun Wukong and Vegeta sparkled with intensity, for they understood the immense value of time for practitioners. "Excellent. Let us commence our training," Sun Wukong exclaimed, his voice resonating through the air as if the entire world could perceive his unwavering determination. Although Vegeta remained silent, the sharpness of his gaze, akin to that of a hawk, conveyed his resolve. His heart, too, brimmed with an insatiable thirst for power. A subtle smile graced Qing Xian's lips, barely perceptible. With a flourish of his hands, a brilliant radiance erupted, swiftly unveiling a colossal passage before them. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Son Gohan stepped into the portal, their figures vanishing into the luminescence. Upon entering the extraordinary training space, they found themselves enveloped in a completely unfamiliar realm. Surrounding them was an endless void, intermittently resonating with formidable energy fluctuations. "Is this the special training space?" Sun Wukong murmured, a blend of excitement and trepidation coursing through him. Just then, a surge of formidable virtual foes swarmed forth, each one exuding a terrifying strength. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged knowing glances, instantly grasping Qing Xian's intent. Only through relentless battles against these powerful adversaries could their true potential be realized. However, Son Gohan was left to confront the challenge alone. Thus, an exhilarating battle commenced. In this peculiar space, time became a nebulous concept. Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Son Gohan were wholly absorbed in their training, oblivious to the passage of time and the world beyond. Day by day, they engaged in fierce combat with virtual enemies, each encounter further honing their prowess. Outside, merely a few days elapsed, yet within the training space, they had experienced months of relentless effort. When they finally emerged from the passage, they radiated a far more potent aura than before, signifying a significant transformation. Witnessing this scene, Qing Xian felt a surge of joy within him. He understood that after such intense struggles, Their efforts had finally borne fruit, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of their combat abilities. Especially notable was Son Gohan, who, once perceived as weaker, had astonishingly succeeded in transforming into a Super Saiyan at the second stage, a truly delightful surprise. Moreover, with Qing Xian's meticulous guidance, Sun Wukong and the others had reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3. This elevation in strength undoubtedly granted them a decisive advantage in combat. Throughout their encounters, they engaged in mutual sparring and learning, deepening their camaraderie. Qing Xian observed all of this with immense satisfaction, proud of their growth.